Chapter 1 Prologue. The 23rd Century. A sudden explosion of high-tech nuclear energy transformed what was once an oasis into a desolate wasteland. Aside from the immediate protection of technological data, much foundational information was irrevocably destroyed. In the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, the human population dwindled, compelling humanity to resort to genetic combinations for survival. Over an extended period, the emergence of beastmen and bioengineered beings became prevalent. By the 25th century, the last pure human passed away, leaving the world under the dominion of beastmen and bioengineered beings. In the 29th century, the oasis began to rise again. However, due to a severe lack of historical documentation, the rapidly developing oasis lagged significantly in fundamental historical records, leading to a spiritual impoverishment that earned it the moniker Wasteland Continent. Wasteland Continent, Country A, Central Library. Miss, your skin is remarkably refined. May I inquire about the materials employed by your master? Before the bookshelf, Lu Haochu scrutinized the figure of Ngu. Gazing upon her nearly flawless skin, waves of astonishment washed over him. Since embarking on his career in bioengineered aesthetics, he had crafted countless bioengineered beings, each exquisite creation coveted by the elite of the Wasteland Continent. Yet, he had never encountered a specimen as exquisite as the one before him. Her fair, immaculate skin glistened under the lights, devoid of the lifelessness characteristic of laboratory-produced materials. The delicate fuzz on her skin appeared so lifelike that he found it impossible to look away, and her deep, dark eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost conversational, entirely absent of the usual dullness and rigidity of bioengineered beings. Heavens! This must have been the work of a master craftsman. Who could it possibly be? For a moment, Lu Haochu's mind raced through several names, only to dismiss them one by one. As a preeminent master of bioengineered aesthetics, he found it hard to conceive of anyone surpassing his expertise. Meanwhile, Ngu, engrossed in her book, turned at the sound of his voice. Upon meeting his gaze, confusion flooded her expression. Wasn't she supposed to be transported to the Tang dynasty by the intense airflow generated from a predicted explosion in the laboratory? Why? In the blink of an eye, she found herself in an exceedingly modern, yet unfamiliar place. Fortunately, she had materialized in a library, which offered her some solace. Now, she merely awaited her laboratory companions to realize the experiment had failed and activate the light ions within her to summon her back. Given that she wouldn't be returning to the lab anytime soon, and with books she had never seen scattered about, her thirst for literature surged. Well, since she hadn't been summoned back yet, why not indulge herself for a while? However, the man who had inexplicably appeared before her was glued to her side, scrutinizing her, occasionally posing bizarre questions that left her feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. Ngu felt somewhat bewildered. Was this person perhaps mentally unstable? What on earth was he asking? Your skin is remarkably refined? If he wished to compliment her skin, why not simply say so? What did he mean by skin made with exquisite materials? Such phrasing was rather peculiar. Her good skin was a well-acknowledged fact. What did it have to do with materials? Materials? Was he referring to skincare products or masks? And what did he mean by master? What master? Ngu raised her eyes to scrutinize the man again. Had it not been for his exquisitely tailored suit and the absence of lewdness in his speech, coupled with his respectful distance, she would have already knocked him out with a single punch. Seeing Ngu's bewildered and wary expression, Lu Haochu was even more astonished. This bioengineered being seemed to possess human emotions. Otherwise, how could she exhibit such a response? Goodness! Lu Haochu felt as though he had struck gold. He quickly fumbled a business card from his pocket. Miss, please do not misunderstand. My name is Lu Haochu, the CEO of Mass Bioengineering Project. Your appearance and skin quality are the finest I have ever encountered, which prompted my boldness in approaching you. May I inquire as to which master crafted you? Chapter 2, She is Truly Special One. Upon hearing this, Ngu's hands trembled slightly as she flipped through her book. When she looked up again, her eyes widened in shock. Goodness, was this person not a runaway from a mental institution? She glanced at Lu Haochu, then discreetly surveyed the other patrons in the library, intending to divert his attention and seize the opportunity to escape. However, upon raising her eyes, she was momentarily taken aback. She noticed several peculiar figures about 50 meters ahead, across from the long bookshelf. Do they actually have tails? Ngu gasped, and, as she focused intently, she stood frozen in place. Watching the soft, leopard-like tails swaying gracefully in the air, she could hardly mistake them for mere plush toys affixed to their backsides. Hastily, Ngu turned her gaze elsewhere and discovered that the individuals in the library each possessed unique characteristics. Some had long tails, others sported stubby ones, and some even had fluffy ears atop their heads. Yet, without exception, each bore a normal human face. Moreover, without fail, in the instant she glanced at them, those individuals were also furtively casting glances her way. Ngu felt utterly flabbergasted. She had initially believed that the explosion had merely transported her to an unfamiliar place, and knowing she was in modern society had allowed her to lower her guard, waiting for the light ions within her to be activated to return her to the laboratory. But now it seemed her apprehension was far from unfounded. Ngu's heart raced, and she quickly redirected her attention to the bookshelf. After hesitating for a few seconds, she selected a book titled Record of the City and hastened to flip through the table of contents. Upon seeing the words History of the Oasis, Ngu momentarily froze. Neglecting her astonishment, she began to read rapidly. As she continued, her entire being turned to stone. Oasis? 23rd century? Wasteland continent? 29th century? Branches of bioengineered beings, branches of beastmen. Ngu's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts. She had inexplicably arrived several centuries into the future. She had entered a future era. Standing nearby, Lu Haochu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had been completely disregarded by a bioengineered being. To think that, with the business card he had just handed over, countless others would have been eager to curry favor with him. Yet this lady merely glanced at his card before returning to her book, showing no further interest. Lu Haochu felt as though he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle for the very first time in his life. Well, perhaps this latest benefactor had instructed her not to converse with strangers, for a being of such exquisite quality would easily attract unwanted attention if left alone on the street. With this thought in mind, Lu Haochu glanced around, wondering if this latest bodyguards were lurking in the shadows, keeping a close watch on him. Logically, having been ignored, Lu Haochu should have taken his leave. Yet, the breathtaking beauty of the bioengineered being before him was simply too captivating. As a sculptor, he could not afford to miss such a golden opportunity. This person was extraordinarily perfect should he let this encounter slip away. He could not fathom when he might have another chance to meet someone like her again. After all, if he were to possess such a masterpiece, he would never allow it to be carelessly gazed upon on the streets. Do you enjoy the history of the Oasis? Lu Haochu decided to alter his approach to initiating conversation. Since this enchanting figure appeared fond of reading, he would start with the subject of books. In fact, the history mentioned in this book is not comprehensive rather. This volume, titled Illustrated Guide to the Wasteland Continent, contains detailed accounts of all significant events from the disappearance of primitive civilizations to the present. Having said that, Lu Haochu retrieved a large illustrated guide from the bookshelf and handed it to Ngu. As expected, Ngu's attention was piqued, and she effortlessly accepted the guide, immersing herself in its contents with earnest focus. Chapter 3, She is Truly Special Too. It must be said that the book recommended by Lu Haochu was precisely when Ngu saw it. Illustrated Guide to the Wasteland Continent not only chronicled the decline and resurgence of the Oasis, but also meticulously documented the evolution of humanity. In the present Wasteland Continent, there are no longer any genetically pure humans. Instead, various bloodlines of beastmen and bioengineered beings had taken their place, categorized as follows. 1. To be precise, the bioengineered individuals are akin to exquisite dolls crafted by individuals of high lineage, fashioned from synthetic skin, artificial blood, and man-made fibers. They serve merely as playthings, much like the dolls purchased from stores in the 21st century, intended solely for amusement. However, There's a certain finesse associated with these bioengineered beings. Some patrons of modest means require only ordinary bioengineered individuals equipped with a basic language system, placing little emphasis on their appearance. In contrast, affluent patrons opt to create bioengineered beings that are flawless in every aspect. If one is willing to spend lavishly, sculptors can even implant human emotions during the creation of these beings. After all, having a meticulously crafted bioengineered companion at various soirs not only captivates attention, but also serves as a testament to one's wealth. What could be more delightful? And Gu felt a lump in her throat as she glanced at Lu Haochu, reflecting on his earlier inquiries. A sense of discomfort welled up within her chest. So, did she just get mistaken for a bioengineered being? Noticing in Guest's sudden silence as she gazed at him, Lu Haochu assumed his strategy had borne fruit, his face relaxing in relief. Before he could utter another word to foster closeness, he was met with a question from the exquisite figure before him. Can bioengineered beings eat? This was in Guest's foremost concern. The texts indicated that pure-blood humans had vanished entirely 2 centuries ago. She certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to disclose her rare existence to others. She was willing to endure the pretense of being a bioengineered individual. However, she needed to understand the fundamental aspects of their daily sustenance to avoid revealing her true identity. From what she gathered, if bioengineered beings were entirely synthetic, they likely lacked a digestive system, right? Lu Haochu appeared momentarily stunned. Goodness, that voice was simply enchanting. It bore none of the stiltedness typical of conventional language systems. The cadence of her words was as light as a song, soft and tender, evoking a sensation that made one's heart melt. He hastily replied, "That depends on whether your owner has equipped you with a digestive system. If so, consuming a small amount of clear water should pose no issue, as the liquid will evaporate through your skin." And Guest's expression darkened. What? Drink? Clear? Water? Was this a jest? She was renowned for her insatiable appetite. Then, is there anything I need to be cautious about? The kind of precautions to avoid injury. Upon hearing her soft, gentle voice once more, Lu Haochu felt as though his heart was being utterly melted. Yes, indeed. Regardless of your material composition, you must avoid prolonged immersion in water. While your chips can recharge via light sources, they cannot be submerged in water. If your skin lacks sufficient density, water could breach the core and damage the chips, rendering you inoperable. Of course, if you genuinely feel the need for internal cleansing, you may use a cleaning chamber with infrared to disinfect. Chapter 4. She is truly special 3. Moreover, when you venture outside, ensure you have a bodyguard accompanying you. Otherwise, should you be abducted, your skin may not receive the timely care it requires, which could similarly diminish its longevity. In his eagerness to draw closer to the enchanting figure before him, Lu Haochu nearly transformed into an encyclopedia. Yet, with this proximity, the awe in his eyes only intensified. Heavens, this young lady had even been adorned with synthetic fuzz that resembled the delicate down on a fresh peach, so translucent and pristine that had he not leaned in closer, he would have entirely overlooked such exquisite detail. Lu Haochu felt an immediate sense of reverence for the enigmatic master craftsman. It is well known that the most challenging aspect of shaping lies in the meticulous handling of details, those subtle nuances that often go unnoticed until one is pleasantly surprised upon their discovery. Such extraordinary skill transcends the realm of ordinary sculptors, and Gu was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze discreetly to observe the individuals in the library who had been surreptitiously scrutinizing her. Was the security here inadequate? Lu Haochu quickly shook his head, clarifying, "This is the central district. The security is undoubtedly excellent. However, a bioengineered, doll like you is indeed a rare sight. One cannot rule out the possibility that some individuals might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps intending to abduct you for ransom from your owner." He had witnessed such occurrences far too often. The bioengineered beings he had created were frequently targeted by those with ill intentions, who would seize them in public, extort their owners for money, and then indulge in wanton amusement with the captives, ultimately returning them in a deplorable state, nearly driving their owners to despair. Inga nodded in understanding. Lu Haochu blinked, inquiring, May I ask you a question? Ngo looked up, with a slight smile. Lu Haochu continued, are you here to attend the charity gala upstairs? Since the individual before him was unwilling to disclose the identity of her owner, he decided to approach the matter from a different angle. In just half an hour, the library would close, while the central conference area above would host a charity gala focused on the history of the oasis. It was rumored that the invited guests were all influential members of high society, and Shirley and G's owner was among them, hence the presence of such an eye-catching bioengineered companion. Furthermore, leaving such a radiant doll to peruse the books alone implied that her owner was likely nearby. Perhaps that master was even upstairs. The mere thought of possibly meeting this mysterious figure caused Lu Haochu's heart to race, completely unaware that he had become an ardent admirer of the unseen master. Ngu paused, taken aback by the question, and replied with a counter-inquiry, are you planning to attend? Lu Haochu eagerly nodded. Of course, in truth, the gala was optional for him, but now he felt an irresistible urge to attend. Ngu lowered her gaze, her thoughts racing. She was involved in a laboratory project that utilized high-velocity thermal currents post-explosion to traverse time through dimensional ions, with the primary objective of gathering cultural materials from various eras. Although she had been misplaced in the 29th century due to a temporal anomaly in the assigned era, her mission could still continue. Should she attend this charity gala to gain insight into how the beastmen of this era engaged in social etiquette, and then patiently await the laboratory's realization of their error to summon her back? More importantly, Ngu discreetly surveyed the other patrons in the library, having previously noted that the individuals at the adjacent bookshelf had been clutching their books without turning a single page, instead whispering to one another, their gazes lingering on her more than once. Ng's eyes darkened. In order to execute her collection task effectively, without disrupting the course of history, she had undergone extensive training in lip reading for a prolonged period. Just now, she had caught a few words from their conversation. When alone, sees Chapter 5, she's truly special for, Ngu nonchalantly withdrew her gaze. Although she possessed commendable combat skills, the majority of individuals in this world were beastmen, and revealing her capabilities without understanding the situation was exceedingly foolish. Moreover, there were 4 of them. Unless absolutely necessary, she could not afford to confront them directly. May I join you? Her soft, melodious voice rose again. This time laced with a hint of familiarity. Lu Haochu was momentarily taken aback, a look of curiosity passing through his eyes as he cautiously inquired, aren't you here for the gala? I don't know, Ngu replied, somewhat bewildered, shaking her head. I seem to have lost my way. I can't recall where I'm supposed to go. Lu Haochu was astonished. This your first time out? Ngu blinked. Yes, indeed. It was her first experience in this world. Made sense now. Lu Haochu nodded in realization. He couldn't help but think that her owner must have been rather careless to take such an exquisite doll out for the first time without proper oversight. No wonder he had conversed with her for so long without a bodyguard intervening. Turned out she was simply lost. Then may I accompany you to the charity gala? I've never been before, he suggested. Ng's long lashes fluttered as her face lit up with anticipation. Lu Haochu nodded enthusiastically. Of course, the gala has invited many luminaries. Perhaps your owner will be there. After a pause, he glanced at the clock above in the library and then casually surveyed the individuals across the bookshelf, his expression cooling slightly. Those individuals had lingered at that spot for an unusually long time. Turning back to Ngu, Lu Haochu wore a warm smile. The library will be closing in a few minutes. Shall I take you upstairs and help you find your owner? Ngu obediently nodded. All right. Though she had only just met Lu Haochu, she felt far more at ease with him than with the 4 dubious men across the way. Even in the event of an unpleasant encounter, her chances of extricating herself would be significantly higher. Lu Haochu kindly guided Ngu, and soon they arrived at the side entrance of the banquet hall via the VIP elevator. Upon stepping out, they encountered someone emerging from the opposite elevator. Lu Haochu's eyes brightened as he hurried forward. Yu Lingze looked up, his gaze sweeping over Ngu before settling back on Lu Haochu. I thought all your focus was on your new creation and that you would be uninterested in this gala. Initially, I was disinterested, but Lu Haochu hesitated, glancing back at Ngu, his excitement barely contained. Yu Lingze raised an eyebrow in silent inquiry, his gaze returning to Ngu for a moment. You weren't interested at first, but could it be that this exquisitely crafted bioengineered being was Lu Hao Chu's latest creation? Was he going to showcase it tonight to dazzle everyone as he usually did? After observing Ge for a moment, Yu Lingze nodded appreciatively at Lu Hao Chu. Very exquisite, isn't it? Don't you agree? With Yu Lingze's affirmation, Lu Hao Chu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Despite having created numerous bioengineered beings that garnered widespread acclaim, he had always received only the words "keep it up" from Yu Lingze. Yet this time, Yu Lingze had surprisingly praised him, calling it very exquisite. My goodness! Lu Hao Chu's heart raced, and he thought to himself that he absolutely had to find the owner behind this doll. He must seek to become his disciple. Chapter 6. She is truly special. 5. What is her name? Yu Lingze suddenly asked. Lu Hao Chu was momentarily taken aback. He realized he hadn't yet asked. Ngu, she replied, blinking and politely adding, My name is Ngu. Yu Lingze turned to Lu Hao Chu. Why that name? He recalled that Lu Hao Chu typically named his creations Sweetie or Princess. It was unusual for him to choose such a unique name. Now that Lu Hao Chu blinked, momentarily perplexed by Yu Lingze's question, "It comes from a line in Chu said, that goes, raise the drum and beat the drum. Slow down the rhythm and sing Ngu," referring to the joyous singing and dancing during sacrifices filled with hope. The name Ngu embodies the notion of natural sound, conveying hope. Ng's soft and melodious voice rose again. As she habitually explained the origin of her name, that moment, Lu Hao Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. My goodness, the mysterious master was actually a researcher of Oasis culture. How else could he have chosen such a profound and beautiful name? In contrast to Lu Hao Chu's lack of composure, Yu Lingze remained silent for a considerable time, casting a deep glance at Ngu before turning away to take a fleeting look at Lu Hao Chu. Remarking, "What a splendid name," that Lu Hao Chu quickly snapped back to reality, nodding eagerly. Nonsense, of course he was aware. Observing Yu Lingze's stride directly towards the banquet hall, Lu Hao Chu was momentarily taken aback, gesturing for Ngu to follow while wearing a curious expression. "What brings you to this gathering? Did you not vow to avoid such tedious soirees?" Yu Lingze was not only his childhood companion, but also the newly appointed head of the Yu family and the youngest commander on the desolate continent. Typically preoccupied with military affairs, what could possibly draw him to this event today? Something urgent, Yu Lingze replied coolly. Lu Hao Chu's eyes darted around. Is there a threat here? I cannot be certain. It was precisely because of the uncertainty that he had taken the trouble to come. Lu Hao Chu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Then it must be quite serious. If it has compelled Yu Lingze to grace a mere charity gala with his presence, the danger must indeed be substantial. You should leave. Lu Hao Chu was taken aback. On what grounds? Yu Lingze halted momentarily, narrowing his eyes as he glanced sideways. This fellow usually fled at the mere mention of danger. Why was he now displaying such reluctance? Under Yu Lingze's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Hao Chu felt an inexplicable chill creep down his spine. I have matters to attend to. I cannot leave just yet. He had yet to locate that mysterious master. How could he possibly depart? Yu Lingze's expression darkened. What significance could be found at charity gala? Was it not merely an opportunity to showcase his latest creation? Yet, did that outweigh matters of life and death? Utterly absurd. Yu Lingze silently turned his gaze towards Shiqi, who instantly understood. They had received intelligence regarding potential issues at the gala, but due to the involvement of numerous high society figures, they could not reveal their motives and had to act as invited guests, biding their time. However, with young Master Lu present, the commander would inevitably be distracted. If the commander were to be harmed, it would reflect poorly on his duty to protect. With this thought in mind, Shiqi stepped forward. A muffled grunt was heard as Lu Hao Chu was effortlessly hoisted onto Shiqi's shoulder, striding towards the elevator. Ngu, observing from the side, could only watch in astonishment. Chapter 7. She is truly unique. 6. You. Come here. Yu Lingze, accustomed to Shiqi's actions, turned his expressionless gaze toward Ngu. Ngu glanced over and obediently stepped forward. Yu Lingze's eyes roamed over Ngu's attire. Is this what he provided for you? Did you come specially for the banquet? The individual before him was adorned in a vintage pink gown, which complemented her fair complexion beautifully. Her long hair was intricately braided in a fishtail style, with strands gently framing her cheeks, lending her an air of youthful charm. Indeed, one must acknowledge that Lu Haochu had gone to great lengths for tonight's gala, since he had to be sent away for safety. Yu Lingze would begrudgingly showcase Lu Haochu's creation at the banquet as a form of compensation. Ingo blinked, glancing towards the direction Lu Haochu had departed, a fleeting look of confusion dancing in her dark eyes. Did the man before her believe she was a creation of Lu Haochu? A glimmer of cunning sparked in her gaze, and when she turned back, Nge nodded obediently. Yes, it mattered little to her. As long as her identity remained undisclosed, she was more than willing to comply. However, reflecting on the earlier conversation, it appeared this gala was not particularly safe after all. Yu Lingze averted his gaze. Focusing on the grand doors of the banquet hall at the end of the corridor, "Follow me closely once we enter, understood?" Nge swallowed hard and nodded her small head, very much understood. Not hearing the anticipated formal and monotonous response, Yu Lingze was taken aback, observing Nge's obedient demeanor, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth that, one must admit, Lu Haochu's latest creation was indeed his most satisfactory work to date. The two entered the banquet hall, Nge dutifully trailing behind Yu Lingze, her inquisitive dark eyes surveying the surroundings with uncontainable curiosity. The guests in the hall resembled those she had encountered in the library. Some sported long tails, while others had pointed ears, all unmistakably bearing some animalistic traits, just like the man leading her into the banquet hall, who had a tail resembling that of a leopard. "Commander," with a gasp, the guests engaged in hushed conversations turned in unison towards Nge, their faces alight with exuberance that a middle-aged man clad in a dark suit approached excitedly. "Is it truly the commander? I am utterly grateful that you could grace this charity gala with your presence." Yu Lingze cast a disinterested glance. "Mr. Bai, your contributions to charity are commendable." "Not at all, not at all," Bai Tao exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement. Each time he hosted a charity gala, he would extend invitations to notable nobles of high society, and the commander's residence was among them. While he understood that the commander typically looked down upon such small gatherings, the necessary formalities could not be overlooked. Yet he never anticipated that the esteemed chief commander of the desolate continent would genuinely attend his charity gala. If this news spread, the Bai family's reputation would undoubtedly soar. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Tao's gaze fell upon Nge behind Yu Lingze, evident in his eyes. And who might this be? The usually aloof and taciturn commander had actually brought a synthetic being as his companion. Bai Tao dared not overstep. Yu Lingze glanced at the obedient girl behind him and replied nonchalantly, "This is Lu Haochu's latest creation. He is unwell and entrusted me with her." Latest creation? The crowd immediately grasped the implication. It was well known that the commander had a close relationship with Lu Haochu. An event that could draw the commander in person could only be attributed to Lu Haochu's request, not the commander's companion. The covetous glint in Bai Tao's eyes intensified. He had purchased countless synthetic beings to serve him at home, yet none could compare to the exquisite charm of the one before him, especially that adorably naive expression in her dark, lively eyes as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Chapter 8. She is truly unique. 7. Heavens! Lu Haochu's new creation. No wonder she is so beautiful. Indeed, just look at her skin. What material is it made of that glimmer? And her hair, is that silk? It looks absolutely stunning. I heard Lu Haochu has been in seclusion for half a year. It turns out he was working on a new creation. Truly impressive. Lu Haochu's works have always been exorbitantly priced. This one must be worth an even greater fortune. In an instant, the banquet hall was filled with exclamations of admiration. Nge found herself the center of attention. Akin to an exhibit on display, akin to a commodity awaiting sale at that moment, Nge felt utterly overwhelmed. Gazing at the exquisite Nge, Bai Tao unconsciously swallowed hard. I wonder how much Lu Haochu's new creation is priced at. He had once purchased a synthetic being from Lu Haochu, worth the equivalent of 2 of his lavish mansions. Yet even that, despite its exorbitance, paled in comparison to the natural allure of the one before him. The lively innocence in her dark eyes made his heart itch with desire. If only he could acquire this synthetic being, it would be worth trading all his other synthetic beings for. Not for sale. Ingo blinked, deciding to take the initiative. Lu Haochu said, "I am a priceless treasure. I will only be kept for myself." Yu Lingzi glanced over, momentarily taken aback by the spark of life in her eyes. Has Lu Haochu upgraded the scenario response system? Good heavens! Her voice. He heard it. It was so melodious. Did Lu Haochu modify the sound wave system? Soft and sweet. It was delightful. I must bring my synthetic beings to Lu Haochu for an upgrade. Such a voice is marvelous. I want to go too. Besides a voice, I want Lu Haochu to modify the scenario response system. Did you see how naturally she responded? Not stiff at all. Yes. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Her responses are so natural, just like a real person. And go. What to do? She felt a lump in her heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Tao's eyes brimmed with disappointment. A work worthy of Lu Haochu's collection is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. After a brief pause, Bai Tao quickly concealed his infatuation with Nge and extended his hand to guide the way towards the seating area. Commander, our charity auction is about to commence. I wonder when Master Lu will arrive. At this point, Bai Tao glanced towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Since Master Lu's new work had already made an appearance, it was reasonable to assume that he would attend as well. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to inquire about the bidding for Master Lu's new piece. Yu Lingzi is unwell and will not be coming, he stated without hesitation. Bai Tao nodded promptly, wisely refraining from further questioning, and led the way through the hall to the VIP room of the auction area. Commander, please, he announced. This was a spacious, semi-transparent glass room, equipped with computers, headphones, square tables, and sofas, all complemented by an array of snacks and delicacies that filled the air with a tantalizing aroma, making Ng's eyes sparkle with delight. Upon entering, Yu Lingzi immediately sank into the plush sofa, his long legs crossing comfortably over one another. Despite his silence, an air of authority enveloped the room, rendering its atmosphere particularly heavy. After surveying the surroundings, Nge quietly settled beside Yu Lingzi, her curious gaze fixated on the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the glass, she could clearly see the auction stage. The mere thought of the impending auction sent waves of excitement through her heart. She had already devised a plan. During the auction, she would observe one or two items, then find an excuse to leave the room, carefully slipping away from the banquet. By then, the individual she had noticed in the library would likely have departed as well. Although she was uncertain when her colleagues in the laboratory would realize her deviation from the objective and retrieve her, she was determined to seize the moment and gather as much cultural information about this era as possible. Meanwhile, Yu Lingzi was taken aback by the sudden presence of another person beside him and turned his gaze sideways. Bai Tao looked equally astonished. Everyone knew that Yu Lingzi despised having women in proximity. The unexpected presence of a biogenetic individual beside him was quite shocking. However, understanding that she was brought in by the commander due to Master Lu's illness somewhat alleviated his surprise. But why were they seated so closely? Shouldn't the biogenetic individual be standing by to serve her master? Why was she sitting on the sofa like her master? Noticing the scrutiny directed their way, Nge glanced at Yu Lingzi in confusion, then looked up at Bai Tao, whose expression was one of disbelief, before turning back to Yu Lingzi, pursing her lips and playfully blinking her right eye with a bright smile. I'm very obedient. Always staying close to a you? Bai Tao's face contorted in shock at this revelation. This biogenetic being dared to address the commander as a you. Yu Lingzi momentarily froze, recalling his earlier words at the entrance to the banquet hall. Feeling slightly distracted, it seemed he did indeed mention that she should stay close to him, but he hadn't specified that it should be in this manner. That moment, a wave of inexplicable irritation washed over him as he gazed at the adorable and obedient Nge, who was smiling at him. Fine. Considering Lu Haochu's reputation, I shall overlook this biogenetic's blatant disregard for decorum. After all, I had previously knocked Lu Haochu unconscious and brought him back. If I were to harm his creation, he might very well demolish my residence in fury. So be it, he thought. I shall endure it. Meanwhile, Bai Tao was utterly captivated by Ng's charming and playful demeanor. Heavens, this biogenetic individual is truly delightful. Especially her recent playful wink, which exhibited no signs of stiffness. Rather, it exuded an inexplicable charm that left him utterly mesmerized. If this biogenetic were his, he would likely be unable to sleep for days out of sheer joy. What a pity! Just as his astonishment began to fade, Baitao suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. Puzzled, he scanned the surroundings, only to meet Yu Ling's icy gaze, causing him to shudder involuntarily. With a forced smile, he quickly said, "Commander, I shall go arrange the details for the auction now. Please take your time." Yu Ling's nodded. In that instant, the chill dissipated from Baitao, and he felt a sense of relief as he hurriedly exited. The glass room fell into a profound silence. Yu Ling's discreetly scrutinized the well-behaved individual next to him, pondering the nature of the environment Lu Haochu had crafted, which allowed this Ngu to disregard social hierarchies and etiquette. The Ngu before him was undoubtedly the most perfect biogenetic being he had ever encountered. Sitting beside her, he could distinctly hear her rhythmic heartbeat and occasionally catch a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from her. A unique scent that felt inexplicably intimate. It seemed that Lu Haochu had indeed invested considerable effort into crafting Ngu with remarkable details. Otherwise, she would not possess such lifelike qualities. Yes, this thought crossed his mind. Yu Ling's gaze towards Ngu intensified with scrutiny and seriousness. Sensing his gaze, Ngu instinctively glanced over, her long eyelashes fluttering as her dark eyes sparkled with curiosity, her lips curling into an adorably innocent smile. Yu Ling's was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting together, and smiling, Ng's smile faltered. "Huh, did you hear me?" Seeing her blank expression, Yu Ling's brow furrowed further. Ngu quickly composed herself, nodding in a daze. Yu Ling's coldly turned his gaze away. What was Lu Haochu thinking, creating such an enchanting biogenetic being? Her radiant smile was stunning, while her naive demeanor was utterly captivating. A true hazard. Just then, Shichi returned, spotting Ngu seated next to Yu Ling's, his eyes widening in surprise before he leaned down to report. "Commander, the vehicle has been arranged to take young Master Lu home." Yu Ling's nodded. Shichi paused for a moment, noting that everything was set, just waiting for the fish to bite. Meanwhile, Ngu sat quietly, resembling a well-behaved student, her eyes blinking silently as her mind raced with thoughts. Waiting for the fish to bite? It seems there will indeed be a surprise shortly. This suited her well, as she no longer needed to concoct an excuse to leave the glass room. After all, this individual named Yu did not appear as easily deceived as Lu Haochu. Slipping away as the unknown fish took the bait would be far more natural. Before long, more attendees arrived at the auction, and the host on stage began the enthusiastic opening remarks. "Today, we are graced by the presence of the Supreme Commander of the Wasteland, Yu Ling's, which brings great honor to our charity gala. To express Mr. Baitao's respect for the Supreme Commander, the auction order has been adjusted, and the first item up for bid is..." Baitao was astute. He understood that Yu Ling's attendance at a charity event was not merely due to his invitation, but because he was tasked by Master Lu to unveil his new work. One could imagine that once the new piece was revealed, the Supreme Commander, burdened with countless responsibilities, would hardly have the time to remain for the entirety of the evening. It was likely that he would excuse himself before long. Thus, Baitao aimed to present the most attention-grabbing item early on, hoping to prolong the Supreme Commander's stay at the charity auction. Furthermore, he was exceedingly confident that this particular item would undoubtedly catch the commander's eye. The lights on the auction stage suddenly illuminated, and the murmurs among the audience quieted. A host dressed in a white tuxedo made a dazzling entrance, beginning the introduction of the auction rules. "Today we are honored by the arrival of the Supreme Commander of the Wasteland, Yu Ling's, which elevates our charity gala to new heights. To honor Mr. Baitao's respect for the Supreme Commander, the auction order has been adjusted. And the first item up for bid is a piece of amber from the 22nd century, containing a mosquito, freshly fed." Before the host could finish, gasps erupted from everyone at the auction. Even Yu Ling's expression shifted in surprise. A mosquito, freshly fed, trapped in amber from the 22nd century? The host at the auction platform keenly observed the reactions of the crowd, excitedly continuing his unfinished remarks. Although the origins of this amber remain elusive, our research team has confirmed that it dates back to the 22nd century, specifically the 50s. Moreover, Judging by the translucence of the amber, it is evident that the mosquito enclosed within has indeed recently fed. So rest assured, esteemed guests. With that, the host pressed the button for the laser display. In an instant, a 4D image of the amber materialized upon the expansive auction stage, beginning a slow 360-degree rotation, ensuring that every guest could scrutinize every intricate detail without obstruction. The amber, no larger than 2 fingernails, exhibited a pale yellow hue, its semi-translucent texture revealing the mosquito within, its distended abdomen visibly tinged with a deep crimson. The audience in the auction hall erupted once more with fervor. Chapter 11. The surprises brought by the auction. 2. My heavens! Amber from the 22nd century, that era was still within the age of mankind. One could only imagine if the amber were indeed authenticated as originating from the 22nd century. What blood the mosquito had consumed, perhaps that of cattle, sheep, and horses, or even lions, leopards, and tigers. Yet the most plausible scenario would be that of primitive humans from the 22nd century. This tantalizing possibility filled every mind present. Regardless of the creature from which the blood in the amber was derived, the mere historical significance of the 22nd century alone would command an astronomical price. Not to mention, should it be verified that the mosquito had indeed feasted upon human blood, it could herald groundbreaking advancements in human genetics. Such a revelation would undoubtedly create a sensation. At the side, the figure known as Shichi appeared visibly shaken, leaning towards Ulingza to whisper, "Commander, if that mosquito has recently fed on primitive human blood, the implications for the desolate continent could be profound. You think the intelligence we received could possibly pertain to this?" Ulingza's gaze turned icy. "Proceed with caution." "Understood," Shichi replied, accepting the command. Meanwhile, Ngu remained silent, her mind racing. Merely a small piece of amber, with a mosquito whose blood source remained uncertain. Yet these individuals were already in a frenzy that if her identity were to be exposed, her fate would surely be dire. Human experimentation, various tests on lab rats, and when her bodily functions began to deteriorate from the myriad of experiments, they would drain her blood and preserve her organs as specimens. Ngu bit her lip, a chill running down her spine. In the auction hall, whispers of astonishment echoed. All guests were enraptured by the surprise presented by the host. His voice pierced through the gathering once more. "We shall now commence bidding." With a starting price of 100 million bits, increasing by no less than 10 million per bid, the voices from the auction floor eagerly chimed in. 110 million, 130 million. 200 million. A ripple of gasps spread through the audience. 250 million. 300 million. 500 million. Another round of astonishment ensued. 1 billion. This time, an eerie silence enveloped the auction hall as all eyes turned towards the bidder who had called out 1 billion. Even Ngu was taken aback, following the sound with her gaze. "It is the young master of the sea family," Shichi whispered. Ulingza furrowed his brow. "That insufferable fellow again. Is it truly him? Oh my, it really is the young master, so handsome. I've heard so much about him, but never expected he would attend this auction. What a stroke of luck for me. To bid 1 billion, truly worthy of the sea family." In the glass enclosure, Ngu gazed at the man seated on the adjacent sofa, marveling at his striking appearance. She couldn't help but exclaim, "He is indeed exceptionally handsome," having encountered many beautiful men throughout her adventures. From the likes of Pan and to Song Yu, and even the renowned Lan Ling Wang, she had developed a certain resilience to beauty, especially with the constant influx of youthful charm in the 21st century. Yet, this man before her was simply beyond her previous definitions of beauty. Clad in a slightly fitted black suit that accentuated his perfect physique, his deep gray hair had a slight wave, contrasting against his fair and healthy complexion, which shone brilliantly under the lights. His features were stunning, particularly his clear purple eyes that held a blend of youthful innocence and a hint of danger, evoking both allure and caution. Ngu found herself entranced. On the opposite side of the sofa, Ulingza glanced at Ngu, a look of intrigue flickering across his face. Has Lu Haochu truly developed an aesthetic function for this bioengineered individual? Chapter 12. The surprises brought by the auction. 3. Shichi beside him was equally astonished, having anticipated that bioengineered beings would possess only loyalty to their creator. Yet, This striking bioengineered individual could even assess beauty. Goodness, the innovation of Master Lu is indeed remarkable. This is beyond extraordinary. Sensing Yu Ling's scrutiny upon her, Ngo quickly regained her composure, meeting his gaze earnestly for several seconds before nodding solemnly. In truth, you are also quite handsome. You doubt if anyone at this war could rival the young master of the sea family, it would undoubtedly be the impeccably refined Yu Lingza. The aloofness he exuded was imbued with an air of authority. His chiseled features starkly defined. His brown eyes remained calm and indifferent, seemingly disinterested in all around him, yet possessing the uncanny ability to command the room. Had he not radiated an aura that discouraged approach, Ngo believed she would have succumbed to his captivating visage long ago. Yet the memory of his recent, cold demeanor as he ordered Lu Haochu to be subdued and removed reminded her that some individuals were best admired from a distance. Indeed, some things are better left unexamined, she thought. Yu Lingza, Shichi. What had he just heard? A bioengineered being had addressed the commander as a Yu, and even complimented his looks. After a brief silence, Yu Lingza spoke, who appears more handsome. Shichi stared in disbelief. Shouldn't the commander have commanded him to remove the person in front of him instead? Ngo blinked innocently. Of course, a Yu is more handsome. Chuckling to herself, she resolved to remain on good terms with him. Indeed, Yu Lingza nodded, redirecting his gaze back to the holographic image of the amber on the auction stage, falling silent once more. Shichi was flabbergasted. He felt as though he had just witnessed a different commander altogether, being affectionately addressed by a bioengineered being of lowly status without a hint of anger. This was not the commander he recognized. Shichi's heart raced as he once again scrutinized Ngo with newfound seriousness. There was no denying that Master Lu's latest creation was indeed extraordinary, standing apart from all previous bioengineered beings he had encountered. Not only was it strikingly beautiful, but its demeanor, voice, physique, and overall aura were exquisitely refined. Compared to other bioengineered beings, it was on an entirely different level. It was no wonder the commander displayed such patience. Surely, in addition to the fact that this was a new creation for Master Lu, the inherent elegance of this bioengineered being played a significant role. After all, who wouldn't feel a sense of protectiveness towards such a captivating creature? 1,300,000,000, 1,400,000,000. The bidding continued. Though compared to earlier, the bidders now exhibited a hint of hesitation. 20 billion s. Shuyuan's lips barely moved as his bright purple eyes subtly settled upon and seated in the front left row. Ah, Lu Haochu's new creation is indeed rather special, he mused. The heightened senses of his beastly nature picked up on Yu Ling's presence from the moment he entered the soir. The fact that this rival had graced Bai Tao's charity gala with his presence was a considerable surprise. It seemed the intelligence he had received was indeed intriguing. Initially skeptical that Bai Tao's amber was merely a diversion, he now recognized that it held significant value, affirming that his attendance was well worth it. Upon hearing Nji's words, he is indeed exceptionally handsome. In truth, Yu is also quite handsome. The notion of rivalry stirred within him. Chapter 13. Surprises from the auction. 4. Sishuan raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze unexpectedly falling upon the bioengineered individual beside Yu Lingza. It must be said, this was an exceptionally beautiful bioengineer, far more exquisite than any he had ever encountered before. Whether in voice, demeanor, or reactions to the surrounding environment, everything appeared remarkably natural, as if truly human. Shuan's long fingers unconsciously began to tap lightly against the armrest of his chair, a rhythm without rhythm, as if he were contemplating something. Regardless of whether it was due to Lu Haochu's new creation, Yu Lingza seemed to have a particular fondness for this bioengineer, allowing it to sit beside him. He had always held disdain for Yu Lingza, yet now he found himself unbothered by the thought of snatching this individual away, just to provoke that fellow for a moment. Moreover, this bioengineer was a masterpiece of Lu Haochu. Perhaps he could allow those in the laboratory to study it thoroughly. 2 billion. The crowd was once again stunned. Although the amber being auctioned was rare, the blood within the mosquito's abdomen could not be definitively ascribed to a human origin. What if it was merely animal blood? That price of 2 billion bitcoins was truly outrageous. It was nothing short of a gamble. Indeed, the auction hall fell into a sudden silence. Everyone stared blankly at Xishun, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. And Go also stared in shock. 2 billion bitcoins. This person was indeed excessively wealthy. Tiske, and Go shook her head. In the 21st century, this was undoubtedly a quintessentially rich boss. High in looks, abundant in wealth, casually tossing around 2 billion. Truly impressive, and Go murmured, her eyes filled with admiration. Yulingza glanced sideways, his expression darkening. Handsome? This fellow had just claimed to be more attractive, and now he was saying someone else was handsome? Indeed. And Go instinctively nodded, her gaze still glued to the man in the adjacent glass room, waves of astonishment washing over her. Both handsome and wealthy, casually spending 2 billion without a flicker of an eye. That sensation of tossing money around was simply too alluring. That was 2 billion. Whether it was the currency of this era being too cheap or this beautiful man being excessively wealthy. And Go was utterly taken aback by that casually uttered 2 billion that this was her first close encounter with such a remarkably handsome and affluent individual. Yuling's expression darkened further as he turned to glance at Shichi. Shichi was taken aback by the sudden attention on the auction stage. The host called for bids once more. 2 billion, first call. 2 billion, second call. 25 billion. Shichi's voice suddenly rose in the glass room, simultaneously resonating through the entire auction hall via the earpiece. Once again, the entire venue fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone, in disbelief, turned to stare at the glass room wherein Gus Saturday after a moment of silence. Someone in the auction hall suddenly gasped, "It's the commander!" My heavens, the commander actually bid 25 billion. Of course, the commander was the head of the Yu family. A mere 25 billion was insignificant compared to the vast wealth of the Yu family. Furthermore, the Yu family was on friendly terms with the Liu family, and the industries they collaborated on were countless. With the Liu family primarily focused on bioengineering, and with such a close relationship between Liu and the commander. Should the commander win this amber and present it to the Liu family for research and development, the Liu family's industry might expand even further, ultimately benefiting the Yu family as well. However, it seemed that the young master of the C family was also intent on this amber. Chapter 14. Surprises from the auction. 5. It must be said, Shichi's sudden outburst left Ngu in the glass room momentarily stunned. Her eyes glimmering with green light, she turned to look at Shichi, then at Yulingza beside her, her expression full of shock. Tiske. Had she fallen into a den of the rich? They say birds of a feather flock together. That Si Shao casually mentioned 2 billion, and this Yulingza was also immensely wealthy. Surely that Liu Haochu from earlier was not a small-time financier either. After all, he was the CEO of some company. Before she could lament further, Ngu heard a new bid echoing above the glass room. 26 billion. Shuyuan's voice was unperturbed. Shichi glanced at Yulingza. Expressionless. 27 billion. Shuyuan's lips curved slightly. 30 billion. Shichi continued. 31 billion. Ngu. The crowd. Xishian raised his eyebrows, seemingly having anticipated such an outcome. 35. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. The security system is crashing. Warning, warning. Suddenly, a high-energy alert rang out above the banquet hall, and all the lights in the hall turned a glaring red. Everyone, startled, turned pale, especially the host on the auction stage, whose face went ashen, standing frozen in place. Unsure of what to do, he was familiar with the procedures of the banquet and had hosted many such charity auctions. He naturally understood the significance of the sudden red alert. There was an intruder at the auction. Someone was the first to regain their senses, trembling as they rose from their seat. What is happening? What is this situation? A red alert. Why is there a red alert? What is going on? Before the words could finish, armed, masked black-clad beasts burst into the auction hall one after another. The guards instinctively reached for their guns to retaliate. However, before they could even touch their firearms, bullets struck them down before they could utter a sound. In the blink of an eye, every guard in the auction hall was left lifeless. The auction hall erupted into chaos. And Ji's eyes widened in shock as she scanned the black-clad beast that had stormed into the banquet hall, her gaze illuminating with terror. These assailants, appearing from nowhere, moved with remarkable speed and executed their actions with precision. Compared to those seemingly strong yet slow-witted guards, they were on an entirely different level. their every movement exuding the proficiency of seasoned soldiers accustomed to high-risk missions, coupled with their beastly genes. These individuals were tall and possessed extraordinary reflexes as the black-clad intruders surveyed the hall. One of them pointed towards the glass room where Ngo was situated. Almost simultaneously, all the black-clad beasts turned their attention toward her. Ngo froze momentarily. The beasts whispered among themselves before three of them began to approach her direction. Inside the glass room, Yuling's eyes glinted with a cold light, remaining utterly composed. Shichi, positioned behind him, fixed his gaze on the approaching black-clad beasts, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. These individuals were not foolish. They knew to target the commander first before proceeding with their robbery. Shichi subtly moved closer to Yulingza, adopting a posture ready for defensive action. However, the moment the three black-clad beasts entered the glass room, they halted in their tracks. Raising their weapons, they aimed directly at Ngo on the sofa. A deep, resonant voice commanding, "You come here," Ngo, startled, replied. Yuling's beautifully shaped brows furrowed slightly. Shichi also looked at Ngo in disbelief. For a moment, the glass room was as silent as water, seemingly dissatisfied with the occupants' reaction. The leading black-clad beast impatiently lifted his weapon again, his gaze fixed on Ngo. "You, come here." Chapter 15. Surprises from the Auction 6. All right, this time Ngo was quite certain the black-clad beast was indeed calling for her. Bewildered, she glanced at Yulingza beside her, unable to discern any emotion from him. After a brief pause, she slowly rose from the sofa, her gaze fixed on the firearm in the beast's hands as she walked forward. What was happening? Why did these beasts specifically come over to point at her? She had only been in this world for about an hour, and most of that time had been spent in the library downstairs. Whom had she offended? Wait. Locking eyes with the black-clad beast's aggressive gaze, a sense of inexplicable familiarity surged in Nji's mind, and her expression shifted that it was them, the four beasts who had stood across from her in the library. Nji's steps faltered momentarily, her mind blanking as she instinctively glanced back at the figure of Yulingza lounging on the sofa. Her lips moved slightly. Yulingza paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Hurry up!" It seemed that the black-clad beastman disapproved of Nji's hesitance as he strode forward, seizing her wrist firmly and dragging her towards the exit. Throughout this encounter, the companion of the black-clad beastman remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the two men within the glass room. The muzzle of a machine gun rested ominously on his shoulder, directed towards Yulingza, reflecting an acute wariness. Yulingza's eyes glinted coldly, his expression impassive, yet his gaze fell heavily upon the hand of the black-clad beastman gripping Nji's wrist, his attention deepening. The efficiency of the black-clad beastmen was remarkable. By the time Ngo was ushered into the auction hall, one of them had already procured an amber encased with mosquitoes. The lifeless body of the host sprawled beneath their feet, blood seeping slowly from the chest and thigh, as if he had endured unspeakable torment prior to his demise. When Nji's gaze landed upon the bloodstains, her complexion paled. The blood of these beastmen appeared somewhat distinct from that of true humans. Though red, it leaned more toward a crimson or purplish hue rather than the deep red she was accustomed to. Ngo gradually scanned the auction hall, noting the presence of 15 other black-clad beastmen scattered throughout, in addition to the 4 she had previously encountered in the library. Although their appearances varied, they uniformly aimed their cross guns at all guests in the auction hall, as well as the exit of the glass room, seemingly prepared to execute anyone who dared to make a move. Inside the glass room, Yulingza remained utterly still, devoid of any tension. Meanwhile, after the black-clad beastmen departed, 17 slightly inclined towards Yulingza, inquiring, "Sir, shall we take action?" Yulingza's eyes flickered, and instead of answering, he posed a question. "Have you sent Lu Haochu back to the old residence?" 17 hesitated before nodding. "Yes, 16 is personally escorting him." Yulingza fell silent, his gaze drifting towards the petite figure outside the glass room, his brows subtly furrowing. Earlier, when that bioengineered individual had departed, they had turned back to utter 3 words. Lu Haochu. Why? Yulingza pondered, perplexed. Why would that bioengineered being suddenly mention Lu Haochu? Did it sense something? Contact 16 immediately to confirm Lu Haochu's safety. A sense of foreboding washed over Yu Lingza. 17 glanced at him, a look of confusion crossing his face before he nodded affirmatively. Yu Lingza turned his attention once more to the direction where Ngu had vanished. His brow furrowing in contemplation, he had to admit that the bioengineered being crafted by Lu Haochu was exceptionally unique. Aside from its delicate and exquisite exterior, the internal systems left him baffled. The sound wave system, while rendering the voice soft and soothing, seemed superfluous, merely serving to slow the core processing speed of the bioengineered being, ultimately proving counterproductive. Though the scene reactions were astonishing, the bioengineered being exhibited a somewhat erratic thought process. Despite its impressive on-the-spot reactions, it lacked basic class consciousness, possessing what it should not have while being devoid of what it ought to possess, rendering its brilliance ultimately futile. Moreover, the recently observed aesthetic function left him utterly perplexed. He truly could not comprehend Lu Haochu's reasoning. Why integrate an aesthetic function into a bioengineered being? Was there a lapse in judgment? Did he not fear that the bioengineered being might disdain the appearance of the beastmen, based on superficial beauty? Chapter 16. Surprises from the Auction, 7. Ngu realized that the black-clad beastmen had meticulously orchestrated every detail down to the second. As she was led back to the hall. All the black-clad beastmen were already organizing their retreat. Presumably, everyone believed she was a bioengineered being. After bringing her to a corner of the hall, the black-clad beastmen turned and began whispering among themselves, occasionally glancing back to ensure she remained in place. Ngu felt a sense of helplessness. All she desired was to quietly gather social data from this era and then make her discreet exit. She wondered when her companions in the laboratory would realize she had mistakenly entered the wrong time and activate the light ions implanted within her to bring her back. In any case, as long as the light ions within her remained dormant, she could not return to her world. Just as she contemplated her next move, Ngu suddenly noticed a transparent gelatinous sphere, barely the size of a mosquito, hovering near her shoulder as if searching for a place to land. The sphere was exquisitely crafted, its entire form semi-transparent, with a pair of delicately small wings on either side. If one did not look closely, they might mistake it for an inconspicuous insect. Ngu blinked, discreetly observing this unexpected little orb. Upon noticing the faint glow emanating from within it, her heart raced with alarm. What could this be? On the other side, the black-clad beastman seemed to sense something amiss and turned his head. In that very moment, Ngu scratched her head, inadvertently concealing the transparent sphere cradled in her palm. The black-clad beastman glanced at her before sweeping his gaze across the other attendees in the banquet hall, then slowly turning away. Ngu let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Pausing for a moment, she nonchalantly tucked the transparent sphere into her pocket and instinctively glanced around the banquet hall, only to meet the astonished gaze from within the glass room. Ngu blinked in surprise. Oh, is that the handsome Si Xiao? A calculating glimmer crossed her eyes. Could it be that this little insect belonged to him? But why would it come to her? Ng's gaze momentarily faltered, and after careful consideration, a startling thought struck her. Could it be a locator? Had he anticipated her capture and prepared to install a locator on her? Instantly, she felt a sense of steadiness wash over her. Indeed, since she arrived at the banquet, she had known that Yulingza was fishing, and it appeared that these black-clad beastmen were the proverbial fished AS for Si Xiao. Judging by his previous bidding against Yulingza, it was evident he was not inferior to him. Perhaps he was also angling for something, only to find that she had become the bait. With this realization, Ngu quietly observed Si Xiao Yuan, attempting to discern the emotions swirling within his violet eyes. However, in the next instant, she found herself captivated by the intense gaze of the man within the glass room. Ngu appeared momentarily dazed. Heavens! She could not help but acknowledge that Si Xiao's strikingly bright violet eyes were utterly disarming. The slight hint of mischief in those vivid depths, coupled with his inherently stunning visage, rendered her unable to look away. More importantly, as she gazed at Si Xiao Yuan, he too was intently locking eyes with her, his luminous violet gaze shimmering like stars in the night sky, drawing her in completely. In that instant, and Gu felt an overwhelming urge to faint from the sheer allure of the moment. Heavens, such a breathtaking man gazing at her so affectionately was undeniably enticing. On the other side, Si Xiao Yuan was equally taken aback by Ngu. He had long been aware of Lu Haochu's almost divine talent in creation. However, this bioengineered being was excessively, extraordinary. Her previous innocent gesture of scratching her head, was she actually concealing the existence of the flying bird he had sent? She could even master the art of concealment? Chapter 17. She actually disdains him. 1. The black-clad beastmen had deliberately brought Lu Haochu's bioengineered being to the hall, clearly intending to transport both the bioengineered being and the amber that potentially bore traces of primordial human blood to their stronghold. He had dispatched the newly developed low-frequency device, the flying bird, to attach itself to the bioengineered being while the black-clad beastmen were distracted, allowing him to ascertain their whereabouts at the earliest opportunity. However, the bioengineered being's response had far exceeded his expectations. In one moment, she appeared oblivious, and in the next, upon the black-clad beastman's glance, she swiftly concealed the flying bird within her hand, feigning innocence as she scratched her head. Moreover, he had overheard her complimenting his appearance within the glass room. Si Xiao Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. What kind of exceptionally unique bioengineered being had Lu Haochu created? In the banquet hall, after the black-clad beastmen finalized their escape plan, the leader grasped Nji's hand and marched towards the exit, while the others hoisted the already unconscious Bai Tao over their shoulders, following behind. The remaining beastmen stood guard, monitoring the crowd. The black-clad beastmen's retreat was swift, and with their grip tightening around her wrist, Ngu had to almost jog to keep pace with them. As she approached the open side door of the banquet hall, astonishment filled her eyes. Had the black-clad beastmen already prepared a secret escape route within the hall? Did this imply that they had accomplices among the attendees tonight? The movements of Ngu appeared somewhat languid, prompting the black-clad orc to furrow his brow. With a swift motion, he cradled Ngu in his arms, his figure rapidly vanishing through a small door. It must be noted that the orcs in this world are considerably taller than the humans of the 21st century. Ngu, being held aloft by the orc with one hand, resembled a small child curled against his chest. As they dashed through the wind with remarkable speed, Ngu offered no resistance, instead obediently wrapping her arms around the black-clad orc's neck, cautious to avoid a fall. As the orc sprinted, his gaze fell upon the quietly compliant Ngu in his embrace. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. It seemed the bioengineered individual had yet to be imbued with the consciousness of loyalty to her master. Otherwise, she would not be so docilely allowing him to hold her. Offering no protest as she nestled against him, a glimmer of delight danced in the orc's eyes. This exquisite bioengineered being was, astonishingly, still an unclaimed product. Lu Haochu had entrusted her to him so readily. Yet, upon reflection, considering that Lu Haochu had placed his trust in the esteemed commander of the wasteland continent, Yu Lingze, the orc was struck with clarity. As he listened to the gentle rhythm of the small heart in front of him, felt the warmth emanating from her chest, and breathed in the delicate fragrance wafting from her, the orc's gaze shifted unpredictably. He had always heard that Lu Haochu was a master of bioengineering, but it was only at this moment that he realized he had underestimated Lu's prowess. Such a finely crafted bioengineered being, whose physical attributes were a remarkable replication of the legendary primitive human, was a sight he had never encountered before. Had it not been for his prior commitment to the charity mission, he might have forcibly taken her from the library. The orc's pace was swift. It wasn't long before they traversed the dim corridor and arrived in an exceptionally spacious underground chamber. Without a moment's pause, two orcs ascended into a small aircraft positioned at the far end of the room. The ceiling of the underground chamber opened slowly, revealing the vast azure sky above. The orc at the forefront unceremoniously tossed the white-haired individual on his shoulder onto the cabin sofa, hastily removed the black hood from his face, and proceeded to the cockpit to initiate the aircraft's startup sequence. After a brief exchange with someone on the radio, he poked his head back into the cabin to check on the black-clad orc. Xinglan, everything is ready. Qi Guang and the others have already brought the people to the rendezvous point. We are just waiting on you. He spoke. The black-clad orc holding Ngu also removed his hood. revealing a handsome visage. Ngu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was the individual from the library. At that time, her attention had been wholly consumed by the conversation among a few others, as well as the pair of aggressive eyes. Thus she had overlooked his appearance. Now, upon closer inspection, Ngu discovered that the black-clad orc possessed a roguish charm, a type of rugged handsomeness that starkly contrasted with the melancholic beauty of Yu Lingzi and Si Shiyuan, causing her to be momentarily captivated. Casting aside the hood, Xinglan turned his head to regard the person in front of him, who was gazing up at him. In that instant, he was momentarily entranced by her bright, crystalline black eyes. When he regained his composure, his voice rose, devoid of the previous somber pretense he had maintained at the banquet. "What is your name?" As he spoke, Xinglan retrieved a delicate scanner from his pocket, proceeding to scan Ngu from head to toe. In a matter of moments, he discovered a translucent sphere tucked away in her pocket. Ng's heart skipped a beat. Was he searching for a locator device on her? Xinglan held the sphere in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was well-versed in tracking technology and thus recognized the precision of the device in his hand. Fortunately, he always brought along his own scanner for missions. Otherwise, relying solely on the outdated equipment provided by the old man, he would have perished countless times. He then scanned Ngu once more from head to toe, and once the scanner issued no alerts, he finally felt relieved that it was rather surprising that Lu Haochu placed such trust in Yu Ling's capabilities, to the extent of not installing any locators within this bioengineered being. This saved him the trouble of blocking signals. "What is your name?" Xinglan inquired again. Ngu blinked in surprise, obediently replying, Ngu. Xinglan repeated the name in his mind several times, curiously asking aloud, "Why were you given this name?" He had been investigating Lu Haochu for quite some time and was well acquainted with the information regarding him. Names of the bioengineered beings he created were typically numerical codes or whimsical titles like Little Princess or Pinky. Yet, he had never encountered a name as unique as Ngu. However, the moment the question escaped his lips, Xinglan regretted it. After all, the small being before him was merely a bioengineered product. How could she possibly know the origin of her name? But in the blink of an eye, he was taken aback by the explanation she provided. The petite being in his arms merely paused for a moment. Then, with her long eyelashes fluttering, she began to explain, "Have you heard the Chu Ci? In the Jogu, there's a line that goes, Ying FXFG SHUNGXNG. It speaks of people singing and dancing joyfully during sacrifices, filled with hope. The name Ngu is derived from this, signifying a natural sound that brings hope. That my name comes from here. Can you remember it?" Alan. Xinglan was instantly stunned. It wasn't just the name's origin that astonished him. It was the affectionate and natural way she referred to him. That Alan, my heavens! Xinglan, this bioengineered being, is simply extraordinary. She is undoubtedly the finest specimen I have ever encountered in my life. Xinglan, that Lu Haochu is indeed a genius. The orc in the cockpit could not contain his exclamation, his voice betraying his astonishment. After swiftly setting the flight mode to autopilot, he hurriedly dashed out of the cockpit to stand before Ngu, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. "Ngu, right? My name is Guangji. Can you say my name?" The voice of this bioengineered being was delightfully soft and melodious, especially when she called the formidable Xinglan Elan. It nearly made him weak in the knees. Guangji. Ngu gazed at the orc who had suddenly approached her. His earlier fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by the eager countenance of a sunny child. Her dark eyes sparkled as she remarked. The Jiuzhang of the Chusewan said, "Ding Xin Guangji, Yuhi Wei Ju X. Ji has a lovely name." Guangji's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? This name was given by Xinglan. I knew he would choose a wonderful name for me. Beside them, Xinglan observed with astonishment. This bioengineered being had even been infused with knowledge of ancient human literature. Such knowledge was a privilege that even most orcs could not possess. Lu Haochu had shared this with a bioengineered being. He himself had only come to know of the Chu Ci through his grandfather, who had been a scholar of primitive human history. After his grandfather's passing, he had secretly kept his handwritten notes and memorized their contents, thus gaining some understanding of ancient human literature. Xinglan's eyes glimmered with contemplation. It seemed Lu Haochu truly had remarkable capabilities. He was indeed a renowned master of bioengineering in the wasteland continent. Guangxi suddenly turned to Xinglan with a playful demeanor. Xinglan, hold go. She is simply too adorable. Far more beautiful than that chubby bioengineered being raised by that old man. Can I hold her, just for a moment? Ngu interjected no. She pouted, her eyes filled with disdain, as Ji just held that fat one. Ngu doesn't like it. Guangxi was taken aback. After a moment of awkward silence, Xinglan let out a light laugh. Xinglan, she was just rejecting me. Guangxi turned to Xinglan, his emotions beyond mere astonishment. Xinglan nodded. Indeed, she is rejecting you. She is merely a bioengineered being. How could she possibly reject me? Guangxi's eyes sparkled with disbelief, his emotions spiraling out of control. Typically, it was only the orcs who looked down upon bioengineered beings, yet he had been rejected in return. Xinglan's gaze fell upon the delicate being in his embrace, waves of astonishment washing over him. Were it not for the extinction of primitive humans centuries ago, he might have believed in Gu to be one of them. Ouch. Ah, damn it. Who struck so hard? A faint murmur of curses suddenly emanated from the other side of the cabin. The three individuals turned simultaneously, and there upon the sofa was Bai Tao, slowly propping himself up to sit. Xinglan's gaze turned cold. Guangxi instantly shed his childish demeanor, fixing a frigid stare in Bai Tao's direction. Bai Tao, regaining his senses, rubbed the sore spot at the back of his neck and wiped the blood from his forehead, grimacing in pain, his eyes brimming with fury that I spent so much money hiring you. And this is how you treat me. Ngu, momentarily stunned, felt a flicker of realization pass through her eyes. Indeed, there was a traitor in the banquet hall. Yet, she had never anticipated that Bai Tao would be the one. Guangxi spoke coolly, Mr. Bai. Unless you endure some hardship, how could those individuals in the banquet hall possibly let you off the hook? This charade is for your own good. For my good? You nearly killed me. Bai Tao retorted, I will inform your patriarch of every detail. Prepare for your punishment. Chapter 20. She actually disdains him for, Guangxi furrowed his brow, his eyes sharpening with a glint of coldness. The patriarch had always disdained their group. Assigning this task to Xinglan was merely a means to ensure their demise, in the absence of information. How could the commander of the wasteland, Yu Lingze, suddenly appear at a charity gala? This could only indicate that someone had betrayed them. They intended to use Yu Lingze's hand to eliminate them. Thus, Guangxi had vented his anger on Bai Tao, mercilessly beating him in front of everyone. However, upon reflection, though he had struck Bai Tao, the patriarch would only blame Xinglan for failing to discipline his subordinates. This infuriated Guangxi, intensifying the murderous intent in his gaze towards Bai Tao. Meanwhile, Bai Tao seethed with indignation, but when his eyes fell upon and behind Guangxi, they widened in shock, his anger swiftly transforming into elation. Lu Haochu's bioengineered human. Ngu, you actually brought her out? Bai Tao rose unsteadily, disregarding the dizziness, eagerly approaching Ngu, his desire evident in his gaze. Beautiful, so beautiful. You have good taste in rescuing her for me. Fine, for her sake, I shall overlook your previous transgressions against me. He reached out to take Ngu from Xinglan's arms. Xinglan stepped back, his emotions inscrutable. Guangxi moved forward, positioning himself as a barrier against Bai Tao. Bai Tao blinked in surprise. What are you doing? Guangxi shrugged, offering a faint smile that Mr. Bai seems to be misunderstanding something that MY boss did not bring Ngu out for you. Bai Tao's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, Mr. Bai, are you not being overly self-important? Ngu is currently my boss's treasure. She has nothing to do with you. Bai Tao's disbelief was palpable. You are merely mongrels serving others. And you dare to compete with me for her? Guangxi's expression shifted, flames of indignation igniting in his eyes. A mongrel. He had been scorned since childhood. Despite his undeniable excellence, his lineage had always barred him from acceptance. Were it not for meeting Xinglan, he might have perished from hunger long ago. Xinglan's gaze turned icy. Mr. Bai, we have stolen everything from the auction as per your instructions. Strictly speaking, our contract has ended. If you dare to speak ill now, I cannot guarantee what my subordinates will do to you. What do you mean completed? Do you realize you have botched the operation? Bai Tao She Su. Do you know that the amber fetched a staggering 35 billion? Why did you have to appear early? His original plan was to sell the amber, secure the auction funds, and then have it brazenly stolen, thereby reaping immense profits and receiving substantial compensation for the other items in the banquet hall. Yet this group had arrived prematurely. Guangxi could not help but retort, "What nonsense! Our original plan was to act 15 minutes after the auction commenced, and your arrangements within the venue were flawed. Do not pin the blame on us." Chapter 21. She actually disdains him. 5. I don't care. This is your fault. You have caused me a loss of 35 billion. Bai Tao exclaimed. He had previously instructed his men to verify the amber. While it indeed originated from the 22nd century, the blood within that mosquito's abdomen was of animal genes, not human. Although he had insured all items prior to the auction, the insurance company would only compensate based on the item's minimum value. Thus, for that amber, the compensation would be based on animal blood, far from the 35 billion he anticipated. After a pause, Bai Tao's gaze fell once more upon Ngu in Xinglan's arms. Pointing, "Use her as compensation. I will not utter a word about what transpired." Ngu furrowed her brow slightly. Xinglan's face darkened to the point of near freezing. "Mr. Bai, you cannot be unaware of how exquisite this bioengineered human is. I have heard she is a prize collection of Lu Haochu, essentially priceless. To demand her as compensation now seems rather excessive, does it not?" Bai Tao appeared taken aback, seemingly astonished that the individual before him was aware of Nji's status as a non-saleable collection. His expression shifted ominously. "What do you mean? Are you attempting to renege on your agreement?" Very well, very well. I shall recount every detail of today's events to your patriarch. Let us see if you can protect her then." Without Yu Lingze in the way, he was determined to have Ngu. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he did not seize Ngu now, he would likely never have another chance. With that, Bai Tao turned and stormed toward the rear of the cabin, furiously retrieving his phone to dial. Damn it, he had forgotten to take his phone. Guangxi thought of rushing to stop him. Xinglan halted him with one hand. "Let it be. Even if we stop him this time, we cannot prevent him next time. It is what it is." Guangxi's face was filled with urgency. "But if the Patriarch finds out, he will undoubtedly side with Bai Tao. The Patriarch has always wanted you dead, but lacked an excuse. Now, Bai Tao has practically delivered one to him. Damn it. I even struck him earlier. He will surely embellish the tale, and the Patriarch will be all too eager. Let us observe how it unfolds," Xinglan said, a heaviness creeping into his gaze. Guangxi was in a state of frantic distress. "How can we merely observe? What if we just give Ngu to him? He just said that if we hand her over, he wouldn't mention a word about what happened earlier." "Boss, you know this is your final mission. It cannot go awry. Once this task concludes, you will settle your accounts with the Patriarch, and he will no longer have a chance to target you. Our brothers are counting on you to lead us out of this place." A flicker of contemplation crossed Xinglan's eyes. Guangxi, desperate, glanced back at the obedient Ngu in Xinglan's arms. An expression of pleading on his face. "Boss, if the Patriarch harms you, do you think our brothers will have a good outcome? Do you not remember how he treated Shao Kai during our last mission? Was Shao Kai's death not unjust?" Cold sweat broke out on Guangxi's forehead. They had witnessed too many of the Patriarch's underhanded tactics, and he truly did not want Xinglan to encounter further danger, especially not on this final mission. Indeed, upon mentioning Shao Kai, a conflicted look appeared in Xinglan's eyes. "Boss, make a decision quickly. Ngu is wonderful, but she is merely a bioengineered human. Have we not already seized Lu Haochu? Why not create another Ngu?" Though he had never encountered a bioengineered human as exquisite and lovely as Ngu, when it came to the safety of his boss and the future of his brothers, sacrificing one bioengineered human seemed inconsequential. Chapter 22. She actually disdains him. 6. And Ji's pupils dilated in shock. What? Lu Haochu was kidnapped. This group truly set their sights on Lu Haochu. So, during the library incident, their original target was indeed Lu Haochu. Was I merely a collateral distraction because he approached me? Do you understand what will happen to Ngu once she is given to him? Xinglan's expression turned as frigid as ice. Guangxi suddenly choked, glancing at the remarkably docile Ngu in Xinglan's arms, his eyes reflecting sorrow as he murmured, "I know. having observed Guangxi's expression. And Ji's heart sank. Knowing this, would they still hand her over? However, Guangxi's face was etched with anxiety as he glanced at the curious gaze directed at Ngu, and he immediately fell silent. After receiving this fraudulent assignment, they meticulously investigated all relevant individuals, including Bai Tao, their employer. Bai Tao hailed from a distinguished family of antique dealers and was worth billions, qualifying him as a formidable tycoon. He was known for hosting various auctions under the guise of philanthropy, aspiring to cultivate relationships with high society to elevate his own status. Yet, if one were to speak of his most fervent obsession, it would be his passion for collecting exquisite bioengineered individuals. Guangxi could hardly fathom the fate that awaited Ngu if she were to be handed over to Bai Tao. Such a delicate and spirited creature would inevitably meet a tragic end. Reduced to mere scrap, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Sensing a gaze quietly resting upon him, Xinglan turned to see Ji's deep, luminous eyes meeting his. "Are you afraid?" Ngu nodded earnestly. "Yes, I am." No surprise there. She was undeniably human. Suddenly finding herself in a world inhabited entirely by beastmen, it would be strange if she were not afraid. A smirk tugged at Xinglan's lips. Lu Haochu had indeed instilled human emotions in Ngu. And she even knew fear. "Don't worry. I am here," he reassured her. "Will Allah give me to him?" Ngu gazed intently with her dark eyes, although she was curious about Guangxi's unfinished sentence. Observing their reactions, and Bai Tao's intense, predatory gaze upon her allowed her to surmise the ordeal she might face. A flicker of conflict crossed Xinglan's eyes. Would Ngu be angry if she were given away? After a moment of contemplation, Ngu replied. No, Xinglan was taken aback. Why not? Aren't human emotions supposed to dictate that one would be angry in such a situation? Being abandoned should be one of the worst feelings in the world. Just like how he was abandoned by that noble family. And Ji's gentle voice was resolute. I haven't known Alan for long. He is under no obligation to protect me. Alan's companions. Those who share life and death with him are far more important, aren't they? Surprise flickered in Xinglan's eyes. Beside them, Guangxi, taken aback, momentarily froze, his gaze filled with pity as he forced himself to look away from Ngu. Boss, please make a decision quickly. Chapter 23. To his disdain 7. Xinglan lowered his gaze. He was not a person prone to indecision, but in Ji's sheer delicacy made it difficult, cradling her in his arms. He felt none of the heaviness or stiffness associated with bioengineered beings. Instead, he sensed warmth seeping through her clothing and the rhythmic sound of her heartbeat, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Ngu was undoubtedly a qualitative breakthrough in the history of bioengineered beings. Should he take her back for research, he might uncover extraordinary findings. He was on the verge of severing ties with a family devoid of affection, in dire need of technology and financial support for his future. Lu Haochu was already within his grasp. Ji's timely appearance presented a rare opportunity for him. Otherwise, he would not have abducted her the moment he burst into the charity event. Moreover, Lu Haochu was currently in their possession. Knowing his scholarly and obsessive nature, it would not be easy for him to cooperate with them. But if Ngu were involved, noticing his boss still hesitating, Guangxi quickly turned and dashed towards Bai Tao, who was on the phone at the rear of the cabin, snatching the phone from his hand and hurling it out of the plane. Bai Tao, startled by this sudden action, widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Guangxi, who was radiating anger, taking a cautious step back, filled with trepidation. What are you doing? Guangxi's lips curled into a smile. Though it did not reach his eyes, his gaze icy. Why is Boss Bai so eager to make a call? Are you not worried that those at the banquet will trace the signal back to you? Bai Tao paused, realizing that in his anger, he had momentarily forgotten about the risk of signal tracking. How perilous. Yet recognizing the truth of Guangxi's words, Bai Tao refused to back down. Don't think that by throwing away my phone, you will escape unscathed. Once this is over, I will tell your patriarch verbatim how you treated a major client. Suppressing his inner fury, Guangxi glanced at Xinglan and Ngu before leaning closer to Bai Tao. Bai Tao instinctively recoiled. What are you going to do? Guangxi suddenly burst into laughter, a facade of congeniality plastered on his face. Boss Bai, please do not take offense. We were all caught up in the heat of the moment. If anything was said in error, please forgive us. After a pause, Guangxi's voice dropped. Does Boss Bai have feelings for Ngu? Alas, There is no other choice. Calming Bai Tao was the most pressing matter at hand. If they could keep Bai Tao from speaking out of turn until the mission concluded, once Xinglan and the Patriarch were free from their contract, he would have plenty of ways to teach this man a lesson. Bai Tao's expression shifted. Guangxi's playful tone drew a wary glance from him. Since Boss Bai likes Ngu, we would be willing to do you a favor. But you know that Ngu is a cherished creation of Lu Haochu. She is priceless. If we were to give her to you now, with no one to protect her, there is no guarantee that some information wouldn't leak. If Lu Haochu were to learn that Ngu was in your possession, wouldn't that be courting disaster? If it implicates us, our lives would become unbearable, wouldn't they? Bai Tao's expression darkened. Indeed, he had only been focused on acquiring Ngu, neglecting the power of her owner. If Lu Haochu discovered that Ngu was in his possession, it would clearly indicate his involvement in tonight's heist at the banquet. Otherwise, how would she end up with him? Bai Tao began to waver, fully aware that if this were to come to light and anger Lu Haochu, the Bai family would be utterly finished. Moreover, there was the formidable presence of Yu Lingzi behind Lu Haochu, but Ngu was undeniably, to his taste, Chapter 24, to his disdain, 8, if Boss Bai can trust us. Perhaps it would be wise to remain patient until we reach the temporary rendezvous point and arrange everything. After you have contacted your people, we can then hand Ngu over to you. What do you think? Guangxi's words struck a chord with Bai Tao, whose face brightened instantly, eagerly nodding in agreement. Excellent idea. Excellent idea. Let's proceed with that. Guangxi smiled, gesturing towards the bloodstains on Bai Tao's forehead. And what about your injury, Boss Bai? Bai Tao quickly understood. It's merely a minor injury. I, Bai Tao, have always been clear about grievances. Since you're considering my well-being, I naturally understand the rules. Rest assured, once this matter concludes, I will personally express my gratitude to your patriarch and commend you all profusely. Guangxi's smile widened. Then let me thank you in advance, Boss Bai. With their agreement in place, Bai Tao, grinning, hurried over to Xinglan, eager to embrace Ngu and steal a kiss. However, just as he reached out, before Xinglan could utter a word of protest, Ngu delivered a crisp slap to Bai Tao's face. Smack. Bai Tao. Guangxi. Xinglan. After a moment of stunned silence, Guangxi suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Boss Bai, I just received a slap from Ngu as well, claiming I was undesirable. Who would have thought you would be rejected too? Ha ha, Ngu is truly delightful. I absolutely adore her. Especially now, with her little pout and beautifully furrowed brows. She is simply too cute. Disdainful. Bai Tao was genuinely taken aback, momentarily forgetting the sting of his face as he turned to Guangxi. Why the disdain? Boss Bai, perhaps you should go clean your face first? Guangxi, stifling his laughter, pointed towards the rear of the cabin with a serious expression. Bai Tao suddenly realized, having been beaten by Guangxi and now, with a bruised face and dried blood on his forehead, it was no wonder Ngu found him undesirable. Bai Tao held Ngu in high regard, and when faced with her unexpected slap, his first thought was not to retaliate, but rather to frantically search for something to cover his battered visage. As he was about to pull a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the blood, the cabin suddenly jolted violently, accompanied by a loud noise, causing Bai Tao to stumble against the wall. His face paling. What is happening? Guangxi seemed to have anticipated such a turn of events long ago. He lifted his gaze and glanced down through the cabin window, only to dismiss it with a nonchalant thought. Merely the shockwave from explosion. Explosion? What explosion? Bai Tao stared wide-eyed in confusion. Guangxi turned to him, his expression one of incredulity. Boss Bai, we made a grand escape from the banquet. If the venue isn't blown up, the secret passage and basement you prepared for us will inevitably be discovered. You wish to leave it for Yu Lingzi to trace? Bai Tao was taken aback for a moment. As if a realization dawned upon him that he looked back at Guangxi, now laced with a hint of trepidation. But aren't your people still at the venue? There are only the 4 of them on this plane. What are the others? Had they managed to retreat while he was unconscious? Guangxi smirked slightly, rolling his eyes. Who said they were our people? Those are merely the old man's subordinates if they don't find an opportunity to eliminate those individuals. Would they leave them for the old man to use against them later? Upon hearing this, Bai Tao was instantly filled with horror and fell silent. He couldn't help but realize the gravity of his recent actions. The individual before him was willing to eliminate even his own companions. He was merely a client that, if he provoked them, What chance did he have of survival? Chapter 25. Transactions in the Shadows 1. The banquet venue exploded? A look of shock passed through Nji's eyes, her gaze once again landing on Xinglan and Guangxi, her heart marveling at their swift and ruthless methods, reflecting on the tremors and sound from earlier. It was evident that the scale of the explosion they orchestrated was no small affair. Hiske, while she admired such decisive arrangements, the thought of the exquisitely handsome Si Xiao and Yu Lingzi perishing in the flames filled her with regret. During the remaining time, Bai Tao seemed to regard Guangxi with caution, sitting quietly beside him, reluctant to speak further, though his gaze frequently lingered hotly on Ngu. Xinglan furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Ngu continued to nestle in Xinglan's embrace, fiddling with her fingers, appearing to idly pass the time, yet her lowered eyes revealed she was deeply contemplating the plans ahead. Not fear. I shall not give you to him. What material had Lu Haochu used to create the person in his arms so convincingly? He had never encountered a true human, only hearing his grandfather mention that primitive humans shared traits with them. Once the noblest of bloodlines on the desolate continent, devoid of any beastly traits, with fair, smooth skin and striking beauty, along with unparalleled humility and benevolence. The existence of bioengineered beings was meant to commemorate the once primal humans. Despite their close resemblance to primitive humans, they lacked the softness and wisdom inherent to true humanity, serving only as substitutes. The crude bioengineered beings bore no human-like features. Their entire forms were forged from sturdy metal. Equipped with merely the most basic command systems, obediently following the orders of beastmen as the lowest-tier labor tools, those of slightly better quality were bought by beastmen to serve as nannies or housekeepers. Managing tasks of some intelligence, the superior bioengineered beings possessed the full appearance of humans, endowed with sound wave systems, emotional systems, or situational response systems, and Ngu was evidently several degrees more exquisite than the superior bioengineered beings. Not only possessing warm skin, but also an exceptionally smooth texture. Thinking of how Lu Haochu had once declared Ngu to be a collectible, a flicker passed through Xinglan's eyes. Otherwise, why would he invest such effort into the details of Nji's appearance? Noticing Xinglan's hand gently brush against her cheek, Ngu obediently looked up, her dark eyes sparkling. What is what? Xinglan queried in confusion. Alin, or a leopard, Ngu pointed towards Guangxi, who was busy at the front of the cabin, then turned to look at Xinglan. So what is as? She observed that behind Xinglan was a tail reminiscent of a leopard's. But Guangxi, aside from the short black tail behind him, had pointed ears atop his head, with a tuft of black fur standing upright at the tips. She had scrutinized him for quite a while, but could not ascertain what beast form Guangxi represented. Chapter 26. Transactions in the Shadows 2. He is a descendant of the lynx and tiger. Xinglan explained indifferently. Ngu was taken aback that a lynx, a type of feline, but what does tiger mean? What descendant? Ngu was suddenly left bewildered. As has the dominant tiger gene from his father and the dominant lynx gene from his mother. Xinglan glanced at Guangxi, who was busy navigating the aircraft. A hint of pity flickering in his eyes, as is of mixed blood. Mixed blood? Ngu was stunned. She had read that so-called mixed-blooded individuals refer to beastmen with only beast genes in their bodies. Lacking human genes, they were discriminated against by dual-blooded and tri-blooded individuals, unable to penetrate the upper echelons of society, no matter how powerful they became. And oh wonder Bai Tao had seemed so furious when he mentioned mixed blood. So, he is fur while you do not. Does that imply, Alin, that your bloodline is of a superior quality? Ngu seemed to grasp that one could discern an individual's bloodline from their beastly appearance. For instance, Yu Lingzi and Si Xiao, their status was unquestionable. Aside from their beast ears and a long tail, they bore no other differences from humans. Meanwhile, as had just been insulted by Bai Tao for being of mixed blood. Beyond his tail and ears, he bore a considerable amount of beastly fur. This seemed to indicate that the more mixed the bloodline, the more pronounced the beastly characteristics exhibited in appearance that a look of surprise flickered in Xinglan's eyes. Seemingly unprepared for Nji's keen insight, he had merely explained as bloodline. Yet Ngu had drawn so many connections. Xinglan nodded. I am of tri-blood. I carry 13 human genes within me. Why not undergo gene transplantation? Ngu tilted her small head, perplexed. If gene transplantation is performed before the fetus takes shape, wouldn't it ensure that the remaining fetuses are all dual-blooded beastmen? Or perhaps even create a being with an entirely human genome? Ngu found herself perplexed by this beastly world. The technology here seemed far more advanced than she had anticipated, such as the electronic holograms displayed at the auction venue. The translucent spheres Si Xiao had placed on her, and the existence of intelligent bioengineered beings. All of these suggested that this beastly realm possessed remarkably advanced technological capabilities. Then why not do something regarding the human genome? If all beastmen in this world shared the same bloodline, and discrimination ceased to exist, wouldn't that be more beneficial for societal development? Xinglan paused at her words, suppressing the shock in his eyes, and shook his head. Scientists once experimented with gene transplantation on newborns, but without exception, all newborns subjected to the experiment perished within 3 days. After numerous failed attempts, the beastmen protested collectively. After all, beast babies are precious. Consequently, this experiment was permanently halted. Ngu was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a reason. So, in order to maintain the hierarchy of bloodlines, one can only rely on intermarriage among equivalent bloodlines, correct? In other words, beastmen of the same bloodline could only marry others of the same bloodline. Xinglan shook his head, his gaze suddenly dimming. Though that is the principle, it is still possible for offspring born of equal bloodlines to emerge with inferior bloodlines. Ngu was astonished. Isn't that even worse? She had thought that a superior bloodline could be inherited, yet it turned out that inferior bloodlines could arise in this strictly hierarchical beastly realm. Such a situation would surely be a significant blow. Who says otherwise? For such a lineage, one would wish to erase its existence at any moment, lest it tarnish the noble bloodline of the family. Xinglan remarked with a sardonic smile. Ngu was taken aback, her dark eyes scrutinizing the sudden shift in Xinglan's emotions, a strange feeling rising within her. Chapter 27. Transactions in the Shadows. 3. Boss Xinglan. What are you discussing with Ngu? Guangxi's head suddenly popped into view from the cockpit, observing the intimate murmurs between the two with a face brimming with envy and jealousy. It's all by Tao's fault. If he hadn't thrown me over his shoulder, Ngu wouldn't have disdained me and refused to let me hold her. Humph, how infuriating. Xinglan nodded, placing Ngu on the seat beside him and carefully fastening the seatbelt. The plane is about to descend. Hold on tight. The more exquisite the bioengineered being, the less capable it is of withstanding external forces. It requires tender care and protection. Ngu nodded in understanding, seemingly quite fond of Ngu's obedient demeanor. Xinglan gazed at the person seated gracefully in the chair, whose eyes sparkled with a watery glimmer. The tremor of affection stirred within Xinglan's heart. After gently ensuring Ngu was comfortably settled, Xinglan rose and made his way toward Bai Tao, who was seated at the rear of the cabin. By boss, I must ask you to endure a bit of inconvenience going forward. Inconvenience? Why should I endure? Bai Tao's mind was still reeling from Guangxi's earlier words, fearing that a moment of carelessness could lead to his demise. Thus, he dared not interrupt the tender exchange between Xinglan and Ngu, despite his envy, because apart from you, we shall soon encounter another guest. This. Xinglan paused momentarily. I trust my boss would not wish for that individual to discover the collusion surrounding the charity banquet. Bai Tao's eyes widened in shock. A guest? Who? Lu Haochu. Bai Tao's expression turned anxious. How could Lu Haochu be here? Wasn't he said to be unwell? How could he possibly find himself among these people? The suddenness of it all rendered Bai Tao both terrified and bewildered. Xinglan lazily arched an eyebrow. That is no concern of my boss. Bai Tao swallowed hard, turning his gaze toward Ngu. What about Ngu? If Lu Haochu is present, he cannot possibly take Ngu away. Can he? Moreover, Ngu was listening when he requested him. Bioengineered beings possess memory systems. If Ngu were to divulge everything that transpired, wouldn't that expose the scam? At this thought, Bai Tao's complexion turned ashen. Xinglan's eyes flickered. Rest assured, by boss, Ngu has not been programmed to recognize a master, so unless mentioned explicitly, he will not voluntarily bring up what has occurred. Bai Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of elation washing over his features. What? She hasn't been programmed to recognize a master. Otherwise, how does my boss think I managed to bring Gu out? Not only hasn't Gu not been programmed, but she also lacks GPS tracking, so you need not worry about her. Upon hearing this, Bai Tao's eyes sparkled with increasing joy, as if he could scarcely believe such improbable fortune had befallen him. His gaze upon Ngu became fervent. Noticing Bai Tao's covetous gaze, Xinglan's expression darkened. Therefore, after we disembark, I hope my boss will continue to cooperate with us as our captive. Once we have taken Lu Haochu, my boss will be entirely safe. Huh. Bai Tao was momentarily stunned, confusion etched across his face. What do you mean by taking Lu Haochu? After a beat, Bai Tao's eyes widened in horror. You have kidnapped Lu Haochu? You actually kidnapped Lu Haochu? Do you realize he has Yulingza backing him? The entire Yu family. Yulingza is currently preoccupied with his own troubles. Do you think the recent explosion was merely a means to destroy the venue? Bai Tao fell silent. Xinglan curled his lips into a casual smirk. Even if he survives, it will be some time before he can focus on us, and by the time he does, our affairs will already be settled. I am quite certain that, given Yu Ling's influence, the explosion will only serve to delay his actions. After all, he has a grand performance awaiting him. All for that. Old man, who would be more than happy to see him perish. Chapter 28. The True Beast World 1. In an abandoned old factory. Woo woo woo, master. And want to find master. Where is master? A new want to go home. I miss master. It's time to serve master. The cries for help from a bioengineered beings trapped in iron cages echoed throughout the vast emptiness of the old factory. Lingering in the air, outside the old factory, beneath the scorching sun, two fully armed men sat among the overgrown weeds and piles of debris, chewing on grass while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Jiashu, with a scowl on his face, glanced in the direction from which the sounds emanated. Brother Qiguang, why does Xinglan insist on conducting the handover in this godforsaken place? While it's spacious enough to spot any ambush, we are only 4 people, which is hardly advantageous. Don't forget, that old man has brought dozens of people with him today. Let alone ambushes, even a direct confrontation would be quite challenging for us. Qiguang, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance toward the factory's interior, his expression unchanging. There is a significant purpose behind it. Jiashu raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and was about to inquire further when another round of noise from the abandoned factory abruptly interrupted his curiosity. Irritated, Jiashu covered his ears. Although this shipment is of superior quality compared to previous ones, requiring only minor adjustments to the internal systems for a lucrative sale, this commotion may lead to considerable losses. That old man will surely find ways to blame Xinglan for it. After a pause, Jiashu sighed. It's truly a bargain for that old man. After agreeing to part ways, he still profits from this final transaction. If it were up to me, Xinglan should keep this batch of goods for himself. After this mission, we'll be going solo, and we will need funds for various endeavors. Qiguang smiled lightly. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Jiashu's eyes widened in disbelief as he sat up straight. How could I be afraid? I'm overjoyed that Xinglan can finally leave that old man. He is ruthless and cunning. Only Xinglan could endure for so long. Now that the old man has finally agreed to part ways, I could hardly contain my desire to celebrate. Then why the concern? Jiashu hesitated, a frown crossing his features. I'm just worried about Xinglan. That old man is quite insidious. I have a feeling this mission is not as simple as it seems. Furthermore, for this handover, he has sent so many people to keep watch that I fear he will ultimately not let Xinglan go. As he spoke, Jiashu instinctively checked the short firearms strapped to his waist. A glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Humph. How dare they set their sights on Xinglan? They'll have to get past him first. Jiashu's words seemed to resonate with Qiguang's concerns. And a shadow crossed Qiguang's face as well. Rest assured, once Xinglan retrieves the items, that old man will no longer have the opportunity. Chapter 29. The True Beast World 2. Jiashu lifted his gaze, his eyes shining brightly. With us around, he certainly won't have that chance. But it's almost time for the assembly. Why hasn't Xinglan sent any news? That Guangxi fellow said we would gather in 20 minutes. Why is it taking so long? Murmuring his concerns, Jiashu looked up at the sky, scanning for a long while. when suddenly his gaze fell upon a small black appearing in the distance. Excited, he hurriedly stood on a stone. "Hey, boss, that Xinglan plane?" "Brother Qi Guang." "Look, look!" Qi Guang followed the sound, and upon seeing the plane descending toward them, a relieved expression broke through his previously tense demeanor. He turned to the exuberant individual beside him. "I'll go inform the old man that our people have arrived. You check to see if Lu Haochu has awakened. If he has, bring him out as well. But remember, do not let the old man's people come into contact with him." Jia Shu's expression turned serious. Understood, in order to secure their future livelihood, it is imperative that they treat Lu Haochu, this god of wealth, with utmost reverence. He vividly recalls the insatiable greed that illuminated the old man's eyes upon discovering their intentions towards Lu Haochu. Had it not been for the need to maintain his lofty facade of fairness and justice as the head of the family, he might have seized Lu Haochu for himself. Nevertheless, he is certain that the old man will resort to underhanded tactics. Thus he must keep a vigilant watch over Lu Haochu. Fortunately, there exists a small room outside the abandoned factory where they stand guard, while Lu Haochu lies in a deep slumber within. Consequently, when Jia Shu emerges from the dim confines with Lu Haochu, whose hands are shackled, they happen upon Xinglan and his entourage disembarking from the aircraft. "Xinglan, the boss, you have finally returned." Jia Shu's voice falters, staring in astonishment at the man who strides towards him with purpose, his face rigid as he silently looks up at the sky, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "Am I seeing things? The boss is actually cradling a biohuman?" Lu Haochu, taken aback, exclaims, and go. Confusion washes over him. After being knocked unconscious by Yulingza, he had been oblivious to everything until now, and he is perplexed as to why Yulingza would leave him in such a dilapidated place, handcuffed no less. You aren't one of Yulingza's people?" Lu Haochu finally regains his composure. Jia Shu, taken aback by the question, responds, "Did I ever claim to be one of Yulingza's? Who are you all? Why have you brought me here? Let me go." He begins to struggle, but the specially designed handcuffs resist his every effort. Jia Shu thinks, "He did say nothing when I brought him out. This fellow seemed quite cooperative, and I assumed he was rather perceptive. Turns out he only just realized he was bound." Meanwhile, upon seeing Lu Haochu, Ji's dark eyes flicker with a glint. "Did you hear me? I demand you release me at once. Do you have any idea that I have the entire Lu family behind me? How dare you abduct me? Do you believe that a mere warrant from the Lu family could lead to your demise?" Lu Haochu, in a state of desperation, understands that his abduction is likely due to his unique technology. And while he is merely a man being held captive, he knows they would not dare harm him. However, Ngu is different. Ngu is a biohuman, exquisitely crafted by a mysterious master, and he can only dread to imagine her fate. "I warn you, do not even think about laying a finger on Ngu. She is mine. As long as I am here, you shall not perpetrate any vile acts against her." Without hesitation, Lu Haochu claims Ngu as his own. Believing that with his name attached to her, these captors would think twice before attempting anything untoward, he is resolute in his determination to protect Ngu, convinced that he can shield her from harm. Yet, he never anticipated that his declaration would bring clarity to all pending matters. Ngu is momentarily taken aback. She had been concerned that Lu Haochu might disassociate himself from her, potentially exposing her human traits. But now it seems she has saved herself considerable anxiety. This man continuously thinking of her welfare has genuinely surprised her. "Rest easy, Ngu, do not fear. They are merely my friends, engaging in playful antics." Lu Haochu is deeply worried. Ngu has been implanted with human emotions, and in such a situation, she is likely petrified. Ngu thinks, "Why does she suddenly find this fool rather endearing? Do not be afraid. I am here. I am here." Unable to free himself from the shackles, Lu Haochu resigns himself to approach Ngu, attempting to retrieve her from Xinglan's embrace. Xinglan narrows his eyes, poised to order his men to remove Lu Haochu, when he notices Ngu extending her arms towards him, and go on to Chu to hold her. Xinglan is taken aback, although Ngu does not shy away from being held. This is the first time she has initiated such a request, stirring an inexplicable sense of loss within him. However, recalling that Lu Haochu is indeed Ji's master, and with numerous matters awaiting his attention. It is more prudent to entrust Ngu to her rightful owner rather than allowing her to be alone with Bai Tao. Even so, Xinglan sidesteps Lu Haochu's outstretched hands, gently placing Ngu down. Take good care of her and follow closely. Casting a cold glance at Lu Haochu, Xinglan brusquely remarks before striding into the abandoned factory, Ngu. Lu Haochu, Jiashu, with a look of disbelief, glances at his boss and then at the exquisitely beautiful Ngu, momentarily distracted by her beauty, hastily unlocks the handcuffs on Lu Haochu's wrists before following suit. Lu Haochu, momentarily dazed, seems not to have expected this seemingly formidable man to entrust Ngu to him. And he quickly takes her small hand, hurrying to catch up. Guangji, what on earth is happening? What is the story behind that biohuman? How could Xinglan, the boss, be holding her? Jiashu's curiosity peaks. Having been with Xinglan for so long, he has never witnessed such an affectionate display towards a biohuman. Yet Ngu, the one called Ngu, is indeed extraordinary. A mere glance is enough to captivate him. No wonder Xinglan would embrace her. Guangji, amused, raises an eyebrow and lowers his voice. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ngu is the beloved pet of Xinglan, so make sure to protect her well. Jiashu is left in stunned silence. Beloved pet? The beloved pet of Xinglan. Is he imagining things under the sun? The man who has never shown an interest in biohumans now has a cherished pet. Jiashu wishes to inquire further, but upon seeing Xinglan's sudden cold glare directed at him, he quickly swallows his words and obediently heads into the factory, seizing a moment when the others are distracted. Lu Haochu leans towards Ngu and whispers, Ngu, where's Yulingza? My friend, do you remember him? Ngu blinks, glancing at the visibly anxious Lu Haochu, shaking her head. I don't remember. You don't remember? Lu Haochu nearly chokes on his own saliva, almost stumbling. How? How could you not remember? Have they wiped your memory program? No, that cannot be. If they had wiped her memory, how could she still remember him? Why would she remember him? Ngu looks at Lu Haochu curiously. Is he cuter than a Chu? Lu Haochu is left speechless. Should he feel pleased or dismayed? This is a miraculous moment where he has managed to outshine Yulingza for the first time. But at this moment, he truly cannot muster any joy. Bai Tao, who has been quietly following behind, catches every word of their conversation. Ngu has forgotten Yulingza so quickly. Does this mean that the events on the plane with Xinglan and the others will also be completely forgotten? Bai Tao's eyes gleam with elation. But in the next instant, Lu Haochu seems to sense someone behind him. He glances back and is momentarily taken aback. Who is he? Just as Ngu is about to respond. Bai Tao hurries forward with a smile. Master Lu, do you not remember me? I'm Bai Tao. You previously attended a charity gala I organized. Bai Tao. Lu Haochu's eyes widen in recognition, and he scrutinizes Bai Tao's face for a moment before it dawns on him. Boss Bai, it's you? My goodness, who did this to you? I almost didn't recognize you. Bai Tao. Lu Haochu hastily inquires. What did they manage to take you to? Do you know where Yulingza is? Bai Tao sheepishly shakes his head, deflecting the question. I'm also unclear. They knocked me out, and when I awoke, I was already on the plane. Having spoken, Bai Tao cast a discreet glance at Ngu, confirming that she bore no signs of wishing to expose him. Relieved, he exhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax completely. As they spoke, the three of them followed the leading group into the factory. Upon entering the cold, vast workshop, a series of low growls echoed, accompanied by a warning sound that had changed pitch, reminiscent of an impending power outage. Xinglan's gaze darkened instinctively as he turned to look back at Ngu. Simultaneously, Lu Haochu cursed under his breath, swiftly turning to shield Nji's eyes, murmuring, Fear not, Ngu, I will protect you. Ngu, however, remained silent, her long eyelashes fluttering as she wore an expression of exasperation at having missed the thrilling spectacle. What had she done to make Lu Haochu believe she would be frightened? Moreover, what good did blocking her eyes do? It would be far more effective to cover her ears to muffle those sounds. Indeed, Lu Haochu seemed to grasp that simply covering her eyes was ineffective, hurriedly placing his hands over Nji's ears instead. Yet in the next moment, he realized that while her ears were covered, her eyes were free to see, leading him to flail about in a frantic attempt to alternate between covering her eyes and her ears, creating a comical scene of chaos. Ngu thought to herself. How she wished to kick this fool to oblivion. Chapter 32. The Real Beast World 5. Upon the arrival of Xinglan and his companions, the elderly man on the sofa finally gestured to the beastman beside him. Casting a fleeting glance at the terrified biohuman in the iron cage, Xinglan turned expressionlessly to bow respectfully to the elderly man, stating, "Old sir, the mission has been accomplished." Xinglan turned to Guangxi, who nodded and led Bai Tao forward, indicating he should approach the elder. Xinglan addressed the elder. "This is the individual you indicated." The old man's eyes sparkled with vitality as he examined Bai Tao, and then Lu Haochu behind Xinglan, nodding expressionlessly. Xinglan had successfully fulfilled the task assigned by the old man, and the client was thoroughly satisfied. The old man raised an eyebrow, his gaze skimming over the bruised Bai Tao. His demeanor calm, yet a flicker of suspicion passed through his eyes. He recalled that Bai Tao was known for his nitpicking nature, and under normal circumstances, he would surely hold Xinglan accountable for Bai Tao's current state. However, seeing Bai Tao's eyes signal that there were no grievances to pursue against Xinglan, the old man found himself at a loss for how to criticize Xinglan further. "Where are the people I sent?" the old man finally inquired. Bai Tao's commission had warranted the assistance of several individuals, all meant to ensure that after successfully completing the mission, they could eliminate the present company without a trace. Yet, why had Xinglan return alone? Where were his accomplices? Yu Lingzi suddenly appeared at the banquet, which altered our plans. I took my people and left first. They were tasked with covering our retreat. Xinglan replied smoothly. Yu Lingzi has never attended charity banquets, so it was odd for him to appear this time. Fortunately, your men helped with the retreat, for which I am immensely grateful. The old man subtly curled his fingers resting on the armrest of the sofa. If you have no further instructions, Xinglan shall have no further ties with the Jun family from this moment forth, that I trust you will honor your promise and return what is mine. Xinglan gazed steadily into the old man's keen eyes, showing no signs of evasion. After a brief moment of silence, the old man raised his hand, signaling a beastman behind him to present a leather case to Xinglan. Guangxi hurriedly stepped forward to take it, swiftly opening the case to inspect its contents, his face lighting up with excitement as he nodded at Xinglan. Xinglan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he turned back to the elder, expressing, "Thank you, old sir, I take my leave." With that, Xinglan turned to exit, seemingly eager to depart without delay. "Wait." Bai Tao could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, though he hesitated to block Xinglan's path due to his imposing presence. "What about Ngu? Ngu is mine. You cannot take her." Bai Tao was momentarily bewildered. Had they not just agreed on the plan that Ngu would be his compensation? Had he not cooperated when the Jun family's elder had inquired if he had any issues? Why was Xinglan preparing to leave without mentioning anything about Ngu? Had they not settled that he would let go of the matter regarding his injuries in exchange for Ngu? Chapter 33. The Real Beast World 6. Your person? Are you certain? Xinglan shot a sidelong glance at Bai Tao. Bai Tao looked at Lu Haochu, licking his parched lips. "Oh, of course, Ngu is mine. So she must come with me." Lu Haochu was utterly perplexed, casting a questioning look at the Ngu he had been shielding. "He is your master." "Certainly not." Ngu interjected coldly. Lu Haochu's expression darkened. "If that were the case, why would Bai Tao make such a claim? Perhaps he has taken a liking to me." Ngu raised an eyebrow. A flicker of anger ignited in Lu Haochu's eyes, as he had some understanding of Bai Tao's character. How dare he assert that Ngu belonged to him in front of him? This was utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Bai Tao anxiously looked to Xinglan, glancing awkwardly at Lu Haochu before mustering the courage to remind him. "But you promised me you would take good care of Ngu." Xinglan regarded him with a half-smile. "Did I ever say such a thing?" His earlier reassurances to Bai Tao had merely been to secure the item held by the old man. Now that he possessed it, there was no reason to fulfill any promises to Bai Tao. Moreover, Ngu was now his chosen pet. He could tolerate Lu Haochu's affectionate care towards her, but if others dared to covet Ngu, his patience would wear thin. Bai Tao was taken aback. "You're actually going back on your word?" Unaware of the underlying matters between the Jun family's elder and Xinglan, Bai Tao was astonished by Xinglan's sudden change of heart. The elder was right there beside him. Did Xinglan not fear that he would inform the elder about the torment he had endured? What do you mean by going back on your word? Lu Haochu could no longer contain himself. Engu is mine, until my master speaks. Who do you think you are? Dare to touch a single hair on her, and you will find that a mere finger from the Lu family could crush you. Bai Tao was momentarily stunned by the rebuke, realizing that before Lu Haochu, he had little standing to demand Engu. Yet his heart burned with resentment, and he cast a pleading glance at the elder on the sofa. I tell you, Bai Tao, Engu is mine. Restrain your filthy intentions, for if you offend me, you shall regret it. Lu Haochu exploded in fury, stepping closer to unleash a torrent of insults upon Bai Tao. How dare he compete for Engu? This fool was clearly courting death. Had it not been for his desire to protect Engu at this moment, he would have gladly pummeled Bai Tao. Bai Tao's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale against his bruised features, creating a scene that was nothing short of comical. The elderly man on the sofa was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. Finally noticing that there was indeed another person behind Lu Haochu, he shifted slightly to observe Engu with curiosity, his gaze lingering on her as he absorbed her presence. The elder's penetrating gaze swept over Engu from head to toe. Lu Haochu was startled and instinctively stepped back, shielding Engu. She is mine. She is mine. Bai Tao hastily chimed in. He clearly stated he would give her me. Lu Haochu furrowed his brow. He said, he is a robber. Would you believe a word he says? Are you out of your mind? Besides, what authority does he have? My master is yet to speak. What gave him the right to claim ownership over my possessions? You left, and the charity banquet was robbed. Bai Tao is an accomplice and also a client of theirs, and Gu succinctly revealed the situation. Lu Haochu turned in shock. What? Bai Tao's complexion drained of color. Turning ghostly pale, Xinglan cast a sidelong glance at the stunned Bai Tao, his expression equally astonished. Chapter 34. Who is she? 1. Lu Haochu erupted with rage. You let robbers raid your own venue? After robbing the place, you thought to steal my Engu as well. As the conversation progressed, Lu Haochu felt an overwhelming urge to stride forward and deliver a few kicks to Bai Tao. But he was unfortunately restrained by Guangxi beside him, left with nothing but a fade of furious indignation. Bai Tao's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid as he absorbed the insults. Xinglan, deep in thought, cast a contemplative glance at Engu, her eyes flickering with a mixture of light and shadow. The biomechanical beings never volunteered information unless prompted by the beastmen. Yet just moments ago, Engu not only responded, but did so succinctly, laying bare the entirety of the situation in a mere sentence. Xinglan's gaze flickered. Engu, the elderly man on the sofa clearly regarded this name with newfound fervor. A truly melodious name. Lu Haochu shot a sidelong glance, unable to suppress a cold snort. That it. His precious Engu was remarkable in every conceivable way. Even her name stood out as extraordinary. The old man's gaze lingered over Engu, circling her several times. I wonder what price would entice Master Lu to part with her. Although the petite figure was shielded from view. With just a fleeting glance, the old man, with his extensive experience, discerned her exquisite nature, distinct from other biomechanical beings. More importantly, the fact that Bai Tao was still clamoring to claim her in this context suggested she was anything but ordinary. Lu Haochu was momentarily taken aback, then shot a glare at the old man. Engu is not for sale. 50 million, the old man pondered. His current prized possession, Ting Ting, had cost him a staggering 30 million. So surely 50 million for Engu would suffice. Upon hearing this, Xinglan's eyes grew cold, glancing behind her, prompting Guangxi to subtly inch closer to Engu's side. 70 million. The old man pressed on, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow behind Lu Haochu, ablaze with fervor, probing, and undeniably aggressive. Lu Haochu turned to look, his expression perplexed. 80 million. The old man continued to raise his bid. Are you out of your mind? Unable to comprehend my words, Lu Haochu glared, his patience wearing thin. Had it not been for the old man's evident status, he would have lunged forward to deliver a thrashing. I've made it abundantly clear. Engu is not for sale. Let us not even mention how adorable Engu is, tugging at his heartstrings. The critical point is that he is not even her owner. thus lacking any right to sell her, even if he were her owner. He could never part with her. Ngu is a rare treasure. Her exterior and the myriad of systems within her render her exceptionally lively. A doll like her, even when one knows she is a biomechanical being, evokes an irresistible urge to cradle her tenderly. He couldn't bear to keep her close, yet how could he possibly sell her to another? The old man, refusing to relent. Master Lu has the entire Lu Corporation backing him. So money is no object. Why not propose a trade condition yourself? Lu Haochu was thoroughly incensed. Are you out of your mind? Didn't I just say? Ngu is not for sale, regardless of what is. No matter the price, I will not trade, nor will I sell. You might as well give up on that notion. Perhaps Master Lu does not fully grasp the current situation. The old man's eyes crinkled slightly, seemingly unfazed by Lu Haochu's stance. Does Master Lu believe you still possess the standing to negotiate? Lu Haochu's expression shifted dramatically, glancing at the towering beastmen surrounding the old man. He instinctively took a step back. Indeed, his current status was merely that of a hostage. Upon reflection, he was hardly in a position to bargain. Chapter 35. Who is she, after all, too? A faint smile suddenly graced Xinglan's lips, her eyes glinting with frost as she turned to coolly regard Lu Haochu. The old man speaks true. You are presently merely my captive, and in terms of standing, you lack the right to negotiate. Even if you did, you ought to first comprehend the situation and understand with whom you are conversing. The air grew heavy with silence following her words. The elderly man's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with rising ire. Lu Haochu was taken aback by the chill in Xinglan's gaze, yet his concern for Ngu's safety prevented him from yielding. Regardless, there is no one to negotiate with. I've stated it clearly. Ngu is not for sale. None of you should. In the blind spot of their collective attention, Ngu suddenly twisted her small hand against Lu Haochu's lower back. His words halted abruptly, and he glanced back in confusion, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Ngu, meanwhile, finally exhaled, her heart growing steadier. This Lu Haochu, an imbecile. Xinglan's words were clearly directed at the old man. It was one thing for this fool to misunderstand, but why was he adding to the confusion? With such intellect, he surely couldn't be the CEO of a legitimate company. It must be a rickety establishment on the verge of collapse. Seeing Lu Haochu abruptly fall silent, a flicker of surprise crossed Xinglan's eyes as she turned back to the old man, maintaining a facade of respect. Elder, this Master Lu is someone I recently captured. He is still unfamiliar with the rules. If he has inadvertently offended you, I implore you to show leniency and not stoop to the level of a mere junior. The old man's eyes darkened, his simmering anger tempered by the weight of his authority. After a brief pause, Xinglan deliberately brushed past the beastmen surrounding the elder. Now that my task is complete, I shall take my leave. What completion? What have you accomplished? Bai Tao interjected, unwilling to relent. At this point, his identity had been exposed by Ngu's words. He needed some form of compensation. He felt no concern for Lu Haochu. After all, Xinglan's group had captured him, and they would undoubtedly not return him. Otherwise, if Yulingzi caught wind of this, they would be sealing their own fate. Thus, his greatest worry was Ngu. Bai Tao stepped forward a few paces. You first disrupted my auction, causing me a loss of 35 billion, and then you've left me in this state that if you hadn't promised to compensate me with Ngu, I would never have agreed to keep this from the old man. The old man's eyes flickered at this admission. Xinglan remained silent. Guangxi furrowed his brow, a look of skepticism on his face. Boss Bai, you cannot assert it that way. You were quite pleased with our actions initially, showering us with compliments and even stating you would praise us before the old man, promising a raise in commission. Yet, since meeting Ngu, your attitude has changed, and now you claim she is yours. Do you even have any shame? You. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Tao was taken aback. When did I ever say that? You said just that. Guangxi retorted emphatically. Don't think I'm unaware that you have your sights set on Ngu, wanting to claim her for yourself, and now you're trying to turn the tables on us. Do you think the old man is a fool? Bai Tao's complexion paled at these words. You don't speak such lies. What I said was the truth. Look at how you phrase it. Guangxi laughed in disbelief. Your words are the truth, while mine are not. Bai Tao was momentarily at a loss, his gaze darting anxiously, but when it landed on Ngu, a spark ignited in his eyes. Ngu can testify. She can prove that what I said is true. When all this transpired on the plane, Ngu was right beside them. As a biomechanical being, one of her most notable traits is her honesty and reliability. Devoid of selfish motives. Otherwise, she would not be so valued in the 29th century, where beastmen reign supreme. Furthermore, since Ngu had not yet undergone the recognition process, she would not favor either side. Indeed, as soon as Bai Tao's words left his mouth, Guangxi's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 36. Who is she, after all? 3. Not only did Bai Tao's complexion change swiftly, but even Xinglan's pupils constricted sharply. Yet Lu Haochu's voice broke forth at the worst possible moment. What do you want to go to testify about? Are you unaware that Ngu's human emotions have been instilled and that you've scared her into a stupor? Bai Tao, you truly have no shame. To orchestrate a scheme to seize your own belongings is one thing, but now you want to feign innocence to wash your hands of it, all for your sordid desires. Fabricating colossal lies to snatch away Ngu. With your despicable character, do you think we would believe you? Lu Haochu finally grasped the situation, rather than fall into the hands of that seemingly formidable old man. He would prefer to remain with Xinglan's group. At least they harbored no ulterior motives toward Ngu. Hadn't Xinglan just advised him to take good care of her? Having completely severed ties with Lu Haochu, Bai Tao could no longer be bothered with any semblance of modesty. So what if Ngu has been endowed with human emotions? When they promised to give me anger on the plane, anger was right beside me. Are you trying to prevent anger from testifying because you fear the truth may be revealed? You. Lu Haochu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, glancing back at anger, concern flickering in his eyes. All bioengineered individuals are instilled with loyalty as their first program upon creation, dwelling in absolute truthfulness towards humans. What if what Bai Tao said is indeed the truth? Observing the reverent demeanor of this individual named Xinglan toward the elder only heightened his apprehension. How could anger possibly be safeguarded now? Since both parties have their narratives, and given that Boss Bai is a distinguished guest of the Jun family, it would be prudent to allow anger to come forth and testify. The elder on the sofa finally spoke, his intense gaze lingering on the silhouette behind Lu Haochu, his expression a curious mix of amusement and skepticism. It would be wise to clarify the matter promptly, Xinglan, so you may leave sooner. An icy glint appeared in Xinglan's eyes, yet he remained silent. The elder, noticing this, felt a surge of delight. Although he was not overly familiar with Bai Tao, the latter's willingness to have anger testify publicly suggested that his words were likely rooted in truth, coupled with the peculiar silence from Xinglan's group. His conviction grew stronger. There's no need. Xinglan shot a glance at the elder. I have severed ties with the Jun family, and my dealings with Boss Bai have concluded. Anger is now under my protection. I would never relinquish her. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Xinglan offered a slight nod to the elder before turning to leave with his companions. Do you think you can simply walk away? The elder suddenly rose from the sofa, anger flaring in his eyes. The individual before him had never defied him, yet now dared to disregard him in front of so many. It was a humiliation he could hardly endure. Xinglan let out a light scoff, slowly turning back. Is the elder Jun perhaps having second thoughts? Not wishing to let us depart? Guangxi's eyes sparkled with cunning. Could it be that elder Jun truly made a promise to Xinglan regarding the final task, only to desire to push him to his demise? Now that Xinglan has successfully completed the task, leaving you with no grounds for complaint, you wouldn't concoct some other incident to ensnare him, would you? Jiashu immediately grasped the implication, feigning anger. Guangxi, what nonsense are you spouting? Elder Jun has always been forthright and fair. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? Qi Guang furrowed his brow in disapproval. Guangxi, cease your nonsense, and quickly apologize to Elder Jun. Guangxi appeared aggrieved, but I'm merely stating the truth. We completed our task, yet you refuse to let us leave. That I guess it not, because Elder Jun has had a change of heart. As his words fell, all eyes turned towards the elder. Chapter 37. Who is she, after all? For the elder's gaze darkened with concealed malice, and he burst into hearty laughter. Xinglan, Do not believe those baseless claims. My retention of you is solely because Boss Bai seeks clarity. Pausing, the elder began to approach them, the beastmen following closely behind. Xinglan, this transaction with Boss Bai is your final task with the Jun family. I have previously declared that upon the successful conclusion of this deal, you would possess the means to depart from the Jun family. However, Boss Bai has expressed dissatisfaction, which indeed tarnishes the Jun family's reputation. The elder halted a few steps away from Xinglan, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his expression a curious blend of mirth and mockery. I've always adhered to principles of fairness. How could I give anyone grounds to undermine the rules? Otherwise, how could the Jun family continue to conduct business? Xinglan remained silent. The elder smiled silently. Xinglan, I merely wish for anger to clarify the situation, if what Boss Bai claims holds truth. We shall proceed accordingly. But if he speaks falsely, the Jun family will certainly not let him escape unscathed, I assure you. I will provide you with justice. How does that sound? As his words echoed, silence enveloped the room. Bai Tao's forehead glistened with cold sweat, fear gripping him as he swallowed hard. Yet recalling his own honesty, he regained some confidence. Boss Bai, I assure you, what I said is absolutely the truth. Very well, the elder replied, casting a sidelong glance towards Lu Haochu's companion. Let anger come forth to testify. For a moment, the air thickened with tension. Shortly after, a petite figure emerged from behind Lu Haochu. Stepping forward with utmost grace, in that instant, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze fixated on Anger's fair, luminous skin, astonished by her beauty. Suddenly, he understood why Bai Tao was so eager to have Anger. The girl, having done nothing but walk over, possessed an innate charm that captivated him profoundly. The sunlight filtering through the dilapidated rooftop illuminated her pale skin, akin to a fairy stepping into the light from a realm of enchantment. The petite figure radiated a captivating silvery glow, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Accustomed to the attention of the crowd, Anger walked into their midst, her eyes flitting gracefully over the assembly. There were a total of 18 beastmen surrounding the elder, while Xinglan had only 3 companions. Though she was unaware of Xinglan's intentions, she gleaned from the conversation on the plane that he was acutely aware of the elder's intentions, yet still chose to bring only 3 people. She found it hard to believe he had no backup plan waiting, but what could that plan possibly be that instilled such confidence in Xinglan? Anger, you need not be afraid, confronting such a delicate beauty. The elder concealed his astonishment, his tone softening considerably. You need only tell us what transpired on the plane. Do you understand? Anger blinked, tilting her head to glance at Xinglan and the others, before turning back to meet the elder's gaze. Nodding obediently, Anger understands. Bai Tao quickly stepped forward. Anger, just now on the plane, that it was them, those 2 promised to give you to me, correct? Upon hearing this, everyone focused intently on Anger. Xinglan, maintaining his composure, casually placed his hands behind his back, and a small object slipped from his sleeve, falling neatly into his palm. Lu Haochu, catching a glimpse, felt a surge of surprise. A high-frequency pulse generator? Could it be that he intended to induce a state of dormancy in Anger? Bioengineered individuals do not enter dormancy under ample power. However, should their master wish for them to enter such a state, they need only activate a specialized high-frequency pulse generator at close range, causing the core system within the bioengineered individual to collapse instantaneously, thereby inducing sleep. And now, Anger stood just a meter away, perfectly within the pulse's range. Chapter 38. Who is she, after all 5? Lu Haochu's eyes lowered, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet in this situation, it seemed Bai Tao's words were indeed truthful. It appeared that this individual named Xinglan had indeed made a promise to deliver Anger. Otherwise, he would not resort to such desperate measures. For now, forcing Anger into dormancy seemed the most prudent course of action. After all, preventing Anger from speaking was preferable to watching her leave with another. His only hope was that the high-frequency pulse generator would not severely damage Anger's core system. Otherwise, even if she were reawakened, she might exhibit various symptoms of system malfunction. Just as Xinglan prepared to press the button, he noticed Anger staring blankly at Bai Tao, her lips pursed, her dark eyes blinking innocently as she shook her head. No, Xinglan abruptly looked up, his grip on the high-frequency pulse generator slackening. No, not at all. In an instant, shock flooded Guangxi's eyes, his mouth agape in disbelief. Had he not been shielded by Qi Guang, he might have inadvertently betrayed himself. Bai Tao was momentarily stunned. Did he miss here? This bioengineered individual actually said no. The elder's expression darkened. Bai Tao panicked. Anger, you may not have understood me. I meant to say, earlier on the plane, they looked closely. It was them. Those two promised to deliver you to me. Correct? Anger shook her head in confusion. No, Bai Tao was rendered speechless. The elder furrowed his brow, casting a dark glance at Bai Tao, before turning to Anger with a softer demeanor. Anger, what did you hear on the plane? Even if the reality is not as Bai Tao described, it is feared that the group led by Xing Lan will have nothing good to say behind his back. Even if he cannot seize the incriminating evidence mentioned by Bai Tao, he is confident that he can extract something from Nji's lips to make use of. The elder's words caused the hearts of Xing Lan and the others, which had just begun to relax, to rise once more in tension. However, this time, Xing Lan swiftly tucked away the item in his palm back into his sleeve, refraining from any further movements. His bright, piercing gaze remained fixed on Ngu, and the suspicions in his heart grew ever larger. Ngu pondered for a moment and said, Boss Bai expressed great admiration for Alan's actions this time, stating that he would vigorously commend him in front of the old master. Urging the old master to increase the commission awarded to Alan, that he also mentioned that talents emerge in every generation, and Alan is truly a dragon among MenIT. Is a pity that he is unjustly relegated to serve the old master, undertaking the dirtiest and most dangerous work. Furthermore, he remarked that it was well known that the old master could no longer tolerate Alan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discreetly informed Commander Yulingza at the charity banquet, hoping to use the commander's hand to eliminate Alan. You're talking nonsense? Bai Tao turned pale upon hearing this, stammering, I never said such things. Bai Tao was so frightened that his speech began to falter. Every word Ngu uttered was driving him deeper into a corner, and if he did not clarify the situation, he feared he would not be able to leave this dilapidated factory today. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not comprehend why Ngu would make such absurd statements. Did they not disembark the plane together? Throughout the journey, he had not seen Xing Lan's group do anything to Ngu. What on earth is happening with Ngu? On the other side, Xing Lan and his companions were equally taken aback by Nji's words, while Qi Guang and Jia Shu were merely astonished by Nji's reaction. Xing Lan was left speechless, stunned by Nji's statements, his eyes shining with an intense brilliance. Meanwhile, Guangxi blinked in confusion, glancing from the ground to the dilapidated roof. Did he lose his memory? Did we discuss this on the plane? Or was it when Bai Tao was in flight mode at the front of the cabin that he and Xing Lan's leader talked? Hey, Bai Tao, looking so portly, surprisingly seems to have a keen understanding of the situation, knowing that the old master wants to take action against Xing Lan. Chapter 39. Who is she? 6. Ngu was acutely aware that what she had just said could lead Xing Lan to doubt her humanity. However, at this juncture, she was already committed and had no choice but to proceed if she were to lay bare everything that occurred on the plane, although her disguise as a biohuman could safely continue. Her fate would inevitably be to become Bai Tao's pet. Just thinking about Guangxi's vague comments regarding Bai Tao and Lu Haochu's recent outburst about Bai Tao's peculiar preferences made her shudder to imagine the situation. Should she truly align herself with Bai Tao, it would likely become exceedingly unpleasant. However, if she could first eliminate Bai Tao from the equation, even if Xing Lan harbored suspicions about her, wouldn't Lu Haochu stand in her way? After all, that fool's foolishness was, in fact, quite to her liking. Weighing her options, she naturally placed her bets on Xing Lan and his group. What? You mean to say that the old master sent Yulingza to the charity banquet? Jia Shu was the first to regain his composure, his eyes widening as he looked at Bai Tao, then turned to the suddenly pale old master, disbelief etched on his face. Old master, how could you? Utter nonsense. The elder's anger flared upon hearing this. Bai Tao, what are you babbling about? What do you mean that it was I who sent Yulingza? Do you even know what you're saying? As the head of the Jun family, he had always presented himself as just and fair that he wished to eliminate Xing Lan, but given their grandfather-grandson relationship, he could not kill him without cause, forcing him to employ others to carry out his intentions. Despite the fact that both his son and daughter-in-law were of noble dual bloodlines, he had not anticipated that his long-awaited grandson would possess such base and lowly triple bloodlines, bringing shame upon the entire June family and leaving him, as the patriarch, unable to hold his head high. For many years, he had contemplated killing this disgraceful grandson, but the daughter-in-law he had expelled from the June family had protected him too well, leaving him with no opportunity. By the time he encountered this lowly bloodline grandson again, the despicable brat he wished to see dead had already grown up, boasting formidable self-defense skills. Moreover, given their relationship, unless there was a legitimate opportunity, he simply could not eliminate this grandson. Thus, he would always assign perilous missions to Xinglan. But alas, Xinglan had proven to be remarkably lucky, surviving every treacherous task assigned to him. This time, seizing the chance of it being Xinglan's final mission, he resolved to draw fire upon himself, luring Yu Lingzi to the charity banquet with the intent of using Yu Lingzi's hand to eliminate this lowly bloodline grandson. Yet, what he could not comprehend was how Bai Tao could possibly know of such secret matters. He had never mentioned this to Bai Tao at all. Bai Tao trembled at the elder's roar, his tail bristling, cold sweat dripping down his pale face. No, it wasn't me. I never said that. Old Master Jun, how could I possibly say such things? I had no idea Yu Lingzi was coming. Xinglan's expression shifted multiple times, casting a cold glance. If it wasn't you, then was it me? Wasn't it you who warned me to be wary of the old master? Didn't you say that Yu Lingzi's appearance at the charity banquet was orchestrated by the old master? Didn't you say that the old master has long harbored intentions to kill me, and this time wanted to use Yu Lingzi to eliminate me? What now? Do you still wish to deny it? Bai Tao looked utterly bewildered, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as he felt as though he had been pulled from water. Why, you are spouting nonsense. You are slandering me. Chapter 40. Who is she? 7. Guangxi suddenly stepped forward, delivering a powerful slap to Bai Tao, fuming with rage. You scoundrel, what do you mean slandering? Wasn't it you who called for Ngu to testify? You are the one who now contradicts yourself. What do you intend? Is it not enough to want to harm us, but now you drag the old master down with you? Do you think we'll believe your claims about the old master using a knife to kill someone? Exactly. Jia Shu chimed in, stepping forward to support Guangxi. The old master is Xinglan's grandfather. That is a blood relationship. How could he possibly wish to kill Xinglan? You are speaking utter nonsense. Bai Tao staggered back several steps from the sudden slap, his head spinning, and he stumbled right into the beastman behind him. Before he could react, he felt a powerful grip fastening his hands behind his back, nearly dislocating his shoulder. Ouch! 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 Bai Tao's hands were twisted painfully, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he turned his gaze toward the elder, his face filled with distress. Old Master Jun, I truly never said such things. I know nothing of your internal matters. How could I possibly know about Yu Lingzi? The elder frowned. Qi Guang, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, What do you mean by that, Boss Bai? Are you suggesting that you doubt NG's honesty? Everyone knows that a biohuman's core system is programmed with absolute loyalty. Your excuse is quite flimsy. Bai Tao was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, to ensure that biohumans harbored no ill will toward beastmen. Their core systems were strictly monitored by the government, branded with special identification marks, and uniformly supplied to qualified companies engaged in biohuman production, which then customized additional intelligence according to client needs. Thus, in the matter of biohuman loyalty, it was absolutely beyond reproach. Then, that must mean you all have done something to Ngu. Yes, it must be you. Bai Tao yelled frantically, his eyes reddening, having completely lost the gentlemanly demeanor he exhibited at the charity banquet. Guangxi was incensed. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think the old master would believe your fabrications? It must be you who tampered with her. Bai Tao shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Enough! A deep, thunderous voice erupted from the elder. Bai Tao immediately fell silent, his throat bobbing as he struggled to suppress the tremor in his lips. After a moment, the elder shot a fierce glare at Bai Tao, the murderous intent in his eyes becoming glaringly apparent. This Bai Tao had actually dared to tarnish his reputation behind his back. As Ngu spoke, every orc in his vicinity heard him. Should he validate Bai Tao's claims? Where would that leave the face of the head of the Jun family? Grandfather secretly plotting to murder his grandson. Such a violation of ethics could never be permitted within the Jun family. How could this be allowed to circulate beyond their walls? Upon witnessing this, Bai Tao broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Old Master Jun, I'm truly wronged. I did not say such things. How could I possibly utter those words? You must believe me, you simply must. I will pay you. I promise to increase your commission by 10%. No, 3 times? 3 times. Please let me go. I beg you." I truly did not. Suddenly, an unidentified object was hurled through the dilapidated glass window. Before anyone could discern what had been thrown inside, a series of sharp sounds echoed as items shattered upon hitting the ground. Almost simultaneously, the orc behind the elder abruptly pulled him into the nearest corner, warning his companions, "It's a flashbang. We are under attack. Protect the elder and retreat." Chapter 41. Who exactly is she? 8. Xing Lan's eyes widened in surprise, and then brightened as she quickly regained her composure. Embracing Nge, who stood a few steps away, Qi Guang shielded Lu Haochu behind him, while Guang Ji and Jia Shu provided cover, taking refuge behind a brick wall. "Xing Lan, it's the army. It's the people of Yulingza," Qi Guang reported in a low, stern voice, observing the attackers outside. Xing Lan furrowed her brow. "What?" Guang Ji exclaimed in shock. "Yulingza's speed is astonishing. They have only been delayed here for a few minutes. And yet the army has already arrived? Damn it! It's all Bai Tao's fault for stalling for time. Otherwise, we would have long since vacated this decrepit factory, leaving the old man and his ilk to face the wrath of Yulingza." A moment of silence enveloped them, and Guang Ji's eyes darted around before he suddenly shouted toward the other side of the brick wall. "Old man, why has Yulingza come? Is it true what Bai said, that you intended to use a knife to kill someone?" On the other side, old Master Jun was tightly guarded in the corner by the orcs, his expression shifting in surprise at the unfolding events. Suddenly, hearing Guang Ji's loud shout, his face darkened. "Do not heed Bai Tao's nonsense." Guang Ji chuckled silently at this, then raised his voice, feigning anger. "Then why is Yulingza here? Is it not because you wish to use a knife to kill someone?" At this point, they had already obtained what they came for and had no further ties to the old man. Originally, Xing Lan had been concerned that if they left, given their understanding of the old man, he would surely find some sordid excuse to tarnish their reputation. If that was the case, why not take the initiative and smear the old man first? Old Master Jun found himself outmaneuvered, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed. He wanted to explain, but felt that doing so would undermine his authority, for he was a family head. Yet now he was reduced to explaining himself to a mixed-blood commoner he wouldn't even glance at on a normal day. The very thought repulsed him. Yet, to remain silent seemed to imply his acquiescence to the situation, leaving him with an inexplicable anger lodged in his throat. Damn it! Is all that bastard Bai Tao's fault for spreading such absurd lies? Were it not for the substantial final payment of this mission still pending, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him personally. How could he suffer such defamation without the ability to defend himself? Before long, the flashbang within the factory ceased to function, and a series of well-trained figures clad in the camouflage uniforms of the Marine Corps surged into the premises, armed with various firearms as they began a thorough search of the factory. The Marine Corps was swift, and in no time, they had scoured a significant portion of the factory, stopping just 10 meters from the remnants of the crumbling stone walls, each person stationed methodically at different points. Poised to strike at any movement behind the walls, in an instant, the decrepit factory was enveloped in silence. Old Master Jun, save me. Please save me. Bai Tao, trembling with fear behind a stone pillar, had never witnessed such a scene, and had completely forgotten the old man's intention to kill him. Old Master Jun furrowed his brow at the sound, signaling to the orc beside him. He cannot die yet. The orc nodded, cautiously inching towards Bai Tao as the sounds outside fell silent, only to be struck down by a hidden bullet the moment he emerged from behind the brick wall, collapsing right in front of Bai Tao, whose face turned ashen with terror. The elder glanced furtively, his expression shifting dramatically. Then, a man clad in Marine Corps attire strode in, exuding an imposing aura. The man was strikingly handsome, his brown eyes, though devoid of excessive emotion, emanated a subtle danger, despite his remarkable appearance. The aura surrounding him instilled a sense of dread that prevented anyone from daring to entertain any thoughts but fear towards him. Chapter 42. Who exactly is she? 9. The man's eyes glinted like cold stars. Sweeping over the shadows lurking behind the stone wall, his long, elegant fingers lightly caressing the firearm at his waist. His thin lips moved slightly, his voice as frigid as ice, devoid of any discernible emotion. Hand over the person. Yu Lingzi was accustomed to employing a hardline approach, loathing any semblance of negotiation or concession. Had it not been for Lu Haochu's presence in the decrepit factory at that moment, he would have already commanded his men to launch a full-scale assault and eliminate everyone. Upon hearing Yu Lingzi's voice, Lu Haochu's eyes lit up, about to speak, only to be silenced by Jia Shu covering his mouth. Jia Shu peered outside the stone wall, coincidentally locking eyes with Yu Lingzi. A shiver ran down his spine, and he felt an inexplicable tremor within. He had long heard of the commander of the barren continent being the youngest to ever hold power. Even Xinglan referred to him with an air of trepidation. Initially, he had thought such a young individual could only ascend to such heights through formidable family influence or robust connections. Harboring some doubts. Yet at that moment, when their eyes met, the indifference in Yu Lingzi's gaze instilled an unwarranted panic within him, even causing his tail to instinctively tense. Damn it! That overwhelming intent to kill. Coupled with the dominance inherent to those in power, he had felt it merely through a fleeting glance. What an intimidating presence! Yu Lingzi's gaze slowly swept over the factory's dilapidated brick walls, and he took a few steps forward, his polished boots echoing on the ground as he spoke in a calm tone. I have little patience. I will give you 1 minute. For one Lu Haochu, you may spare one person. Guangxi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the mouth covered by his hand, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. In a daze, he widened his eyes, silently seeking guidance from Xinglan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xinglan pointed in another direction. Guangxi was stunned, but quickly understood the implication. All right, we will exchange old Master Jun, as long as the head of the Jun family is unharmed. Everything can be discussed. Before the words had fully left his lips, the elder in the corner was shocked, his eyes widening as he gritted his teeth, wishing he could rend the speaker to 1,000 pieces. The sudden arrival of Yu Lingzi's men had caught them off guard, and they had hidden swiftly. That it was entirely possible the enemy was unaware of his presence. He had arranged for numerous orcs to be nearby, and there was a significant chance for a quiet escape. Yet now, with that brat Guangxi's outburst, he had inadvertently thrust both himself and the entire Jun family into the spotlight. It exposed their connection to today's predicament. Even if he miraculously escaped, the entire Jun family would face repercussions, ensuring their complete eradication from the barren continent. Damn you, you bastard! The old man's eyes glinted with murderous intent that he had yet to make a move. Yet these little rascals he had always dismissed had dared to strike first against him, and they had done so with Yu Lingzi's blade. This realization filled him with dread in this barren land. Who did not know of Yu Lingzi's iron-fisted methods? At under 30 years of age, he had already ascended to a position of power that commanded respect. If he lacked any formidable means, who would believe it? As Guangxi finished speaking, he leaned in to whisper a few words in Lu Haochu's ear, then urged him towards the direction of old Master Jun. Startled, Lu Haochu instinctively sought to resist, but his gaze fell upon the high-frequency pulse device in Xinglan's hand, aimed at Nji's neck. Xinglan wore an expression of calm seriousness, clearly indicating that if Lu Haochu defied him, he would not hesitate to use the device to destroy Ngu. Lu Haochu's form stiffened in resistance. He glanced at Ngu, who was blinking at him with wide eyes, and then listened to Guangxi's commands, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes, in the span of a single breath. Lu Haochu steeled himself and crouched towards old Master Jun. His cautious movements took Ngu by surprise, her heart racing. Guangxi, facing her as he whispered, revealed his intentions through lip reading. One could not help but admire Guangxi's quick thinking. They had been encircled by Yu Lingzi, yet he still considered removing the thorn that was old Master Jun from their side. Such audacity and strategy genuinely astonished her. However, what she hadn't anticipated was Lu Haochu's reaction. He actually acquiesced. Observing his careful approach towards old Master Jun, it seemed he genuinely feared that failing would result in Guangxi's wrath being directed at her. Lu Haochu truly cared for her. Otherwise, why would he cooperate with this hastily contrived scheme, diverting Yu Ling's attention towards old Master Jun rather than Xinglan's group? On the other side of the brick wall, old Master Jun was seething with rage. Xinglan, it was clearly your idea to abduct Lu Haochu. Now he is in your hands, and yet you want to push him onto me, making me the scapegoat. Is this how you repay the Jun family's nurturing? Old Master Jun, what are you saying? Everyone knows Lu Haochu's identity and the power he wields. If it weren't for your instigation, would my boss Xinglan have the audacity to abduct him? Besides, Lu Haochu is clearly in your grasp. Don Tilai with your eyes wide open. Shut your mouth. Old Master Jun's eyes reddened with fury that he was fully aware that he and the entire Jun family were ensnared in Xinglan's deadly trap. Yet even in such dire straits, he would not allow himself to be butchered. Did they want him dead? The mastermind behind this would need to be prepared for complete destruction as well. Old Master Jun roared on. When has Lu Haochu ever been here? If he were, I'd gladly sever my own head to give it to you. Don't think. His words were abruptly cut off as he sensed movement behind him. Turning to look, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Lu Haochu was rolling his eyes internally. Xinglan had instructed him to run towards the old man amidst the chaos, intending to shift the blame onto the Jun family. Making Yu Lingze believe he had been kidnapped by old Master Jun, he was not oblivious to Xinglan's schemes. Yet the thought of Nji's safety forced his compliance. He was his treasure. Moreover, the mysterious master behind her was to be his future mentor. If he failed to protect her, how could he ever coax the enigmatic master into accepting him as a disciple? Old Master Jun stared at the suddenly appearing Lu Haochu. Bewildered you. How did you end up here? Before Lu Haochu could respond, old Master Jun turned to the nearby beastman, asking in confusion, when did he arrive? Did you bring him here? Yu Ling's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. He had been dragged into a corner by his bodyguards, and he wondered if, at that moment, his bodyguards had also pulled Lu Haochu towards him. The beastman bodyguard was equally perplexed. The situation had escalated so quickly that he had only focused on safeguarding old Master Jun from the advancing assault team, completely unaware of anyone else's presence behind him. Unfortunately, Al Rong had just been shot while trying to protect Bai Tao, or he might have been able to shed some light on the matter. What am I doing here? You should know better than I do. How dare you still question me? Lu Haochu exploded in anger that he had refrained from expressing his fury under Xinglan's threat, but before the elder, he felt no such reservations. With a resounding thud, Lu Haochu's tightly clenched fist struck out, fueled by rage. You dare to kidnap me, and you even thought of giving that adorable doll Ngu to that despicable Bai Tao? Don't you know what kind of person he is? How dare you lay a hand on Ngu? Ngu is my treasure. I cherish her more than anything, yet you scoundrels wish to tarnish her. If anything happens to Ngu, I swear I will bring down your entire Jun family. I swear it on my name. Yu Lingze, observing Lu Haochu relentlessly pummeling the hidden figures behind the crumbling brick wall, remained silent. The members of the assault team exchanged glances. Ngu? Who is Ngu? Is she Master Lu's girlfriend? No wonder he is so furious. As Lu Haochu continued to unleash his fury upon the cornered figures, a flicker of surprise crossed Yu Ling's indifferent gaze. Lu Haochu, hailing from a noble family, had always been kind-hearted, shielded by his elders from the murky undercurrents of the world. His innocence remained untainted, and he treated others with utmost courtesy. However, witnessing Lu Haochu lose control in his wrath was a sight to behold. All right, come here. Yu Lingze finally spoke. Behind the brick wall, Lu Haochu was panting heavily. That is not enough. You have no idea how vile this old man is. He nearly handed Ngu over to that scoundrel if it weren't for my clever and adorable Ngu. She might not have made it until you arrived. Where is Ngu? Yu Ling's gaze swept towards the remnants of the wall. Upon hearing Nji's name, Lu Haochu ceased his assault, dropping the battered old Master Jun and rushing towards Yu Lingze. Panic etched across his face as he pointed in the direction where Xinglan and his group were hiding. Ngu is with them. Hurry! Hurry! No sooner had he spoken than the members of the assault team instinctively formed a small unit. moving towards the direction Lu Haochu indicated. Lu Haochu raised his voice. Hey, if Yulingza go, I'll let you leave. What do you say? Yulingza merely scoffed. Does this fool really think anyone can be exchanged? He, a mere heir of the Lu family, can barely negotiate for one person. Yet he thinks he can barter away several for Ngu. Chapter 45. Who on earth is she? 12. Silence lingered behind the brick wall. Lu Haochu was momentarily taken aback, believing his previous words lacked sincerity. I swear, I assure you that as long as you return Ngu to me, I will certainly let you go. Truly, I swear. As his voice faded, the factory fell back into silence. The flicker of suspicion crossed Lu Haochu's eyes as he contemplated approaching the brick wall. But unexpectedly, his left shoulder was seized with great force. Turning to look at Yulingza, he was met with a perplexed expression. There's a problem. Yulingza's brow furrowed, his brown eyes fixed intently on the brick wall behind which they stood. Subtly, he pulled Lu Haochu behind him and tilted his head, signaling to the small squad of the assault team. The squad nodded and, with steady footsteps, moved closer to the wall point. One of the team members swiftly and forcefully threw a flashbang over the wall, preparing for an ambush. However, to their astonishment, an eerie fire ignited from behind the brick wall, a blaze that did not belong to a flashbang. Yulingza's pupils constricted. Retreat. The small team hurriedly withdrew, and Yulingza urged Lu Haochu to flee in the opposite direction. In a split second, an explosion erupted from behind the wall, sending shattered bricks flying and causing the adjacent wall to collapse. The already dilapidated factory began to tremble perilously, in the midst of the chaos. Where the flames surged, not a trace of Xinglan and his crew could be seen. Outside the factory, a swarm of crows suddenly descended like a dark cloud. Simultaneously, numerous small explosions occurred in various locations outside the factory, sending dust and debris into the air, blinding those present as cries of agony echoed, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Xinglan, clutching Ngu, swiftly darted past the desolate heaps of rocks outside the factory. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain, along with the flocks of crows and the swirling dust to obscure visibility, he skillfully evaded any potential gunfire. Behind him, Guangxi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Jiashu, your crows are worth it. We certainly didn't waste all that money feeding them for so long. Of course. Jiashu grinned widely as he ran, brimming with pride. There are over 10,000 crows here. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to live in that crow coop every day to train them? All right. Your contribution is not insignificant. I'll make a note of it for you later. What? Just one note? My contributions are no small matter, you know. Aside from the crows, I also spent considerable time planting bombs. Those are life-threatening compared to crows. When Xinglan handed him the factory's layout, he instructed him to install bombs at the marked red dots. There were over 100 of them. His hands nearly grew weary from the task. It was only later that Brother Qi Guang revealed to him that those red dots indicated prime positions for hidden snipers within the factory. If they could secure these spots and plant bombs ready for detonation, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Yes, you're the best. Now watch your step. Let us escape first. Guangxi couldn't help but remind him, fearing Jia Shu might let his guard down and get shot. Boss Xinglan, the ship's automatic system has been activated. We have only 10 minutes left. Qi Guang glanced at his electronic watch, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while reminding them of the dwindling time. Understood. Xinglan quickened his pace, stealing a glance at the obedient Ngu in his arms, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Although the abandoned factory was surrounded by rubble and weeds, to the north lay a vast expanse of deep blue long as they boarded the ship and entered the waters. They would secure victory for today's endeavor. The only regret was that the mission to capture Lu Haochu had failed. Yet, gazing at Ngu in his arms, the sense of loss dissipated. If his suspicions were true, then Nji's existence was far more valuable than merely capturing Lu Haochu. Chapter 46. Who on earth is she? 13. Ngu looked up at the faintly visible helicopter against the sky, inhaling the increasingly potent scent of the sea. Her dark eyes flickered with barely perceptible worry. She had been in this beastly world for several hours, yet the light ions within her had yet to be activated. Did her companions in the laboratory remain oblivious to her erroneous time displacement? That shouldn't be the case. The acuity of her laboratory colleagues was hardly inferior to her own, sensing the intensifying saltiness of the air. Ngu understood that a sea lay ahead. Observing how impeccably Xinglan and his group calculated their retreat, she realized that if she did not act soon, she would truly be taken away. Should she be captured? Ngu couldn't help but ponder. Through her brief interaction with Xinglan, she found him to be an inscrutable madman, capable of scheming against others even when facing imminent peril. Deftly controlling the situation to his advantage, it seemed he was navigating through danger. Yet every move he made was calculated and secure. If she was not mistaken, Xinglan managed to confront the intimidation of dozens of beasts commanded by the old master of the Jun family, with just 4 people. And Yuling's appearance had likely been anticipated by him as well. Ngu marveled internally. Though her understanding of Yuling's was limited to his title as commander, she could tell from the reactions of those around him that he was an exceedingly dangerous individual. For someone whom everyone feared, Xinglan had managed to incorporate him into his plans. Such a person could hardly be deemed sane. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she recognized that every step Xinglan took was fraught with risk. Any misstep could spell their demise. Moreover, Xinglan had been adamant about capturing Lu Haochu, yet now he had cast Lu Haochu aside as bait, holding her tightly instead. Did he harbor ulterior motives akin to Bai Tao's? No, it was definitely not the case. The only possibility was that he had begun to suspect her true identity. Nge's heart sank, her expression shifting. The memory of the fierce reactions during the auction when Amber was bid upon made her feel as though her existence was a ticking time bomb. The fate of being used as a lab rat was too horrific to contemplate. If she had to choose a temporary ally, she would prefer the foolish and easily misled Lu Haochu. Where's that fool Lu Haochu? Why hasn't he caught up yet? Is he still oblivious to the ruse? Is he still dealing with that old man? Ngu blinked, glancing behind Xinglan as she finally caught sight of the person pursuing them through the haze of dust. Her dark eyes sparkled with light. Oh, that fool really did come after us. You idiots, put Ngu down. 100 meters away from Xinglan and his group, Lu Haochu's forehead was slick with blood. His once pristine suit now tattered and torn from the chaos. Dirt and blood smeared his face, leaving him looking far from the refined young master of a prominent family. Lu Haochu was furious. He had stood there, diligently negotiating terms at the crumbling wall, only for this group to slip away while he dealt with old Master Jun, even throwing in a bomb as an extra surprise. Had it not been for Yuling's quick response, he would have been crushed beneath that dilapidated wall. Hey, is that Lu Haochu? Guangxi, startled by the curses behind him, quickly turned to look, his face agog. He actually caught up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Guangxi glanced at the 3 ahead of him, then pivoted and dashed towards Lu Haochu. Chapter 47. Who on earth is she? 14. On the other side. Xinglan and Qi Guang arrived at the rocky shore first, gazing at the unfathomable depths of the sea below and the 4 small boats of varying sizes docked at the shore. They exchanged knowing glances, filled with unspoken understanding. Qi Guang turned to Xinglan, who held Ngu in his arms. Boss, Ngu is a biohuman. She cannot enter the water. You all wait for me here. Xinglan nodded. Be careful. Qi Guang replied affirmatively and swiftly plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. Ngu watched the scene before her in astonishment. Hey, the boats are right here, aren't they? Why does Qi Guang need to go into the water? However, the boats moored at the shore. Were there perhaps too many? For people, for boats? Were they planning for each person to take a different boat to divert their pursuers? Whoever got caught would be unlucky, while those who escaped would be fortunate. But such a strategy, which diluted their already limited team strength, seemed a blatant invitation to death. She pondered what Xinglan's next move might be. She saw Jia Shu joining them. Upon noticing that only Jia Shu was running toward him, Xinglan's expression changed abruptly to, "Where's Guangxi?" Guangxi saw Lu Haochu coming and ran back. He probably doesn't want to miss out on taking Lu Haochu away with him. Jia Shu's breath was somewhat unsteady, his sun-kissed skin glistening with sweat. Upon hearing Xinglan's sharp reprimand, "You bastard! Who sent him to abduct Lu Haochu?" Jia Shu's motion to wipe his sweat faltered. But Lu Haochu followed on his own. Besides, our original intention was indeed to capture him. It was precisely for this reason that when he saw Guangxi running back, he did not attempt to stop him. Did you see Lu Haochu alone? Jiaxu nodded. Yes, and he was injured. I saw blood on his forehead. That is why he felt at ease letting Guangxi go back alone to capture someone. Halfway through his words, Jiaxu's voice abruptly ceased, and a sense of panic washed over him. A trap? Is it a trap? Lu Haochu deliberately appeared there? Indeed, if even the bookish Lu Haochu could pursue them. Then what of Yulingza? Jiaxu's expression shifted. What should we do, Brother Xinglan? Should I rush back immediately? Qi Guang has already entered the water. You should too. Jiaxu, full of urgency, replied. But Guangxi. Hurry! Xinglan's face was grim. Upon hearing this, Jiaxu trembled, his expression tinged with regret. He glanced back nervously, stifled a low growl of frustration, and obediently removed the heavy weapon bag from his body. Taking a swift step into the water, Ingo, watching the scene, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze darting over several speedboats before settling on the splashes on the water's surface, the confusion in his dark eyes deepening. Ingo was curious about why they would enter the water. Suddenly, Xinglan's voice rose, gentle as jade, yet causing Nji's heart to skip a beat. He observed the person in his arms, whose bewildered expression was accompanied by a tilt of her small head, her dark eyes brimming with worry, her innocent demeanor resembling that of a beloved little rabbit. The water is very dangerous. Ngu is afraid of water. Ngu cannot stay in the water. Xinglan was momentarily taken aback by the clarity of her pure, dark eyes. Ngu is afraid of water. Ngu nodded earnestly. Water could damage Nji's internal system, and Ngu could die. Die? Xinglan narrowed his eyes slightly. Ngu knows about dying. For a synthetic being, the concept of life and death was foreign. As system updates and resets were commonplace, Ngu nodded honestly. Achu said that Ngu is the most human-like creation, so he taught Ngu much about humanity, including aging, illness, and death. Xinglan's gaze deepened in contemplation as he looked into Nji's eyes, momentarily caught off guard. Meanwhile, Ngu, although still bearing a harmless and innocent demeanor, felt a surge of terror within, as if a tidal wave was crashing against a rock, her heart nearly lodged in her throat. Chapter 48. Who is she really? 15. Suddenly, Xinglan made his move. He held Ngu with one arm while swiftly drawing a glinting dagger from his waist, aiming it directly at Nji's arm. If his suspicions were unfounded, then the metallic essence within the synthetic being would be revealed with this strike, that if he was correct, and Ngu truly embodied the essence of humanity, then Nji's pupils constricted sharply. Almost simultaneously with Xinglan's action, she transformed from her previously docile self, swiftly drawing another cold dagger from Xinglan's waist and pressing it firmly against his neck. Xinglan's descending motion froze mid-air. Shock evident on his face, his beast-like pupils narrowed, only to flash with brilliance in the next instant. Alan, you're truly not obedient at all. Ngu pouted, her face full of grievance. Xinglan glanced at the dagger still some distance away from Ngu, then at the chilling blade pressed against his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. Who is being disobedient, after all? This girl certainly has a thicker skin than I do. Would Ngu truly dare to kill me? Xinglan chuckled silently. Observing Nji's pouty expression, he found it hard to believe that such a delicate and adorable person would commit acts of bloodshed. He leaned down, intending to draw closer to Ngu. But in the next moment, he felt a sudden sharp pain at his throat, and his expression shifted dramatically. Xinglan's pupils constricted, sensing the metallic scent of blood emanating from his neck, and he froze in place, not daring to move. Ngu will only kill those who are disobedient. Would Alan like to test that? Ngu sweetly tilted her head up, as if discussing something immensely delightful, yet she did not relent in pressing the dagger against Xinglan's neck. Drawing closer as blood began to trickle from the blade. Xinglan was utterly taken aback, gazing into her brilliantly dark eyes, listening to her still soft and obedient voice, and observing her seemingly harmless demeanor. He found himself momentarily stunned. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Xinglan could not help but chuckle softly, which then grew into a hearty laugh. Ngu seized the opportunity to break free from Xinglan's embrace. executing an unexpected flip and landing a meter away, casually toying with the blood-stained blade, skillfully spinning it between her fingers without injury, her gaze vigilant of Xing Lan's every move, as if ready to launch the dagger at him mercilessly at the slightest hint of danger. "Who exactly are you?" Xing Lan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, captivated by Ng's agile skills, seemingly unconcerned by the superficial wound on his neck. Indigo widened her eyes in confusion. "Isn't Ah Chu aware of my synthetic being?" Xing Lan furrowed his brow. "Do you think I would believe you? Whether you believe it or not is your concern. It has nothing to do with me." Ng's eyes curved into a smile, though the mirth did not reach her depths. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Lan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of danger flashing within them. "If I were to expose your humanity to the world, do you think it would not concern you?" Upon hearing this, Ngu raised her well-shaped brows. "Then Lan should do it soon. It would be best to promote the Lu Corporation's reputation alongside it. After all, being able to create a synthetic being so akin to humanity and gaining others' endorsement is precisely what Ah Chu desires to that point. Not only would the Lu Corporation status soar, but it would likely become a godlike entity across the desolate continent." Xing Lan fell silent, his beast-like eyes fixated on Ngu, a perplexed expression crossing his features. Could it be that Lu Haochu sought this very outcome? But why? To utterly dismantle the C corporation behind C Xiaoyuan. To monopolize the synthetic being's external aesthetics and technology. Thus, deliberately crafting Ngu to resemble humanity in order to mislead them, as both remained locked in a stalemate, speculating on one another's motives. Xing Lan suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind and cast a glance. Ngu swiftly tucked the dagger at her waist, reverting to her previous innocent demeanor. Yu Lingzi approached, accompanied by Guangxi, and trailing behind them was the bloodied Lu Haochu. Xing Lan's gaze fell upon Guangxi, noting the gunshot wound on his leg and the blood gushing from the injury, his expression darkening significantly. Ngu. Upon seeing Ngu standing unharmed behind Xing Lan, Lu Haochu's eyes glistened with tears of relief. "Wu, Ngu is safe. Oh, thankfully Ngu is safe. His precious, his mysterious master whom he had yet to meet." Wu, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 49. Who is she really? 16? Lu Haochu attempted to step forward to pull Ngu to his side, but hesitated at the sight of Xing Lan before hurriedly reiterating his earlier promise. "You let Ngu go, and I promise you can leave here unharmed. All right?" Xing Lan remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Haochu licked his cracked and dry lips, glancing at Yu Lingzi and Guangxi beside him, uncertainty flickering in his eyes before turning back to Xing Lan. "How about we exchange hostages? You let Ngu come over, and I will return your person to you. All right?" Yu Lingzi furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased, yet witnessing Lu Haochu's desperate demeanor, he merely curled his lips in silence. Xing Lan glanced at his watch, noting the dwindling countdown to Qi Guang's arrival, a calculating look crossing his face as he raised his eyes to Lu Haochu. Lu Haochu's eyes lit up at this, his heart soaring with joy. "Great, Lu, quickly, let her go. And good, don't be afraid. Walk over slowly. It's all right, it's all right." Yu Lingzi released his grip on Guangxi, who, despite enduring excruciating pain, limped toward Xing Lan step by step. Ngu watched quietly, her form unmoving. "Ngu, come here, don't be afraid, they won't harm you." As Jian and Gu stood dazed in place, Lu Haochu naturally assumed that she was rendered speechless by fear, and hurriedly tried to soothe her, saying, "Come, take your time and walk over, step by step, slowly." Yet Ngu remained motionless, her gaze quietly fixed on Guangxi's injured leg, as if contemplating something profound. Meanwhile, Xing Lan was somewhat astonished by this. The Ngu before her would never be too frightened to move, especially considering that it was this little one who had just inflicted a wound on his neck with a dagger. The only plausible explanation was that Ngu had chosen to spare them. Otherwise, given Guangxi's leg injury and the distance he had to traverse with each step, if Ngu truly wished to bring them to their demise, a single swift move to hide behind Lu Haochu would have sufficed to compel Yu Lingzi to break his promise, ultimately resulting in their execution. Contemplating this, suspicion flickered once more in Xing Lan's eyes. Who exactly is she? How much of their earlier exchange was genuine, and how much was mere pretense. Regrettably, he had underestimated Ngo, never anticipating that such a petite and seemingly fragile girl could possess such an imposing presence. His validation was abruptly cut short, leaving him with an undeniable sense of frustration down on the other side, and Gus silently observed the distance between Guangxi and Xinglan, entirely disregarding Lu Haochu's gentle reassurances. She bore no animosity towards Guangxi. Yet, the current situation represented a critical juncture for her. It was a matter of either capturing Xinglan or allowing her to escape. If she were to be captured, executing Xinglan on the spot would align with Nji's desires, for only in that way would Xinglan's suspicions about her remain forever buried. However, if Xinglan were to be spared, and she held on to thoughts of mutual destruction, uttering words that should remain unspoken, should she reveal everything that transpired on the aircraft, and Gu feared that her own fate would not fare much better. Thus, it seemed more advantageous for her if Xinglan successfully escaped. Therefore, she must ensure that Guangxi could safely reach Xinglan's side. After all, with the foolish Lu Haochu present, her current silence could easily be interpreted as being paralyzed by fear, allowing her to stand here without moving with perfect legitimacy. Indeed, as Lu Haochu witnessed Nji's frozen state and saw Guangxi inching closer to Xinglan, an urgent sense of anxiety welled up within him. Naturally, he worried that once Guangxi returned to Xinglan's side, she might renege on their agreement and use Ngu as a hostage, rendering Guangxi's efforts futile. With this thought in mind, Lu Haochu cast aside his reservations and dashed towards Nji. No one anticipated that Lu Haochu would suddenly take such action. Even Ngu was taken aback by his abrupt approach. Damn fool! Ngu cursed inwardly. Indeed, a fool is a fool. In a situation as tense as this, every movement, expression, and even the slightest glance could become a potential breach in the eyes of others. How could this idiot dare to make such a bold move? Chapter 50. She is my treasure. 1. As anticipated, Lu Haochu's sudden dash caught Yu Lingzai's attention, who had been fixated on Xinglan. Taking advantage of Yu Lingzai's distraction, Xinglan swiftly pulled Guangxi, who was approaching her, behind her. Yu Lingzai sensed the disturbance and instinctively turned to look at Xinglan, his gun subconsciously aimed at her, ensuring she would not take advantage of the chaos to strike. After all, in this precarious situation, his reinforcements had been severely injured by the bomb Xinglan had strategically placed among the remaining individuals. Only he could contend with Xinglan. Should anything happen to him, the entire situation would spiral out of control. Unfortunately, what he feared came to pass. Just as Yu Lingzai turned to raise his weapon, Xinglan had already lifted her own gun, the barrel aimed directly at Lu Haochu. Yu Lingzai shouted in alarm. "Achu, be careful." In mere seconds difference, 2 gunshots rang out in succession. Before he could react, Lu Haochu was struck on the shoulder, the force of the bullet causing him to stumble and tumble into the sea with a resounding splash, disappearing from sight. Ngu, witnessing this bizarre scene, was utterly stunned. Xinglan, however, was hit in the wrist by Yu Lingzai's bullet, causing her gun to slip from her grasp. Guangxi seized the opportunity, effortlessly retrieving the weapon from the water, and without hesitation, he turned to fire at Yu Lingzai. Yu Lingzai aimed to leap into the water to save Lu Haochu, but was startled by the sound of the gun being cocked behind him. Years of honed instinct for survival compelled him to alter his course, as expected. With the sound of gunfire, several bullet marks marred the path he had just been racing towards. Unable to save Lu Haochu, he was forced to take cover behind a large rock due to Guangxi's gunfire. Anxiously trying to ascertain Lu Haochu's location in the water, he was taken aback to see Ngu leap into the sea. Yu Lingzai's pupils constricted. Diving into the water, Ngu felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Lu Haochu. Were it not for the fact that he had rushed to protect her, she would have gladly kicked this fool. Now, not only had he disrupted the entire situation, leading to an uncontrollable turn of events, but she had also sustained a gunshot wound and fallen into the sea. It was critical to remember that she was supposed to be playing the role of a bioengineered human. Everyone knew that bioengineered beings were natural enemies of water. The books all stated that bioengineered individuals feared approaching water sources. Yet here she was, diving headfirst into the sea to save someone. This was an unmistakable revelation of her flawed identity as a bioengineered human. On the rocky shore, taking advantage of Yu Ling, Zhe being forced back behind the rocks due to the gunfire. Xinglan quickly pulled Guangxi towards the shore, both of them plunging into the sea. Just as they hit the water, the hands of Xinglan's wristwatch aligned perfectly with the red marker, triggering the explosion of 4 speedboats that had been moored at the shore. In an instant, the deafening sound of explosions resonated, engulfing the rocky coast in flames, with the sea surface ablaze due to the gasoline, the acrid smoke suffocating them. Not only was it nearly impossible to jump into the water to save anyone, but even getting close to the shore became exceedingly difficult. Yuling Zhe was thrown deep behind the rock pile by the blast shockwave. When he managed to rise again, he beheld the coast erupting in massive fire clouds one after another, his beast-like eyes narrowing to slits. Without a moment to spare, he held his breath and dove into the sea. Chapter 51. She is my treasure, 2. In the crystal-clear blue waters, Lu Haochu held his breath, his eyes wide as he sank slowly. The gunshot wound on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. He felt as though his entire body was petrified in pain. Any attempt to kick and swim would only exacerbate the agony from the wound, quickening his breath and ultimately leading to a greater depletion of oxygen. Were it not for the coldness of the water, allowing him to retain a shred of rationality, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness at as his body continued to descend. Lu Haochu struggled to suppress his rising panic. That he could not move, the only thing he could do was to manage his fear, allowing the air in his chest to be consumed slowly until Yu came to rescue him. Yet, Lu Haochu, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never faced such a calamity. As he sank deeper, the pain in his shoulder intensified due to the salt water. The light above him growing dimmer, the encroaching darkness gradually enveloping his vision. In his heart, anxiety surged as the air in his lungs dwindled. Silence, the silence of the deep sea. Apart from darkness, there was not a single sound. Each fleeting moment in this sensory-deprived abyss stretched infinitely. Gradually, the light in Lu Haochu's eyes dimmed. Was he truly about to perish like this? He had so much left to accomplish. Yu had promised to witness him become the foremost master in the desolate continent. And his beloved grandfather. If he were to die, his grandfather would surely be heartbroken. And that mysterious master. He had been preparing fervently to further refine his skills. As his form continued to sink deeper into the abyss of the ocean, Lu Haochu, overwhelmed by despair, slowly closed his eyes. He had never realized that the proximity of death could instill such fear within him. Despite having a chance to survive, the darkness enveloping him relentlessly drowned out his existence. The surrounding void was akin to a suffocating silence, and even if Yu sought to rescue him, he would likely be unable to locate him. He this time was truly doomed. Deafening roar erupted from the surface of the sea, jolting Lu Haochu from his despair in an instant. When he reopened his eyes, he was greeted by the radiant light spreading across the ocean's surface, which swiftly dispelled the chilling darkness that had engulfed him. Returning him to the realm of light, Lu Haochu widened his gaze in astonishment. Was that fire? A flicker of flames? Just as he pondered the inexplicable appearance of such a vast expanse of fire on the water, he beheld a figure swimming directly towards him through the flames. His expression oscillated between shock, disbelief, and unbridled joy. His beloved Yu had indeed come to save him, and astonishingly had found him so swiftly. Yet, in the next moment, the ecstasy on Lu Haochu's face froze at the corners. His beast-like eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the figure striving to reach him. He was engulfed in profound shock. Lu Haochu vowed that throughout his life, he had encountered innumerable beautiful women, yet he had never witnessed a vision as breathtaking as the one before him at this moment, that a familiar visage emerged in his line of sight. The girl's long hair flowed chaotically in the water, her skin as fair as snow, appearing like an ethereal spirit in the azure depths. Her flowing pink gown billowed in the water like a delicate goldfish's tail, and the flames behind her resembled the sun, rendering her a queen who arrived bearing hope. That was in go. The silhouette of the delicate figure swimming towards him was reflected in Lu Haochu's astonished eyes, rendering him breathless in overwhelming disbelief. Chapter 52. She is my precious. 3. An hour later. Yulingza sat on the stony shore, drenched, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the still flickering flames on the water surface. His expression dark and brooding. Commander, the several brothers dispatched have returned one after another. They confirmed traces of a small submarine having lingered at the seabed. It is likely that the Xinglan group escaped via that submarine. 17 handed a dry towel to Yulingza, his brow furrowed. However, as of now, we have yet to locate young Master Lu or Ngu. They had swiftly assembled the lightly injured brothers to search for them in the water. Yet an hour had passed with no results. A layer of gloom settled over 17. He had heard that when young Master Lu fell into the sea, he had been shot in the shoulder, making it highly probable that he had lost consciousness upon hitting the water. Furthermore, the subsequent explosion had caused much of the rocky shoreline to collapse, with several large stones sinking into the depths. It was entirely possible that young Master Lu could be trapped beneath them. Yet even as 17 entertained such thoughts, he altered his words. However, given that an explosion just occurred here, and the rocky embankment has collapsed significantly, with so many objects having fallen into the sea, it is natural for there to be undercurrents. Perhaps the situation in the water is too complex, and with the surface ablaze, Ngu could have rescued young Master Lu and taken him elsewhere. There's a fort 10 miles from here. Why not send 17 and the others to check there? As he spoke, 17 himself was unconvinced, hearing the commander say that Ngu had also entered the sea to rescue someone. He felt a mixture of surprise and concern. Biomechanical beings were inherently averse to water. No matter how advanced Ngi's internal systems were, she could not escape a disastrous fate, let alone save others. Yuling's eyes darkened as he nodded slightly, then suddenly inquired, "Has Qinxing arrived?" Just the thought of Ngu plunging into the ocean momentarily calmed Yuling's worries for Lu Haochu. However, considering that biomechanical beings feared water, Yulingza couldn't shake the feeling that he was being overly optimistic. 17 nodded, just arrived, currently waiting at the abandoned factory. Upon hearing this, Yulingza promptly stood and headed towards the factory. Given the urgency surrounding Lu Haochu's safety, he needed to clarify matters, and in this situation, Qinxing, as the deputy captain of Lu Haochu's experimental team, was pivotal in answering questions. The group hastened to the temporary station outside the factory, where they found Qinxing standing in a corner, observing a nearly defunct biomechanical being in a cage. Yulingza hurried over. Qinxing. Qinxing turned at the sound, and upon seeing Yulingza drenched and standing behind him, his expression shifted to one of surprise. "Commander, what happened to young Master Lu? Where is he?" Qinxing, can biomechanical beings stay submerged in water? Yulingza posed his question directly. Qinxing's expression faltered, and after a moment's silence, he shook his head. To my knowledge, no. Regardless of the exterior materials, biomechanical beings cannot withstand the onslaught of water. Moreover, the various internal chips require cooling. Coupled with the metallic fibers beneath the skin, they are utterly susceptible to water's erosion. While it might be feasible to wipe synthetic skin with a damp cloth, prolonged exposure to water is tantamount to self-destruction. Yulingza fell into silence upon hearing this. Qinxing continued, with current technology. For certain specialized biomechanical beings, some photosynthetic fiber tubes can be embedded within their bodies, allowing them to ingest a minimal amount of fresh water, which can then evaporate through the skin surface. But that is the extent of it. Chapter 53. She is my precious. For, in the matter of rescuing others versus fearing water, which would take precedence for a biomechanical being, Qinxing pondered carefully. Fear of water. Yuling's brow furrowed slightly. Why is that? Biomechanical beings were primarily designed to serve beastmen. Should they not prioritize saving lives? He had witnessed many instances of biomechanical beings rescuing their masters during prior missions. The fear of water stems not only from the potential for system failure, but also because a failing system can lead to spontaneous combustion or explosion. Thus, biomechanical beings would never risk entering the water to rescue someone. It would be self-destructive, and even attempting a rescue could result in tragedy. Consequently, engineers instill a prohibition within the intelligent chips to ensure biomechanical beings avoid contact with water sources. Yulingza. After a pause, he remained undeterred. Has Ngi's internal system received any upgrades regarding her aversion to water? Qinxing appeared perplexed. Ngu. What Ngu? Lu Haochu's new creation, named Ngu. You don't know. Yu Lingzi was somewhat taken aback. Qinxing's eyes brightened. Young Master Lu has released a new creation? Were all your earlier inquiries regarding young Master Lu's new work? Can young Master Lu's new creation remain submerged in water? Yu Lingzi, coughing, Qinxing's excitement escalated, and upon meeting Yu Lingzi's impassive expression, his countenance turned awkward for a moment. He cleared his throat. Well, ever since the last biomechanical external modeling competition was won by the head of the Sea family, young Master Lu, in a fit of anger, declared his intention to enter seclusion for several months. Therefore, I am not entirely sure what he has been working on during this time. I only occasionally deliver materials to his laboratory. But I am promptly ushered out. The Lu Corporation specializes in biomechanical external modeling, handling countless orders daily. As the heir, young Master Lu could afford a rest at any moment, but Qinxing had his own responsibilities and could scarcely keep up with the company's affairs, let alone monitor young Master Lu's activities. After a brief pause, Qinxing could no longer contain his joy. Commander, were your earlier questions genuine? Has young Master Lu truly created a biomechanical being capable of remaining in water? Where is he now? May I see him? Yu Lingzi replied. He is dead. With that, he turned and strode out. Qinxing. 10 miles from the rocky shore, by the riverbank, when Ngu dragged Lu Haochu ashore like a lifeless dog. He was nearly exhausted. Whether it was the exhilaration of escaping death or the shock of Ngu's appearance, Lu Haochu's pale face bore a brightness in his eyes that was alarming. Showing no signs of fainting, Ngu, quickly, you must bask in the sun to dry the water that has seeped into your body. Otherwise, you will explode. Gasping for breath, Ngu collapsed beside him, staring at Lu Haochu as if he were a fool. Her face filled with disdain. People truly cannot be compared. While Xinglan had doubted her true identity based solely on her quick thinking, Lu Haochu, on the other hand, had the audacity to believe she was merely a biomechanical being after she had plunged into the water to save him. Was this not sheer idiocy? Ngu, hurry! Such matters cannot be delayed. Quickly, go into the sunlight. Lu Haochu struggled to rise, grimacing as his wounds pulled at him, and rushed toward Ngu, eager to carry her into the sun. However, as he bent down to embrace her, a small hand yanked down on his collar with surprising force, causing him to lose his balance and plummet to his knees before her, their faces mere centimeters apart. Which of your eyes saw that I was about to explode? Indeed, she was on the brink of an explosion, though it was merely the idiocy of this fool before her that had nearly pushed her over the edge. Lu Haochu stared blankly, leaning back slightly as he earnestly gazed into Nji's eyes, which nearly seemed to be smoking, and with utmost seriousness pointed to his own eyes, stating, "Both of my eyes saw it." Ngu, what should I do? She felt a tightness in her chest. With a long, deep breath, Ngu attempted to calm the fury within her, repeatedly reassuring herself not to engage in an intellectual debate with someone so utterly lacking in intelligence. She bore with it and pulled Lu Haochu closer once more. Brighten your eyes and properly recollect the events. What about me resembles a bioengineered human? Facing Lu Haochu's bewildered expression, Ngu smiled through gritted teeth. Lu Haochu felt a chill from Nji's penetrating gaze, instinctively recalling the unsettling glimmer in Yu Lingzi's eyes that often carried a similar intensity. He swallowed hard, obediently retracing the events in his mind. And his eyes suddenly lit up. Ngu, noticing this, felt her expression brighten as well. At last, the fool had caught on to, I understand. Lu Haochu's pale face lit up with realization, and Ngu dislikes being referred to as a bioengineered human. All right, rest assured, Ngu, I shall never mention those 3 words in your presence again. Please don't be angry, all right? The intelligent core embedded within Ngu truly astonished him. Such cognizance was unexpected, Ngu. But my precious Ngu, you must hurry into the sunlight. Although you appear to be fine, basking in the sun is always beneficial, rest assured. Even if you were to have a problem, I, Lu Haochu, will ensure your safety after all. I'm a master of external molding, and while I may not measure up to my future master, my skills are still quite commendable. Ngu felt a tightness in her chest, gazing up at the brilliant blue sky. Squinting her eyes as she exhaled slowly, fooled, do not be angry. Do not be angry. He is someone she exerted great effort to save, and should she strike him down, her efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing her words, Lu Haochu's eyes widened in shock, as if he had overheard something he shouldn't have. Ngu, how could you curse? Hey, how can his future master allow Ngu to curse? After a moment, Lu Haochu's voice softened, a hint of grievance in his eyes. All right. As long as Ngu is happy, she can say whatever she pleases. I, Lu Haochu, have sworn oath. Ngu saved me, and I will treat her well. Whatever Ngu commands, I shall comply, I must admit. Ngu is quite adorable even when she curses. Ngu tightened her grip on Lu Haochu's collar. Fool, listen closely. I am indeed human. Oh, you understand? Lu Haochu blinked, eyes wide in silence. Oh, you remember when we were in the factory and the old man from the Jun family asked me about the aircraft? Did you think what I said was all true? You have been with Xinglan, and yet you never suspected anything. At this, Lu Haochu's mind suddenly conjured the image of the high-frequency pulse device in Xinglan's hands, and his expression froze. The reason I was able to save you from the sea and remain unharmed. Do you think it was due to some special material? Please, aren't you an external molding master? Surely you understand what materials bioengineered humans possess? Lu Haochu's expression shifted slightly. Think carefully. From the moment we met, you truly never questioned my identity. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Haochu's eyes as his mind replayed the moments vividly. The first time he was captivated by Ng's exquisite appearance in the library. Astonished by the lifelike details of her skin and the natural glow it emitted under the light, and when Ngu introduced herself at the tea that moment. Although Yu Lingza had asked him a question, Ngu had interjected with a response that, in retrospect, that reaction certainly did not belong to a bioengineered human. Bioengineered humans are conditioned to fear water. Yet Ngu, in the library, appeared utterly unaware of this, or she would not have inquired about the taboos surrounding them. Moreover, just moments ago, when she had rescued him from the sea, such an action was not indicative of a bioengineered human's expected response. Now, despite being drenched with water dripping from her hair, there was not a single warning signal emitted from her bioengineered system, nor were there any signs of impending explosion or system shutdown, and as a gentle breeze wafted by, he could even catch a faint scent emanating from Ngu. This Lu Haochu felt as if he had turned to stone, his expression one of sheer astonishment, before he suddenly leaned back. Losing consciousness entirely, Ngu was left bewildered. When Lu Haochu regained consciousness, he found that his shoulder wound had been treated with layers of herbal remedies. The cooling scent of mint provided a soothing relief to his throbbing injury. Meanwhile, Ngu sat beside a small fire, turning a dagger over the flames, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing Lu Haochu's gaze upon her, Ngu met his eyes, and for a moment, neither spoke. Suddenly, Ngu averted her gaze. Focusing on the flickering flames, her eyes glimmering, Lu Haochu slowly sat up, his attention drawn to the small fire before him, then lowered his gaze to his swollen wound. Now covered in herbs, his eyes brightened. And suppressing his excitement, he cautiously leaned forward. Ngu, are you truly human? A primitive human? Lu Haochu still struggled to believe the words he had heard before losing consciousness. After all, primitive humans had vanished centuries ago. Now, this person before him had suddenly revealed her true identity, and he found it utterly unfathomable. Ngu glanced sideways, raising her brows as she paused in her task, the blade of the dagger glinting ominously in Lu Haochu's direction. He hastily swallowed, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he raised them defensively. I believe you, Ngu. You are indeed human, genuine and authentic, absolutely genuine. Would a bioengineered human dare to act so boldly towards a beastman? That is simply impossible. So, what do you plan to do next? Calming his racing heart, Lu Haochu could not help but feel curious. Since Ngu was human, the enigmatic master no longer existed. Would Ngu then leave? No, he had never encountered the legendary primitive humans. Ngu, please do not go. Ngu, upon hearing this, cast him a sidelong glance. Her eyes filled with scrutiny. Lu Haochu hurriedly began to explain. I mean no offense. Ngu, please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious about you. I harbor no ill intentions. Besides, Ngu, you saved my life. I, Lu Haochu, am certainly not the type to be ungrateful. I swear I will repay you. Fearing Ngu might doubt his sincerity, Lu Haochu excitedly attempted to raise his hand to heaven in oath, only to inadvertently aggravate his shoulder wound, causing him to gasp in pain, his complexion paling, sweat beading on his forehead. After a brief pause, he disregarded the pain, quickly recovering his breath, and seeing Nge's steady gaze upon him, he hastily forced a calm demeanor. I'm fine. Ngu need not worry. I am not in pain, truly Ngu. Ngu furrowed her brows upon hearing the words, Lu Hao. Upon noticing her expression, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of realization passing through his eyes. Oh, I understand now. Ngu is human, and this matter is no triviality. I want to say a word, I promise. Ngu, your secret is safe with me. Not even to my dearest grandfather, nor to you. I shall not divulge it to anyone, regardless of who inquires. This is our little secret, between Ngu and me. Is that agreeable? If others were to discover Nge's true identity, the entire desolate continent would likely be set ablaze with excitement. Who knows what sort of situation awaits my precious Ngu? Ngu rolled her eyes, lost in thought. If she had to choose someone to assist her in this world, Lu Hao would indeed be a commendable option. During her abduction by Xinglan, Lu Hao's concern and worry for her were deeply etched in her memory. Furthermore, Lu Hao's adorably foolish demeanor was just the kind of personality she could easily manipulate. More importantly, although she had been in this world for several hours, the light particles within her had yet to activate, indicating that something must have gone awry in the laboratory. She was uncertain how long she would remain here. But regardless of the duration, she needed to conceal her human identity. The bioengineered beings here cannot and must not consume any food. Even the simple act of satiating hunger could unravel her disguise, let alone any other actions that Lu Hao, being the external CEO of the bioengineered organization, would provide her the perfect cover. Any unusual behavior on her part could be explained away, effectively making him her spokesperson, which was simply ideal for her. Moreover, Lu Hao seemed to share a close relationship with Yulingza, and should she become a nominal bioengineered product of Lu Hao, with Yulingza's influence as a backing, others would undoubtedly hesitate to lay a finger on her, regardless of their desires. In this light, Lu Hao was indeed an excellent choice for her. This was precisely why she had been pondering for so long by the small fire, contemplating how to position Lu Hao. If this fool was willing to assist her, that would be one thing. But if he were not, would she truly have to silence him? And good, trust me, I understand the gravity of the situation. I truly will not reveal anything to others. Of course, I have my own ulterior motives. I have only encountered your data in books and have never met a real human before. If I claimed I had no interest in you, I would not even believe myself. However, I can assure you that my curiosity is purely innocent. I absolutely do not harbor any vile intentions like Bai Tao. I swear. Upon seeing Ngu silently regarding him, Lu Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. He genuinely wished for Ngu to stay, devoid of any ulterior motives. Moreover, if Ngu were to remain in my home, many troubles could be avoided. I must admit, Lu Hao's words struck a chord in Nge's heart. Her eyes suddenly gleamed, and her beautifully arched brows lifted. Oh! Witnessing Ngu finally willing to engage with him, Lu Hao felt a rush of excitement, eagerly nodding in agreement. Of course, if Ngu were to stay by my side, everyone would merely assume she was my creation, never suspecting her humanity. Besides, when you jumped into the sea to save me, that was a reaction not typical of a bioengineered being. You may have already witnessed it. You is quite astute. If he grows suspicious, even if Ngu were to leave now, you would certainly track her down. However, if I were to explain everything, you would surely trust me. Chapter 57. She is my treasure. 8. Additionally, Ngu, being human, must surely feel hunger. Someone must attend to your needs, such as meals, right? I can cook quite well, truly, and sleep. Ngu must require rest, while bioengineered beings do not. Their version of rest is merely recharging or cleaning bacteria. If Ngu were to remain alone outdoors, it would not take long for her to be discovered. Speaking of cleaning bacteria, Ngu must also require washing, and, in her endeavor to persuade Ngu to stay by his side, Lu Hao undoubtedly exhibited his finest rhetorical skills. Fearing that should Ngu be displeased, she might simply walk away. He was still nursing his injuries, his throat burning with pain. If Ngu were to abandon him, he would not be able to follow her. Ngu remained silent, casting her gaze downward, picking up a small pill that she had roasted into a round shape beside the fire. Rising, she walked towards Lu Hao, who was leaning against a tree, and slowly crouched down, offering him the pill. This is a slow-acting poison. If you do not receive the antidote within 10 days, you will succumb to its effects that if you truly harbor no ill intentions towards me. As you claim, I shall, of course, provide you with the antidote in due time. However, should you engage in any inappropriate actions against me, neither of us will fare well thus so. What do you say? To demonstrate your sincerity, why not consume it? Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling upon the small pill resting in Ng's delicate palm. His beast-like pupils contracted as he inhaled the pungent herbal aroma. Glancing back at Ngu, who had leaned closer, he steeled himself. Fine, I shall eat it. After all, he bore no ill thoughts towards Ngu. What was there to fear? Without further ado, Lu Hao swallowed the pill whole. The moment it touched his tongue, he grimaced at the bitter taste, his eyes narrowing, as if something were pressing against his sinuses, causing tears to involuntarily spring forth. Indeed, this was a poison that affected all senses, and he felt as though all his faculties were being cleansed. Ngu, rest assured, from this moment forth, you are my treasure, Lu Hao. I would risk my very life to ensure your safety. Oh dear, this medicine is excruciatingly bitter, almost nauseating. Lu Hao's entire face contorted from the bitterness, tears glistening in his eyes, as if he had suffered a great injustice. In contrast, Ngu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a fool was a fool. She had made the poison's lethality abundantly clear, and any normal person would think twice before consuming it. Yet this fellow had not only failed to hesitate, but had genuinely swallowed it without a second thought. It appeared his sincerity towards her was indeed overflowing. She certainly did not waste the effort spent crafting a thin layer of mint juice from the earth. Regardless, she had now reached a point of no return. As Lu Hao had stated, when she leaped into the sea to save him, she had not considered anyone else. However, the thought of Yu Ling's attentiveness towards Lu Hao was troubling. He might have already witnessed the event. Moreover, Yu Lingza had always believed her to be Lu Hao's creation. Once that lie was exposed, he would not let her off easily. Given this reasoning, remaining by Lu Hao's side was indeed the best course of action. With her mind made up and reassured by the foolishness of the person before her, Ngu felt a significant weight lift from her heart. With everything now falling into place, Ngu wasted no time. Rising to head towards the fire, intending to use the flames and smoke as a signal to summon assistance. Chapter 58. She is my treasure. 9. Skillfully, she cast all the branches she had gathered into the fire, causing the flames to surge, compelling Ngu to step back. Although this location was near the water's edge, the air in the forest was stifling and prevent the fire from spreading uncontrollably. She had deliberately chosen a slightly open area and constructed a low earthen barrier around the fire. Lu Hao watched in confusion. What is this for? Our clothes are already dry, aren't they? It was early summer, and though evening had arrived, the heat of the day lingered. His clothes, soaked by seawater, had long since dried. Why then was there a need for such a large fire? Moments later, Lu Hao's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I understand now. Ngu is hungry, right? She intends to roast something to eat, doesn't she? Yes. It is said that primitive humans, much like beastmen, eat 3 meals a day. Ngu must be famished, after much turmoil. He found himself feeling slightly hungry, especially given that it was Ngu, this delicate human. Ngu. Stay calm, stay composed. This fool is the one she chose. If you were to perish, her source of sustenance would be lost. Half an hour later, when Yu Lingza followed the flickering flames and smoke to find Lu Haochu alongside the 17th, a large portion of the forest was already ablaze. Lu Haochu was seen sitting on the sandy beach, covered in dirt, his face swollen and bruised, as if he had taken quite a few tumbles. His dazed expression suggested he was stunned by the fiery spectacle ahead, rendered speechless and frozen in place. Meanwhile, Lu Haochu stared vacantly at the disastrous creation before him, feeling as immobile as a stone. Good heavens! He had merely intended to assist Ngu, the little darling, in starting a fire for cooking. He never intended to set the forest alight. Seizing the brief moment when Ngu had stepped away, he had approached the fire. Yet in the blink of an eye, how had this small flame transformed into a raging inferno? Had it not been for Ng's quick reflexes in pulling him away, he would likely have become a roasted lamb by now. Lu Haochu silently touched the bruised parts of his face, stealing a glance at the silent Ngu beside him, his mouth twitching involuntarily. What to do? His beloved Ngu was upset. He couldn't help but wonder if her small hand had caused any harm. After all, there were rumors that humans were quite fragile. Yu Lingze hurried over, looking down at Lu Haochu seated on the sand, his brows knitted together. Achoo! Lu Haochu snapped back to reality, gazing at the suddenly appearing Yu Lingze, his previously joyful mood evaporating. Oh no. What to do? After being scolded by Ngu, she had ignored him entirely. She must be furious. Oh dear, achoo! Yu Lingze furrowed his brow, glancing at the towering flames not far off. Then looking down at Lu Haochu, even if you wanted to signal me, you needn't have burned down the entire forest, right? This forest seems to have stood for quite some time. Such a pity. Lu Haochu suddenly raised his eyes, his face a mask of shock. What? Signal? Signal. He was utterly bewildered. Ngu had actually intended to send a signal to Yu Lingze for rescue. Yet he had mistakenly thought Ngu wanted to roast something to eat. How unfortunate that he had been planning to catch a few fish to flatter Ngu, and now, instead of gaining her favor, he had only succeeded in stepping on her toes. Lu Haochu silently lowered his head, for the first time doubting his own intelligence, yet simultaneously astonished by Ng's cleverness. The legendary primitive humans truly were as intelligent as the books claimed, using fire as a signal to summon aid. How had he not thought of that? What's wrong? Noticing Lu Haochu's sudden shift to a dejected demeanor, Yu Lingze inquired, instinctively glancing at the silent Ngu beside him. Ngu, witnessing this, averted her gaze, quietly watching the vanishing sunset on the horizon. Why was she sitting next to this imbecile? Why had she chosen this imbecile? Why was she even here? Chapter 59. She is my treasure. 10. Due to Lu Haochu's gunshot wound, Yu Lingze promptly took him back to his private villa for medical attention. Do not worry, Yu. Achu's gunshot wound did not hit any vital areas. He merely needs to rest for a while to recuperate, Lu Shaoli said, carefully tending to the wound while observing Lu Haochu's complexion. He is only running a slight fever and needs to focus on resting. Lu Shaoli found it quite peculiar. Logically, his brother, having experienced such a fright and sustaining a gunshot wound, should be displaying signs of weakness and fatigue. Yet the person before him seemed, rather lively. If he were not so familiar with his brother's pampered nature and had not just treated his injury, he would not have guessed that the individual before him was currently an injured patient. One must understand that Lu Haochu would typically make a grand announcement to everyone even for the slightest cold. Why was he so low-key about being shot and nearly drowning? His suspicions growing. Lu Shaoli paused, looking at Lu Haochu with a confused expression. Aren't you tired? Lu Haochu blinked, honestly shaking his head. Not tired at all. Seeing Ngu obediently return home with him, he felt an overwhelming excitement. How could he possibly feel weary? Lu Shaoli frowned. Given your condition, you should refrain from going home for now. Otherwise, grandfather will worry. I will inform grandfather that you are staying here with you to work on a new project. Lu Haochu eagerly nodded. He had been worried about how to explain his injuries to grandfather. Something was off? Very off. Lu Shaoli's curiosity deepened. When had his brother become so agreeable, based on his understanding of Lu Haochu? After mentioning that he should not return home to spare grandfather's worries, his notoriously troublesome brother would typically jump up and protest, immediately wrapping himself in bandages and rushing home to stir up concern from grandfather and the entire family, inevitably leading to grandfather scolding him thoroughly. Lu Shaoli discreetly glanced at Yu Lingze, seated on the sofa, only to meet his similarly perplexed gaze. The two exchanged a moment of mutual suspicion. After a pause, Lu Shaoli's attention shifted to Ngu. Recalling what Yu Lingze had previously mentioned, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. So you are Ngu? Your new project? Lu Shaoli intended to scrutinize Ngu closely. But unfortunately, since her arrival, Ngu had been pulled aside by Lu Haochu and sat quietly with her head bowed, appearing rather drained. Her face was covered in dirt, the smudges obscuring her features. Her hair hung disheveled behind her, lacking any adornment. The pink dress she wore, dampened and dried, appeared particularly wrinkled, revealing no discernible style and instead looking somewhat out of place. After prolonged observation, the only notable feature Lu Shaoli could discern was the sharp contour of her face. Nothing else seemed particularly captivating. Mentioning Ngo, Lu Haochu's eyes instantly lit up, his posture straightening slightly. Yes, she jumped into the sea to save you. Lu Shaoli's eyes narrowed in disbelief. A synthetic human rescuing someone from the sea? He found it hard to believe that, of course, had Ngo not saved him, he would have perished in the ocean. The thought of that near-death silence sent a shiver down Lu Haochu's spine. Therefore, I have decided that from now on, Ngo is my treasure, and none of you are allowed to bully her. You must not treat her like other synthetic humans. If anyone dares, I will confront them. Chapter 60. She's my treasure, 11. All right, Lu Shaoli had already heard that his brother sustained his gunshot wound to protect Ngo, so he naturally understood that his brother had developed feelings for this Ngo. If Ngo is your treasure, we shall not bully her nor command her. She shall serve you alone, obeying only your commands. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Lu Haochu was as delighted as a child. He had promised Ngo to protect her well. And no one was allowed to bully her. However, when did you create Ngo? How could she possibly not fear water? This was another point of suspicion for Lu Shaoli. His brother was obsessed with creating synthetic humans. And whenever he had a good piece of work or an upgrade to the core system, he would immediately have their grandfather test it, causing a ruckus in the household. Yet this time, creating a synthetic human who feared not the water and whose appearance was so exquisite, yet remaining silent. Something was amiss, very amiss indeed. Lu Haochu's heart skipped a beat. Brother, you must keep the fact that Ngo does not fear water a secret. She is, to date, my most satisfactory creation. However, regrettably, I became too excited that day, and while I was distracted, I accidentally kicked the power cord, causing a sudden power outage in the lab. All of Ng's data was lost before I could save it. Therefore, without regaining Ng's data, you must absolutely keep this secret. Lu Shaoli furrowed his brow. So you're protecting her to the extent of disregarding your own life? If grandfather learns that you nearly drowned in the sea for a synthetic human, he will likely destroy her personally. That Lu Haochu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the words. Elder brother, you are aware of my lifelong dream, are you not? It is neither to become a preeminent master of external sculpting nor to ascend as the CEO of the Lu family's external sculpting enterprise. The reason I have embarked on this path is that I have always yearned to create a work that closely resembles primordial humanity. That is my greatest aspiration. Ngo has shown me a glimmer of hope. And how could I possibly stand idly by as it slips through my fingers? Moreover, the creation of Ngo has cost me immense effort. Every detail from her skin to her form and the various intelligent systems embedded within her has been painstakingly crafted by me. I must protect her. Please do not tell grandfather. Lu Haochu became somewhat agitated. Although grandfather doted on him and indulged his every whim, any matter concerning his safety would be magnified. No matter how minor, should grandfather learn of his injury, he would hardly entertain any excuses and would likely dispose of Ngo without hesitation. It was not easy for him to convince Ngo to stay. With her unwavering promise of safety by his side, he did not wish to slap himself in the face. Seeing Lu Haochu's reaction, Lu Shaoli seemed to comprehend. He had worried that his reckless younger brother would cause chaos at home. But it appeared that this lad had long been concerned about grandfather directing his ire toward Ngo, thus readily agreeing to his suggestion. All right, Lu Shaoli said, patting Lu Haochu on the head. Just be careful not to let anything slip when you return. You're still running a low fever. Hurry back and rest, and if you don't take care of your injuries and grandfather comes to see you, if he lays the blame on me, I'll have plenty to say. Upon hearing this, Lu Haochu straightened his back. Then I shall rest immediately. After a brief pause, he hurriedly dashed upstairs, and, as he passed Ngo, he grabbed her hand. Come, you must attend to me. If I feel thirsty tonight, you must fetch me water. Chapter 61. She is my treasure, 12, and Ngo did not resist. She rose and allowed Lu Haochu to lead her upstairs to his room. Watching the pair ascend the staircase, followed by the faint sound of a door closing, Lu Shaoli turned to Yulingza, his expression grave. This incident was orchestrated by the Bai family. Lu Shaoli had indeed heard of the Bai family, especially since his younger brother often showcased his bioengineered creations at various soirees, including many hosted by Bai. He had gradually taken notice of this head of the Bai family. However, he had not anticipated that Bai Tao would be audacious enough to ruin his own banquet and even abduct Lu Shaoli's brother. It was utterly despicable. Yu Ling's eyes turned cold. The Bai family merely initiated the scheme. The true executors are the Jun family. The Jun family? Lu Shaoli's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean the notorious Jun family? The one led by that old man Junimo Tian? Yu Ling's nodded. Lu Shaoli could not help but sneer, his lips curling in derision. A mere fallen family daring to lay hands on members of the Lu family? Truly, they must be seeking their own demise. Though Lu Shaoli was officially the head of the Lu group and the personal physician of the commander of the wasteland, he was, in reality, an undercover operative for Yu Lingze, his most trusted confidant overseeing the largest dark web operations in the wasteland. A defeated Jun family is hardly a concern, Yu Lingze said, his tone turning somber. But Jun Xinglan is a different matter. Jun Xinglan? Lu Shaoli murmured, recalling the name. Isn't that the disgrace of the Jun family? The one with 3 bloodlines? Yu Lingze glanced up. Unfortunately, he managed to escape. Not only had Jun Xinglan evaded capture, but he had also utilized Lu Shaoli as a pawn against the Jun family. Although the Jun family's involvement in the abduction of Lu Haochu was reprehensible, the thought of being merely a tool for someone else left a sour taste in his mouth that, Lu Shaoli realized. He is far more cunning and shrewd than his old man. What a pity about his bloodline. And no matter how exceptional he is, he remains a thorn in Jun Mo Tian's side, who would surely wish to eliminate him. Such a waste. Lu Shaoli valued talent highly. The very reason Jun Xinglan, a lower-tier individual with mixed bloodlines, had caught his attention was due to his remarkable abilities that he will return, Yu Lingze stated flatly. Lu Shaoli, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean?" Bai Tao's confession indicated that Jun Xinglan held a great fondness for Ngu. Yu Lingze replied succinctly that Lu Shaoli understood. So he will definitely be back. But in that case, how did he manage to escape? His curiosity piqued. He knew Yu Lingze's skills. Anyone who could slip through Yu Lingze's grasp would be a first. A small submarine. What? Lu Shaoli exclaimed. That fellow actually resorted to using a small submarine? Where did he acquire such a thing? Yu Lingze managed strict oversight over military-grade weapons, including submarines. Even if they were available on the black market, the prices would be exorbitant, and given Jun Xinglan's status in the Jun family, he could not possibly afford such a purchase. Even if he did, with Yu Lingze's network, he would surely be aware of it. Point 17 has confirmed it. It was self-manufactured and modified, not listed among military weaponry. What? Lu Shaoli was stunned, his face a mask of regret. What a pity. This individual is undoubtedly talented. To create weapons, especially military-grade ones like a small submarine. How could such talent not be in my hands? Chapter 62. As long as you are here, 1. Yu Lingze raised his gaze, his brown eyes growing cold. If he doesn't value the Jun family, why would he value you? Back at the abandoned factory, he had not hesitated to douse Jun Mo Tian with dirty water, suggesting that Jun Xinglan had long harbored intentions to eliminate the Jun family. Lu Shaoli choked. But how can they be compared? The old man of the Jun family has long harbored murderous intentions against him, while it is only natural that he would not care for the Jun family. However, I am different. I approach him with a heart that cherishes talent. If the conditions are right, he may not dismiss me. If his condition were to have Ngu, would you grant it? Would a Chu grant it? Lu Shaoli hesitated, instinctively glancing upstairs, lowering his voice. What exactly is so special about Ngu? Aside from her lack of fear of water, I just observed her and found nothing particularly remarkable. Why does he treasure her so? Yu Lingze's gaze fell, recalling the moment, and Ngu sweetly smiled and blinked at him. Praising his looks, he retorted with a question. That is something you must ask. Lu Shaoli pondered seriously for a moment. If Jun Xinglan truly desired Ngu, it would not be impossible to send her over once a Chu had completed her data recording. They both understood a Chu's character. His current affection for Ngu stemmed from her superiority over other bioengineered beings. However, should he create a work that surpasses Ngu in the future, a Chu would surely become less fixated on her. After all, Those earlier models like Xiao Honghong and Xiao Gongzhu had been treated like treasures initially, only to be given away to friends once better creations were produced. Given a choose relationship with him, considering how he currently treasures Ngu, it would not be surprising if you were the first to give her away to it would be advantageous for him to sell Ngu to Jun Xinglan as a favor, especially since he did not have a fondness for bioengineered beings. Yu Lingzi remained silent for a moment, his eyes flickering, before turning to Lu Shaoli, his expression calm. "Can you locate Jun Xinglan?" Lu Shaoli's expression froze, dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. "How can you say such a thing? I am your esteemed Chief Information Officer, with control over the dark web. How could I not find him? 3 days. Huh. Lu Shaoli failed to grasp the rhythm. "If you cannot find him in 3 days, you will go to Country L to handle the underground gold mine affairs." "What?" Lu Shaoli's expression shifted immediately. "In a way. I am perfectly fine here. Why would I go to Country L? That place is desolate, with not even a normal person in sight." Yu Lingzi met Lu Shaoli's gaze, remaining silent. Lu Shaoli felt a sudden jolt in his heart, retreating a step. "You should abandon that thought. 3 days it is. I refuse to believe I cannot find him." Yu Lingzi's lips curled into a subtle smile. With the wager firmly established, seeing Yu Lingzi's confident demeanor inevitably stirred a sense of unease in Lu Shaoli's heart. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the dark web under his control, and while he had never lost a bet against anyone else, the thought of facing Yu Lingzi as an opponent. Why had this fellow suddenly decided to challenge him? He couldn't recall having offended him in any way. Suppressing his inner confusion, Lu Shaoli felt a prickle of apprehension along his spine, making it impossible for him to remain seated. The L country, nestled in a tropical jungle, was largely avoided by anyone except the local indigenous people. The mere thought of losing and being forced to stay there for an extended period, having to witness the indigenous people's nakedness daily until the underground vault issues were resolved, left him feeling utterly disheartened. Lu Shaoli feigned composure as he rose to take his leave. "Ahem, since a Chu 1T be returning home for a while, I must ask you to look after things. I just remembered I have an appointment with my grandfather for tea, so I will take my leave now." Yu Lingzi's expression turned knowing. He raised an eyebrow, nodded, and chose not to expose the pretense. After watching Lu Shaoli depart, his gaze drifted subtly toward the upper floor, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 63. As long as you are here, too, inside the room. Lu Haochu, holding Nji's hand, hurriedly closed the door and listened attentively for any sound from outside. His tense demeanor caused the fur on his tail to stand on end, igniting Nji's curiosity. The emotions of beasts are often reflected in their physical appearance. For instance, dogs wag their tails when they see someone they adore, and their fur bristles when they sense danger. Yet, it was astonishing that after hundreds of years, beastmen still displayed such direct manifestations of emotion, leaving her wonderfully intrigued. If Lu Haochu was curious about the habits of primitive humans, how could she not be fascinated by the lives of beastmen? Fortunately, they harbored no suspicions. It was indeed a close call. Once assured that there were no footsteps outside, Lu Haochu let out a long breath of relief, locked the door, and hurriedly led Ngu deeper into the room. "Ngu, although this is a U.S. villa, I often stay here and have long considered it my second home. This room was specifically designed for me by you. Outside is my private laboratory and living room, while inside is the bedroom. So, rest assured, apart from you, no one dares to enter this room without my permission. Ngu, you must be hungry, right? When I'm engrossed in experiments, I lose track of time and don't want to trouble the servants for a meal in the middle of the night. But you worries I might go hungry, so the fridge is stocked with plenty of food. Take whatever you like. If you don't fancy what's here, just tell me, and I'll get you something else." Ngu listened intently, her gaze sweeping over the array of food in the refrigerator, and she casually picked up a piece of cake to indulge in. She couldn't deny that she was famished. Eating the cake haphazardly and sipping on a drink from the fridge, Ngu finally felt a semblance of energy return to her. Meanwhile, Lu Haochu was left in astonishment. Ngu, is she truly human? Although he had long believed in Ngu's humanity, witnessing her enjoy her meal with such gusto stirred an undeniable excitement within him, his beastly eyes gleaming with wonder. Ngu was indeed a rare human being. a genuine primitive human thought to be extinct for centuries. He truly struck gold. With this thought in mind, Lu Haochu eagerly retrieved several food items from the fridge and presented them to Ngu. Ngu, take your time eating. There's plenty more here. Ngu nodded obediently, her mouth full as she continued to eat while surveying the room's furnishings. Her gaze landed on the large bed in the bedroom, and she mumbled, "I'll sleep in the bedroom, and you can sleep outside." Okay. Lu Haochu, cradling the food with both hands, obediently followed Ngu like a devoted little follower. However, unlike Ngu's exploration of the room, his focus was solely on her, his heart nearly melting away, leaving him oblivious to anything she said, and his eating mannerisms were simply adorable. She resembled a little hamster, cheeks puffed as she munched on her food, making him want to poke her with his finger. After thoroughly examining the room's amenities and peering out the window to observe the terrain outside, Ngu formulated a few plans in her mind. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she couldn't help but yawn, her eyes glistening with sleepiness. Turning to Lu Haochu, she pointed toward the laboratory. "Good night. Good night. Good night," Lu Haochu hurriedly replied, pausing to process what he had just said, his face suddenly displaying surprise. "Huh? Good night?" Before he could utter another word, he found himself unexpectedly pushed out of the bedroom by Ngu, the food in his hands swiftly disappearing, followed by the sound of the door shutting behind him, leaving him bereft of her charming presence. Chapter 64. As long as you are here, 3. Lu Haochu stood dazed at the door, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, recalling Ngu's earlier violent behavior by the seaside, he was hesitant to disturb her, knowing she was human and likely exhausted from saving him in the water. With that thought, he found himself glancing back at the bedroom door repeatedly, finally succumbing to weariness as he slumped into a chair in the laboratory, staring at the assortment of delicate materials he usually cherished, feeling an unusual lack of motivation to engage with them. Inside the bedroom, Ngu's weary expression transformed into calmness the moment the door closed. After locking the bedroom door, she meticulously checked every corner of the room. Although she trusted that no one would install surveillance in her bedroom and believed Lu Haochu wasn't cunning enough for such tricks, it was always reassuring to inspect. Once she confirmed the safety of the room, Ngu discreetly placed personal markers in specific locations, ensuring her security before retrieving several outfits from the wardrobe and slipping into the bathroom to cleanse herself of the grime and sweat. The following day, as Lu Haochu observed the clock on the wall strike 7, he stood at the door with breakfast in hand, gently knocking. "Little Ngu, it's time for breakfast." The food tray contained rice porridge, bread, and milk, and Lu Haochu eagerly anticipated sharing breakfast with Ngu. On the other side of the door, silence reigned. Lu Haochu blinked in surprise and cautiously pressed his ear against the door, attempting to catch any sounds from within, but was met with an utter lack of response. The keen senses of beastmen meant that soundproofing materials were essential in the construction of their homes to avoid unnecessary awkwardness. "Little Ngu, breakfast is ready." Still, the door remained firmly shut. After a moment, Lu Haochu blinked, glancing down at the food tray in his hands before looking back at the unyielding door, pondering whether he had knocked too gently for Ngu to hear. After a brief pause, Lu Haochu raised his hand, intending to knock more forcefully when the door suddenly swung open with a loud whoosh. Ngu appeared at the bedroom door, her eyes wide and filled with indignation as she glared at Lu Haochu outside. Her cheeks puffed like a hamster's. It was understandable. She had been enjoying a pleasant dream when the unexpected knocking had jolted her awake, leaving anyone in a foul mood. Taken aback by the anger in Ngu's gaze, Lu Haochu nearly dropped the food tray, but upon meeting her eyes, he found himself utterly captivated, and his waist-length black hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, appearing as though she had just emerged from her slumber. Though slightly tousled, she looked incredibly lovely. Her unadorned face was fair and radiant, the excellent complexion glowing softly, accentuating her delicate and three-dimensional features, leaving Lu Haochu in awe. Goodness, Ngu now appeared far more beautiful than the pink ancient outfit he had seen her in yesterday. She was simply mesmerizing. The girl donned his oversized sleep shirt, making her look exceptionally petite. The large shirt hung loosely, resembling a dress that barely reached above her knees. Lu Haochu's face immediately flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze to the floor, only to inadvertently catch sight of Ng's dainty feet, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ng's feet were elegant and petite, with pearlescent white nails adorned in a delicate pink hue, making her tiny toes irresistibly charming, evoking a desire to cradle them in his hands, protecting them from even the slightest speck of dust. Chapter 65. As long as you are here for breakfast? As Ng's gaze fell upon the food tray in Lu Haochu's hands, she momentarily paused, glancing at the injury on his shoulder. Instantly, her morning grumpiness dissipated, and she hurriedly took the tray from him. Placing it on the dining table in the living room, Lu Haochu followed closely behind, awkwardly tearing his gaze away from Ge. His face flushed as he nodded slightly. I was worried you might be hungry. So I had the kitchen prepare some breakfast. And Ge, do take a look and see if there's anything you like. If not, I can ask the kitchen to redo. And Ge surveyed the assortment of food on the tray: milk, rice porridge, bread, ham, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Rest assured, I informed the kitchen that I had little appetite when I asked them to prepare breakfast. They must have been concerned about my injury and wanted me to try a bit of everything. She nodded, sitting at the table and taking a sip of water. How is your injury? Noticing Ng's inquiry about his condition, Lu Haochu's eyes brightened. It's nothing, really. Just a minor wound. You needn't worry. The recovery ability of beastmen is quite remarkable. He had merely grown accustomed to vocally expressing his ailments to garner attention, coupled with the exceptional medical skills of his elder brother, who had applied the best ointment. He felt much better after a night's rest. Ge nodded, reaching out to touch his forehead. Has your fever subsided? She recalled that he had been running a slight fever the previous night, feeling the gentle warmth of her hand on his forehead. Lu Haochu froze, the temperature of her hand merely mild. Yet he felt as if he were engulfed in flames, his entire being ablaze. The redness that had just faded from his cheeks surged back. His mind went blank, and he lowered his gaze, flustered. It's gone. Ge nodded, withdrawing her hand. Well, that's good to hear, but you should still take care, especially given your shoulder injury. She trailed off, her words faltering as she noticed Lu Haochu's tail swaying in the air behind him like aquatic plants. Her entire demeanor shifted from confusion to a gentle smile, the corners of her mouth lifting slowly. What kind of beast is a Chu? Ge inquired, taking a bite of her bread while suppressing her laughter. Huh. Lu Haochu snapped back to reality, momentarily dazed before hastily responding. I'm a lion. I'm a hybrid beast man, with lion genes in my lineage. Ng's eyes widened in realization as she glanced at his swaying tail, her smile deepening. And what about you, Lingze? He's a wolf beast. After a brief pause, Ge suddenly asked, what about the young master of the Sea family? Mentioning Si Shuyuan darkened Lu Haochu's mood. He hadn't expected Ge to know Si Shuyuan. Though uncomfortable, he felt compelled to respond to Ng's inquiry. He is a fox beast at a fox beast? Ge exclaimed, understanding at last, no wonder he is so handsome, especially with those alluring violet eyes. He truly embodies the essence of a charming fox. Indeed, Lu Haochu replied, he uses his striking appearance to enchant the daughters of noble families. So Ge, you must be cautious around him. He possesses many beguiling tricks. Ge raised an eyebrow at his warning. Is he truly that good-looking? Yes, he is quite handsome, particularly those violet eyes. I still remember them vividly, Lu Haochu confessed, his expression darkening slightly. But compared to him, I prefer someone like you, a Chu. Ge said reassuringly that you're adorably foolish, easy to be around, and genuinely kind to your friends. That is the foundation of true likability. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Haochu's eyes sparkled. Really? Absolutely. Chewing on her bread, Ge nodded earnestly. Even the most beautiful flowers can be poisonous. I'm not foolish enough to fall for a toxic bloom. Lu Haochu's eyes brightened again, his face heating up once more as he lowered his head, overwhelmed by a delightful confusion. His heart raced fiercely, brimming with an indescribable joy. What do you plan to do today, a Chu? Ge inquired with curiosity, as she still felt the light ions in her body unactivated. Although she was unaware of the situation in the laboratory, her mission needed to continue, and with a Chu willing to assist. She was eager to gather various information about this beastman world. Lu Haochu blinked. Ge wants to go out? Ge nodded vigorously. Wherever you take me is fine. But, she added after a brief pause, As long as you're with me, Lu Haochu froze at her words, locking eyes with her bright, dark gaze. His heart raced, pounding in his chest as he focused solely on the enchanting smile of the woman before him, leaving no room for anything else. An hour later, as Yu Lingzi was reviewing documents in the hall, he spotted Lu Haochu descending the stairs with Ngu. Today, Lu Haochu appeared in high spirits. Dressed in a casual blue tracksuit rather than his usual formal attire, Ngu, walking beside him, wore a red and blue student athletic skirt paired with white sneakers, exuding youthful vibrancy. Yu Lingzi's gaze lingered on Ngu for a moment. She looked different from her traditional attire yesterday. Her long black hair was tied in a high ponytail, and the red and blue skirt accentuated her fair skin, making her all the more eye-catching, particularly her delicate, translucent calves, which made Yu Lingzi frown slightly. Had Lu Haochu lost his mind? He had already made Ngu, who was naturally exquisite, even more adorable in her attire. Was he planning to stir up trouble? Before Yu Lingzi could voice his thoughts, Lu Haochu confidently strode towards him, holding Nji's hand. "Dadayu, I'm taking Ngu to the amusement park to test the scene reactions. We'll be back a bit later. So you need not wait for us." Lu Haochu had meticulously planned an entire day filled with shopping, fun, and dining, and merely thinking about it filled him with excitement. Fun? To the amusement park? Yu Lingzi discreetly assessed Lu Haochu's injured shoulder and then their intertwined hands. His gaze shifting slightly. Shaoli is on his way. He mentioned he needs to change her bandages. Lu Haochu halted in his tracks. Change bandages? Why didn't my brother mention that last night? Yu Lingzi raised an eyebrow. That's something that needs to be pointed out? What should I do? I already promised to go to the amusement park. Lu Haochu blinked, glancing at his shoulder. He quickly amended, "It's almost healed. There's no need for a bandage change, right?" Yu Lingzi folded the document in his hand, narrowing his eyes skeptically. "Your wound is a puncture. While it's not serious, it still requires regular cleaning. Otherwise, it could become infected and lead to complications." Lu Haochu's expression shifted noticeably. "Then I'll change the bandages now." He released Nji's hand and hurried to the medicine table. Yu Lingzi remained still, casting a sidelong glance. "Can you do it yourself?" "Of course not," Lu Haochu exclaimed, eyes wide. He had never been injured before. How could he possibly know how to handle this? Yu Lingzi nodded, gesturing to a corner of the table. "Why don't you try preparing the supplies? Shaoli should arrive shortly. Having everything ready will save time." Lu Haochu nodded. All right. He needed to change the bandages quickly so he could leave. After all, Ngu was waiting for him. But as he looked at the items on the table, his expression shifted to one of irritation as he glared at Yu Lingzi. Are you deliberately teasing me? You want me to prepare the supplies, but you didn't even give me any ointment. What is the purpose of leaving a bundle of grass on the table? As the words escaped his lips, Yu Lingzi, who had been observing Lu Haochu, displayed a moment of bewilderment in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ngu, waiting nearby, curiously glanced over, only to have her expression shift dramatically upon seeing the items laid out on the table. The dining table was spacious, equipped with all the necessary supplies for dressing wounds, gauze, bandages, and cotton, but conspicuously absent were any medicinal liquids that to be precise, there were herbs present, but they were not in liquid form. Rather, they were a bundle of herbs a bundle that could be used for medicinal purposes, a bundle of white mint that she had gathered by the seaside to staunch Lu Haochu's bleeding and reduce inflammation. Nji's heart raced uncontrollably. Damn it. Last night, when Lu Shaoli was cleaning Lu Haochu's wounds, he had not inquired about the origin of the herbs on his shoulder, and she had thought little of it. Little did she expect that Yu Lingzi had already noticed this detail and had quietly set a trap for them. Moreover, his sudden approach and unique method left them utterly defenseless. For just a moment ago, not only had Lu Haochu declared he would not change the dressing, but he also had no recognition of the bundle of herbs on the table. At this point, Ngu could almost predict Yu Lingzi's next words. Sure enough, in the next second, Yu Lingzi spoke up. "In the forest, who treated your wounds?" "Achoo." Lu Haochu, oblivious to the underlying tension, answered without hesitation, "Of course it was me. It was he himself, right? Should I really bring Ngu into this?" "Commander, the one who changed the dressing for the master is Ngu," with a bewildered expression, raised her soft, sweet voice, blinking innocently as she looked at Yu Lingzi. Upon hearing her, Yu Lingze turned his gaze. Lu Haochu's heart sank, sensing something amiss. Although he did not understand why Nge had interjected, he quickly added, "Yes, it was my dear Nge who treated my wounds." "What of it?" Yu Lingze's gaze flickered, and he remained silent. It was Lu Haochu who felt an inexplicable sense of panic, then forced a smile as if seeking praise. "Are you not surprised that my dear Nge is so clever? Of course, I have installed quite a few intelligent systems in her, along with many things you have yet to witness." Good heavens, he had almost let slip something he shouldn't have. Yu Lingze gazed deeply at Nge. "Is that so?" Lu Haochu hurriedly interjected, "Of course. If it weren't for my foresight in incorporating a fair amount of medical knowledge in her functions, I wouldn't have made it back alive." Looking back, it's truly rewarding for all the effort I put into creating Nge. Good people do indeed receive good fortune. Yu Lingze's gaze lowered subtly. It was entirely reasonable to instill medical knowledge in a biomechanical entity. Could it be that he was overthinking? The thought that he might harbor doubts about a biomechanical being was, in itself, astonishing. Yet recalling the moment at the banquet last night, when Nge had silently reminded him, he could not shake off the concern in his heart. Chapter 68. As long as you're here, 7, in the absence of any proactive inquiries or subtle hints, Nge had, astonishingly, turned to remind him silently. Such behavior was far from what one would expect from a biomechanical entity. It genuinely puzzled him. While it could be explained through the intelligent systems, he found himself harboring another suspicion. Could Nge be the fabled human? Could she be a remnant of the primitive humans that had been extinct for centuries? It was unclear when this notion had first taken root in his mind. Yet it had indeed begun to sprout within him. Perhaps it was the delightful fragrance that enveloped him as Nge sat beside him. Perhaps it was the way Nge smiled at him, complimenting his looks. Perhaps it was when Nge had been abducted and had turned back to make small gestures towards him. Or perhaps it was when he witnessed Nge leap into the sea to save someone. Yu Lingze found his thoughts to be somewhat disordered, uncertain if this was a consequence of spending too much time with Lu Haochu, constantly subjected to his whimsical ramblings, which had given rise to such peculiar ideas. As the chief commander of the wasteland, with control over dark web forces, if there were any signs of human existence, no matter how minuscule, they would not escape his surveillance. Moreover, the extinction of humanity was an undeniable fact, confirmed countless times over the centuries. Yet, even with this knowledge, he felt compelled to seek further confirmation. Is that so? Yu Lingze's scrutinizing gaze remained unchanged. "Then Nge, can you tell me what the herbs on the table are?" Nge approached the table, picking up the herbs. White mint, a herbaceous plant commonly found in thickets, possessing cooling properties that can inhibit bacteria and staunch bleeding when applied externally. Lu Haochu's eyes sparkled with pride as he turned to Yu Lingze. "What do you think? My dear Nge is quite remarkable, isn't she?" Yu Lingze fell silent, his gaze lingering on Nge for a considerable time, locking on her clear, innocent black eyes, stirring something inexplicable within him. According to his character, he had contemplated more direct and effective methods, such as inflicting a wound on Nge's arm with a dagger, merely to ascertain if there were metallic substances beneath her skin. However, Lu Haochu cherished Nge dearly. From last night until now, he had not found a suitable opportunity. Furthermore, inflicting a wound on Nge would be blatantly obvious, and if Lu Haochu were to discover it, he would surely seek vengeance. After all, hadn't he just proclaimed last night that no one was allowed to bully his Nge? Ignoring Lu Haochu, Yu Lingze rose and walked toward the table, extending the documents in his hand to Nge. "Can Nge read?" Lu Haochu, hearing this, was displeased. What do you mean by that? Reading is a fundamental capability of biomechanical beings. How come I could not possess it? Let me show you. Without acknowledging Lu Haochu, Yu Lingze handed the documents to Nge, his long fingers pointing at the text upon them. Standing beside Nge, inhaling the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, Yu Lingze momentarily lost his focus, and Nge felt a sense of alertness, yet obediently accepted the documents, her gaze following Yu Lingze's finger, suppressing her inner doubts as she began to read. Lu Haochu blinked in astonishment. "Yu, what are you doing? Why are you making Nge read the documents? Can you even understand the words?" Yu Lingze glanced at Nge, his gaze penetrating into her dark eyes. Nge was momentarily taken aback, seriously examining the documents in her hands, her eyes sparkling, and nodded. She understood. Yulingza raised an eyebrow. Have you finished reading? Are you certain you understand everything? And Ji's suspicions intensified. But due to her identity as a biomechanical being, she could only obediently nod, affirming that she had finished reading and understood it all. The document contained medical texts, interspersed with English abbreviations and numbers. Yet devoid of obscure characters, she naturally comprehended everything. You underestimate the intelligent systems I developed, don't you? Recognizing characters and understanding text is the most basic function of all biomechanical beings. If there were any issues with this capability, how could I, Lu Haochu, possibly get by? Chapter 69. As long as you're here, 8. Indeed, Yulingza nodded, extracting the document from Ji's hands, shifting the topic. Are you planning to go to the amusement park today? The crowds there are quite complex. Should I send someone to accompany you to prevent any unfortunate incidents? That Lu Haochu shook his head. No need. I'm just taking a good to test the environmental response. There won't be any issues. What a joke. If he brought others along, how could he play with Ngu? Yulingza nodded, then turned to Ngu. Then Ngu must take good care of it, Chu. He has an injury on his shoulder, so be cautious not to let anyone bump into him. And Ngu replied obediently. Of course, Commander. Yulingza nodded, his gaze shifting again to the documents on the table. Can Ngu recite the content you just read? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ngu froze, her dark eyes fixed intently on Yulingza, her thoughts racing. Good heavens, it was no wonder that someone with wolf genes would be so cunning and unpredictable in their methods. Lu Haochu was immediately taken aback. What are you trying to do? You want Ngu to recite it word for word. This is preposterous. If she were a genuine biomechanical being, reciting a passage would pose no difficulty at all. Yet, Ngu was human. The memory of a human is not akin to that of a beast. How could she possibly recite something verbatim without prior preparation? Moreover, after Ngu had finished reading the document, Yulingza had diverted the conversation elsewhere, making every passing moment crucial. Achoo, aren't you always eager to have others test your creations? Yulingza gazed into the distance, pondering. I have merely selected the most fundamental functionality test. So why is Lu Haochu feeling anxious? Lu Haochu suddenly choked on his words. However, Ji's memory system is undoubtedly flawless. Yulingza glanced at Ngu, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Bai Tao did mention that during their time in the abandoned factory, Ngu recounted their conversation on the plane in meticulous detail, suggesting her memory capabilities must be exceptionally robust. Yet, did Ngu not come to rescue me from the sea? Perhaps her memory function is compromised. This is a perfect opportunity for testing. If any issues arise, Ngu must be swiftly taken to the laboratory for examination. Given your current arm injury, these trivial matters shall be entrusted to Qinxing. Yulingza's words were flawlessly articulated, effectively sealing off any retreat for Lu Haochu. Lu Haochu turned pale, his mind momentarily blank. How could so many complications arise in such a short span? And Ji's eyes flickered coldly. She was well aware of the events on the plane. Even if Lu Haochu was not, it was unexpected that Yulingza had already begun to harbor suspicions about her. Otherwise, why would he suddenly invoke Bai Tao? Did Bai Tao utter something that incited Yulingza's doubts? Ngu lowered her gaze, concealing the darkness within her eyes. That a wolf-like creature, indeed. Once it strikes, it leaves one utterly defenseless. C-beam Disk is a comprehensive Chinese medical literature database developed by the Institute of Medical Information Research in the 28th century, encompassing 1,677 biomedical journals from the wasteland, along with compilations and conference papers, totaling over 478,771 records, with an annual growth rate of approximately 1,549 records. That Ng's soft, melodic voice suddenly broke the silence, successfully capturing the attention of Lu Haochu and Yulingza. C-beam Disk for CMBWin is a retrieval software based on Windex, available in both shared and private versions. The shared version operates within the Windex environment, while the private version functions in the WinNT and WinST network environments. The C-beam Disk for Internet is a retrieval software based on the www, allowing direct searches via the Internet. A gentle voice trailed off. Ngu met the astonished gazes of Yulingza and Lu Haochu, her delicate features breaking into an endearing smile. You, didn't Gu recite it correctly? Chapter 70. Crisis in the Amusement Park. 1. Yu Lingze stood frozen, his beast-like pupils narrowing. Is she a bioengineered human? Could it truly be? How else could she recite verbatim a passage he had penned after only a single glance? At this moment, Lu Haochu was overwhelmed with excitement. He knew Ngu was intelligent, yet he had not anticipated the sheer strength of her memory. He quickly regained his composure, fearing that Yu Lingze might latch onto something else to harass Ngu. With no time to spare for his own bandage change, he stood up from the table. Need I even say, my precious Ngu undoubtedly recited it correctly. Alas, let us not waste time. Further delays will preclude us from conducting the scene test today. Come, Ngu, our upcoming test promises to be much better. We must seize the moment. With that, Lu Haochu shot a fierce glare at Yu Lingze, silencing him, before taking Nji's hand and striding purposefully towards the exit. Yu Lingze was taken aback by the glare, then wryly smiled. He had yet to confront Ngu with anything, so why was he suddenly met with resentment? Watching the pair exit, he turned his gaze upstairs and called out. 17. As his words fell, 17 appeared at the corner of the second-floor staircase. How did it go? Everything went smoothly. Commander Point 17 carefully tucked away his pocket and descended the stairs, handing it to Yu Lingze. Yu Lingze nodded, observing the transparent pocket resting in his palm, his gaze fixating on the strands of hair within, his beastly pupils narrowing further. In the car, Lu Haochu drove, occasionally glancing at Ngu, who was seated in the passenger seat, still visibly astonished. Ngu had been remarkable just now. How could she memorize it after a mere glance? Ngu raised an eyebrow. Well, my memory is quite good. Since childhood, she had been an avid reader, having perused countless books, her memory serving as a solid foundation. Moreover, after receiving specialized training from the laboratory team, her abilities had become exceptional, which was precisely why she had been chosen for the temporal mission. When Yu Lingze initially presented that passage, she had been cautious, and fortunately, her vigilance had saved her, allowing her to escape that predicament unscathed. Thank goodness you are safe. Ngu, I wonder what has gotten into you. Suddenly questioning you like that. Ngu felt a weight in her heart. Perhaps he had begun to suspect me. Suspect? Lu Haochu exclaimed, his hand nearly slipping from the steering wheel. Why would he suspect? What could have led to such doubts? Was it because he had faltered in some way? Or perhaps he had almost let something slip, jeopardizing everything? Oh no, had he inadvertently ruined everything? Ngu remained silent in the passenger seat, reflecting on her encounters with Yu Lingze, continuously sifting through memories, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Was it because of the warning she issued to Yu Lingze at the banquet? Did her actions at that moment raise his suspicions? Coupled with whatever Bai Tao had said, had this prompted Yu Lingze to test her? Nji's brow tightened. She indeed had acted too recklessly at the banquet. She had thought she would not linger in this world for long, and, given the stakes concerning Lu Haochu's safety, she had felt compelled to warn Yu Lingze about Lu Haochu's whereabouts. Now, that moment of goodwill had become a weapon for suspicion, ultimately jeopardizing her own safety. What a bitter irony. Chapter 71. Crisis in the Amusement Park. 2. Noticing Nji's silence, Lu Haochu's expression suddenly turned tense, repeatedly glancing at her. Ngu, do not worry, you already suspected you, but everything is fine now. Right? If you feel uncomfortable, we need not stay at a Yu's home. I have a small villa in the suburbs. Though it does not compare to a Yu's spacious abode, it offers a tranquil environment. Shall we move there? This way, we would avoid the constant anxiety of being at a Yu's place. And surely, you would feel more at ease in my villa, wouldn't you? Ngu shook her head. No. If we move now, would it not actively signal to a Yu that I am harboring issues, prompting him to doubt me further? Let us wait a while longer. Once we find an opportune moment, we can relocate. Point 1 must never underestimate Yu Lingze. How could a man who ascended to the position of chief commander of the wasteland be anything less than formidable? Ngu inwardly sighed, realizing she must exercise even greater caution in the days to come. With her mood disrupted by Yu Lingze, Ngu no longer felt inclined to seek enjoyment. She constantly worried that, in her absence, Yu Lingze had already dispatched someone to shadow them, poised to catch her unawares that, in truth, And Ji's instincts were spot on. Following their recent abduction ordeal, how could Yu Lingza possibly allow them to venture out unmonitored? Thus, he had discreetly sent someone to follow them, merely as a precaution against further incidents. Moreover, knowing that Jun Xinglan would likely return for Ngu, he was prepared to ensnare them when Lu Haochu mentioned going to the amusement park, thus refraining from obstructing their plans. Observing Ji's disinterest, Lu Haochu cursed Yu Lingza under his breath countless times, ultimately leading Ngu into the largest beverage shop within the amusement park. If they could not enjoy the attractions together, surely sitting down to converse would suffice. Ji's presence, as Yu Lingza had anticipated, captivated the attention of everyone in the beverage shop the moment they entered. Wow, that bioengineered human is the most beautiful I have ever seen. Mommy, can we buy a bioengineered human as lovely as her to take home? She is stunning, 100 times more beautiful than what I saw in the store yesterday. That must be her owner beside her. He looks quite wealthy. If only I had such a doll, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Hey, isn't that Master Lu? I attended his exhibition before. I have seen him. I heard Master Lu has been brewing a new work for quite some time. Could this doll be it? Last time, Master Lu lost to the head of the C family in the original bioengineered human competition. I thought he would never recover. Yet within just a few months, he has created such an exquisite doll, it seems he is gearing up for a comeback. The incessant whispers that surrounded Lu Haochu, who was leading Ngu upstairs, made him feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, this beverage establishment was divided into 3 levels, with the topmost reserved exclusively for individuals of mixed heritage. Once the two found a cozy booth by the window, Lu Haochu finally regained a semblance of their private time together, his heart swelling with joy. Oh, why did you like this place, Ngu? He inquired with a solicitous expression. Yes, I do, Ngu replied, her gaze drifting towards the amusement park outside, where various beastmen mingled in the crowd, some frolicking joyfully while others enjoyed family moments. The dark depths of her eyes sparkled brightly, having long since dismissed any prior displeasure. Chapter 72. The Crisis in the Amusement Park 3. The amusement park was indeed a delightful existence. Even in stillness, her heart swelled with joy alongside the smiling faces beyond the window. Ngu had taken the opportunity to scrutinize the appearances of the beastmen throughout their journey. Regrettably, her exposure to literature on animals was limited, and she had never delved deeply into zoology, leaving her unable to immediately identify many of the beastmen she encountered. Some displayed their animal traits through their tails, others were covered in fur, while some bore facial features reminiscent of their animal counterparts, such as ears and noses. However, there were few like Lu Haochu, whose animal traits manifested solely in his tail, with the rest of his features resembling those of a human. According to what Xinglan had previously informed her, Lu Haochu's lineage must belong to the most noble class of those with dual heritage. In contrast, the beastmen exhibiting more pronounced animal traits were likely of triple or mixed heritage. Moreover, Ngu noticed that wherever Lu Haochu appeared, many of the lower-tier individuals deliberately kept their distance, as if afraid to offend him. It was worth noting that this was an amusement park, a place teeming with beastmen. Due to the queues, certain areas felt particularly congested, making stops and starts commonplace. Any gestures of courtesy became remarkably evident, especially when Lu Haochu walked through the throngs of people, as an invisible space seemed to clear around him, as if they were particularly cautious not to collide with him. This left Ngu astonished. The class consciousness among the beastmen in this world appeared far more pronounced than she had imagined. Seeing Nge's spirits lift, Lu Haochu felt a surge of happiness. Would you like some drinks, Ngu? Ngu swiftly turned her head, her expression one of surprise. Can I? Of course. Lu Haochu nodded eagerly. This is a VIP room. No one will disturb us, and the glass is one way, so you need not worry about being seen from outside. Will there be? Ngu instinctively glanced around the private room. Cameras. Lu Haochu, fully aware of Nge's concerns, hurriedly reassured her. Rest assured, this is a VIP room designated for individuals of dual heritage. There is absolutely no possibility of surveillance equipment. How do you know? Ngu questioned skeptically. Lu Haochu widened his eyes in response. Of course, this is the Lu family's establishment. That I am the young heir of the Lu family and frequent this place often. This room boasts the best view in the entire amusement park. Aside from me, no one else dares to use it. Mused. It's certainly beneficial to have a wealthy fool by one's side. How about trying the milk ice cream here? I've heard it's made using an old recipe that restores the taste of milk, something not everyone gets to experience. And Go blinked in confusion. Milk? An old recipe? Noticing Ng's stunned expression, Lu Haochu flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. You must have never tasted it, right? Milk is a delicacy that vanished centuries ago, said to be delicious and nutritious. The food manager here went to great lengths to invite a chef skilled in making milk. So you simply must try it. Ngo was left speechless. Without waiting for her reaction, Lu Haochu promptly exited the room, intent on personally overseeing the kitchen preparations. After all, this was a special treat for Ngo, and he was determined to ensure the pastry chef performed exceptionally. Left alone in the room, Ngo felt somewhat bewildered. In her world, a glass of fresh milk accompanied her breakfast every day, and she had grown weary of it long ago. Chapter 73. The Crisis in the Amusement Park. Unfortunately, her physical trainer enforced extremely stringent standards regarding nutritional components, compelling her to consume milk diligently under his supervision to meet her physical requirements. Heaven knew, she currently felt nauseated at the mere sight of milk. Li Xiao, that room is already occupied. Shall I arrange another for you? A timid voice from outside caught Ng's attention. Another person? Are you trying to deceive me? Has someone else paid a hefty sum to reserve that room? Li Xiao, please don't joke around. That room belongs to young Master Lu and is not available for public use. Not available? Do you think I'm blind? Everyone knows that people here often secretly charge high prices to grant access to that room. You think Li Xiao, cannot afford it? Just name your price. In any case, I'm reserving that room today. Li Xiao, today it's true. Young Master Lu is here to Liu Haochu? He is here. Perfect. I heard he has been unwell lately. I should go say hello. No. Young Master Lu just went to the kitchen. He'll be back shortly. Li Xiao. How about I arrange a nearby room for you? It's quite nice, and I'll offer it to you for free. Please don't mention anything in front of young Master Lu. Get lost. I know you're trying to fool me again. Lu Haochu is not the type to go to the kitchen. Who would dare let him prepare his own food? You can't even tell a proper lie. Just get out. Li Xiao, I assure you I speak the truth. Young Master Lu will be back shortly. You made a great mistake. I could lose my job over this. How about I arrange a nearby room for you at no cost? I won't charge you ever again. Do you think I'm short a few coins? Everyone knows that room has the best view. I'm entertaining an important guest today, and if you cause me trouble now, I'll make sure you regret it. As he spoke, the arrogant individual pushed the door open, ready to berate the attendant trailing behind him, only to suddenly freeze upon noticing Inga seated by the window. The girl by the window sported a high ponytail, her fair skin glowing with vitality, and her exquisite features resembled those of a painting, leaving no room for criticism. Her deep, dark eyes met his gaze with a cool indifference. Shimmering with a crystalline beauty, in that moment, Li Kongyuan was entranced. He had never encountered such a beautifully crafted synthetic human. Li Kongyuan stumbled into the room, while the attendant looked on in a panic and hurriedly stepped forward. Li Xiao, this is young Master Lu's synthetic human. You cannot. Get out. Li Kongyuan shot back, delivering a swift kick that sent the attendant sprawling onto the floor. Caught off guard, the attendant hit the ground hard, a sharp crack resonating from his arm, leaving him curled up in pain, his face turning pale as he cried out in agony. Ngo cast a disinterested glance, her cool demeanor unchanged. Little darling. What is your name? With no interruptions, Li Kongyuan settled onto the sofa opposite Ngo, his eyes filled with fervor. Ngo raised her gaze, noticing the desire in Li Kongyuan's eyes, and turned her head away to look out the window. Her expression one of indifference. Seeing her disregard, Li Kongyuan grew restless, leaning forward, drawn in by the alluring scent emanating from Ngo, his gaze becoming increasingly intoxicated. Chapter 74. The Crisis in the Amusement Park. 5. The fragrance was enchanting. Unlike the perfume scents he was accustomed to, yet far more captivating. Little darling, don't be afraid. Tell me your name. The synthetic human before him seemed oblivious to his words, leaving him to wonder if she was still a work in progress. Lacking an implanted intelligence system, if that were the case, then no one would know of his actions now. Her name isn't good. The melodious voice suddenly chimed in, causing Li Kanyuan's hand outstretched toward Ngu to pause momentarily before retracting hastily. Although the Li family business is not small, in comparison to the Liu family, it seems almost trivial that it is bearable for him to carry out tasks on behalf of Liu Haochu, but should he be caught in a compromising position, he would certainly face dire consequences. While contemplating how to justify his recent actions, Li Kanyuan awkwardly rose and glanced towards the door. Upon recognizing the figure standing there, he was taken aback, and his face lit up with surprise. "Si Xiao, what brings you here?" Ngu cast a sidelong glance, and upon meeting the captivating violet gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Oh, it's a male fox spirit. He didn't perish in the explosion. Li Xiao invited me for an important discussion. How could I possibly decline? Si Shuyun's gaze lingered briefly on Ngu before shifting to Li Kanyuan, his exquisite features adorned with a subtle, polite smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Si Xiao, you flatter me. Li Kanyuan replied with a sheepish grin. It is indeed a rare occasion for Si Shuyun to attend a meeting, and it took him quite some time to discover that Si Shuyun had a particular fondness for amusement parks, which prompted him to use this as bait to arrange a meeting. To his surprise, Si Shuyun arrived even before the appointed time, which genuinely astonished him and added to his sense of pride. The view from this room is truly remarkable. I have visited here numerous times, but have never had the opportunity to enter this particular room. Li Xiao has truly gone to great lengths, Si Shuyun remarked as he stepped inside, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. A satisfied expression gracing his face, he took a seat beside Ngu. Seemingly casual, yet deliberately positioned, Li Kanyuan's expression faltered momentarily. Well, actually this room, he had initially thought the server was misleading him, which is why he had forced his way in. However, now, observing the exquisite biomechanical figure by the window, he realized that the server had indeed spoken truthfully. The young Master Liu had merely stepped out for a brief moment and could return at any time. How could he continue to linger here? Si Shuyun subtly turned his gaze towards the window, his eyes falling on Ngu, who was seated near him. His violet pupils sparkled with delight at the beautiful view, affirming the notion that a cheerful disposition is essential for fruitful discussions. Indeed, Li Xiao had a thoughtful disposition, and Shuyun found it quite agreeable. Li Kanyuan, hearing this, hastily glanced outside, nodding repeatedly. Si Xiao is too kind. This room undoubtedly offers the finest view in the entire amusement park, particularly the stunning perspective of the Ferris wheel from this angle. Despite maintaining a smile, the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed his growing anxiety. What should he do? This room was not reserved by him. If he stayed any longer, trouble was bound to arise. Yet, asking Si Xiao to move elsewhere seemed equally impossible, especially given Si Xiao's evident fondness for this room. To dismiss his enjoyment would be akin to slapping his own face. Moreover, today he intended to request a significant favor from Si Xiao. How could he dare to provoke his ire? What to do? What indeed? His gaze drifted past the server outside, nursing an injured arm, and an idea sparked in his mind. Noticing Si Shuyun's attention upon him, and Ji's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she maintained her previous silence. You still remember me? Suddenly, Si Shuyun's voice drifted into her ears. Gentle, refined, and irresistibly alluring, Ngu turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, her expression reflecting confusion as she shook her head in bewilderment. Si Shuyun's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting imperceptibly. His violet irises filled with scrutiny for the individual before him. Do you not recall me? Could it be that something occurred during the abduction by Bai Tao and his cohorts, resulting in memory loss? It was quite the task for him to set aside his other engagements and fortuitously encounter her, only to discover that she no longer recognized him. Si Xiao knows her. Li Xiao interjected, somewhat taken aback. Yes, Si Shuyun confirmed, glancing over at Li Xiao. She is Liu Haochu's new work, named in Jia. Si Xiao's heart raced at this revelation. Indeed, young Master Liu was present here. How did you both end up here? A voice of astonishment emerged from the doorway, belonging to Liu Haochu. The individuals in the room turned their gazes towards him. Their expressions varied as they noticed the plate piled high with snacks in his hands. Li Kanyuan thought to himself, goodness, the server truly did not mislead me. Young Master Lu actually went to the kitchen for food. Si Shiyuan's violet eyes clouded with suspicion as they swept over the snacks. His gaze subtly shifting and amused. Does this fool dare to take more food? Does he truly think of me as a pig? Li Kanyuan was the first to rise and respond. Young Master Lu. I invited Si Xiao to discuss some matters. This room was reserved in advance. I simply did not expect to see this esteemed. And go here. Reserve? Lu Haochu's eyes widened, his attention fixated on the words reserved. You reserve this room? Are you joking? This room is exclusively mine and not available to the public. Li Kanyuan was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, young Master Lu? This room is not open to the public. How could you possibly have reserved it? Lu Haochu's joy was abruptly shattered by Li Kanyuan's words, and he shouted towards the bar at the entrance, Manager, get over here. Who authorized you to book this room? The manager, who had been monitoring the situation from the counter, hurried over. Lu Xiao, I ask you, who among you reserved this room? Are you unaware of the rules here? Is this room within your jurisdiction? Lu Haochu was incensed, having finally brought Ngu out for a moment of intimacy, only to find that peace eluded him. The manager quickly bowed and apologized. Lu Xiao, please don't be angry. It was a new server who misunderstood the rules, eager to secure more business. Upon seeing someone wish to book this room, they immediately agreed. I sincerely apologize. Lu Xiao rarely visited the amusement park, and even when he did, he would inform them a day or two in advance for cleaning, ensuring the room remained closed to the public during that time. However, today, he had come without prior notice. From a moment Li Xiao appeared, he sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, moments later, he saw the server limping towards him. Cradling an injured arm, he rushed over to ascertain the situation. Just as he grasped the details, he was summoned by young Master Lu, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing the covert dealings would be exposed. Though they had yet to officially open the room today, Li Xiao was a regular guest and was well aware of their clandestine activities. Offending young Master Lu would merely result in a reprimand and, at worst, termination. However, offending Li Xiao could lead to the revelation of their secret dealings, which would surely infuriate young Master Lu. If word reached the Elder Master, they would not only lose their jobs, but might also face dire consequences. Compared to young Master Lu, the Elder Master was notoriously ruthless. Indeed, upon learning that it was a misunderstanding caused by the new server, Lu Haochu's anger dissipated significantly. Ignorance is often excused. The new server likely acted rashly in an attempt to boost business. Since the invitation is extended, would you mind if we all share the room? Li Kanyuan suggested, his face adorned with an apologetic smile, his gaze flickering over the sweating manager. Filled with satisfaction, it was clear he was a quick thinker, hence the scheme for illicit profits. Naturally, Lu Haochu was reluctant. He simply wished to enjoy time with Ngu, uninterested in the company of these two bothersome men, especially one he found particularly irksome. Si Xuan, no need. Since you reserved this room first, it belongs to you. I shall find another room instead. Ngu, come here. Are you still bothered by my victory over you last time? Si Xuan's violet eyes shimmered with mischief, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lu Haochu. Lu Haochu froze momentarily, his eyes widening in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? I would never be so petty as to dwell on a wager. Though he held disdain for Si Xuan, he could not deny his formidable prowess as a rival, particularly in the realm of biomechanical outer modeling. Since that is the case, why not share the space? There are always rumors circulating that you are avoiding me, perhaps believing that you are unwilling to accept my victory over you. They even say that the Lu family and the Si family will declare war soon. The amusement in Si Shiyuan's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Who says I am avoiding you? Who is spreading such nonsense? Lu Haochu's expression shifted repeatedly as he glanced at the curious eyes of the guests outside. After a moment's hesitation, he strode into the room, placing the food tray heavily on the table, and sat directly beside Li Kanyuan, thinking, together or not, who is afraid of whom? Si Shiyuan fell silent for a brief moment, his violet eyes glinting with amusement. Ngu lifted her gaze. It has been over 3 months since we last met after the grand competition. Hasn't it? Yes, that Lu Haochu was in no mood for pleasantries. Were it not for the commotion in this room attracting the attention of those guests outside, and his fear of unfavorable gossip spreading, he would not have consented to share a room. Chapter 77. The Crisis in the Amusement Park. 8. It has been 3 months since we last saw each other, and I have heard that young Master Lu has been diligently working on a new creation. I presume he is preparing to participate in the Mio's personal original competition. Certainly. Without a moment's thought, Lu Haochu replied. Having recently lost to Xishun, he was determined to reclaim his honor in the Mio's personal original competition. Ngu is bound to captivate all the judges' attention. It seems young Master Lu is set to astonish the audience. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance for young Master Lu's impending victory. Xishun's lips curled into a slight smile, though the mirth in his eyes did not reach his depths. Lu Haochu was taken aback. He had not mentioned Ngu at all. The piece he intended to enter was still resting in his private laboratory. However, Lu Haochu cast a glance at Ngu, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Perhaps it was due to his acquaintance with Ngu that he felt his previous creations were utterly worthless. Not to mention that his every gesture and movement needed to resemble humanity. They barely compared to even a single toe of a human being. How could he possibly continue to create under such circumstances? He currently lacked even the slightest motivation to pursue his craft. Ngu is a treasured possession of mine. How could I possibly allow her to compete? Lu Haochu furrowed his brows, contemplating the competition for bioengineered beings, where the tasks were numerous and perilous. Many bioengineered individuals would incur various degrees of injuries, such as abrasions and wear, after completing a series of designated tasks. Some with lower core intelligence might even be rendered entirely inoperative. For those bioengineered beings who succeeded, their owners would restore their damaged appearances afterward, which was not particularly concerning. But if it were Ngu, where could he possibly take her for repairs? The mere thought of his dear Ngu being hurt and bleeding made his heart ache. How could he knowingly let her participate? Oh, Xishun's expression turned to one of surprise as he turned to Ngu, who was sitting by the window, and nodded seriously. Indeed, if I were in your position, I would likely feel the same. Beside them, Li Kanyuan eagerly nodded along. Yes, yes, Ngu is undoubtedly the most beautiful bioengineered doll I have ever seen. Master Lu, what perfume did you use on Ngu? The scent is simply delightful. I wish to buy some for my own bioengineered beings at home. One must admit that the light fragrance on Ngu is truly unique. Not only does it captivate him, but he also inexplicably feels that the scent carries an alluring warmth, compelling one to draw near, entirely unlike the coldness of the bioengineered beings he usually encounters. After speaking, Li Kanyuan stood and leaned slightly toward Ngu. Upon witnessing this, Lu Haochu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly reached out to pull Li Kanyuan back into his seat. Mind your manners, be careful not to frighten my Ngu. Li Kanyuan was abruptly yanked back on the sofa, his expression awkward as he stammered. Yes, my apologies. I became too excited. Xishun observed with a barely perceptible smirk. Li, you ought to be cautious. Ngu is young Master Lu's prized possession, endowed with human emotions that if your movements are too exaggerated, Ngu may become frightened. Yes, Li Kanyuan quickly nodded. I have never encountered such a beautiful bioengineered doll before. I was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. Xishun chuckled softly, glancing at Lu Haochu. But what kind of perfume did young Master Lu use on Ngu? I have been unable to discern the type of perfume despite having smelled it for quite some time. It is indeed very special. Chapter 78. The Crisis in the Amusement Park. 9. At this moment, he sat beside Ngu, and although there was some distance between them, the keen sense of smell possessed by beastmen was highly attuned. The scent emanating from Ngu was certainly not any fragrance he recognized. It could not even be classified as floral. Yet it was more intoxicating than any other fragrance that IT was akin to. The scent of a beastman in heat, but not as overwhelmingly pungent. It was subtle, like a gentle breeze wafting by, leaving an indescribable sense of comfort. Curiosity flickered in Xishun's eyes as a master in the external crafting of bioengineered beings. He could not recall any such peculiar perfume being sold in the market, unless it was concocted by Lu Haochu himself. Given the Lu family's resources and Lu Haochu's talent, creating such an enticing perfume would not be an insurmountable task. However, he He found it puzzling that Lu Haochu had always been his subordinate, and while Lu Haochu's creativity was astonishing, he often lacked in craftsmanship. The notion that such a subordinate could suddenly produce a masterpiece like Ngu after 3 months of seclusion was a reality he could not comprehend. Reflecting on Ng's discreet action of concealing his low-frequency device during the banquet, he could not shake the feeling of unease. Such behavior was not typical for a bioengineered being. It is known that bioengineered individuals are inherently loyal to beastmen. Even when implanted with a recognition program, they would never harbor malicious intent towards other beastmen, nor would they engage in deception. But that day, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Ngu could defy this fundamental principle. The C Corporation, which he helmed, was recognized by the government as one of the manufacturers of bioengineered beings, thus possessing a significant number of core system chips distributed by the government. He was confident that those chips were all without issue. Therefore, the only entity that posed a problem was Ngu. The only conclusion he could draw was that Ng's uniqueness stemmed from the fact that the core system Lu Haochu used for her was not the officially distributed chip, but rather a privately crafted one that had not received official certification. It is a grave sin to use a non-officially distributed core system to create a bioengineered being. If a non-official core chip were discovered within Ngu, even with Yulingza at the helm, Lu's corporation would likely not survive. At that point, the C family would become the sole institution for the external crafting of bioengineered beings on the desolate continent, completely monopolizing the market. Certainly, this perfume is something I exerted great effort to develop. The quantity is limited, and we are currently in the trial observation stage, so it is not available for public sale. Lu Haochu's words effectively ended the discussion on the perfume, as his gaze settled on Ngu, and he glanced at Xishun, who sat beside her, his heart racing. If anyone else were seated beside Ngu, it would be one thing, but it was this infuriating Xishun. Both he and Xishun were experts in the external crafting of bioengineered beings, and Xishun's abilities were not inferior to his own. Having him so close to Ngu made Lu Haochu uneasy, fearing that Ngu might inadvertently reveal something that would raise Xishun's suspicions. After all, these were all commercial secrets, so let's await the new product launch and enjoy it then. Xishun, with a hint of intention, directed his gaze to the food tray on the table, his fox-like eyes narrowing. Young Master Lu seems to have quite the appetite, having ordered so much food. Lu Haochu glanced at the assortment of snacks on the tray. Yes, I am recovering from an illness, so my appetite is quite good. Chapter 79. The Crisis in the Amusement Park. 10. He was concerned that Ngu might be hungry, so he had personally gone to the kitchen to fetch some food. Who would have thought he would encounter these two troublesome individuals upon his return? As a result, Ngu could not eat, and neither did he have the heart to enjoy it. Previously, he had heard that young Master Lu had been quite ill. I initially did not believe it, but now seeing you, it is clear that young Master Lu has indeed been quite unwell. After a pause, Xishun's gaze fell on the peanut butter in the food tray. You even ordered double portions of peanut butter, which you're allergic to. I wonder what illness you have contracted? Anger's gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside the window throughout, though her eyes sparkled with a hidden brilliance in the places unseen by others, her fingers resting on her lap, appearing somewhat rigid. At that moment, Xishun sat beside her, undoubtedly adding to her pressure, especially after overhearing Xishun's conversation with Lu Haochu and realizing that Xishun was also a master in the art of biogenetic external sculpting. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. According to Lu Haochu, the male vixen's expertise in biogenetic external sculpting seemed to surpass even that of Lu Haochu himself, which meant she needed to exercise even greater caution, ensuring not to reveal any flaws. Upon hearing Xishun's words, Lu Haochu's eyes widened in astonishment, forming an O shape. What was happening? How could Xishun know about his peanut allergy? In that instant, Lu Haochu suppressed his astonishment and for the first time seriously scrutinized the man sitting across from him. The vigilance in his beastly gaze heightened. He had previously heard his brother mention that Xishun's identity was far more complex than that of merely being the head of the C family, hinting at deeper mysteries. However, at the time, he had dismissed it, as his acquaintance with Xishun was solely based on biogenetic external sculpting. Beyond that, Their interactions had been minimal, and his knowledge of Xu was limited to the latter's superior skills in biogenetic external sculpting and the competitive relationship between the Xi and Lu families. Thus, he had never pondered what Xu true identity might be or the forces behind him. His only concern was his own inferiority in skill compared to Xu. But now, it seemed he had indeed been too naive. He had never anticipated that Xu would even know such a trivial detail as his peanut allergy. Did this imply that he had been under Xu surveillance all along? No wonder his brother often complained that he was solely focused on honing his skills, oblivious to the deceptions lurking outside. He had once thought his brother unreasonable. Reflecting on it now, he realized his brother had indeed been right. It turned out that the esteemed head of the Xi family was well aware of his peanut allergy. It seemed I truly cared about Lu's affairs. Lu Haochu's smile turned acerbic. With that, he stood and reached out to Anger, saying, "Anger, let us leave." He must have been out of his mind to consider staying in the same room as Xu. Initially, he had been worried about the rumors that might spread outside, potentially tarnishing the Lu family's reputation, and had thought it prudent not to provoke Xu too harshly, given that Xu was the head of the Xi family. After all, if he were overly rude, it would ultimately be the Lu family that suffered the consequences. Yet he had never expected Xu to have already taken action against him. In light of this, he found no further words to say and saw no reason to linger here. Risking Anger's exposure, Anger raised her eyes and stood, intending to take Lu Haochu's outstretched hand to leave together. However, just as her hand reached out, it was unexpectedly enveloped by a larger hand that emerged from beside her. Anger looked over in surprise. Lu Haochu's pupils contracted sharply. "Xu, what are you doing?" Chapter 80. Crisis in the Amusement Park. 11. Xu smiled politely, rising from a sofa and with utmost gentlemanly grace. He guided Anger, who was seated at the side, out, his demeanor measured and devoid of any impropriety. "Young Master Lu, is your reaction not a tad excessive? Young Master Lu is a highly esteemed rival of mine, and naturally, I would take an interest in his affairs. If I have inadvertently offended young Master Lu in any way, I sincerely apologize. There is no need to be so anxious that he spoke." Xu's grip on Anger's hand did not waver. Instead, he subtly tightened his hold on her small hand. In that moment, the warmth and softness of her touch caused Lu Haochu's pupils to constrict in shock, and he glanced at Anger beside him, genuine astonishment flashing in his violet eyes. "And no need for apologies," Lu Haochu replied, his tone far from amiable, his gaze fixated on Xu's hand enveloping Anger's delicate one. His heart racing tumultuously. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer, Mr. Xi. Anger, come. Let us return home." As Xun, suppressing his astonishment, lowered his gaze and quietly released his hold on Anger's hand, his expression becoming inscrutable. Seeing Xu no longer obstructing them, Lu Haochu let out a silent sigh of relief, turning his attention back to Anger. "Anger, let's go." Anger nodded, stepping away from the table and brushing past Xu. In that moment, a hand suddenly appeared behind her, only to vanish in an instant. For a fleeting second, Anger's movement faltered ever so slightly, her dark eyes chilling. Noticing Anger approaching him, Lu Haochu could no longer bear to waste words with Xu. He took Anger's hand and strode towards the exit. However, as soon as they stepped out of the room, Anger unexpectedly pulled Lu Haochu's hand and dashed into an unoccupied VIP room next door. "Anger, what are you doing?" Lu Haochu exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed that after the earlier incident, Anger would have lost all desire to linger and would only want to return home. Why had she suddenly brought him to another room? "Xu pulled one of my hairs," Anger said, cracking the door just a sliver, her gaze fixed intently on the door of the previous room, her voice low and her expression dark. Lu Haochu's eyes widened in shock. What? He understood all too well what Xu intended by pulling Anger's hair. That man must be coveting Anger's exquisite form, seeking to uncover something from her. Had he sensed her true identity? That was what worried Lu Haochu the most. Anger had remained silent throughout. Could it have been a slip on his part? Lu Haochu's anxiety surged. This is bad. It must be that platter of snacks that caused the trouble. The peanut butter was a new creation from the chef, and I wanted you to try it, which is why I took extra, but I never expected there would be more people in the room when I returned. What should we do? What should we do? If that hair is verified, wouldn't Anger's identity as a human be exposed? Anger's expression was grave as she quickly recalled the circumstances under which she had met Xishun. They had merely exchanged glances across the banquet hall. Could it be that the fox was so astute that he discerned her abnormality from that fleeting look, reflecting on the gentle squeeze he had given her hand earlier? Anger bit her lip. Was it merely her imagination, or had Xishun stolen a glance at her, with no time for idle thoughts? Anger shook her head, her expression serious. Stop thinking about that. The most urgent task now is to retrieve my hair. Chapter 81. Crisis in the Amusement Park. 12. How do we retrieve it? Lu Haochu was at a loss. We can't possibly just ask for it back, right? That fox would never admit to taking it. Should we try to snatch it back? But that seems unwise. My brother has mentioned that the fox's identity is anything but simple, far beyond our perception of him as the head of the Xi family. Attempting to take it by force would be sheer folly. Should we involve IU for assistance? But Lu Haochu looked at Anger with a sense of helplessness, inwardly lamenting, but IU has already begun to harbor suspicions. If we were to engage in such antics again, it would only raise more doubts. How much do you know about Xishun? Tell me everything. That Anger's gaze sharpened suddenly. Lu Haochu dared not be careless. He is the head of the Xi family, with countless enterprises. One could say he possesses power on par with our Lu family. Both our families are officially designated biogenetic external sculpting production entities, making us competitors. That's how I came to know him. Pausing for a moment, Lu Haochu continued thoughtfully. Xishun is no ordinary person. He became the head of the Xi family before turning 30. In contrast, our family business still rests in my grandfather's hands, and my brother is merely acting as head of the family. So, comparing the two, you can see how formidable he is. Why brother has warned me more than once to keep my distance from him. So my understanding of him is limited. What should we do, Anger? Perhaps we should enlist Ayu's help. If anyone is to discover Anger's identity, he would prefer it to be Ayu. Anger remained silent, her expression grave as she stood at the door, her eyes swirling with thoughts. Lu Haochu, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not interrupt. He felt that the current predicament was entirely his fault for being too careless. Standing aside in frustration, in the room, observing the sudden silence from Xishun on the sofa, Li Kanyuan forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. Young Master C. Young Master Lu's temperament is just like that. Please do not take offense. He lamented his unfortunate luck in crossing paths with young Master Lu at such a time, provoking young Master C's ire. Now, everything is fine, as Xiao sat silently on the sofa, his demeanor caught in a state of indecision, neither speaking nor remaining silent, embodying an awkwardness that made one wish to burrow into the ground, as Xishun uttered a soft continuing his silence. His thoughts lingered on the fleeting moment when he had held in Ji's small hand, as a master of bioengineering. Renowned in both reputation and skill, he was well aware of the capabilities of contemporary technology in producing bioengineered beings. The softness he felt when grasping in Ji's hand was entirely inconsistent with the expected texture of existing biohumans. Moreover, the warmth radiating from that small hand differed entirely from the elevated temperatures caused by rapid system operations. After all, that was a hand situated farthest from the core system. If the hand's temperature was warm, wouldn't the core system be at risk of overheating? Yet just moments ago, Ji's demeanor did not exhibit any signs of system malfunction. Suddenly, an astonishing thought flickered through Xishun's mind, but it was mere lightning in the dark, swiftly dismissed as absurd. Primitive humans? How could that be possible? It must be noted that primitive humans have been extinct for centuries. How could they suddenly appear before him? Furthermore, if she truly were human, how could Lu Haochu be oblivious, and the entire Lu family manage to conceal such information, only to parade her in an amusement park? Chapter 82. She is truly adorable. 1. However, when recalling Ji's actions at the banquet, a veil of confusion clouded Xishun's violet eyes. If Ngu were indeed the weapon that the Lu family planned to use against the Xi family, why had the commercial spies embedded within the Lu family failed to glean any information? The fragrance of perfume surrounding Ngu, her intelligent system, situational responsiveness, auditory system, the delicate texture of her exterior. These functionalities could not simply be the result of superficial efforts. They represented a significant undertaking. Such feats demanded immense human resources, material wealth, financial backing, and prolonged accumulation of time, even if those involved in these projects maintained utmost secrecy. Commercial spies could not possibly remain utterly oblivious. Noticing Si Shuyuan's continued silence, Li Kanyuan found himself increasingly restless. Si Xiao, the reason I asked you out today was to discuss something. Suddenly, the door was forcefully swung open, interrupting Li Kanyuan's words and causing both men to glance up in surprise. Isn't good here. Lu Haochu's face was filled with urgency as he scanned the room, closing the door before either man could respond. Li Xiao stared wide-eyed, taken aback. What on earth was happening? Si Xuan's expression momentarily flickered with confusion before shifting dramatically. He rose and strode purposefully toward the exit. Hey, Si Xiao, before he could fully comprehend Lu Haochu's actions. Li Kanyuan witnessed Si Xuan hastily leaving, his face a portrait of bewilderment. Where are you going? Si Xuan followed closely behind Lu Haochu, rushing out of the room. Upon seeing Lu Haochu's figure vanish around the staircase, he halted and beckoned to Si Xia, who had been waiting outside. What is going on? Si Xia hurriedly approached to respond. Si Xiao, it seems that young Master Lu is searching for someone. Searching for someone? Si Xuan's heart skipped a beat as Si Xia nodded. It appears to be someone of great importance. Young Master Lu was quite anxious and rushed out. Prior to his departure, had anyone gone downstairs? Did you catch a glimpse of their appearance? Si Xiao pondered for a moment. Yes. However, I just received a phone call and only vaguely noticed someone heading downstairs. I didn't pay attention to their features as Xuan's gaze shifted, preparing to descend as Li Kanyuan emerged from the room. His expression urgent. Si Xiao, A hint of impatience flickered in Si Shuyuan's eyes, yet in the instant he turned, his demeanor softened, exuding an air of polite refinement, with a subtle apology gracing his features. Li Xiao, I sincerely apologize that I just remembered an urgent matter I need to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Si Shuyuan offered a slight nod as an apology before turning to head downstairs. The amusement park was vast, bustling with crowds as he exited the beverage shop, and among them were numerous bioengineered beings, causing Si Shuyuan to furrow his brow ever so slightly. After lingering in place for a while, he seemed to recall something, abruptly turning back towards the beverage shop. Following closely behind, Si Xia was puzzled. Upon re-entering the beverage shop without a second thought, Si Shuyuan ascended to the third floor, pausing momentarily at the top of the stairs to scan the area around the booth before beginning to check each VIP room one by one. Eventually, he spotted Ngu seated by the window in one of the VIP rooms as Shuyuan's eyes brightened, the inexplicable anxiety within him dissipating in an instant as a glimmer of unrecognized joy flickered in his gaze. Their eyes met, his violet irises reflecting the inky depths of her own, rendering the vibrant colors outside the window pale in comparison. Chapter 83. She is truly adorable, too. Ngu glanced at Si Shuyuan, then turned her gaze back to the scenery outside the window. A faint smile graced Si Shuyuan's lips as he entered the room, closing the door behind him and quietly taking a seat across from the exquisite figure before him, his violet eyes scrutinizing her with utmost seriousness. How did Ngu end up here? Observing the nuances of her expressions, Si Shuyuan felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Ngu turned to him, meeting his violet gaze with sincerity, her demeanor obedient. I'm waiting for a chew. Where is a chew? Nge's face momentarily clouded with confusion. She didn't know. After a brief pause, she brightened, her smile sweet and endearing. I'm waiting for a chew here. He will come. Did Ngu truly not remember me? For reasons beyond his comprehension, Si Shuyuan found himself inexplicably concerned about Nge's lack of recollection. Ngu blinked, recalling. You are a Yuan. Hearing Ngu call him affectionately, Si Shuyuan's eyes sparkled. You remember? Ngu tilted her small head of course. We just met. As Shuyuan's heart fluttered momentarily. They had just met? Did this mean Ngu had indeed forgotten their previous encounter at the banquet? A fleeting sense of disappointment washed over him as he leaned in, his violet eyes softening. Does Ngu like amusement parks? I don't like them, as Shuyuan's smile faltered, surprise flickering in his eyes. Why not? Because I can't play. Naturally. What is the point of merely watching? Si Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Then shall I take a good play? No. The obedient girl by the window rejected him without a second thought. Why not? A yuan is so silly, and Gu pouted. Because I need to wait for a chew. Si Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Then why don't we play while we wait? No, once again, and Gu firmly declined. S. Xuan's expression turned perplexed. Why? And Gu pouted again, because I can't play with a yuan at S. Xuan's curiosity piqued. And why is that? Because a chew doesn't tea like a yuan. So Gu can't play with a yuan. Her soft voice carried a hint of indignation, as Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. He doesn't tea like me. Did he tell you that? A smile danced on Si Shuyuan's lips as he realized he and T felt this jovial in quite some time, yet now he was exceedingly delighted. And Gu blinked, but it's okay. And Gu can secretly like a yuan. S. Xuan's eyes brightened, his voice tinged with an unrecognized joy. And Gu likes me? Why? And Gu pondered seriously, her dark eyes shimmering with light. Because a yuan is very handsome. Well, of course, looks are everything, especially for someone as extraordinarily beautiful as Si Shuyuan. In S11 Yuan's eyes, a moment of dazed astonishment lingered, his violet gaze shimmering with an ethereal light as he found himself lost in a gaze exchanged with the sweetly smiling Ying. For a fleeting instant, his expression bore an unusual tranquility. Throughout his life, many had praised his striking appearance, yet this time, an unprecedented flicker of joy and gratitude surged within him. Perhaps it was the innocent smile gracing the face before him. Or perhaps it was the subtle fondness he harbored for Ying. Or maybe he had indeed intended to capture her attention through his looks. Regardless of the reason, he found himself delightfully pleased with the outcome. If Ying liked him, she would naturally lower her guard, granting him the opportunity to engage with her more closely and unravel the countless questions that plague his mind on the other side. Ying's innocent and unassuming eyes concealed a different intention. Having undertaken numerous missions and encountered a myriad of individuals, she understood that everyone possesses their own soft side and shortcuts to the heart. To catch the attention of a debauched young heir, one must outshine him in extravagance. As the adage goes, birds of a feather flock together. This tactic had proven successful in her past endeavors. For literati, showcasing astonishing knowledge along with a necessary humility would attract admirers eager to share a drink and converse, as for S11 Yuan. Though she knew little about him and had only received fragmentary information from LHOC, she was acutely aware of his keen interest in her. Thus, her task was merely to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. Can I touch you in? Her soft, melodious voice rose gently, her dark eyes fixed intently on S11 Yuan's face, her delicate features brimming with eager anticipation. S11 Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed no one had ever made such a request before. Yet his violet eyes flickered, and he replied, "All right." Upon hearing this, Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. She stood and walked gracefully to S11 Yuan's side, obediently sitting next to him, her small hand reaching out to caress his face with utmost care. Her demeanor a blend of trepidation and hope. Yuan's eyes are so beautiful. G vowed she had never encountered such mesmerizing violet irises as S11 Yuan's. His gaze seemed to possess a magic capable of ensnaring and bewitching, rendering her momentarily entranced. It must be said that S11 Yuan was extraordinarily handsome. Though he was a beastman and undeniably male, his refined features defied the rugged wildness typically associated with his kind, rendering him indescribably beautiful. G even mused that if S11 Yuan were to transform into a fox, he would surely be the most exquisite one in existence. Yes, she felt the warmth of his delicate fingers brushing against her brows. A peculiar sensation blossomed within S11 Yuan. He typically abhorred invasions of his personal space, yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to Ying's proximity, the warmth at the corner of his eyes provoking an unprecedented thought of affection. Does Ying like me? Inhaling the fragrant aura surrounding Ying, S11 Yuan's violet gaze deepened, his tone laced with an unconscious allure. This was an innate talent of the fox beast, and as a descendant of the white fox, he possessed an unparalleled charm. However, this moment of enchantment was fleeting. S11 Yuan soon regained his composure, a subtle frown creasing his brow as he pondered. What is wrong with me? Why am I contemplating using my allure on a synthetic human? He was acutely aware that the charm of Fox Beast only worked on living beings. And Ing, though imbued with human emotions, she was fundamentally a synthetic product. Am I going mad? His gaze fell upon Ing, who was in close proximity, her fair, supple skin captivating his attention as 11UN's focus fixated on the delicate, translucent fuzz on her face, and wonder swelled within him. His violet eyes widened in astonishment, and his hand instinctively reached out to caress her cheek. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with her complexion, a wave of paralysis coursed through his neck. 11UN's pupils constricted abruptly, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed heavily onto the sofa. NG withdrew her pale hand from 11UN's neck, gazing down at the unconscious figure sprawled on the sofa, a glint of coldness flickering in her dark eyes. When he arrived at the parking lot via the employee passageway, as informed by LH, he eagerly descended from the car and hurried toward her, his eyes lighting up as they swept over her. How did it go, Ing? Was everything smooth? You weren't hurt, were you? Initially, he had been strongly opposed to letting Ing approach 11UN alone. But since her mind was made up and he had no other choice, he had reluctantly played along with her spontaneous act. He had rushed into 11UN's room, carelessly dropped a line, and then pretended to be in a hurry as he dashed downstairs, meandering through the crowd while feigning a search before anxiously waiting for Ing at the parking lot. He could hardly bear the agonizing minutes that passed, fearing that something might go awry and that Ing's identity could be exposed by that fox. Rest assured, everything went smoothly. NG smiled, producing a strand of hair from her clothing pocket. LH was momentarily taken aback, his face alight with astonishment. You really got it back? What about S11UN? He's asleep, but I can't be sure how long he will remain, so do we need to leave quickly. She opened the car door, signaling for LH to start the engine. Reflecting on her plan, Ing felt a chill of apprehension. She was well versed in human acupoints, understanding which could lead to death and which could induce unconsciousness. Thus, she had first experimented on LH to ascertain the similarities between beastmen and human acupoints before taking the plunge with S11UN. Fortunately, S11UN had been entirely focused on her, unaware of her actions, which allowed her to succeed by sheer luck. However, the angle from which she had approached limited the pressure she could exert, and she had no idea how long S11UN would remain unconscious. Hence, it was imperative to leave the area swiftly as they drove away from the amusement park. LH finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Did you encounter any obstacles when you left? None, and she shook her head as she exited. She had only spotted a man in a black suit, presumably one of S11UN's people, but she had acted completely natural, and he had merely cast a puzzled glance at her without taking any further action. Thus, it seemed unlikely that any issues would arise. Yet once S11UN awakens, he will certainly suspect us. The hint of concern lingered in LH's eyes. It seemed that he would have to refrain from venturing out for quite some time. Ing's gaze lowered slightly. He will likely only question why he suddenly fainted. You can easily concoct a reason like electrical leakage to brush it off. LH was caught off guard. What about the hair? If S11UN's hair was missing, he would undoubtedly suspect that they had taken it. Don't worry. I replaced the hair. Now, the hair on him is from a synthetic person in the kitchen, so he won't discover that anything has been tampered with. To ensure that S11UN remained oblivious to the true intention behind his fainting, substituting the hair was far more prudent than simply removing it. Upon hearing this, LH's eyes widened in shock. Heavens, is this truly my beloved Ing? In such a short span, she managed to consider every detail, and she has single-handedly minimized the potential fallout from what could have been a chaotic situation. Goodness, his beloved Ing was truly brilliant. The sudden appearance of S11UN had extinguished any lingering spirit of playfulness between them. To avoid further complications, LH took it upon himself to escort Ing back to her room on the second floor of the villa before daring to prepare a meal downstairs. Thankfully, when they returned to the villa, LNGZ was absent. Otherwise, LH would have genuinely worried about his capacity to handle the situation in the villa. on the second floor, as Ng watched LH descend the stairs. Her expression changed abruptly as her gaze fell upon the doorknob, her heart skipping a beat. Huh. Has someone entered my room? She had descended the stairs with LH that morning, so the person who entered could not possibly be him. Narrowing her dark eyes, a figure surfaced in her mind, and her brows furrowed. Slightly, it appeared that individual still harbored concerns about her. Withdrawing her hand from above the door handle, Ngu turned and walked towards Lu Haochu's laboratory. Unobtrusively, she concealed a high-frequency detector from the table into her pocket before re-entering the bedroom. Lu Haochu had previously mentioned that due to the creation of bioengineered humans in the laboratory, he was concerned that excessive electrical pulses could lead to anomalies. Thus, the presence of surveillance equipment within the lab was strictly prohibited. Concurrently, as the laboratory dealt with sensitive information, high-frequency detection devices were installed to prevent data breaches. Should the detector emit any unusual sounds, it would indicate that surveillance or listening devices had been installed. However, since this was the villa of Yu Lingze, renowned for its security, Lu Haochu had merely placed the detector in a corner without integrating it into the security system, rendering it somewhat ineffective. Yet, her bedroom was a different matter. Although the bedroom and laboratory were on the same floor, there was a clear distinction between the two. Moreover, she had already confirmed that someone had indeed entered her bedroom, leading her to suspect that surveillance devices may have been installed. Contemplating this, Ngu furrowed her brow and cautiously stepped into the bedroom, pretending to search for something as she meandered around every corner. After a considerable time, having verified that the high-frequency instrument in her pocket remained silent, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she thought, the intruder had not installed any listening or surveillance devices. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to respond. After all, bioengineered humans do not require rest, and she would have found herself in a predicament. However, in the next moment, Ng's brow suddenly knitted together in confusion. Wait, if the person did not enter to monitor her, what was their purpose? With this thought, Ngu meticulously scrutinized every corner of the room once more, confirming that nothing had changed before proceeding to check the subtle markers she had left behind before leaving the room that morning. She trusted no one in this place, not even Lu Haochu, whom she regarded with a degree of wariness. Thus, before departing her room, she had marked certain key locations discreetly. For instance, she had delicately wrapped a strand of transparent hair, pilfered from the laboratory, around the doorknob. Should anyone open the door, the hair would break, confirming whether someone had entered. Additionally, she had deliberately rotated the flowers in a vase in the bathroom and placed the vase in a precarious position, paying close attention to the number of petals and the weight of the water inside. Therefore, as Ngu prepared to check the markers for any signs of tampering, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon the bedside. A flicker of astonishment crossed her features, and a smile crept onto her lips. 3 of the 8 strands of bioengineered hair she had meticulously placed on the pillow were mysteriously missing. As Ngu rearranged the markers in her room, Lu Haochu happened to ascend the stairs with a food tray. Ngu, my dear, you must be hungry. Come, it's time for lunch, he said with a look of guilt. Having originally planned to take her out for a day of fun, only to find that he had failed to even provide her with a sip of water, he felt utterly inadequate. Ngu did not hesitate. She gently closed the bedroom door, swiftly set a marker on the doorknob, and turned towards the dining table in the living room. Where is Yu Lingze? She inquired, taking the juice Lu Haochu offered. Ngu nearly gulped it down, feeling parched after the day. He has gone out. According to Butler Su, he won't return until quite late, Lu Haochu replied. Upon hearing this, Ngu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she surveyed the dishes on the tray. Her appetite suddenly peaked. I want to be going out these next few days to avoid further complications. The thought of Si Shun stealthily plucking her hair, coupled with the notion of Yu Lingze sending someone to investigate her bedroom, convinced Ngu that remaining on the second floor of the villa was the safest option. If she stayed indoors, Si Shuyuan could not harm her, and Yu Lingze would be powerless against her. Nodding resolutely, Ngu decided that until the light ions within her body were activated, this was the plan. Great! Lu Haochu exclaimed, thrilled at her decision. He had only wished to spend time alone with Ngu. Had she not expressed a desire to go out, his original plan would have been to remain in the laboratory. The two enjoyed their lunch harmoniously, Ngu remained silent, preoccupied with her thoughts, while Lu Haochu continually served her dishes, anxious that she might not eat well. After some time, Ngu snapped back to reality, realizing her bowl was overflowing, leaving her unable to pick up her chopsticks. Ngu, you're too thin. You must eat more, Lu Haochu insisted, still piling food onto her plate. Rest assured, I fetched this lunch myself from the kitchen. The servants are all absent, so there's nothing to worry about. Ngu cast a glance at the brimming bowl, a helpless smile flickering across her face as she nodded and casually added a piece of meat to Lu Haochu's bowl. You should have some more too. Seeing this, Lu Haochu's eyes brightened with joy as he quickly lowered his head to devour the meat. Hey, Ngu, what do you like to eat? Is there anything you need? Please tell me. This laboratory had been prepared for him by Yulingza, filled with materials for creating bioengineered humans and various personal items for man, and he was genuinely concerned about not wanting to inconvenience Ngu. He was uncertain how long she would stay, but he thought that if he could fulfill all her needs, perhaps she would choose to remain by his side a little longer. He simply did not want her to leave. Ngu's eyes sparkled as she replied, I actually have a few things I need your help with. Lu Haochu straightened up, his expression filled with anticipation. Really? Of course, Ngu affirmed earnestly, her gaze suddenly landing on Lu Haochu's injured shoulder. However, before we proceed, our primary task is to clean and dress your wound. Lu Haochu paused for a moment, warmth flooding his heart as he shyly nodded, suppressing the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The two quickly finished their lunch, and Ngu began to clean Lu Haochu's injury. As Ngu focused intently on treating his wound, Lu Haochu felt his ears grow warm, a sense of awkwardness washing over him, especially with the delightful fragrance emanating from her, causing ripples of emotion to surge within him, even making his tail sway unconsciously behind him. He truly adored Ngu. Although they had known each other for less than 2 days and he knew little about her, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. Perhaps it was his long-standing fascination with humanity, and Ngu's presence filled that void, transforming his interest into affection. Perhaps it was the despair he experienced when he nearly drowned. And Ngu's timely arrival had saved him, leaving him with a sense of gratitude. Or perhaps it was simply because Ngu was exceptionally beautiful, charming, and intelligent, bringing a refreshing change to his monotonous life of creation, thus stirring a faint feeling of attraction within him that he had not been unaware of the matchmaking attempts orchestrated by his grandfather or older brother. In fact, as Lu Haochu's reputation soared, he had been introduced to countless socialites. Yet, curiously, he found no interest in any of them, not even a fleeting desire to engage further. He had witnessed those young ladies from esteemed families fumble and speak cautiously in his presence, seemingly terrified of making a misstep that might displease him. In those moments, he had looked down on such caution, believing that if love required such carefulness, it was hardly worth pursuing. But now, he found himself empathizing with their plight. Because of Ngu, he realized he too had begun to tread carefully, worrying whether she would dislike staying there, whether she would struggle to adapt to the laboratory's environment, or whether she would feel hungry. In short, any hint of discontent from Ngu sent him into a flurry of anxiety. He dreaded the thought of her being upset, of her ignoring him, or worse, of her leaving him without a word. Feeling increasingly unsettled, Lu Haochu sought to redirect his focus, and as his gaze fell upon Ngu's adept hands tending to his wound, surprise flickered in his eyes. Is Ngu a doctor? The book once stated that extinct humans, much like the orcs of today, possessed various professions, reflecting on how Anger dealt with her wounds in the woods, applying cold herbs, and responding to the inquiries of Yulingza. It seems she is quite knowledgeable in the art of healing. Anger pouted slightly, acknowledging this to some extent. After all, she had accompanied Li Shizhen for a period as his apprentice. To some extent, Lu Haochu inquired with genuine curiosity. What else can Anger do? Lu Haochu harbored an insatiable curiosity about primitive humans, particularly Anger, and he yearned to understand her preferences, aversions, and past thoroughly. Anger raised an eyebrow, her attention unwavering as she continued to cleanse her wound. Quite a bit, actually. Anything you can think of, I could do that. Lu Haochu thought to himself. Does my precious one really need to be so audacious in her claims? After a brief pause, he couldn't help but ask, Can Anger draw? Of course, Wu Daozi is like a half-master to me. What about the piano? No problem. She was a witness to the birth of the Moonlight Sonata. And singing? Do you really think I can't sing? Lu Haochu was momentarily taken aback. Does anger understand Oasis culture? Oasis culture? Are you referring to ancient poetry and such? ISNT, that's something even children can recite? The full recitation in the 9-year compulsory education is not for nothing. Lu Haochu reacted with disbelief. Children can do that. In their world, only the noble families possess the privilege of such education. He felt increasingly cornered. So, what can anger not do? Nothing I cannot do. Whatever I come into contact with, I am capable of. While I may not be a master in all things, I certainly possess a fair amount of knowledge. Upon reflection, it seems her remarkable capabilities are indeed thanks to the rigorous training from those demon instructors in the laboratory. Lu Haochu was convinced that the topic had reached an impasse. He glanced down at Anger, who was close to him, and a sudden curiosity struck him, prompting him to blurt out, "Anger, where did you live before? How did you suddenly appear at the central library?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously harmonious atmosphere between them evaporated. Lu Haochu belatedly realized the sensitivity of his question, leaving him momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a flicker of anxiety. Anger halted her movements, looking up at Lu Haochu with a furrowed brow. Noticing her expression, Lu Haochu was taken aback. "Anger, I meant no offense, I was trying to pry. You don't have to answer if you don't want to." As he met her gaze, he felt a surge of regret for his earlier question. What was he thinking? Why would he ask such a sensitive question, given that Anger was a rare human? Merely being in his presence was a privilege. Did he really expect her to divulge information about her family? Flustered, Lu Haochu stammered, "Anger, please don't misunderstand, I was just curious. No other intentions, don't be upset." Anger regarded him silently for a moment before lowering her gaze to continue cleansing his wound. Her soft voice rose gently. "Achu is a good person. I don't wish to deceive you. However, concerning my family's safety, I truly cannot disclose anything that if it bothers you, I'll leave." No, Lu Haochu exclaimed, rising abruptly. "That is not what I meant. I was merely asking out of curiosity. You can pretend you didn't hear me." Fearing that Anger might genuinely consider leaving, he disregarded his own shoulder injury and grasped Anger's small hand tightly. "Anger, I swear. I promise I won't ask such foolish questions again. Please don't go. Please don't." Seeing the unease etched on Lu Haochu's face, Anger softened her heart, suppressing her playful instincts, and nodded earnestly. "Chu has treated me well. If I ever reach the point of needing to leave, I will certainly inform you beforehand." Lu Haochu felt a pang of reluctance as the thought that Anger might indeed depart crossed his mind. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Anger smiled gently, pressing him back into his seat. "Don't worry. I won't be leaving anytime soon. I still have many things for you to assist me with." Ultimately, it wasn't that she wished to leave. Rather, she found herself unable to do so. She couldn't help but wonder what was occurring back at the laboratory. It had been nearly 2 days, yet the light ions within her body had not activated for such a significant malfunction. Her companions in the lab should have reacted by now. This thought stirred a sense of unease within her. Upon hearing that Anger required his assistance, Lu Haochu promptly settled back into his chair, his eyes widening in eagerness. "Anger, just say the word, and if it's within my abilities, I will definitely help." Anger's smile broadened. "All right, but first let me apply the medication properly." After the incident with Si Shiyuan that morning, Anger felt her actions had been reckless. She had managed to subdue him only because he had focused all his attention on her at that moment, and her identity as a bioengineered human had kept him from anticipating her maneuvers. However, upon reflection, she felt beads of cold sweat forming in her palms. Thankfully, she was well-versed in acupoint locations, and fortunately, her force had been just right. Yet, hypothetically speaking, had her strength been insufficient to incapacitate Si Shiyuan, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, on her way back, she contemplated for a long while. Since Lu Haochu was willing to assist her, she could leverage his creative talent to craft some defensive cold weapons for emergencies. However, this was contingent on Lu Haochu first healing his shoulder, lest his injury prevent him from producing the highest quality creations. After all, the key to crafting cold weapons lies in the user's tactile sensation. All right, the wound is cleaned. Now it's time to apply the medication. Ensure the salve was absorbed effectively by the infected wound. Anger gently spread the ointment across Lu Haochu's injury, blowing softly to help the menthol coolness evaporate. Does it hurt? After all, it was a penetrating wound. How could he have accompanied her for a stroll all morning? Was he truly unbothered by the pain, or simply pretending? It doesn't hurt. Be good. It will heal soon. Don't be afraid of the pain. With that, Anger took the gauze from the table, gently lifting Lu Haochu's hand while wrapping the gauze around him. In that instant, they were nearly embracing. Be good. Don't move. It will be over soon. Ensure the salve adhered closely to the wound. Anger had to wrap the gauze around him several times. Lu Haochu's breathing began to quicken, and the color of his eyes deepened. Iconyuan was right. Anger's scent was indeed sweet and alluring. Under ordinary circumstances, this fragrance would only evoke a sense of fondness and appreciation. However, now that they were in close proximity, and with his bare torso exposed, her delightful scent transformed into a potent temptation on Anger. Lu Haochu's gaze darkened further. No. He would frighten Anger. Lu Haochu hastily stood and stepped back. Yet, the suddenness of his movement, combined with Anger's focus on wrapping the gauze, caused her to lose her balance. Stumbling forward, Anger exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to steady herself, her hands naturally finding their way around Lu Haochu's waist. Does it hurt? Anger steadied herself, looking up at Lu Haochu with a hint of exasperation on her face. Didn't you say it would be better soon? Just endure a little longer. Anger observed the rigidness of Lu Haochu, standing before her, mistakenly interpreting his stillness as a sign of acute pain. She tiptoed to re-wrap the loosely bound gauze around his waist. Be good. If it hurts again, just bear with it. We're almost done. The tightly wrapped bandage must not have even the slightest looseness. Otherwise, it is trivial that the medicinal properties within it may fail to take effect, but the friction of the bandage against the wound, leading to infection, would be the most disastrous outcome. Lu Haochu's rigid form dared not move an inch. He felt the alluring aura enveloping him once more as the delicate little hands of the person before him smoothed the bandage on his back, radiating warmth, along with the warm breath that occasionally brushed against his ear as she spoke. Lu Haochu's gaze deepened, and his hands, which had been resting by his sides, began to rise uncontrollably, yearning to pull the person before him into his embrace. Yet they halted just a finger's breadth from Ng's waist, hesitating to draw closer. Soon, just endure a little longer. Ingu stood on her tiptoes, hearing Lu Haochu's breath grow rapid and assuming he was in unbearable pain, causing her to feel anxious. Did this fool not realize how much taller he was than her? Yet he stood there, allowing her to wrap the bandage. Was he not intentionally making things difficult for her? What are you two doing? A cold voice suddenly rang out from not far behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Haochu's form trembled violently. His thoughts abruptly yanked back to reality. He hastily released Ngu and took a step back, glancing at the bewildered Ngu before raising his eyes to the figure standing at the stairway. Yu Lingze, his face instantly flushed crimson. With no time to utter a word, nor daring to linger, he swiftly turned and hurried into the laboratory. And, he just left like that, just as she was about to follow Lu Haochu into the laboratory. Unfortunately, are you helping him change the bandage? The chilling voice from a stairway made Ngu halt abruptly, forcing her to turn and face the uninvited Yu Lingze alone. Did Lu Haochu not say this guy was absent from the villa? How could he be here now? Ngu couldn't help but roll her eyes, her helplessness evident. As she slowly turned around, her fair and delicate face resumed its usual innocent and naive expression. Resembling a harmless little bunny, Ngu obediently nodded. But Chu said his wound was a bit painful, so he asked me to help him change the bandage. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingze's gaze fell upon the blood-stained bandage on the table, his brows furrowing slightly. It seemed his appearance was rather ill-timed. Lu Haochu's earlier demeanor was clearly one of affection toward Ngu, and he had just happened to witness it. Yu Lingze glanced toward the laboratory, his gaze gradually landing on Ngu. You went to the amusement park? Ng's heart skipped a beat, her expression unchanged. Yes. Was it fun? Ngu blinked. Not really. Yu Lingze cast a sidelong glance. I ran into Yuan at the amusement park. And a Chu was unhappy. Yuan. Yulingza paused, but upon considering who could make Lu Haochu unhappy, his eyes widened in realization. You mean Xixuan? Enga nodded. Yulingza appeared contemplative, preparing to leave and descend the stairs. When his gaze swept over the food plates on the dining table, a hint of surprise flickering across his face as he momentarily froze, Enga followed his gaze, her heart sinking. Oh no. The dishes she and Lu Haochu had used for lunch were still quietly resting on the table. Although they had been cleaned and stacked neatly, the number of bowls, chopsticks, and spoons was an undeniable fact. You two just had lunch. Sure enough, Yulingza voiced the question. Enga quickly assessed the situation in her mind and nodded. Yes. Just the two of you? Yes, Enga nodded honestly. A Chu said he wanted to test the functionality of my digestive system. So he had me drink some soup. Yulingza fell silent. Enga blinked, also obediently standing by in silence. She knew she had to remain on high alert around Yulingza. Otherwise, she might unwittingly fall into this wolf's trap again. After a moment of quiet, Yulingza glanced at Enga. Come with me downstairs. Enga was taken aback at his words, instinctively glancing toward the laboratory, feeling inexplicably helpless. Ko. What on earth was Lu Haochu doing in the laboratory? Why was he taking so long to come out? Was it really all right for her to be alone with Yulingza like this? Unfortunately, through the semi-transparent glass door of the laboratory, Enga could not catch a glimpse of Lu Haochu. And with no other choice, she turned to obediently follow Yulingza downstairs. The two descended the stairs, and sensing that the person behind him maintained a certain distance, Yulingza's brows furrowed slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, though he could not articulate why. What can Enga do? Yulingza suddenly turned to look at Enga. Enga hesitated, her eyes flickering. Enga can tell stories, sing, and play the piano. Though unsure why Yulingza had posed this question, she figured it was best to respond with innocuous answers. Listening to Lu Haochu, she knew many bioengineered individuals possessed this companionship function for beastmen. So she believed her response would not raise Yulingza's suspicions. Indeed, Yulingza nodded thoughtfully. Companionship function. What was he agitated about? Enga was a creation of Lu Haochu, and even if the two were to engage in something, it should not concern him, right? Suppressing the irritation within, Yulingza pointed toward a corner of the living room. Try it. Enga followed his finger and was taken aback to discover a piano in the corner of the living room, leaving her momentarily stunned. Excuse me? Was this guy asking her to play the piano? Did he still harbor doubts about her? Enga pondered, could it be that the 3 strands of hair had not served their purpose? Slowly, she approached the piano, stealing glances at Yulingza, who was scrutinizing her, her body tense with apprehension. Trying to appear calm, she sat upright on the piano bench, silently urging herself, and began to play. It must be said. Enga's mind was a blank canvas at that moment, her thoughts consumed by the question of why Yulingza wanted her to play the piano. Her fingers danced across the keys based solely on instinctive memory. And when she finally regained her composure, she realized she had been playing Beethoven's famous ode to J-O-Y-S. She concluded the last note. Enga did not rush to rise, but instead sat up straight, turning her head to look at Yulingza, resembling a compliant doll awaiting her master's command. Standing beside the piano, Yulingza was astonished. He was no stranger to Ode to Joy, yet by the time this piece had reached them, it had already lost a significant portion. What they had heard was merely a fragmented version, and although some scholars on the desolate continent had attempted to reconstruct the score, certain modulations still felt rigid and lacking. However, just now, listening to Enga perform Ode to Joy, there had been no sense of discord whatsoever, and the lightness with which her fingers traversed the black and white keys was utterly seamless, without a hint of hesitation. Why? The intelligence within Enga had all been implanted by Lu Haochu. If what Enga had understood about medicine this morning was knowledge already present on the desolate continent, he had nothing to contest. But how could he explain Ode to Joy? After all, even the desolate continent only possessed a fragmented version of this piece. This piece is Yulingza struggled to suppress his astonishment. But just as he began to speak, he heard the furious voice of an elder from outside the door and the cautious responses of Lu Shaoli. Grandfather, please don't be anxious. Xiao Chu is really fine. It's just a small injury. Just a scrape. Really, grandfather, please don't worry. A small injury? If it were just a small injury, how could he not return to see me? You little rascal. If anything were to happen to your brother, do you think I would spare you? How could you not inform me of his injury? The voice of Lu Shaoli was nearly frantic. Grandfather, I'm also your grandson. If he is hurt, why would you want to break my legs? At that moment, Lu Shaoli was in complete disarray. He had clearly sealed off the news of Lu Haochu's injury tightly. So how did his grandfather find out? Moreover, how do you even know that Lu Haochu was here with Yulingza? You should consider yourself fortunate to be my grandson. Otherwise, I would have shot you dead long ago, rather than just breaking your legs. The elderly man's voice was imbued with a formidable threat. His face contorted with fury, exuding an ominous aura akin to an impending storm, causing Lu Shaoli to swallow back the words he had intended to utter. Upon hearing the commotion, Yulingza cast a fleeting glance at Ngu, who was seated on the piano stool, and after a brief moment of silence, he turned and approached the elderly as Lu Rong entered the room. He immediately spotted Yulingza, and the anger that had been etched on his aged face suddenly softened into a relieved smile. You, I heard that Xiao Chu was injured. Is he here with you? In response, Yulingza glanced at Lu Shaoli, whose expression was clouded with concern, and nodded. Chu attended the Bai family's banquet yesterday and sustained a minor injury, but he is now in stable condition. Please do not worry, Grandfather Lu. The Bai family's banquet? Lu Rong's eyes flickered with interest. I asked that the same Bai Tao who was reported in the news this morning for embezzling. Having presided over the Lu family conglomerate for decades, Lu Rong was well acquainted with the machinations of the business world. He had received news of the Bai family patriarch's imprisonment the previous night, along with the swift termination of all their collaborations, followed by a seamless transfer of power that allowed operations to resume the next day. Such decisive and efficient maneuvering immediately brought Yulingza to mind. Indeed, Grandfather Lu, Yulingza affirmed, his face reflecting utmost respect. Bai Tao's embezzlement was initially a minor issue, but he recklessly used the lives of others as bargaining chips, causing injuries to all attendees of the banquet to varying degrees. Thus, it was imperative to contain him without delay. Yulingza deliberately emphasized the term contain, yet the glint in his eyes elicited a hearty laugh from Lu Rong that T.O. claimed control over Bai Tao was, in essence, a form of retribution that be why incarcerating Bai Tao and deliberately assigning him a violent cellmate. Any subsequent mishap would not implicate Yulingza. His actions adhered strictly to the rules and regulations, leaving no grounds for reproach. Lu Rong's spirit soared, and he momentarily forgot his previous anger, patting Yulingza's shoulder with approval, his eyes brimming with admiration. Well done, my boy. If only Shaoli possessed half of your reliability, I wouldn't be in this position, reluctant to retire despite my age. How fortunate I am to have such a commendable grandson, while my own grandson seems to be rather dim-witted. Beside them, Lu Shaoli thought to himself, what a predicament! At home, I can never measure up to Lu Haochu, and outside, I am overshadowed by Yulingza. Why has my grandfather never favored me? Chapter 95. From now on, you are mine too, and go. Where are you? I'm here, Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs as everyone turned to see Lu Haochu, his upper body wrapped in bandages, rushing down. The pungent aroma of medicinal ointment wafted through the air, suggesting he had just tended to his wounds. The noise from the stairs abruptly ceased, and Lu Haochu stood frozen, astonished by the sight of the gathering in the hall, as he locked eyes with his grandfather's keen gaze. He felt as if he had been petrified like a startled rabbit. Grandfather? What is he doing here? In the hall, Lu Shaoli's gaze fell upon Lu Haochu's bandaged form, and he couldn't help but grimace. This foolish brother is deliberately trying to torment me, isn't he? I told Grandfather it was merely a minor injury, and yet he descends looking like a mummy. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Rong's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, and he coldly turned to Lu Shaoli. Is this what you call a minor injury? Just a scrape? Caught off guard, Lu Shaoli stammered. Lu Haochu's heart sank as he subconsciously glanced at his own bandages, then met Lu Shaoli's terrified eyes with a look of pity he hadn't anticipated encountering his grandfather in the hall. What is going on? Lu Shaoli, explain yourself. Lu Rong's voice boomed with fury. You said it was merely a scrape. If it were so minor, Why is he wrapped in bandages from head to toe? How did he sustain these injuries? Standing upright under his grandfather's wrath, Lu Shaoli knew he had erred in concealing the truth about Ah Chu's injury. He hastily began to explain, "Grandfather, this isn't my fault. I arranged for protection for Ah Chu, but he insisted on risking himself as a hostage for that bioengineered person, and in the process he was shot in the shoulder. I couldn't dissuade him." At this revelation, the room fell silent. Lu Haochu's eyes darted with fear as he instinctively looked toward Ngu, who was seated in the corner of the hall. Oh no. This is bad. Grandfather is angry. What shot? In the shoulder. Lu Rong's demeanor darkened further. His beloved grandson's passion for creating bioengineered beings was well known, and a shoulder injury would undoubtedly hinder his dexterity. If he could no longer pursue his craft, it would be a significant loss, but if the injury posed any long-term consequences, it could jeopardize his daily life. Lu Rong's expression grew so grim it could freeze water. What bioengineered person? Where is this individual? How dare they put my precious grandson in harm's way? I would be more than willing to scrap that bioengineered person right away. Chapter 96. From now on, you are mine, grandfather. Don't listen to my brother's nonsense. He wasn't even there. I had no reason to become a hostage. I was taken first, and it just so happened that the group of kidnappers also abducted Ngu. I fell into the sea, and it was Ngu who rescued me. Lu Haochu suddenly caught himself, realizing he had almost revealed Ng's fearlessness in water. If grandfather found out, he would undoubtedly whisk Ngu away for experimentation. However, his explanation had already begun and lacked a follow-up, leading to a misunderstanding in Lu Rong's ears. What? You also fell into the sea? Lu Rong exclaimed, his composure unraveling. The news reported that someone fell into the deep sea, and the rescue teams searched for days with no sign. That person was you? Lu Rong was no longer calm. What terrifying experiences had his beloved grandson endured? Shot, and then plunged into the depths of the sea. This little fellow would complain at the slightest ailment. Lu Shaoli stood there, utterly speechless. How could I have such a foolish brother? How is he so incompetent yet still so favored? This is entirely illogical. Lu Haochu stammered, "And no, grandfather, that's not what I meant. I meant to say that all of this was unexpected and no one is to blame, especially Ngu." Lu Shaoli rolled his eyes. Who is even speaking now? Ngu. Finally, Lu Rong seized upon a key point. This bioengineered individual is named Ngu. You willingly became a hostage for a bioengineered person and then fell into the sea? Lu Haochu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to react. Wait, that's not right. After all this explanation, why is grandfather still fixating on Ngu? Meanwhile, Lu Shaoli, eager to make an impression, chimed in, yes, grandfather, the bioengineered person's name is Ngu. Look, there she is. This is Ngu. He pointed emphatically, rushing over to Ngu and nearly pushing her toward Lu Rong. Ngu, bewildered by the unfolding drama, felt a surge of anxiety. What did I do to deserve this? I was the one who saved him. How did I end up being the villain? When Elder Lu's gaze fell upon Ngu while pulling Lu Shao away, a flicker of astonishment crossed his spirited eyes. It must be said that his precious grandson's skills in crafting bioengineered beings were improving remarkably. The exquisite figure before him left even a man of his extensive years in awe. Alas, she had harmed his cherished grandson. A murderous intent began to brew within Elder Lu. Meanwhile, Yulingza subtly furrowed his brow. Upon witnessing Lu Shao drag Ngu over, Lu Haochu was immediately alarmed and hurriedly dashed down the stairs, pulling Ngu behind him, exclaiming, "Grandfather, it truly has nothing to do with Ngu. Please do not lay a hand on her." Lu Haochu understood his grandfather's temperament all too well. There had been a time when one of his bioengineered creations, due to incomplete intelligence, inadvertently pushed him down the stairs. Merely sustaining a small cut on his leg had led the elder to immediately dispatch the creation for disposal. Moreover, considering Lu Haochu's current gunshot wound, he could easily surmise what his grandfather's next actions would entail. Elder Lu, upon hearing this, was nearly struck unconscious with rage. He had yet to declare his intentions, yet this brat was already shielding another. You, move aside this instant. Elder Lu fumed, his beard bristling with fury. Why must his beloved grandson be such a source of worry? No, I will not move aside unless you promise not to harm Ngu. Lu Haochu was in a state of desperation, caught between his beloved grandfather and his treasured Ngu, feeling utterly trapped. Yu, it was the first time Elder Lu had witnessed his cherished grandson so defiantly oppose him, especially for a bioengineered being, which deeply infuriated him. Elder Lu, please do not be angry. Yulingza finally spoke up, observing the situation unfold. Chu's urgency is actually all because of me that at this revelation. Elder Lu turned to Yulingza with astonishment, and even Lu Haochu, who was shielding Gu, looked at you in surprise. What do you mean by that, you? What is this about for me? Elder Lu had always held a deep fondness for Yulingza. Upon hearing him say this, the elder's previously furious expression transformed into one of curiosity and warmth. What do you mean by that? Seeing the elder's sudden change in demeanor, Lu Xiao was struck as if by a heavy blow to the chest. His grandfather's bias was astonishingly pronounced, lavishing affection on Xiao Chu at home while favoring Ayu outside, leaving him feeling like the one discarded from the garbage heap. Yulingza glanced at Lu Haochu, then at Ngu behind him, pausing slightly. Actually, Achu has already given Ngu to me. His urgency stemmed from a fear that you, Elder Lu, might act out of anger and harm Ngu, thereby jeopardizing the promise he made to me. What? He gave her to you? He gifted a bioengineered being to you? Elder Lu reacted as if he had heard the most absurd tale, glancing at Lu Haochu and then seriously at Yulingza, his face a mixture of elation and shock. You agreed? No. You like her? In Elder Lu's heart, Yulingza was nearly the epitome of perfection, save for the absence of a female companion. Despite his commendable looks, favorable background, and not-so-young age, he lacked a single female companion. His surroundings were filled with men. Even the household staff comprised entirely of males, leading Elder Lu to question U.S. normalcy. And now, the revelation that you had accepted a bioengineered female companion left him both astonished and elated. He had been close friends with Yu's grandfather, and since that bothersome old man had departed this world before him, he had regarded Yu as his own grandson, holding the greatest wish to see him married and settled. Unfortunately, Yu had shown no interest in women, rejecting numerous well-bred and attractive heiresses Elder Lu had introduced to him, some even without ever meeting face-to-face, while his own disappointing grandson indulged in frivolities, switching partners daily, much to Elder Lu's exasperation. Now, hearing that Xiao Chu intended to gift a bioengineered being to you, and that you had accepted it, how could this not fill him with overwhelming joy? Though merely a bioengineered being, it was a delightful omen. Suddenly, everything clicked, and he understood why Xiao Chu was so anxious about the one named Ngu. After all, she was a gift for you. Seeing Elder Lu gaze at him with uncontainable joy, Yulingza nodded earnestly. Yes, I do like her. Wonderful, wonderful. As long as you like her, that is all that matters. Elder Lu could hardly contain his elation, nearly bursting with happiness. Had it not been for the presence of younger generations, he would have danced with glee to express his exhilaration. Liu Xiao stood by, utterly bewildered, while Lu Haochu was left in a state of shock. Ngu, nestled in Yulingza's embrace, stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed. In the midst of this astonishment, Lu Xiao was the first to regain composure, hastily pulling Ngu from behind Lu Haochu and almost shoving her into Yulingza's arms. Echoing, yes, 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 Ayu, as long as you like her, that is all that matters. Ngu stumbled slightly, and by the time she collected herself, she found herself cradled in Yulingza's arms. In that moment, surprise flickered in his brown eyes, and he noted that the sensation of her hands was even softer than he had anticipated. Since Ayu likes her, let us return home now, grandfather. We should head back. We should go home. Lu Xiao quickly diverted the topic, fully aware that, despite their secluded gathering, countless hidden guards awaited outside. As a prominent information officer, he had always entered the villa with an air of authority, yet today, he found himself reprimanded by the elder. Although the current situation was perplexing, Yulingza's response had managed to stabilize the atmosphere, and Lu Xiao knew he needed to coax Elder Lu back home before any further complications arose. Even if the elder truly intended to scold or punish him, he could not afford to lose face here. Elder Lu nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes, let's return home. Let's go home. Thanks to Yu's candid admission, Elder Lu finally realized that Ngu had been seated at the piano prior, likely engaged in a duet with Yu before his arrival. How blind he had been! If Yu's grandfather were to discover this, he would surely be furious enough to rise from his grave to give Elder Lu a good thrashing. With that thought, Elder Lu grasped Lu Haochu, who was still in a daze, and hurried toward the door. "Wait, no, grandfather, I want to stay here." Lu Haochu protested, bewildered, for his precious Ngu was still present, and he could not possibly leave her behind. "What do you intend to do by staying here?" Elder Lu raised his hand and gave Lu Haochu a sharp rap on the forehead. "You have sustained a gunshot wound. Hurry home and recuperate. Until you are healed, you are not to stir trouble." "I am not stirring trouble. I refuse to leave. Ngu is still here," Lu Haochu exclaimed. But before he could protest further, he found himself being dragged away. In mere seconds, the hall fell silent once more. Yet at that moment, Ngu, nestled in Yu Ling's embrace, felt a strange sense of bewilderment wash over her. Ngu, feeling distinctly uneasy being held by Yu Lingze, instinctively thought of escaping and took a step forward, only to be pulled back once more. "Where do you think you're going?" a gentle voice inquired from above her head, causing Nji's heart to skip a beat. Steadying herself, Ngu pointed toward the door. "I am looking for Ah Chu." "What do you need Ah Chu for?" "Ah Chu is Nji's master. Wherever Ah Chu is, there Ngu shall be." Having said that, Ngu attempted to feign nonchalance as she tried to extricate herself from Yu Ling's embrace, once more to her surprise, before she could even take a step. Her form was spun around, bringing her face to face with Yu Ling's deep brown eyes. Ngu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze locking onto his, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yu Lingze, towering above her, looked down at the girl he held captive in his arms, gently caressing the hair by her ear with one hand. Feeling the warmth and softness beneath his fingertips, his heart filled with an indescribable astonishment. Chapter 99. From this moment on, "You belong to me." 6. He was oblivious as to why he had uttered those words, referring to Ngu as a gift bestowed upon him by Lu Haochu. Yet he had done so nonetheless. He was acutely aware of the old man's methods, for the sake of Ah Chu's safety. The elder would tolerate no imperfections if he remained silent. Ngu would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he intervened, suddenly realizing Ngu was a rare exception among bioengineered beings who did not repel him. Strangely, he found himself unwilling to let any harm befall her. Even though she was merely a bioengineered person, yes, he gazed into Nji's ink-black eyes. Yu Lingze discovered for the first time that such a pure shade of black could exist. Illuminated by the sunlight filtering in from outside, resembling a galaxy of twinkling stars filling her entire gaze, reminding him of the moment at the banquet when Ngu had smiled at him, complimenting his beauty. In that instant, her eyes had sparkled similarly, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. After a long pause, Yu Lingze finally parted his lips. "From this moment on, you belong to me. I must find Ah Chu." As if unable to comprehend Yu Lingze's words, Nji's eyes widened, her lips pouting. Without Lu Haochu, she feared that within a single night, her human identity would be exposed. "With me, it is the same." He reassured the little creature in his arms, displaying remarkable patience. He had seen the report on the hair sample, confirming his earlier suspicions were unfounded. The strands belonged to a bioengineered being, composed of synthetic fibers. The minute traces of oil detected were merely added to give the hair a glossy appearance. Yu Lingze couldn't help but smirk at himself. It seemed he had indeed spent too much time with that rascal Lu Haochu, leading him to entertain such fanciful notions, even imagining that Ngu could be human. How absurd! Humans had been extinct for centuries. How could they suddenly reappear before him? Yet he felt a fondness for Ngu that he did not harbor for other bioengineered beings. Perhaps because she exhibited traits so unlike them, or perhaps due to her exquisitely delicate appearance, or maybe it was simply the sweetness in her smile when she had praised his looks. In any case, he wished to draw near to her, and only to her. Watching as Yu Lingze spoke to her with a gentle demeanor, his hand tenderly brushing her hair, Ngu found herself momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same man who had appeared cold and unapproachable the night before? She recalled how she had smiled at him, only to be reprimanded. Why did he now seem like a different person altogether? However, this version of Yu Lingze, complemented by his soothing whispers and the tender gesture caressing her hair, was undeniably captivating and utterly irresistible. Commander, 17 has suddenly appeared at the doorway, anxiety written all over his face. There's been an incident in the Candia district. Isn't that Martin's territory? Yulingza glanced over, his grip on Ngu momentarily faltering. Yes, but Martin is dead. Yulingza's pupils constricted at the news. Dead, Chapter 100. He has lost her. 1. Martin's body was discovered in a landfill at the border of the Queen district and the Candia district. When our people found Martin, there was a letter on him. With that, 17 produced an already opened letter from his pocket. Yulingza did not take it. What does it say? 17 paused. The letter states that the goods under Martin's care have all been taken. And if you want them returned, Commander, you must personally go to the Candia district to negotiate. Yulingza was momentarily taken aback. The goods were stolen? And they expected him to negotiate. How audacious of them. To think they could act with such impunity in this desolate land. Yulingza narrowed his eyes. Have you identified who is responsible? Not yet confirmed. 17 furrowed his brow. But according to reliable intelligence, it appears to be the work of the Black Bear. Yulingza fell silent for a moment, instructing 16 to prepare and accompany him. 17 remained rooted to the spot, his expression turning somewhat awkward. What is it? Noticing 17's discomfort, Yulingza's brows knitted together. Commander, the letter specifies that you may only bring one person along, and it designates who that person must be. Curiosity flickered in Yulingza's eyes. Oh. 17 glanced at Ngu beside him, his lips curling into an awkward smile. And Ng's eyes widened in disbelief. Excuse me, why would that unknown group insist she accompany Yulingza? This sudden turn of events left her bewildered. After all, she had only been in this world for less than 2 days. Could these people not allow her a moment to breathe? Yulingza was equally startled. Ngu, 17 nodded helplessly. Yes, they specified Ngu as the person to accompany you. Upon seeing the letter, he too had been incredulous, unable to fathom how the Black Bears group could possibly know about Ng's existence. Yulingza turned to Ngu, an expression of skepticism on his face. After a moment of silence, his brown eyes contemplated. Very well, we shall do as they say. The goods were of great importance to him. He had to retrieve them. Half an hour later, Yulingza and Ngu arrived at an abandoned parking lot in the Candia district. They walked side by side toward the underground garage. Yulingza maintained a calm demeanor, his brown eyes subtly surveying the surroundings, his steps steady as if he were strolling through his own garden. In contrast, Ngu took small steps, exuding an innocent curiosity as she gazed around. In this savage world, she was undoubtedly a complete novice, and the fact that the Black Bear had specifically requested her presence only left her puzzled. It was a matter of obligation. Within these 2 days, the only person who could be considered an acquaintance, and who showed great interest in her, was likely that scheming Xinglan. Realizing this, Ngu felt a sense of reassurance. Xinglan would not harbor any murderous intent towards her. So she was certain of her safety on this trip. Yes, for Yulingza. Ng's gaze lingered on Yulingza's back, raising her beautifully arched brows, chuckling to herself, well, may fortune favor us both. Yulingza, walking ahead, cast a sidelong glance at the girl trailing behind him, a contemplative expression crossing his beast-like eyes. How could that group know of Ng's existence? Why had they specifically requested her to accompany him? Chapter 101. He has lost her, too. Moreover, based on his understanding, while the Black Bear wielded considerable influence in the Candia district, he had always been cautious and restrained. It was precisely because the Black Bear was timid and valued his life that he had not exterminated all threats when he took control of the region. If the letter indeed originated from the Black Bear, and Martin had met his end at his hands, along with the theft of his goods, it left Yulingza perplexed. The most likely scenario was that the Black Bear was merely a puppet, manipulated by another force lurking behind the scenes. A figure flashed through Yulingza's mind. Could it be that person? Are you afraid? He suddenly halted, looking down at Ngu, whose height barely reached his shoulder. Ngu paused, then smiled sweetly. Not afraid with you by my side? I'm not afraid. Yulingza was momentarily taken aback by her smile, his expression darkening slightly. No smiling. Ng's beauty was already striking, accentuated by the school uniform she had yet to change out of. Even without uttering a word, she was irresistibly captivating. And with that sweet smile, though the identity of those they are about to confront remains unknown. The current state of the Candia district appears to be quite chaotic. The individuals capable of arranging a meeting with him in the abandoned parking garage are predominantly the nefarious gangsters that lurk in the shadows of Candia. Many of these individuals are of mixed blood orc lineage, lacking the self-discipline and rationality characteristic of pure or triple-blooded humans, making it quite possible that they may harbor wicked intentions towards Ngo. Unleashing a torrent of lewd remarks in the process, Ngo. KO, why is it always this phrase? What is there to laugh about? Don't the elders often say that one should not strike those who bear a smiling face? Yet, why does it seem that with her, the slaps land with unerring precision? Ah, this little wolf dog is rather difficult to manage. Ngo quickly composed her expression as she began to understand that this dog prefers a solemn demeanor and does not appreciate others smiling in his presence. Truly a psychological quirk. Yulingza casually tossed a button-sized object into Nji's pocket, saying, "If you feel scared later, just hide in the corner and I'll come find you, understood?" Ngo blinked. All right, is this dog providing her with a GPS tracker? Just in case something goes awry and he cannot locate her. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the underground garage of the abandoned parking lot. The darkness of the garage stood in stark contrast to the blinding sunlight outside, causing Ngu to momentarily lose her vision as she stepped into the abyss. Goodness, is it not excessively dark in here? How can there be no lights at all? She is merely a human and does not possess the keen eyesight of beasts that can see clearly both day and night. Struggling to adjust to the pitch-black surroundings, Ngu suddenly felt her hand enveloped in a warm palm, prompting her to glance upward. At some point, Yulingza, who had been walking ahead, now stood before her, scrutinizing her from above. What's the matter? Unfortunately, Nji's vision had yet to acclimate to the darkness. Otherwise, she would not have missed the hint of concern in Yulingza's eyes that it is far too dark here. And Ngu cannot see anything, causing her great fear. Ngu decided to speak candidly, as her visual impairment is an objective physiological issue that she cannot conceal. Yulingza furrowed his brow. Did Achu not equip you with infrared capabilities? He remarked on the features that Lu Haochu had supposedly integrated into Ngu, finding that the essentials were absent while the unnecessary features were abundant. Ngu blinked. Achu only mentioned wanting to create the most human-like specimen of me. Does you think that humans come with infrared abilities? Yulingza. Chapter 102. He lost her 3. Is Yulingza expressing disdain for Ngu? Ngu frowned, pouting her lips in discontent. Yulingza's expression hardened, almost instinctively retorting. Note, Nji's fault that she cannot see in the darkness. No, it is all that fool Lu Haochu's doing, failing to integrate the necessary features while cluttering her with frivolous ones. Then perhaps you should carry Ngu. This path is simply too dark, while she is reluctant to draw near to Yulingza. The thought of injuring herself and requiring his assistance afterward leads her to reconsider. Yulingza hesitated for a moment. He was not unwilling to carry Ngu. It was merely that the route to the underground garage was too dim, and there could be ambushes lurking in the shadows. If he were to carry her and they were attacked, ensuring their safety would become exceedingly difficult. Yulingza indeed expressing disdain for Ngu. Someone pouted once more. No, absolutely not. Is it Nji's fault that she cannot see in the darkness? No, then perhaps you should carry Ngu? Yulingza. Why are we back to this again? After a pause, Yulingza began to relent. Shall I hold your hand as we walk? Is that acceptable? Although leading Ngu this way would pose some inconvenience, his agility should suffice to ensure their safety. Ngu quieted for a moment, her dark eyes scanning the exceedingly dim path ahead, her expression wavering. She had considered allowing Yulingza to guide her, but she feared that her nervousness would cause her palms to sweat, leading to unwarranted suspicion on his part. However, it seemed Yulingza was not inclined to carry her. After a moment of silence, Ngu relented and extended her small hand. Then let us proceed. Having someone to hold is better than having no one at all. All right. Without a trace of hesitation, Yulingza enveloped Nji's small hand in his palm and turned to walk deeper into the garage. Yet, after grasping her hand, his pace slowed considerably, and his steps became smaller, seemingly accommodating her on the other side. 17. Seated before the monitor, was nearly left agape by the conversation between the two, while he could not see the expression of the commander. From their dialogue, he felt an uncanny sense that his esteemed commander was being henpecked. Tio shows such restraint before a mere bioengineered individual. Had he been swapped out? It is known that during missions, they detest being hindered, especially the commander, who is accustomed to near perfection in all respects. Yet, remarkably, their commander had compromised. Heavens! 17 was left stunned. The pair moved slowly through the pitch-black underground passage, finally catching sight of dim light around a corner. The bold commander of the wasteland indeed possessed remarkable courage, daring to attend a meeting alone. From afar, a sharp voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, echoed from the dim light, prompting Ingu to turn her gaze in that direction. After a prolonged effort to adjust her sight, she finally discerned a burly figure seated at a table at the end of the passage. Scattered throughout the corners of the room were similar-sized orcs. But due to the inadequate lighting, Ingu could not discern them clearly. Ultimately, her gaze returned to the orcs seated at the table, and Ingu observed intently. Though she had not been in the beast realm for long, she had encountered her fair share of orcs. However, the individual seated at the table captured her attention most vividly. The man was remarkably tall and stout, covered in a thick coat of fur. Even his face shrouded in hair. His nose was small and flat against his face, with nostrils pointed skyward, exhaling a heavy breath, and his small yet bright eyes gleamed with a crimson hue. The only distinctly human feature on his face was his slightly protruding lips and somewhat crooked yellow teeth. NG's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Ah, this hefty fellow is an orc bear? Chapter 103. He lost her, as Yulingza led Nge's hand into the dim light. He cast a glance at the petite figure beside him. Noticing that Ngu bore no expression of fear, he finally felt at ease to release her hand. His cold, piercing gaze swept the surroundings, gradually settling on the orc at the table. Black Bear, it is indeed you. Stepping forward slightly, Yulingza deliberately obstructed the black bear's view of Ngu. She is quite beautiful. The raspy voice did not conceal the awe it held as the bear orc slowly stood from the table. Advancing towards them, his gaze unwaveringly fixated on Ngu. The bear orc was not fond of overly bright spaces. Merely illuminating a dim light in this dark underground garage was considered his most sincere hospitality. From a moment the two appeared at the other end of the passage, he had been captivated by Ngu. Her eyes sparkled like stars, cautiously surveying the surroundings, and her irresistible curiosity rendered the petite figure particularly endearing. Complemented by her elegant student attire that accentuated her slender and graceful form, as though she had stepped straight out of a painting. A true beauty, so she is Ngu. The black bear struggled to steady his racing heart. It is no wonder that the esteemed individual would go to such lengths to assist him, merely requesting that Ngu be handed over to him. He could see the time. He had found it perplexing, as she was but a bioengineered individual, readily available in any store, or at worst, one could commission a custom-made version from the Lu or C corporations. Why go through such trouble? However, it now appeared that this bioengineered individual exceeded all his expectations. Yulingza did not respond, but instead countered with a question. Where is the goods? At this, the black bear snapped back to reality, finally tearing his gaze away from Ngu and turned slightly to meet Yulingza's eyes. The goods are in a secure location. However, it is rather surprising, Commander. Had it not been for this chance encounter, I would not have known that you had an interest in such things. Martin is the de facto leader of the Candia district, orchestrated by Yulingza. Initially, his sole intention was to eliminate Martin, seize control of the district, and utilize the power of the enigmatic figure behind him to secure Candia's independence. However, quite unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a basement beneath Martin's residence, which instinctively hinted at something amiss. His astonishment. It turned out to be an immense surprise. He firmly believed that the contents of the basement were something that should remain hidden from the light. Thus he was confident that Martin's master would undoubtedly pay him a visit. Perhaps he could transform a conflict into a collaboration. Having usurped the authority in Candia, he knew that Martin's backer, Yulingza, would demand recompense. Despite having the support of that powerful individual, he could not shake off the trepidation of facing Yulingza, the formidable commander of the desolate continent. Nevertheless, if he could frame the situation as a return of goods and turn their conflict into a transaction, He would be more than willing to explore this avenue. Yuling's demands were succinct. Upon hearing this, He Zhao's eyes brightened. Give me the authority over the Candia district, and also, he paused, pointing at Nge. Bring her to me. Unfortunately, Nge had already caught the attention of that powerful figure. Otherwise, how could he possibly let such an exquisite bioengineered individual slip away? However, the thought of that figure's power made He Zhao shudder. After all, that person was a madman who played by his own rules. If he were to truly offend that esteemed individual, death might ironically be a blessing for him. Yuling's expression was icy. Show me the goods. The item at hand was of great significance to him. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have simply ordered 17 to blow up He Zhao's den, rather than personally undertake this journey. He Zhao hesitated, glancing at the 3 beastmen guarding him, then at the lone Nge beside Yuling's. After a moment's contemplation, he gestured to the closest beastman behind him. His courage had indeed waned. Despite the numerous allies at his back, he was still immensely fearful of Yuling's. What goods? Nge pondered curiously. What could possibly warrant such importance from Yuling's that he would agree to attend a negotiation alone? Nge's anticipation was palpable. Nge, come sit down. Seizing the opportunity while his subordinates fetched the goods, He Zhao gestured toward a chair at the table, attempting to ingratiate himself with Nge. His experience told him that Nge's refinement surpassed any bioengineered individual he had encountered. Although Nge was already claimed by that powerful figure, he still yearned to witness her reactions firsthand. Nge cast a disinterested glance around the room, deciding wisely to ignore him. That it was absurd. Not to mention the overwhelming scent of beastmen in the room made it hard for her to breathe. Just the sight of the row of towering, burly, fur-covered beastmen against the wall left her feeling quite unnerved. Had she lost her mind? Was it not enough to be beside Yuling's? Why had she willingly entered the den of a bear? He Zhao was taken aback by Nge's reaction, seemingly unprepared for her indifference to his words that he blinked in surprise and reiterated. Nge, come sit down. Nge thought. What? Does this guy think he's calling a dog? He Zhao was momentarily perplexed, pondering where things had gone awry, when the beastman who had left to retrieve the goods returned. Boss, the goods are here. Unlike He Zhao's hoarse voice, the beastman who brought the goods spoke in a straightforward manner, garnering Nge's attention. Before her stood a rather dim-witted bear face. Though clumsy in appearance, the way it carefully handled a large box revealed a notable caution, as if afraid to damage the contents within. Despite the visible weight of the box, the bear insisted on managing it alone, while the other beastmen appeared unfazed, unwilling to lend a hand. The bear gently placed the box on the ground, panting heavily, taking 2 cautious steps back from the box before finally exhaling in relief. Noticing Nge's scrutiny, the bear's simple eyes met hers, and its face flushed. You're so cute. I believe her name is Nge. It had heard its boss murmur that name several times today, but never imagined she would be so adorable. He had always dreamed of having his own bioengineered doll, even if it were incomplete. Yet unfortunately, the bioengineered individuals that his boss deemed unworthy were distributed among other beastmen, leaving him with no opportunity to claim one that he wondered where he fell short compared to the others. Otherwise, why did his boss reward other beastmen with bioengineered individuals while he ended up with scraps? He had no interest in those things. Nge paused, instinctively smiling kindly. Thank you, you're very cute as well. Upon hearing her words, the bear was momentarily stunned, then disbelief flickered in its eyes. Wait, this exquisite bioengineered doll actually spoke to me? And complimented me? He Zhao was also taken aback, regretting not having spoken to Nge earlier. Just as he was about to engage in conversation, Yuling's cold voice interrupted. Open the box and inspect the goods. The bear was momentarily frozen by the sudden chill in the air and quickly regained its composure. It glanced at He Zhao, who nodded, and then bent down to open the box. As soon as the box was opened, a serpent as thick as an arm slithered out, coiling and surveying the room with its piercing gaze. Its forked tongue flicking in and out, producing a hissing sound. The bear stood dumbfounded by the box, unable to move, its fur standing on end, eyes wide with terror. A serpent was inside the box. Why had the boss never informed him? Hadn't the boss always known that he was terrified of snakes? The bear looked incredulously at He Zhao, as a part of its mind began to unravel. Was that a golden python? Observing the snake's head peeking from a box, He Xiao's eyes sparkled with immense interest. Commander truly possesses an eye for talent, managing to find such a nearly extinct python in the desolate continent. It took quite a bit of effort to trace its origins. With the resurgence of the desolate continent, numerous species that had vanished from this land, apart from primitive humans, included many original animals. Legendary creatures such as pandas, red-crowned cranes, and golden monkeys were among them. The golden python was one such species. Yet, unexpectedly, Yulingza had this golden python, and it was still in its juvenile stage. If this were to go to auction, it would likely fetch a staggering price. You are a wise man. You should understand the implications this brings. Seeing the golden python unharmed within the box, Yulingza finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was important to note that this golden python had required considerable effort from numerous research teams. Had it not been for the sudden degradation of its habitat, he would not have entrusted its temporary care to Martin, only to have things go awry. He Xiao nodded enthusiastically. Of course, Commander, you only need to take the goods back. I, He Xiao, swear on my life that I will not breathe a word of this. He paused, glancing around at the bodyguards present. They won't either. Everyone present was a carefully chosen subordinate, and he had complete faith in them. I only trust the dead. Yulingza's gaze remained fixed on the python in the box, not lifting his eyes. Upon hearing this, He Xiao's expression shifted. The three beastmen in the room also exchanged wary looks, instinctively positioning themselves to shield He Xiao. However, in the blink of an eye, He Xiao drew a gun from his waist and fired at the other three beastmen in the room. The air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Bang! 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 Before they could comprehend the situation, the three beastmen collapsed in a pool of blood, each with a gaping gunshot wound to their chests. Motionless, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ngu was left aghast by this sudden turn of events. Her face drained of color, a shadow of gloom crossing her expression as her gaze fell upon the bear that had just smiled at her, now lifeless. After a moment, Yulingza suddenly smiled. It is indeed a pleasure to collaborate with intelligent individuals. This. He Xiao grinned, standing straight and respectful. Thank you, Commander, for this opportunity. Chapter 106. He lost her 7. I want to see the Candia district under your governance, devoid of any further gunfights or bloodshed. Yulingza's expression was icy. Strictly speaking, the Candia district had always been the territory of the Black Bear, whose abilities, while commendable, were undermined by his unscrupulous nature, coupled with a despicable style of conduct, lacking in vision and characterized by suspicion and cowardice. This was precisely why he had appointed Martin to oversee this area. Now that Martin was dead, he found himself at a loss for a suitable replacement. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the unprecedented actions of the Black Bear were likely orchestrated by another mastermind, making him even less inclined to send his own people there. The strategy of fishing for big game was one at which Yulingza excelled. As for Martin's death, he would eventually ensure that the Black Bear paid a heavy price. Yes, the Black Bear hastily nodded. Everything will be as you wish, Commander. Throughout the exchange, the commander never once mentioned Martin's demise, suggesting that to him. Martin was merely a disposable pawn. The Black Bear couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this thought. Package the goods and deliver them to my villa in 1 hour. All right, rest assured, Commander, there will be no issues with the goods. Yulingza shot a cold glance at the Black Bear, a glimmer of darkness flickering in his eyes, before turning and taking Nji's hand as they walked out. Hey. The Black Bear, taken aback, quickly stepped in front of Yulingza, wearing a forced smile. Commander, sir, regarding the... Yulingza cast a disdainful sideways glance. The Black Bear froze, observing Yulingza's expression, which was devoid of jest. He then glanced at Ngu, whose hand was being held by Yulingza, and steeled himself to remind him. You promised to keep Ngu here. Did you not, Commander? I only agreed to let you assume the position of the Candia District spokesperson. The Black Bear was momentarily stunned, his expression turning difficult. But that esteemed individual behind me explicitly demanded Ngu. What? Yulingza did not miss the troubled look in the Black Bear's eyes. You wish to sit on the throne of the Candia District and still covet what is mine? No. The Black Bear's tail bristled in alarm. His eyes filled with trepidation. Of course not, but The black bear, terrified, could not reveal the truth and could only retreat awkwardly, frantically contemplating how to request Ngu. Although Yulingza had agreed to his position as the spokesperson, everyone knew of Yulingza's ruthless methods. After all, he had killed Martin, a fact that could not be disputed. Even if Martin held little significance to Yulingza, the mere act of harming Yulingza's people was a blatant affront. It was hard to guarantee that Yulingza would not seek retribution later. He had to leave himself an escape route. The esteemed individual behind him was someone he could neither offend nor dare to offend. Otherwise, even if Yulingza chose not to act against him, that individual would surely not let him off. As the black bear hesitated over how to phrase his request, he suddenly sensed a rustling sound behind him. Instinctively, he glanced back, only to see a figure even larger than himself lunging towards him. Shionda, you! How could you? The black bear's eyes widened in shock. Had he not just killed him? Chapter 107. He lost her. I will kill you. A voice laced with evident tears and rage echoed through the room, followed by a massive form crashing down upon the black bear, sending a nearby wooden crate crashing against the wall. Splintering into pieces, the startled golden python inside the crate slithered into the shadows. Cough. Let go of me. Pinned beneath Xiongda's weight, the black bear felt his neck constricted, struggling to breathe. You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on me? You actually shot me. You actually shot me. Xiongda's eyes were bloodshot, blood oozing from his chest, his face contorted with rage as he relentlessly pummeled the black bear beneath him. He had been rescued from the refugee camp by the black bear, and deep down, he held a sense of loyalty towards him as long as the black bear assigned him tasks. No matter how dirty, laborious, or perilous, he never complained. He knew he was not the brightest and often felt like the most inconspicuous among his peers. Any rewards that came his way were typically the discarded leftovers of others. Though he felt disappointed, he never voiced his grievances against the black bear. Even if the black bear had forgotten his fear of snakes, he felt no more than a fleeting disappointment. But just moments ago, when the black bear had shot him without a second thought, he had seen the indifference and cold-bloodedness in his eyes. As searing pain radiated from his chest, he could barely catch his breath, believing he was doomed. However, as the agony began to wane, he realized that although his injury was severe, it was not life-threatening. It dawned on him that his heart was on the right side, that I considered you my boss, obeyed your every command. How could you, without batting an eye, shoot at us? And Denver and Larry, they followed you sincerely. You actually killed them. You actually killed them. With a firm grip on the black bear, Xiongda's fist continued to rain down, his words dripping with fury. The black bear, bloodied and battered, attempted to rise in defiance. But Xiongda was firmly seated on his waist, his feet pinning the black bear's wrists, rendering him powerless. In desperation, the black bear turned to Yulingza, who stood a short distance away, struggling to articulate. Save me. Commander, help me. Yulingza furrowed his brow. The individual behind the black bear was likely Jun Xinglan. Until Jun Xinglan made an appearance, the black bear could not be allowed to come to harm. Moreover, he had just promised to hand the authority of the Candia district to the black bear. If he remained silent now, it would only convey to the black bear that he wished for his demise. Although the black bear was timid, he was exceedingly suspicious. With this thought, Yulingza prepared to intervene. However, just then he felt Nji's hand tighten in his grasp, and surprise flickered in his eyes as he turned to look at her. Observing Nji's expressionless gaze fixed on the two struggling figures below, he noted that the earlier pressure from her hand had vanished entirely, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Did she just tighten her grip on his hand? After a brief moment of confusion, Yulingza attempted to step towards the two on the ground once more. Yet, as he took a step forward, he felt that tightening sensation again. This time, Yulingza halted, astonished as he turned to Ngu. Goodness! It truly was Ngu tightening her grip. It was not a mere figment of his imagination. That small gesture seemed to suggest that she did not want him to intervene. But Ngu was a biohuman. How could she possibly? Yulingza's mind was flooded with primitive human thoughts, but just for a moment, he dismissed the notion. After all, Nji's hair analysis report was still tucked away in a study drawer. Ngu was undeniably a genuine biohuman. Chapter 108. He lost her 9. Anyway, you must not go to NG's voice, filled with indignation, rang out before Yulingza could take a step. Yulingza raised an eyebrow in astonishment. And Go pouted, he is a bad person. Yulingza's eyes widened in surprise. If Aiwe dares to help, I will no longer like Aiwe. Yulingza, and then you will never pay Aiwe any mind again. Yulingza. Ng's gaze fell upon the two figures on the ground, reflecting on the black bear's earlier cold and resolute demeanor when he had fired his gun. She wished nothing more than for this brute named Xiongda to deliver a fatal blow. Alas, it was unfortunate that Xiongda lacked precision. Though every movement appeared forceful, the places he struck the black bear were merely superficial. If Yulingza were not watching from the sidelines, she would have certainly considered stepping in to teach him a lesson herself. Why didn't Good dislike him? Yulingza felt an overwhelming curiosity towards her. He had always marveled at Lu Haochu's creations, but since Ng's arrival, that admiration had transformed into sheer astonishment. He had just killed a man. Killing was not inherently frightening, but if the victim was one of his most loyal subordinates, that was an entirely different matter. Yulingza paused slightly at her words. Killing someone? Was that why she disliked him? Yulingza inexplicably recalled the darker aspects of his daily life, and his gaze shifted momentarily. Commander, my lord, quickly, quickly. The black bear's face flushed crimson as he felt the suffocating grip around his neck, his entire countenance turning a deep shade of red. Save me. Yulingza glanced away, his eyes deep in thought for a fleeting moment, then released his hold on Ngu and strode purposefully towards the two individuals on the ground. Observing this, Ngu rolled her eyes, a tinge of disdain blossoming within her for Yulingza. The one thing she abhorred most in life was betrayal, and to her astonishment, she had witnessed such a scene today. Even more shocking was the fact that Yulingza, fully aware of the black bear's true nature, still chose to intervene. A cold smile crept upon Ng's lips. Could this imply that Yulingza was also a cold-blooded beast who normalized betrayal? Had he known that his momentary release of her hand would ignite such feelings of aversion within her, he might have remained indifferent, even if he witnessed 10 black bears perish before his eyes. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yulingza merely perceived Ngu as a synthetic being, dismissing her warnings, which consequently set him on a long and arduous path in pursuit of her affection. The black bear glowered down at the black bear he was choking, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, oblivious to the commotion behind him. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the black bear felt himself violently hurled away, crashing against the corner, pain erupting as he coughed up a pool of blood. You are all villains, you are all damned. The black bear bellowed in a fit of rage, his gaze darting toward a corner, an unprecedented ferocity flickering in his eyes that he lunged forward, digging into the earth beneath the soil, and pressed down forcefully. Before anyone could react, the basement trembled violently as large stones began to plummet from above, a thunderous roar echoing through the long corridor outside. Both Ngu and Yulingza were startled, turning simultaneously towards the source of the sound. The parking garage has collapsed? The black bear's anguished scream pierced the air as he was battered into submission, his vision blurring, just as he was about to rise and retrieve the fallen gun to eliminate the black bear. A massive stone from the ceiling crashed down upon his leg. The stones continued to fall with increasing speed, each larger and more imposing than the last, raising clouds of dust as they struck the ground. Ngu, sensing the tremors, Yulingza turned in alarm and rushed towards Ngu, but the overwhelming shaking of the basement made it difficult for him to maintain his footing. The short distance between them suddenly felt insurmountable, each attempt to reach her thwarted by falling debris. In the span of mere moments, Yulingza found himself not only unable to grasp Ngu, but increasingly distanced from her. I want you all dead. You are all damned. The black bear curled up in the corner, observing the black bear writhing in pain from the stone's impact, a smirk of satisfaction creeping across his face. Though not particularly bright and often clumsy, he possessed a heart intent on protecting others. Beneath the soil in the corner, he had buried a detonator. Fearing that Yulingza would not relent against the black bear, he was determined to ensure that Yulingza would not return. He did not grasp the lofty principles of morality or understand the full extent of Yulingza's formidable prowess. He only knew that he wished to protect the black bear, the very one who had rescued him from the impoverished district. Thus, he had long harbored thoughts of sharing a demise with his foe. Should Yulingza dare to strike at the black bear, he would risk his own life to ensure that Yulingza perished alongside him. Yet, ultimately, this impulsive plan had transformed into his last desperate gamble to rid himself of the black bear. He wanted to kill the black bear. He sought vengeance for Denver and Larry. He aimed to pay the price for his own naivety. Even in death, he was determined to drag the black bear down with him. However, the black bear's gaze fell upon Ngu, evading the falling stones, filled with remorse. His greatest regret was toward that delightful, synthetic being. Recalling the way Ngu had once sweetly praised his adorableness, a pang of guilt surged within him. Surely, she would be fine. He had heard that as long as the synthetic's intelligent core remained intact, even if their body was crushed, they could still recover. With this thought, his eyes shifted back to the black bear, only to find a massive stone striking the black bear's head, blood and brain matter spilling forth. Witnessing this, tears streamed from the black bear's crimson eyes as he closed them without a second thought. Meanwhile, Ngu dodged the falling stones and collapsing beams, desperately searching for an escape route. Everything had transpired so suddenly. With a muted crash, the only dim light in the basement extinguished completely. Alone in the darkness, without Yulingza, she found herself utterly isolated. Had it not been for her innate sixth sense and acute hearing, she would have likely met a disastrous fate. Yet even so, the descending debris forced her to retreat further. And as she finally caught her breath and tried to assess her predicament, she discovered that she had backed into a wall. Damn it! Ng's heart sank. Although she had evaded the falling stones, she was cornered with no means of escape. Not to mention the possibility of more debris collapsing. Merely remaining in this dusty corner would soon lead to her suffocation. She attempted to push the large stone barring her way, exerting all her strength, but it budged not an inch, deepening her despair. Desperate to regain her composure and listen to the surrounding sounds, she recalled having heard Yulingza call her name earlier, but now, beyond the stone barrier lay an eerie silence. Could it be? Has that guy Yulingza been crushed to death? A moment of silence passed before Ng's ears perked up, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Was that the sound of breathing? In the darkness, Ngu turned her head towards the faint sound of labored breathing, and after considerable effort, she squinted her eyes to catch a glimpse of a massive figure lying against the wall. Recognizing the substantial shape hidden in the shadows, a glimmer of hope sparked in Ng's eyes as she recalled where everyone had stood before the collapse. "I asked that you, Black Bear." Ngu hurriedly maneuvered her way towards him. Though she could not see his current state, the sound of his breathing suggested he was still alive. Remembering how he had effortlessly lifted the large box earlier, a plan began to form in her mind. "Black Bear, is that you? Are you all right?" Her soft voice rang out amidst the chaotic rubble, gentle and clear. With his eyes closed and feeling the pain in his chest, the black bear wore a defeated expression, prepared to passively succumb to his fate when suddenly he heard that soft voice. The black bear's eyes flew open, surprise washing over him. "Hey, Ngu, is it your voice?" Ngu. The black bear turned towards the sound, just in time to see a petite figure cautiously making her way toward him, causing him to sit upright in shock. Ngu was unharmed. Hearing the black bear's response, Ng's face brightened. Her steps steadied as she approached. "Black Bear, are you okay? Are your injuries severe?" After all, he had been shot in the chest, and although she was unsure how he could still be conscious, he must have been gravely injured. "I, cough, cough, cough." The black bear coughed in the dust, his voice muffled yet earnest. "I'm fine." Following the sound, Ngu finally reached the black bear and slowly crouched down. "But you were shot in the chest?" As she spoke, Ngu extended her hands, relying on her memory to feel for the black bear's pulse. "Don't be afraid, I was shot, but it didn't hit anything vital." He paused for a moment before adding, "My heart is on the right." Upon hearing this, Ngu realized why he was still conscious. After a brief silence, she tugged at the black bear's furry hand. "Can you still move? It's so dark here." "I'm scared. I want to get out." Her soft voice brimmed with fear and hope, causing the black bear's heart to soften. His previously lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Indeed, with the black bear now deceased, why should he risk Ng's safety? Even if she was merely a synthetic being, he could not leave her to face death alone. Yes, While he still had strength left, he must ensure that Ngu could escape. Upon this realization, Xiongda extended his hand and slowly rose to his feet. Leaning against the wall, his somewhat clumsy voice was filled with reassurance. Do not be afraid. Xiongda will take Ngu out. Ngu, do not be afraid. Unfortunately, Xiongda had been shot in the chest. Any movement would aggravate the wound. Earlier consumed by rage, he had forgotten the pain while dealing with the black bear. However, now, the fire of anger had completely dissipated, and the pain in his chest surged, causing him to break into a cold sweat after pushing against a rock for a while, curling up in agony while clutching his wound. Once Ngu had fully adapted to the surrounding darkness, she could vaguely sense that the large rock blocking their way had shifted somewhat, yet it still failed to create an opening. Ngu couldn't help but feel anxious. She had begun to perceive the air in this confined space growing increasingly stagnant. It seemed their time was running short. Is there any dynamite left? Ngu halted Xiongda, who was eager to continue pushing the boulder, as she caught the increasingly potent scent of blood. Her brows knitting together. Xiongda gasped for breath, suppressing the excruciating pain from his chest as he turned to look at the place where he had buried the fuse, shaking his head. The explosives are all buried at the exit. His intention had been to completely trap Yulingza in this basement, which is why he had buried all the explosives at the exit, leaving only the fuse mechanism concealed in a corner of the room. Ng's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet she remained undeterred. Is there another way out? Chapter 111. He lost her. 12. Behind them was a wall, with dead ends on both sides, and the front blocked by various large stones. When she had followed Xiongda's voice to this spot, she had already searched the wall, but found no hidden door. As expected, Xiongda shook his head. There isn't. Ng's heart sank upon hearing this. Suddenly, wait, Xiongda's eyes brightened. I remember this wall is hollow. Yes, this underground parking lot is divided into a regular area and a VIP area, and there is a designated section behind this wall separating the two zones. Hollow. Ngu instinctively began to tap around on the wall, her eyes lighting up, although the sound from the other side remained deep. Upon closer listening, it was indeed hollow. On the other side, Xiongda picked up a stone of suitable size from the ground and, gathering all his strength, struck the wall forcefully. Bang! A fist-sized hole was struck into the wall, and faint light immediately seeped through from outside. Ng's eyes widened in shock. Cow, brute force max 1, 2, 3, 4, comma. Before Ngu could even shower him with praise, debris began to rain down from above, and she quickly regained her composure, her eyes filled with alarm. Wait. Xiongda, don't. Bang! Another heavy strike echoed from the wall, and the falling debris increased in frequency and size. Cow. Ngu felt a sharp pain as she was struck by the falling stones. Rushing to stop Xiongda, was he out of his mind? If he continued smashing without any strategy, they would be crushed by the falling rocks before they could escape. Xiongda, stop, just as Ngu grasped Xiongda's wrist. She felt a heavy blow to the back of her neck, causing her to tumble forward without warning on the other side. Yulingza stood amidst the dust before the ruins, his gaze sweeping over the collapsed rubble, his expression dark enough to freeze. The basement had suddenly caved in, and without time to react, he had rushed outside, meeting up with Shichi, who had come to assist, narrowly escaping the fate of being trapped beneath the debris. But Ngu, Commander, shall we return to the villa? Shichi, noticing the blood seeping from Yulingza's shoulder, felt a lingering dread. Still weak all over, he and his comrades had been covertly monitoring every movement in the parking lot, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, the commander had entered alone, and the black bear clearly had someone backing him, making it difficult to guarantee the commander's safety. Thus, he had placed a tracking chip on the commander to monitor the basement's activity at all times. From a moment the parking lot entrance began to tremble, he sensed something was amiss, never expecting the black bear would resort to a scorched earth tactic. So he had driven his energy motorcycle swiftly into the depths of the parking lot, finally encountering the commander rushing out from inside just before the passage collapsed, ensuring the commander's safe escape. Yet even so, the commander had been struck by numerous falling stones, his body marred with wounds of varying severity. What about Ngu? Yulingza's gaze darkened. Shichi hurriedly replied, Commander, rest assured, the brothers will surely bring Ngu back, as long as her core chip is intact. everything will return to normal. After all, isn't there Lu Xiao? That master-level bioengineer? Restoring a bioengineer is a trivial matter. Yulingzi remained silent. He understood well that as long as Nji's courtship was unharmed, any external damage could be repaired at IT was precisely because he understood this that he rationally chose to escape the basement when calling out Ngu's name yielded no response. Yet, for some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of restlessness. Ngu was merely a bioengineer. Wasn't she? Why did he feel so uneasy, as if his heart were in turmoil? Chapter 112. He lost her 13 in the slums. When Xiongde returned to this familiar place, his heart was filled with indescribable complexity. Having narrowly escaped the collapsed basement, he found that Ngu in his arms could not be awakened no matter how he tried. After confirming several times that her limbs were intact, he suddenly recalled that bioengineers required charging. Perhaps Ngu had fallen asleep due to a lack of power. With this thought, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, having killed the black bear, he dared not return to the underground hideout. After much contemplation, he had no choice but to return to the slums once more. He remembered a third-rate, incompetent doctor in a temporary shelter at the end of the alley who had once helped him. Perhaps that person would be willing to assist him with his wound and recharge Ngu. Yet, after the harrowing encounter with the black bear, Xiongde looked down at Ngu, who was peacefully asleep in his arms, covered in mud. After a moment of thought, he squatted down, scooping up a handful of wet earth, and gently applied it to Ngu's face. Once everything was properly tended to, Xiongde continued towards the end of the alley. His steps slow and wearied, as night fell. At the shelter at the alley's end, Xiongde caught a whiff of strong alcohol wafting from within. Wrinkling his nose, he glanced down at the wound on his chest. Then at Ngu, who was completely covered in mud in his arms. After standing at the doorway for some time, carefully examining the surroundings, he finally pushed open the door to the shelter. As the door swung open, the wind chimes inside jingled, startling the drunken beastman within. Xiongde, Fei Lu exclaimed in surprise, wiping the alcohol dribbling from the corner of his mouth, quickly putting his feet down from the table and standing up. What brings you here? Xiongde stepped inside, placing Ngu on the dilapidated sofa to one side, then gestured to his chest wound while gasping for breath. I've been shot. I need you to help me remove the bullet. A gunshot wound? Fei Lu set down the bottle in his hand and hurried over to examine the injury. Upon realizing it was located in the chest area, he was nearly speechless. You were shot there and still managed to survive? That's right near the heart. The fact that Xiongde had sustained such a serious injury and still had the strength to come find him was truly miraculous. Uncertain whether it was the pervasive scent of alcohol that enveloped the room or the realization that he no longer had the necessity of support from familiar faces. Xiongda's labored breaths grew increasingly heavy. His vision began to blur, and the world around him felt as though it were spinning uncontrollably. My heart is on the right side. Save, before he could finish his words. Xiongde collapsed with a resounding thud, losing consciousness entirely. Fei Lu, taken aback, nearly cried out in shock, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. The effects of the alcohol had diminished significantly, and he hurriedly summoned all his strength to transport Xiongde onto the operating table in the inner room, frantically preparing the necessary instruments for surgery. 2 hours later, upon witnessing that all the readings on the surgical instruments were normal, Fei Lu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, sinking into a corner in utter exhaustion, indifferent to the bloodstains that covered him. After a considerable time, as Fei Lu regained a modicum of strength, he glanced at the last bag of blood on the operating table. His gaze then shifted to the test tube, from which blood flowed continuously into Xiongda's body, and a tinge of anxiety gradually crept into his weary eyes. What to do? His modest clinic had always dealt with minor ailments, and the most severe injuries he encountered were merely fractures or sprains. Thus he had not stockpiled an abundance of blood bags. Furthermore, lacking financial resources, he found it futile to hoard such precious supplies. Though Xiongda's gunshot wound had not struck a vital area, the excessive blood loss posed a grave risk. If the blood transfusions were to cease, Xiongde would be destined for death. What to do? What to do? When he first arrived in this impoverished district, many beasts had taken advantage of his newcomer status, bullying and humiliating him. With only a modicum of medical knowledge, he was ill-equipped to contend with those who had relied on brute strength. Had it not been for Xiongda stepping in to protect him, Fei Lu would have long been dead. At that moment, he had vowed to repay Xiongda's kindness. Regrettably, Xiongda soon moved out of the slums, leaving Fei Lu with no opportunity to express his gratitude. Now, faced with Xiongda's dire condition, he felt an insurmountable weight on his conscience if he failed to assist. However, Fei Li's gaze wandered around his dilapidated abode, a troubled expression overtaking his features. The price of blood bags was exorbitant. To stabilize Xiongda would require at least 7 or 8 bags, amounting to no less than 10,000 bitcoins, an unfathomable sum for him. Wait! Suddenly, Fei Li's eyes darted back to the sofa where a figure lay strewn across it, his heart racing with sudden realization that wasn't that the synthetic human Xiongda had brought. In his single-minded focus on Xiongda, he had overlooked the synthetic's presence in the room, that a wave of exhilaration washed over him. How could he have been so foolish? The being on the sofa was indeed a synthetic human. With nothing of value to sell in his meager home, he could at least leverage this synthetic. He recalled that the pawnshop at the end of the alley specialized in purchasing damaged synthetic beings. They would strip the outer shell and sell the intelligent chip separately, determining its worth based on the sophistication of its built-in intelligence, then reselling it to less affluent middle-class families. Though this trade was conducted in secrecy, he knew it could yield substantial profit. After all, synthetics discarded by affluent families often possessed unexpectedly high-quality functions, allowing those seeking affordable, high-quality goods to save considerable sums. With this thought in mind, Fei Lu turned back to the blood bags on the operating table. Observing the dwindling supply, then glanced at the unconscious Xiongda without a moment's hesitation. He shouldered the synthetic from the sofa and rushed out of the room. Night fell upon the villa. Yu Lingzi stared at the array of documents awaiting his attention on the computer, his mind clearly elsewhere. Several hours had passed without a word from 17 regarding Ngu, leaving him in a state of agitation. Suddenly, the telephone in the living room rang, causing Yu Lingzi's eyes to brighten. Before the second ring could sound, he hurriedly answered, 17. Do you have news? 17? Which 17? This is Lu Haochu.iu. I just wanted to ask if Ngu had eaten. If she had anything to drink? Lu Haochu's voice on the other end was filled with anxious concern, though it was evident he was speaking discreetly. Yu Lingzi fell into silence upon hearing this. The voice on the other end continued. My Ngu has human-like traits. Her resting cycle is similar to that of humans. She will charge herself, so you needn't worry about her battery life. She's quite intelligent. How about you let Ngu answer the phone? I could talk to her myself. Yu Lingzi frowned deeply. She's already gone upstairs. Gone upstairs, the voice on the other end faltered. Then, never mind, I'll call again tomorrow to you. You must take good care of Ngu. That little rascal. What are you doing up so late instead of resting? Don't you know the young master needs his peace? Where did you get this phone? Who gave it to you? Do you want to drive me to madness? An irate voice erupted from the other end, followed by the sound of a busy signal. Yu Lingzi remained on the line, the phone still pressed to his ear, his brown beast-like eyes shifting in expression. Just then, 17 rushed into the room, not uttering a word before Yu Lingzi set the phone down and looked up. Have you found Ngu? 17 hesitated. No, not yet. Yu Lingzi's expression darkened momentarily, a fleeting glimpse of disappointment crossing his features. 17, noticing this, quickly adapted his report. Commander, please don't be anxious. Ngu is currently trapped beneath the collapsed underground parking garage. IT may take some time to locate her, but the team is already working tirelessly to dig her out. We should have news by tomorrow morning at the latest. 17's heart raced. Could it be that the commander truly harbored feelings for Ngu? As per 16's account, the commander had openly claimed Ngu in front of Lu Laozi. Though many speculated that he had done so to protect Lu Xiaoye's beloved, 17 found it hard to believe. The commander had allowed Ngu to sit beside him at the auction. A rare privilege indeed. Reflecting on the conversation he had overheard through the listening device earlier that afternoon, it was clear that the commander treated Ngu with a level of consideration that was anything but ordinary. Now that Ngu was buried beneath the parking garage, it was evident that the commander, though physically present in the villa, was clearly preoccupied. Otherwise, he would not have inquired about Ngu's situation the moment he stepped through the door. 17 sighed inwardly. While Ngu was undoubtedly stunning and unique, she was still merely a synthetic being. Could it be that the commander had truly developed feelings? Though some beastmen did form lifelong bonds with synthetics. Such instances were exceedingly rare, primarily because synthetics could not reproduce. Upon hearing this, Yulingza lifted his gaze, his expression frosty. Which of your eyes perceived my anxiety? 17 stammered, isn't it obvious? Are you here to discuss these trivial matters? Yuling's countenance darkened. Further, point 17 quickly corrected himself. No. The Black Bear gang in the Candia district has been apprehended by our forces. Any who resisted were shot on the spot. However, according to our informants, the strategist Meng Kai managed to escape before we could detain him. Yulingza furrowed his brow. The operation was compromised. 17's expression grew grave. It appears there is a traitor among us. I have already initiated a covert internal investigation. Our arrest operation was a last-minute decision. The members of the Black Bear gang should not have been aware of our approach. Yet upon arrival, not only was Meng Kai missing, but even the valuable paper securities and gold from the safes had vanished completely. This clearly indicates that Meng Kai had received prior warning, or how else could he have had the time to abscond with such a substantial amount of valuables? Chapter 115. He lost her 16. Has there been any news about Meng Kai? Meng Kai serves as the most capable right-hand man to Haixiatsi, effectively acting as the strategist within the gang. If Haixiatsi is regarded as the leader, then Meng Kai undoubtedly embodies the soul of the organization. Highly intelligent, Meng Kai has been relentlessly disseminating information about his whereabouts since his disappearance, necessitating verification of each piece for authenticity. Point 1 cannot deny that Meng Kai is a shrewd individual, with so many uncertain rumors circulating. Even if they were to confirm the truth at lightning speed, it would likely take them several days, by which time Meng Kai would have vanished right beneath their noses. Why are you still hesitating? Yuling's gaze was icy. Point 17 shuddered involuntarily. I'll go at once. Goodness, the commanding officer's demeanor is truly terrifying. Nightfall, at the entrance of a slum alley that a dust-covered, grease-stained billboard boldly proclaimed Cyborg Recovery Station. Outside, a massive truck stood, its rear compartment overflowing with various discarded cyborgs, some missing arms, others legs, and some reduced to mere heads, each more grotesque than the last. What? Only 3,000 bitcoins? Outside the truck, Fail exclaimed, astonished by the amount on the check in his hand. Well, of course, I'm offering you 3,000 merely out of gratitude for your previous assistance in treating my ailments. Otherwise, 2,000 would be generous. An orc clad in a tank top exhaled smoke rings, revealing his yellowed teeth, his expression one of irritation. This is unreasonable. Fail pointed to the cyborg he had placed in the corner, his lips twitching awkwardly. It's perfectly intact. I've inspected it. Aside from being a bit dirty, all its limbs are functional. A bit dirty. Fail, are your eyes deceiving you? That is hardly just a bit of dirt, were it not for its long hair and petite frame. I wouldn't even be able to discern its gender. Be honest with me. This thing must have been dug out of the mud, right? The orc cast a sidelong glance at the mud-caked in goo in the corner, lacking even the inclination to look again. How is that possible? Fail's eyes widened in shock, pausing before plastering on a fawning smile. But the appearance doesn't matter, does it? After all, you're going to dismantle it anyway. What matters is the chip inside, which has nothing to do with its exterior. Right? Had he known, he would have cleaned the cyborg beforehand. But he simply didn't have the time. Xiongda was still waiting for him to procure blood packs to save his life. You know I require the chip, yet you provide me with such a filthy cyborg. Don't you realize that chips are most vulnerable to water damage? It's caked in mud, which means it must have been submerged in water. I'm offering you 3,000, but I might end up footing the bill for a fruitless endeavor. Hey, if you keep this up, I'll just take the thing back and spare myself the loss. No. I was merely inquiring. 3,000 it is. Deal, all right? While 3,000 bitcoins is somewhat lacking, it's certainly better than nothing. Xiongda at home is counting on him to return with blood packs to save his life. Then quit the chatter and hurry up and toss it into the back of the truck. I have deliveries to make. So soon for deliveries. Fail's face registered surprise as he pointed to Ngu in the corner. It hasn't been dismantled yet. Am I not taking it to be dismantled now? The orc explained impatiently. The economy is in a downturn. Who can afford specialized machinery to dismantle them? So, what is your plan? Fail appeared bewildered. The arena. The orc pouted, gesturing toward a distant, brightly lit location. Inside there are plenty of resources to help me dismantle them for free, and I might even earn a little extra. Fail nodded, somewhat understanding, then hurriedly loaded Ngu into the back of the truck. End of additional content. Mua, Chapter 116. The underlying dangers, one underground base. Guangxi rushed through the door, panting heavily. Boss Xinglan. There has been an incident. Xinglan, who was repairing precision instruments at the workstation, trembled slightly, causing a bead he was holding with tweezers to drop suddenly, prompting Qi Guang, who had been silently observing nearby, to raise his eyebrows. Xinglan's lips twitched as he cast a dark gaze toward the instigator approaching him, discreetly narrowing his eyes. Not realizing he had caused trouble, Guangxi's face was still flushed with urgency. Haixiatsi is in trouble. Haixiatsi is in trouble. Both Xinglan and Qi Guang's expressions darkened simultaneously. Yulingza took action. Qi Guang was the first to inquire. No. Guangxi shook his head. I heard there was a sudden explosion, and Haixiatsi was trapped in the basement. Timing-wise, it coincides with the moment Haixiatsi was supposed to meet Yulingza. Qi Guang's eyes lit up. What about Yulingza? Was he trapped down there too? No. But it seems he sustained serious injuries and was escorted back by his subordinates. Qi Guang furrowed his brow. I did indeed instruct Haixiatsi's men to plant explosives in the basement corridors, advising them to be cautious of Yulingza's sudden moves. I thought if Haixiatsi were to perish, we could use them to eliminate Yulingza as well. Now that there has been an explosion, could it be that Yulingza truly acted against Haixiatsi, prompting his men to resort to mutual destruction? Guangxi nodded vigorously in agreement. It must be. No way. Xinglan shook his head. Yulingza is not someone who acts rashly. He would have known the dangers of entering Haixiatsi's territory for a meeting. It would be foolish of him to strike against Haixiatsi. Guangxi paused, then nodded in realization. What the boss says makes sense. Qi Guang cast a sidelong glance at Guangxi before turning back to Xinglan. If it weren't for Yulingza, how could Haixiatsi have reached such a point of mutual destruction? He has always been timid. Now that he is allied with us, he is surrounded by countless riches and is more cautious than ever. There is no way he would voluntarily blow up the basement. Guangxi blinked. Exactly. He is not foolish. Could there be a traitor? Were there any suspicious individuals among those Haixiatsi brought to the meeting? This was the only possibility Xinglan could think of, especially since with Martin's death, the position of the Candia district's leader is vacant, and many would likely seek to take advantage of the situation. Yes. There must be a traitor. Guangxi nearly slapped his thigh in agreement. Qi Guang. What should we do? I really want to remove this fence-sitter. What about Ngu? Xinglan frowned. If you remember correctly, he had instructed Haixiatsi to ensure that Yulingza brought Ngu along to the meeting. Upon hearing Xinglan mention Ngu, Guangxi's face fell. Ngu has also been trapped in the basement. What? Xinglan's eyes turned cold. It is only logical. No matter how adorable Ngu might be, it is merely a cyborg in a life-or-death situation. Someone like Yulingza would hardly prioritize a rescue. Guangxi lamented. Xinglan remained silent. Haixiatsi is in trouble. What about his subordinates? Qi Guang broke the awkward silence. Right. I almost forgot to mention, Guangxi quickly refocused from the matter of Ngu after hearing about the explosion in the basement. I rushed to Haixiatsi's lair to check the situation, considering that Yulingza had escaped. What if Haixiatsi had also managed to flee? However, I didn't even get out of the car before I saw the military had already cordoned off the area outside Haixiatsi's lair. At this point, Guangxi paused, shrugging with a look of resignation. I had no choice but to leave a trusted confidant there to keep watch while I returned. Chapter 117. The underlying dangers, too. Have you contacted Menkai? Qi Guang began checking for incoming calls on his phone, having set it to vibrate to avoid disturbing Xinglan while he worked. Guangxi nodded eagerly. I tried to reach him, but his phone is not connecting. He must have abandoned it. Qi Guang nodded, scanning the pristine screen of his phone. Since Yulingza has already taken action to track down Menkai, it is likely that Menkai will not initiate contact with anyone for the time being. I'm not the least bit worried about Menkai. Guangxi shrugged. It took me hardly any time to return, yet news about Menksai's whereabouts is already rampant. That Menkai must have anticipated this development and arranged for individuals to spread false information to confuse the situation. Hearing this, Qi Guang chuckled. If he weren't clever, he could never have become Haixiatsi's strategist. Guangxi nodded vigorously in agreement. Now that Menkai's whereabouts are unknown, you are responsible for the situation. Xinglan suddenly spoke up. Am I responsible? Guangxi's eyes widened in bewilderment. Responsible for what? Xinglan kindly explained. Of course, responsible for confirming Menkai's whereabouts. Menkai? A jolt ran through Guangxi's mind. He spread so many rumors. How can I confirm anything? Naturally, you must confirm everything one by one, Xinglan said earnestly. Guangxi exclaimed, stunned. This. In the short time since his return, he had already heard numerous unreliable reports about Menkai's whereabouts. And by the time he finished speaking, who knew how many more dubious rumors would have surfaced? Asking him to confirm these would leave him so busy that he might not see his brothers for quite some time. After all, his opponent was Yulingza. He couldn't afford to be the slightest bit negligent. Observing Guangxi's dejected expression, Qiguang couldn't help but smirk slightly. What's wrong? Guangxi unwilling. Xinglan's face displayed surprise, pausing momentarily before glancing at Qiguang. Then perhaps we should let Qiguang take charge, since this matter concerns Menkai's safety, which is crucial for our future plans, although it may be a bit exhausting. No. I am willing. Before Xinglan could finish, Guangxi hurriedly interjected. It was a rare opportunity for the esteemed leader Xinglan to entrust such an important task to him, and he could not possibly back down at the last moment. After a brief pause, in an effort to demonstrate his eagerness, Guangxi quickly added, Leader Xinglan, rest assured, even if I have to forego sleep and food, I will certainly uncover Menkai's whereabouts I will go right now. With that, Guangxi raised his head and gulped down the tea from the table, heavily placing the empty cup back down before striding purposefully towards the exit, his steps swift as the wind. Seeing Guangxi's confident demeanor, Qiguang couldn't help but smile faintly, shaking his head in exasperation. This guy, so pleased despite being led astray. What does Menkai's whereabouts have to do with them? After all, it was this lad who, upon entering the room, clumsily startled the steel balls from Xinglan's repair equipment to the ground, which is why Xinglan assigned him this arduous task. Although it was a bit tiring, it posed no real danger, and it would serve to hone the boy's physical abilities. Guangxi, why is he always so oblivious? Not only is he oblivious, but he also has a terrible memory. Xinglan had reminded this boy countless times to be observant and perceptive, lest he suffer the same hardships he endured at Lord Jun's place. Yet this lad, he simply forgets the pain once the wounds heal. When will this boy ever grow up? Watching Guangxi's almost frantic departure, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Xinglan's mouth. After a moment's pause, his gaze turned contemplative as he looked towards Qiguang. Qiguang, since Menkai has spread so many rumors to obscure his true whereabouts, then we must lend him a hand in any case, we cannot allow Yulingza's people to find him first. Qiguang nodded in understanding. Got it, boss. Chapter 118. The Underlying Peril 3. Additionally, there is one more important matter that requires your attention. What? Qiguang asked, astonished. What could possibly be more pressing than Menkai's whereabouts? Find Engi. Qiguang was taken aback. He had always known that Xinglan held a particular regard for the bioengineered individual named Engi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to a reward contingent solely on her. He had only met Engi once, and aside from her exquisite appearance, all his knowledge about her was gleaned from Guangxi's praises. However, Guangxi had a tendency to embellish his words, leaving Qiguang unsure of their truthfulness. He paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Boss, are you intending to find her? But she's merely a bioengineered individual, and under such circumstances, she would likely prioritize protecting the safety of the beastmen. As safeguarding their well-being is a fundamental principle embedded in the core programming of bioengineered beings, that if we were to consider the survival probabilities of Yulingza, the black bear, and Engi as a bioengineered being, Engi would undoubtedly have the lowest chance of survival. Moreover, Guangxi mentioned that even Yulingza was injured, which likely indicates that the situation at the time was particularly perilous, making Engi's survival almost impossible. She is different, Xinglan replied solemnly. Shaking his head, he had witnessed Engi's agility and swiftness, as well as her intelligence. In his heart, he harbored a nagging feeling that Engi would not simply perish. Even if she did, he would not rest until he saw her corpse. Different? How so? Qiguang asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. The mention of Engi piqued his interest. If Guangji's claims had seemed exaggerated, Xinglan's attitude compelled him to take the matter seriously. Xinglan pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering before meeting Qiguang's puzzled eyes. "Do you recall why I did not bring Engi along to meet with you?" Upon hearing this, Qiguang froze, recalling the events of the banquet a few days prior. His expression one of astonishment. "Was it not because you Lingzi suddenly appeared and injured Guangji? You, boss, prioritized saving Guangji over Engi, which is why you had to leave her behind." At that time, Guangji had sustained a gunshot wound to his leg, and Xinglan's wrist was covered in blood. The fact that they managed to find their submarine underwater and enter through the dewatering pipe was indeed a harrowing ordeal, and witnessing the two of them soaked in blood had nearly frightened Qiguang out of his wits. He had hardly had time to inquire about anything else. Fortunately, Guangji and Xinglan's injuries were not severe, and they were able to heal in a timely manner through cellular ion light therapy. Although they had yet to fully recover, they were no longer impeded in their daily lives. Xinglan's expression turned grave, and after a moment of silence, he stated, "I suspect Engi is human." "Huh? Human?" Qiguang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "What kind of human?" "Primitive humans," Xinglan replied, locking eyes with Qiguang, enunciating each word carefully. "Primitive humans who have long been extinct." Qiguang's eyes widened in shock. The atmosphere grew suddenly heavy with silence. The two stood facing each other, one serious, the other in disbelief. Qiguang felt a sense of helplessness. When did his boss start making such cold jokes? Just as he was about to say something, he caught sight of the earnestness in Xinglan's eyes, and his own sense of resignation gradually faded, replaced by a growing seriousness. "Boss, do you mean it? Are you joking?" Chapter 119. The underlying peril, for I understand this is difficult to accept. That is precisely why I have kept this matter from you for so long. After all, even he himself considers it to be a fantastical tale. Upon hearing this, Qiguang's mouth twitched. This was beyond difficult to accept. This was utterly incomprehensible. The notion that humans, long thought extinct for centuries, were in fact still alive, and that Xinglan had even encountered one, was enough to nearly send his heart racing out of his chest. But how could this possibly be? Qiguang's expression fluctuated between excitement, hesitation, and skepticism. If Engi is truly human, how could there have been no news of human existence prior to this? After a moment's pause, a particular figure flashed through Qiguang's mind, adding a layer of uncertainty to his demeanor. Could it be that Master Lu crafted Engi so exceptionally that it led you, boss, to mistakenly believe she is human? After all, if Engi is truly human, why would Master Lu be so unconcerned about bringing her out? Isn't that inviting disaster? Xinglan remained silent, acknowledging that Qiguang's words had crossed his mind long before. It was precisely because of the numerous inconsistencies that he had refrained from reaching a definitive conclusion regarding Engi's identity. But have you ever witnessed a bioengineered individual defying the will of a beastman? Xinglan countered. Bioengineered beings are naturally obedient to the commands of beastmen. Even when faced with threats of harm or destruction, they would comply without an ounce of resistance. Yet when he attempted to confirm Engi's identity by using a dagger against her at the beach, her instinctive resistance and the way she held the dagger to his throat during their ensuing conversation left Xinglan with an undeniable impression that Engi was anything but ordinary, defying their will. What does that mean? Qiguang was thoroughly intrigued by Xinglan's remark. Xinglan glanced at Qiguang before recounting the events that had transpired at the beach, including the incident where Engi had lied in the abandoned factory. What? Is she truly spouting nonsense? Qiguang was astonished. If he had merely begun to entertain an interest in the topic of Ngo as a human after listening to Xinglan's words, now even he had come to believe that Ngo was indeed human. After all, a bioengineered individual would not exhibit such a plethora of abnormal and non-biological behaviors. Moreover, throughout the entire ordeal, Ngo had acted far too naturally. Had Xinglan not informed him, he would never have suspected that Ng's testimony in the abandoned factory could be so outrageously fabricated. No wonder Bai Tao had been so shocked at the time. Reflecting on it now, if it were him in that situation, having never uttered a word yet being accused in such a manner, with the fabrications presented so convincingly, he would likely have been driven to a murderous rage. At the seaside, she harbored murderous intent towards me. Do you think a true bioengineered person would strike at a beastman? Fortunately, he had managed to restrain himself in time. Otherwise, that glint of cold steel at his neck would have surely claimed his life. Yet, Qi Guang found his mind in disarray. Even though he was known for his composure, he felt as agitated as a child. But how could this be possible? No, I mean, if Nge truly is human, how could Yulingza possibly take her to meet the Black Blind One? This is far too contradictory. That would mean she is an original human. If Nge were indeed an original human, why would Yulingza go to the Black Blind One to exchange Nge for his goods? Though juvenile golden pythons are exceedingly rare, they are nothing compared to original humans. What if Yulingza remains unaware of Nge's true identity? Xinglan raised his gaze, looking contemplatively at Qi Guang. Upon hearing this, Qi Guang's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 120. The Heart-Stopping Beast Arena. 1. Gently massaging the aching nape of her neck. Nge furrowed her brow and slowly pushed herself up from the ground, her thoughts gradually emerging from the haze of unconsciousness. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, a hint of confusion flickered in Nge's eyes. As her vision regained focus, she scanned the environment and, after a moment of silence, could not help but curse under her breath. Holy hell! Had she been tossed into a garbage dump? Why were there so many bizarre bioengineered beings around her? Some were missing limbs, while others resembled nothing more than cans or trash bins, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of decay, making it quite difficult for her to accept her predicament. Just as she was about to pinch her nose and hastily rise to her feet, Nge looked down and discovered her hands were caked in dried mud, with even the crevices of her nails filled with black grime. Nge was momentarily dumbfounded. Holy hell! It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and she remained dazed for a long time. Her gaze stiffly moved to her arms, then gradually down to her chest, thighs, knees, and feet. Nge's mind raced with a torrent of chaotic thoughts. Had she fallen into a mud pit only to be fished out? If not, how could she be this filthy? If she were to bathe, she would probably need several large tubs to wash away all this muck. Recalling the bear that had been by her side before she lost consciousness, Nge's lips twitched in annoyance. Very well, it seemed that after she had been knocked unconscious by the falling debris, that dim-witted bear had assumed she was dead and discarded her into the garbage dump, hadn't it? Calmly, sighing deeply, very well. A slight smirk, quite good. Sighing again. She would remember this debt. As long as she didn't encounter that dim-witted bear again, it would be fine, but if she did, she would ensure that the dim-witted bear would lead a life of utter folly. Forcing herself to disregard her current disheveled state, Nge cautiously navigated around the limbs of the various bioengineered beings strewn about, remaining vigilant as she began to walk through the debris. After observing for a while, Nge realized she seemed to be in a peculiar room. The room was vast, spacious enough to accommodate half a football field, with walls made of metal and no doors or windows. Save for a large circular opening at the top, Nge looked up at the nearly 3 or 4 meter high exit, a strange expression crossing her muddy face. This room is so odd. Being in it made her feel as though she had fallen into a round kettle. After a moment of silence, just as Nge was contemplating how to escape, she suddenly felt a tremor beneath her feet. Furrowing her brow, Nge's gaze snapped to the ground beneath her as she attentively sensed the unusual sensation, remaining in a stunned state for a while before her pupils dilated in alarm. What is happening? The room is rising. Nge quickly crouched down to steady herself, instinctively searching the nearby debris for a suitable tool to protect herself. Should the room become unanchored from gravity, the room continued to ascend slowly. Just as Nge began to worry about her predicament, the sensation of weightlessness beneath her feet abruptly vanished, and the entire room felt as though it had lodged in place. Ceasing all movement, simultaneously, the metal walls of the room began to descend, with a series of deafening sounds echoing from above. Ladies and gentlemen, after witnessing the recent acrobatic performance, are you left yearning for more? Fear not, for to elevate your excitement, we have meticulously prepared tonight's grand finale, the most exhilarating segment, Predators on the Hunt. Nge looked up, utterly bewildered. Excuse me? Chapter 121. The Heart-Stopping Beast Arena 2, as the metal walls slowly descended. The cheers and applause from outside grew increasingly louder. Listening to the host's exuberant narration, Ngu raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully stroking her chin, her expression suddenly turning serious. The specially designed room seemed merely to be a grand entrance, and the jubilant sounds from above indicated a significant number of spectators. Moreover, the host's impassioned commentary and mentions of a hunting segment, and Ngu pressed her fingers against her aching brow, feeling utterly speechless. It appeared she had not been thrown into a garbage heap after all. Rather, she had been thrust into something utterly extraordinary. Tonight, we present to you the predator known as the gnawing wolf. As you all know, these wolves are primarily social creatures, preferring to hunt live prey. They take delight in toying with their victims before delivering the fatal bite, relishing the moment when their prey is utterly exhausted. Today, the arena has prepared a rare and exceptional quarry for the gnawing wolves. In addition to the usual bioengineered offerings, the most crucial aspect is that tonight's prey is none other than a genuine beastman. The host's fervent announcement was met with a momentary silence in the audience, followed by a surge of even more fervent cheers. A beast arena? And G's eyes widened in shock. Although she had suspected, she had arrived at an extraordinary place. A beast arena, was it not a tad too morbid? Moreover, now it was something akin to a hunting segment? Was this not tantamount to sending her to her doom? Wait, no, noted G's expression momentarily froze. She was not a beastman, which meant she was not tonight's prey. Ngu surveyed the surrounding heap of bioengineered beings, her mind racing with thoughts that it seemed she had been mistaken for a bioengineered being and tossed into this garbage pile, suggesting she was merely an inconsequential background character in this segment. However, the abundance of lifeless bioengineered bodies around her rendered her uncertain of their utility. With this in mind, Ngu pouted, her brow furrowing as she contemplated. The beast arena, the main stage, the colossal cage delivered the heaps of bioengineered remnants to the stage. The smooth metal walls surrounding it had already descended into the depths, revealing the remnants of bioengineered beings to the audience. In a corner where the remains of the bioengineered beings accumulated, Ngu quietly curled up in an inconspicuous spot, observing her surroundings without moving. Now, she was caked in mud, situated in a pile of bioengineered refuse. As long as she remained still, waiting for this hunting segment to conclude should not pose a challenge. Yet, what on earth was that dim-witted bear thinking? If she had been discarded in the garbage heap after dying, she could have understood that, but this beast arena, was it not too far beyond her expectations? The garbage dump and the beast arena, these were two extremes. However, recalling what the host had said about the prey being beastmen, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Is this world truly permissive of such intraspecies carnage? For the sake of the event's impact, the arena was willing to use orcs as bait. One couldn't help but wonder what the unfortunate soul, soon to be torn apart by the wolf pack, looked like. Just as Ngu was contemplating, he noticed an iron cage slowly descending from above the stage. At the entrance of the cage stood a burly man with the physique of a hulking beast, furiously shaking the cage bars. Unfortunately, despite his exertions, he could not bend a single as the cage continued its descent. Ng's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk upon witnessing the cage door automatically swing open, revealing the orc stepping out slowly. Oh, what a coincidence. Truly, life is full of unexpected reunions, he mused. However, recalling the host's earlier words, Ng's playful smirk gradually faded. Something seems awry. Why is a mentally challenged bear here? And why is it locked in a cage? Ng's lips twitched. Could it be that the prey the host mentioned was indeed this bear? Meanwhile, Xiongda emerged from the cage, his crimson eyes warily surveying the surroundings, exuding an aura of death. When he saw the spectators in the stands excitedly shouting at him, his expression remained eerily calm. Moments later, another figure trudged out from behind the massive physique of Xiongda, wearing a despondent expression. I don't want to die here. I told you it was just a bioengineered human. Losing it was no big deal. Yet you had to insist on finding it. Now look where we are. You know full well that you're carrying a life on your shoulders. What are you even doing in this underground arena? You could have just come quietly, but you had to make such a fuss, ensuring everyone knew of your arrival. And now, you've been recognized and thrown into this arena. Haven to you say, you're on the brink of death and dragging me down with you. What have I done to deserve this? In stark contrast to Xiongda's silence, Fei Li's face was a picture of despair as he randomly plopped down, his eyes reddening. After selling Ngu to Da Huanya, he hurried off to the underground black market to buy blood packs. Orcs are typically robust, and as long as vital areas are unharmed, injuries are merely trivial inconveniences. Moreover, since Xiongda had only lost a significant amount of blood, he soon regained consciousness after receiving 2 blood packs. However, it wasn't long before Xiongda realized that Ngu was missing from the sofa. Alarmed, he leaped off the operating table, disregarding the 4 needle in his wrist. The sight of his torn flesh causing him inexplicable pain. Upon discovering that he had sold Ngu to Da Huanya for blood packs, he wasted no time and rushed out, nearly sprinting to inquire about the arena's location, before dashing to this underground venue in a frantic attempt to retrieve Ngu. Seeing Xiongda's anxiety over the bioengineered human, Fei Lu thought he could always return and compensate Da Huanya for the loss. But he never anticipated that Xiongda was carrying a human life. To make matters worse, that life belonged to a gang leader, and ironically, this underground arena was the very domain of that gang leader. What rotten luck! It was as if winning the lottery had become a curse. The issue was that Xiongda, lacking any cunning, blurted out his confession of murder without a second thought when questioned. OMG, heaven knows how much he wanted to strangle Xiongda at that moment. Couldn't this fool have thought of some excuse to extricate himself and save his own skin? Xiongda was undoubtedly the most clueless buffoon he had ever encountered. The outcome was predictable. Confronted by the knives and guns wielded by the burly men, he and Xiongda had no choice but to retreat step by step until they were cornered in a room. Just as he was puzzled as to why those men, armed to the teeth, hadn't simply killed them, the doors suddenly slammed shut. They soon realized they hadn't entered a room at all, but rather a specialized cage. And then, they found themselves here. The cage descended slowly, and they absorbed every word of the host's fervent speech. Wailing, Fei Lu couldn't help but wipe his tears. What kind of misfortune had befallen him to encounter such a dire situation? The thought of being torn apart by the gnawing wolves sent chills down his spine. He didn't want to die. He absolutely did not want to die. In stark contrast to Fei Li's despair, Xiongda had begun searching earnestly among the remnants scattered on the ground. This was all his fault. If he hadn't sought to kill the black bear, Ngu wouldn't have been trapped alongside him in the underground parking lot. Had they not been stuck there, Ngu wouldn't have fallen into a dormant state due to an energy depletion. Consequently, he wouldn't have had to take Ngu to recharge, covering him in mud to avoid drawing attention, only to have Fei Lu sell him as scrap to Da Huanya, leading to their current predicament in this underground arena. Every time he recalled Ng's sweet smile and the way she praised him, Xiongda felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Ngu was the most beautiful and adorable bioengineered human he had ever seen. He had always dreamed of treating a bioengineered companion with utmost care. Yet now he had lost the delightful Ngu, leaving her in this underground arena. This realization made him want to beat himself senseless. Completely disregarding Fei Li's lamentations, Xiongda hurriedly searched for a familiar form among the debris, hoping to find Ngu before the host ordered the release of the gnawing wolves. However, the ground was littered with too many remnants of bioengineered beings. After a short while of searching, Xiongda heard the host's voice echoing through the arena, announcing the arrival of the gnawing wolves. Upon hearing this, Xiongda's expression changed instantly, and he quickly turned to Fei Lu, thrusting a metal rod he had just picked up into his hands. Fei Lu, startled, pulled back, his face paling. What are you doing? The gnawing wolves prefer surprise group attacks. We must cooperate, Xiongda replied, picking up a sharp steel rod from the ground. The two began to stand back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, their expressions grave. Fei Lu trembled with fear, his hands shaking as he anxiously surveyed their environment. The arena fell into a hush, everyone wide-eyed and attentively searching the arena for the wolves. Inside the arena, Xiongda and Fei Lu turned slowly in place, remaining alert for the gnawing wolves the host had mentioned. After a long while, Fei Lu stammered, "Where are the wolves?" His face had turned as pale as a sheet. The host had clearly stated that the gnawing wolves are entering, right? Or could it be that he was so anxious he misheard? Otherwise, why had he been standing there on guard for so long without seeing a trace of the wolves? This unbearable wait for death was agonizing. "They're approaching us," Xiongda said solemnly. "Approaching?" Fei Li's eyes widened in alarm as he scanned their surroundings again. Are they really here? I can't see anything." Not only was there no sign of the wolves, but also not a sound. "They're hiding behind the remnants of those bioengineered beings," Xiongda explained. He was well aware that these gnawing wolves had a penchant for the scent of blood, relishing the act of tearing their prey to shreds before ultimately claiming their lives. The gnawing wolves were cunning. Each wolf in the pack had a distinct role, employing various tactics to ambush their prey. Some wolves would boldly present themselves to capture the prey's full attention, while others would stealthily appear in different locations to distract and heighten the prey's anxiety. Some would take advantage of the moment to launch surprise attacks from behind. In essence, the gnawing wolves operated as a highly coordinated team. They must not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Fei Lun nodded vigorously, his gaze sweeping the area once more. Suddenly filled with trepidation, I was wondering why these remnants were scattered around. "It turns out they're concealing themselves, not just hiding," Xiongda interjected, his expression grave. "These remnants serve as obstacles for both us and the gnawing wolves, while we can use them to evade their ambushes. The clutter on the ground may also provide the wolves with opportunities to hunt. Once we are scratched and bleed by those sharp objects, it only serves to further excite the rodent wolf's fervor for blood, leading to a more tragic fate for us." Xiongda endeavored to succinctly share all he knew with Fei Lu. He had previously worked as security at the underground beast fighting arena under the command of He Xiazi. Thus he was well aware of the intricacies involved to entice the privileged spectators and earn daily profits. The operators of these underground arenas would resort to any means necessary. What he did not anticipate was that this underground arena, situated outside the boundaries of the Candia district, was also under the jurisdiction of He Xiazi. Here, in this underground arena, all those who came to spectate entered through various illicit channels. Within these walls, there existed neither law nor humanity, only slaughter and bloodshed, accompanied by the ceaseless cheers and applause from the stands. Here, even if one would be reduced to a pulpy mass, no one would care. Except for those who have mastered the rules of the game. Xiongda cast a glance at the trembling Fei Lu behind him, his heart weighed down with unease, and continued in a hushed tone. "But rest assured, this is He Xiazi's territory. I am acutely aware of their game rules. As long as we eliminate all the rodent wolves, we will have passed this trial. They would never dare to go back on their word in front of the audience. Provided we can escape from here, I will ensure their release of you. Each person bears their own responsibility. I, Xiongda, would never drag you down." Fei Lu listened in silence, turning his gaze slightly to glance at Xiongda. A flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes, he parted his lips as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The audience stands fell into a hushed stillness, seemingly all searching for the shadow of the rodent wolves. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out from the stands. "Look, the wolf is over there." Everyone turned to look, only to see a child, around 7 or 8 years old, standing on a seat, pointing excitedly with his furry little hand towards one side of the arena, his face alight with joy. Following the childish gesture, they finally noticed a silver-furred rodent wolf stealthily crawling behind the remains of a bioengineered human, inching closer to 2 orc-like beings in the arena. "Look, there's another one," another orc exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. The crowd turned once more, discovering that diagonally across from the first wolf, another one lay hidden behind the remains of a bioengineered human. Its crimson eyes fixated ominously on the 2 figures back to back, drooling incessantly. Listening to the crowd's exclamations, Xiongda's expression grew grave, his thick brows furrowed in concentration, always on guard for a potential ambush from the wolves. Behind him, Fei Lu was drenched in cold sweat, gripping his iron rod tightly as he trembled, glancing anxiously from side to side, his throat constricting. He was but a sheep beast, naturally timid. Even a few drinks only made him more vocal. Now, suddenly thrust into a den of wolves, the mere thought of his imminent demise and the excruciating pain he would endure rendered him desperate to flee. "Remember, no matter what happens, We must not separate. Sensing the tremors emanating from behind him, Xiongda couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, "They are unaware of our strength at present, which is why they dare not act recklessly. They can only bluff to test us." Chapter 125. The Heart-Pounding Arena, 6, but I am truly afraid. Fei Li's quivering voice began to stutter, his cold sweat cascading down his brow, yet he dared not wipe it away. Fearing that any momentary distraction might invite a wolf's attack on the other side, Engu lay motionless among the ruins, observing the two individuals endlessly circling in the distance, then glancing at the rodent wolves that leaped past her not far away. A chill sweeping through her. These so-called rodent wolves, with their silvery white fur, bore little difference from the wild wolves of the 21st century, save for their unusually thick tails, adorned with bristles akin to the quills of a hedgehog. Engu frowned slightly, her thoughts racing. Wolves are inherently intelligent, with unparalleled teamwork capabilities in the animal kingdom. Moreover, from her brief glance, she had spotted no fewer than 5 rodent wolves unleashed within this arena. 5 bloodthirsty wolves against 2 orc-like beings, one of whom was a simpleton AS for the other. Engu sought clarity, yet her distance was slightly too far, compounded by the debris obstructing her view. All she could discern was that the other orc seemed quite diminutive and nothing more. Tiske, very well. She would simply await the conclusion of this hunt in peace. Detachment from the fray, self-preservation had always been her guiding principle. Was it not the transgression of this very rule that had led to Lu Haochu's suspicion of her? That had been a lesson steeped in blood. She could not afford to repeat that mistake. With her resolve firm, Engu began to prepare for the show, until suddenly a furry object brushed gently against her face from behind. Engu froze, her breath caught in her throat. The next moment, a claw resembling that of a wolf gently nudged her. Engu. A sense of foreboding coursed through her as, before she could ponder further, she felt a warm droplet of saliva trickling near her ear, swiftly followed by a dampness spreading across her cheek. Engu. As she sensed more droplets falling upon her face, the distinct scent of beastly musk intensified, and a heavy paw nudged her once again, forcing her to alter her position, now lying flat on her back. Engu sighed helplessly. Overwhelmed by a pungent aroma of blood, she controlled her breathing with great restraint, squinting to sneak a glance at her side, only to find herself locking eyes with a pair of blood-red wolf eyes as she cracked her eyelids open. Ngu's body stiffened. KO! She was so filthy, looking as if she had rolled in the mud, her body reeking of the foul odor from the bioengineered humans. How on earth had this wolf singled her out? Observing the muddy mass that had finally been flipped over, the rodent wolf sniffed around, trying to discern the source of the alluring scent that it was a fragrance that had once been delightful, yet seemed overshadowed by other odors. Had it not been for its proximity to the mud, it would have never detected it. The rodent wolf tilted its head in confusion, anxiously circling the muddy lump. Its keen sense of smell indicated that this lump concealed something delectable, yet its instincts warned it that the lump itself was inedible. In a flurry of agitation, the rodent wolf paced around the lump repeatedly, saliva pooling around it in a growing puddle. Chapter 126. The Heart-Pounding Arena, 7. Finally, the rodent wolf lost its patience, baring its fangs as it prepared to bite down on the muddy mass. In that instant, Engu, still lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes wide, her black pupils gleaming with murderous intent. The rodent wolf, taken by surprise, quickly recoiled, its bristle-like tail standing on end, akin to the spines of a hedgehog. Sending debris scattering in all directions, that a commotion erupted within the arena, drawing the attention of the spectators, including Fei Lu and Xiongda, who were startled by the sudden noise. Fei Lu, drenched in cold sweat, turned anxiously to look behind him, trembling uncontrollably, oblivious to the fact that his instinctive movement had disrupted the back-to-back formation with Xiongda. Indeed, sensing the absence of support behind him, Xiongda exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "What?" Feller's reaction was a fraction too slow. By the time he realized his mistakes, despair deepened the pallor of his face. Before he could gather his wits, a silver wolf lunged at him. Baring its fangs, stunned, Feller stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat. With a resounding thud, Xiongda swung the steel rod in his hand, striking the wolf squarely in the midsection. The creature was sent crashing to the ground, rolling in agony and howling in pain. Before Xiongda could withdraw his weapon, he felt a tremendous force bearing down on him from behind, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Before he could rise, a warm, foul breath wafted over him, and a bone-deep pain shot through his shoulder. Ah, Feller cried out in terror, his legs turning to jelly. Xiongda hastily flipped himself upright, straining to shake off the wolf clinging to his back. Yet before he could fully free himself, he caught sight of another wolf approaching from his side, poised to strike at his neck. Alarmed, he rolled to the side just in time to evade a fatal blow. The sudden motion flung the wolf off his back, but before he could feel relief, a sharp spike on the ground pierced deeply into his knee. With a hiss of pain, Xiongda shuddered, his entire body trembling. Meanwhile, the remaining wolves seemed in no rush to attack, pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing at Feller, huddled in the refuse, and then at the bloodied Xiongda, drool dripping from their jaws, as if they were savoring the thrill of the impending slaughter. Watching the three wolves encircle him with leisurely menace, Xiongda dared not let his guard down that he wobbled to his feet. Inhaling the scent of his own blood wafting from his shoulder, and noticing the bandage on his chest had begun to seep anew from their recent struggle. Furrowing his brow, his crimson eyes locked onto the trio of wolves flanking him. He discreetly shifted his injured knee. The searing pain radiating from his shin sent a chill through him. The metallic scent of his own blood was overwhelming, suggesting that his fate was dire indeed. Amidst the chaos, Feller buried his face in his hands, stifling sobs as tears streamed down his cheeks. He never imagined that he, a grown man, would weep like a child, but the innate fear of wolves and his own timidity left his mind blank. Though he understood that crying was futile, he couldn't help but let the tears flow. What to do? What to do? Even Xiongda, a robust figure, had succumbed to a bloody fate in mere minutes. How could he, a mere sheep beast devoid of brute strength, hope to fare any better? Gasping heavily, Xiongda tightened his grip on the steel rod, glancing at the blood trickling from his shoulder and then at Feller, whose eyes were wide with fright as he cowered in the refuse. A moment of contemplation passed, and without hesitation, Xiongda began to pile the debris before Feller. Startled, Feller quickly grasped Xiongda's intent, his tear-streaked face turning redder still. Xiongda, I'm sorry, brother. Swiftly, Xiongda cast wary glances at the three wolves nearby, while diligently stacking the refuse. It's my fault for putting you in danger. Stay hidden. Their focus is on me for now, and they want to harm you immediately. I'll make sure this pile is sturdy enough to keep you safe. Don't be afraid. I will find a way to deal with them and ensure you survive this ordeal. As he spoke, Xiongda's voice caught in his throat. He had already lost so much blood, and his presence here was solely out of concern for Ngu. But now, it seemed he might never return. Yet, he couldn't burden Feller with his fate. He had to find a way to eliminate the wolves, even at the cost of his own life. I understand, Feller replied, his eyes red and puffy like a rabbit's. I am not blaming you. I'm just so scared. What I said was just venting. You saved my life. Without you, I'd have been killed by those people in the slums. I'll wait for you to come back. You will come back. I know you will. Hearing this, Xiongda's eyes glistened with emotion as he exchanged a glance with Feller before darting toward the area where the refuse was piled high. He could see that the wolves were merely biding their time, allowing him a moment to recover before resuming their brutal pursuit, making this hunt all the more thrilling for them. So, he would oblige them. If he was destined to perish, he would choose a battleground that favored him. Setting his sights on the far-off mound of refuse, he gritted his teeth against the pain and sprinted forward. Meanwhile, Ngu observed the rodents before her, who were keeping their distance, a chilling glint in her eyes. The rodents, startled, crouched low, locking eyes with her like a living statue, their teeth bared in a snarl. The sight of the unmoving figure before them was perplexing. One moment it was inert, and the next it appeared alive. What on earth is this creature? The rodents, their instincts heightened, remained cautious, unwilling to act rashly. Noticing their hesitation, Ngu remained still. As discarded bioengineered being, she feared that any sudden movement might betray her. Yet, with the wolf's gaze fixed on her, remaining motionless felt increasingly impractical. Just as she pondered her next move, Inga noticed someone charging toward her, scattering the carefully constructed refuse pile. What is happening? Both she and the wolf turned toward the source of the commotion. Upon recognizing the figure, Inga's heart sank. Xiongda, why is he here and covered in blood? Has it only been a few minutes since the fight began? Why has he allowed himself to be so battered? The wolf, sensing the approaching figure, stood alert, its crimson eyes fixated on the bloodied beast rushing toward them, its teeth bared in anticipation. This was its territory, and it had no intention of letting this injured creature encroach upon its domain. Ng's mind raced. With just the two of them, the situation could have been 50-50, either a standoff or another probing attack from the wolf. But with Xiongda's sudden arrival, her advantageous position had been obliterated. She was forced to make a hasty decision, one she didn't have time to contemplate. Damn it, this foolish bear is truly a jinx. With such distance between them in the vast arena, why did he have to run toward her? If he trampled over her in his reckless charge, her life would surely end here. Instead of worrying about the threat posed by the wolf, she found herself more concerned about the clumsy bear potentially ending her life. In her frustration, she cursed Xiongda's ancestors in her mind. As the imposing figure of the bear drew ever closer, the cacophony of its frantic approach grew increasingly overwhelming. The makeshift barricade of biochemical refuse that Ngu had painstakingly assembled began to disintegrate. With various items, be it steel rods, long nails, or metallic scraps, tumbling down around her, in an instant, her nerves were taut as a bowstring. Good heavens, this dim-witted bear is up to no good. Is it not forcing her to stand up for herself? Chapter 129. A heart-pounding arena of beasts. 10. In the stands, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers and fervent shouts, their faces alight with excitement as they witnessed the bloody bear being pursued by the voracious rodent wolves. Yet, in a secluded corner of the arena, a handful of individuals sat in silence. Guangxi cast a furtive glance at his calm companion Xinglan, his expression quickly faltering as he turned to the person beside him. His voice a low, furious whisper, "Hey, didn't you say you had reliable information? Are you messing with me? Meng Kai is in such a state, and he still has the time to come watch this pitiful spectacle?" The rodent by his side seemed to shrink under the weight of their grim atmosphere, hastily explaining, "Oh dear, my boss, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I truly heard news of his presence." "Then where is he?" "Bring him to me." Guangxi's frustration was palpable. Had it not been for Xinglan and Shi Guang seated beside him, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash this rodent. This, the rodent stammered. His face flushed. "My boss, I swear I am not lying. Despite this place being small and shabby, it is the first venue that Meng Kai and He Shazi jointly guard. Their brotherhood began here. And it could very well be Meng Kai's safest refuge that I worked hard to acquire this information. If you seek Meng Kai, I certainly brought you here for that purpose. Furthermore, just half an hour ago, I genuinely received a tip that a bear had stealthily arrived here." Guangxi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You only heard a rumor of a bear's arrival here. Then why did you tell me it was Meng Kai?" While Meng Kai was indeed a bear, the underground arena saw a multitude of bears every day. Guangxi was fuming. Ordinarily, he could tolerate the rodent's unreliable intel, but this time was different. If he failed to acquire substantial news tonight, how could he continue working under Xinglan? If Jiashu learned of this, would he not mock him until he was brought to his knees? Hey, boss, please don't be anxious," the rodent quickly clarified. "That bear is certainly not an ordinary one. He entered through the back door, indicating he is no typical guest. I heard that upon his arrival, the arena's manager invited him to the reception room, and he hasn't been seen since." Upon hearing this, Guangxi felt a glimmer of hope. Then this individual. His intuition told him that regardless of whether this person was Meng Kai, he was undoubtedly someone of significance. The rodent spoke earnestly. Guangxi's eyelids twitched. "You have intuition? If this guy had any intuition, he wouldn't have been hunted down a year ago for making a wrong bet. If he hadn't rescued me in passing, his corpse would be cold by now. Since then, this rodent has insisted on calling me boss, as if he has firmly established that notion." Fortunately, the rodent was well informed, which occasionally benefited him. leading Guangxi to tacitly accept this little subordinate. For this matter, Jia Shu had mocked him relentlessly, claiming he was merely a fledgling with no wings, yet still had the audacity to gather underlings. Chapter 130. She is actually here, 1, with a confident demeanor. The rodent insisted, of course, my intuition is always spot on. Boss, you must trust me. Regardless of whether that bear is Meng Kai, he is certainly related to him. Guangxi's lips curled in annoyance. If that is the case, why are we still sitting here? The rodent paused, caught off guard. Isn't it you who insisted on keeping a low profile? Everyone here has come to witness the beast fights. Where else would we sit? After a moment's thought, the rodent glanced at Guangxi's companions and lowered his voice. But boss, don't your two friends seem a bit too serious? The entire crowd is animated and thrilled, yet your two friends are as still as statues. It stands out too much. Of course, my boss is not an ordinary person. Just his presence among the crowd is enough to radiate brilliance. Guangxi rolled his eyes. Hurry up and tell me what comes next. We can't just sit here indefinitely. Upon realizing that the two men were the boss's superiors, the rodent's eyes filled with newfound respect. He shook his phone slightly and assured, Boss, rest assured, I've stationed my brothers at both the back and front entrances. If that bear attempts to leave, we'll know immediately. However, based on my intuition, that bear is unlikely to depart anytime soon, so we should wait here a while and then approach the arena's management. Expressing our interest in the fights and our desire to open a betting operation that we'll negotiate with their leader, we might uncover some valuable information. What do you think? Unaware of the relationship between his boss and Meng Kai, the rodent instinctively sensed that his boss was someone of considerable standing, that if such a person were to propose collaboration at this underground arena, the manager would undoubtedly be eager to meet him. As for what would follow, that would depend on the outcome of their discussions. Upon hearing the rodent's plan, Guangxi finally nodded in satisfaction. Well, it seems you are somewhat useful in truth. Guangxi had conceived this idea as soon as he learned from the rodent that this venue was associated with He Xiazi and Meng Kai. Their cooperative relationship meant that when the time came, if Xinglan divulged any information, the venue's manager would certainly recognize them as allies rather than foes. After a brief silence, Guangxi's mind was made up, and he eagerly turned to his companions. Xinglan, did you hear that? Shall we seek out the manager now? Regrettably, until Guangxi finished speaking, his companions remained oblivious to his words. Guangxi blinked in confusion. Assuming he had spoken too softly, he leaned closer and repeated, Xinglan, how about we go find the person in charge now? After all, this is He Xiazi's venue, and our identities are quite convenient. Guangxi's words trailed off abruptly as he finally realized that the reason his companions were ignoring him was not due to his volume, but because their attention was riveted on the arena, particularly the intense focus in their eyes. What? Guangxi's confusion deepened as he followed Xinglan's gaze into the arena. Bewildered, it was puzzling. Xinglan had witnessed such underground fights before, so why was he so engrossed this time? Seemingly oblivious to his words, the arena held nothing particularly captivating. Just two beastmen and a few rodent wolves, after all. Chapter 131. She is actually here too, although using beastmen as prey was legally dubious. Those typically relegated to such fates were often individuals who had committed grievous errors, and casting them into the arena could be seen as a unique form of retribution employed by the underworld. It was a matter of survival. Should they perish, so be it, but if they survived, their grievances could be resolved. However, those who managed to survive in such a place often bore the scars of wild beasts. Missing limbs, and generally did not last long, languishing in hospital beds, tormented by their injuries, it would be better to simply perish. Such occurrences were all too common in underground arenas. One would expect Xinglan to be unfazed by the scene. Why, then, did he appear as though he had never seen anything quite like it and was so enraptured? Casting a dubious glance at Xinglan, Guangxi felt utterly bewildered. He leaned slightly towards Qi Guang, only to discover that Qi Guang was equally transfixed, his expression one of astonishment as he stared intently at the beastmen in the arena. Xinglan tilted his head slightly towards Qi Guang. I remember you mentioned you had your men plant explosives for He Xiazi. Indeed, Qi Guang's gaze remained fixed on the bear within the arena, his surprise palpable. I essed him. Xinglan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He recalled that after concluding negotiations with He Xiazi, Qi Guang had pointed out a beastman from afar, claiming that he was a pawn he had set in motion at the time. He had merely cast a cursory glance. But now, upon reflection, the resemblance to the beastman in the arena was striking. 7 or 8 parts similar. It is him. Qi Guang's expression finally shifted, his eyes reflecting an indescribable mix of ecstasy and astonishment. He remembered this Xiongde all too well, a man of integrity and resilience. He was the most loyal and sincere among He Xiazi's subordinates, which is precisely why he had approached Xiongde with a proposal to plant a bomb. Xiongde is actually alive. He emerged from the collapsed basement. Does that mean He Xiazi is also alive? Qi Guang was instantly electrified, turning to look at Xing Lan, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Boss, is He Xiazi still alive? Xing Lan's gaze fell back on the orc in the arena, pausing for a moment before shaking his head. Not necessarily. Qi Guang was taken aback. The underground beast fighting arena had its own unspoken rules. Being He Xiazi's most loyal subordinate, why would he be sent to the arena? Qi Guang was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that he failed to protect his master and is being punished? Indeed, how could he have forgotten that any orc thrown into this underground arena as prey had committed a grave mistake and was facing punishment? The mere fact that Xiongde was in the arena suggested he had escaped alone as a form of retribution for failing to protect his master. This thought led him to conclude He Xiazi was most likely dead. Otherwise, if He Xiazi were alive, Xiongde would be a hero. How could he possibly end up in the arena? Should we rescue him? Qi Guang inquired softly. Xing Lan shook his head. How would we rescue him? He is merely a pawn. We must not jeopardize our relationship with Meng Kai. Meng Kai and He Xiazi shared a brotherly bond. Now that trouble had befallen He Xiazi, someone had to pay the price. Someone who intended to cooperate with Meng Kai. Why stir up unpleasantness over someone insignificant? Qi Guang nodded, seemingly struck by a thought. What if he knows the whereabouts of Ngu? Xing Lan's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he replied, Did you not say he is rather foolish? Indeed, he is simple-minded. He Xiazi picked him up from the slums, offering him only a modicum of kindness, yet he is willing to go to great lengths for He Xiazi. Such a person is indeed good, but alas, he has aligned himself with the wrong crowd. Ah, that settles it. Xing Lan's mood suddenly brightened. If he can emerge, then Ngu surely can as well. That I have witnessed that little one's agility and reflexes firsthand. Chapter 132. She's actually here. 3. Within the beast fighting arena. As Xiongde drew closer, the debris surrounding him fell in response to the commotion of the chase. Finally, just as an iron spike was about to strike Nji's chest, she leaped up and executed a fierce kick at the airborne spike. Redirecting it straight toward a rodent wolf lurking behind Xiong, the iron spike found its mark, striking one of the rodent wolf's eyes, causing it to collapse in agony, writhing in pain until it lay still. In an instant, Xiongde froze mid-flight, while the pursuing rodent wolves recoiled in shock, their tails bristling in alarm. In the stands, the crowd cheers and shouts crescendoed as they watch the enlarged electronic hologram. Captivated by the unfolding spectacle, some spectators, unsatisfied with the holographic display, rushed to the iron mesh surrounding the arena, straining to get a closer look at the action. Heavens, this was undoubtedly the most unexpected and thrilling fight they had ever witnessed. But why were there suddenly bioengineered humans? What was so surprising about it? The ground was littered with bioengineered beings. Who knew why they had been cast into the arena? It could be that a system reboot had awakened them. Perhaps this was a deliberate spectacle orchestrated by the organizers. After all, underground beast fighting arenas abound, and who would come to witness it without some surprises? But this bioengineered human is quite ugly, covered in mud. The organizers clearly did not put in much effort in their selection. But look at how agile this bioengineered human is. It just kicked the wolf over with one swift move. It seems the orc will not perish. With a bioengineered human present, they are bound to protect the orc. The bioengineered human appears quite petite. Is she female? I wager this bioengineered human won't last long. That bear beast will inevitably perish. Guangxi was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, observing the fervor of the crowd around him, his eyes twitching in disbelief. What the heck is this really happening? The arena's organizer must be quite clever. Beside him, Xinglan furrowed his brow, gazing at the muddy figure on the electronic hologram, gradually becoming perplexed. When he looked again into the inky depths of those eyes, he suddenly straightened in his seat, unable to mask his astonishment. Boss, sensing the sudden commotion beside him, Qi Guang was momentarily dazed. Then his expression brightened. Could it be? Upon hearing Qi Guang's words, Xinglan could hardly contain his excitement. Turning to meet Qi Guang's gaze, "Get her out of here. She is actually here. She is actually here." Xinglan's heart raced, exhilaration coursing through him. Qi Guang, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. "I'm going right away." With that, he hastily grabbed Guang Ji and Lao Shuchong, striding towards the exit of the stands. "Hey, isn't Boss Xing coming along?" Guang Ji asked, bewildered, glancing back at Xinglan repeatedly. "Kid, you have earned your stripes this time." Qi Guang was in high spirits, though he did not quite understand how Xinglan recognized that muddy figure as Ngu. If Boss Xing said so, then it must be true. They had not held out much hope coming to this arena, merely seeking a diversion, but unexpectedly found Ngu instead of Meng Kai. Compared to Ngu, Meng Kai was nothing. Hearing Qi Guang suddenly praise him, Guang Ji snapped back to reality, grinning with anticipation. Really, I knew I was still valuable. It's all your fault for underestimating me. Hurry, Lao Shuchong, lead the way." Chapter 133. She is actually here, within the arena, upon seeing the muddy figure before him. Xiongda was momentarily stunned, his face lighting up with joy, and, "Ngu? Is it really you? Ngu is indeed here." Ngu cast a cold glance at Xiongda, then at the stunned rodent wolves, and could not help but shout at him, "Idiot! Act quickly!" Her sudden appearance left the rodent wolves in a daze. Now was the perfect moment to strike. "Huh." Xiongda blinked, quickly snapping out of his ecstatic stupor. Yes. However, during their brief exchange, the rodent wolves had already grown wary, glancing back at their fallen comrade lying in a pool of blood, their eyes gleaming coldly as they retreated step by step. Using the heaps of debris to obscure their forms, Ngu rolled her eyes in exasperation. This clueless bear really was the legendary pig teammate. Now all the rodent wolves had hidden away. How were they to counterattack? Ngu scanned her surroundings warily, alert for any rodent wolves that might suddenly spring out from various hiding spots, until she spotted the rodent wolf that had previously regarded her as food. Tilting its head with eyes gleaming, staring intently at her, its jaws opening and closing as it panted, its tail wagging slightly in agitation, Ngu stared in bewilderment. "Ngu, be careful." Unlike Nji's confusion, Xiongda, noticing a rodent wolf behind her, immediately swung his steel rod with precision and force towards it. Nji's mouth twitched, remaining in place without intervening. The rodent wolf, seeing Xiongda charge towards it, swiftly leaped to the top of a garbage pile, snarling down at Xiongda, while simultaneously glancing at Ngu, its ears drooping and whimpering, its tail swaying side to side, presenting a perfect image of someone is bullying me. And you, mud creature, are doing nothing to I in that moment. The rodent wolf seamlessly transitioned between growling and whimpering Ngu. Xiongda, witnessing this, intended to continue his assault with the steel rod. However, as he swung it, a sudden rush of wind brushed past him from behind. With no time to turn, Xiongda's pupils constricted in panic. He had been too focused on the rodent wolf atop the debris and had left his back exposed. The sound of rushing wind assaulted his ears, and before Xiongda could collect his thoughts, he noticed that Ngu had, unbeknownst to him, placed her hands on his shoulders with a resounding bang. The cacophony of wind behind him abruptly ceased, followed by the piercing howl of a wolf. Xiongda hurriedly turned to look behind, only to see a rodent wolf tumbling into a pile of refuse. A sharp piece of steel embedded in its abdomen, blood oozing profusely as it howled in agony. Xiongda was taken aback, glancing at the person beside him, swallowing hard. "Ngu, I thought you were out of power? How do you still possess such strength to kick the wolf away?" Although he had never owned a biohuman, he understood that the more precious a biohuman was, the less they should engage in physical exertion, lest their delicate skin become injured. A biohuman as beautiful and exquisite as Ngu ought not to exhibit such brutality. Out of power? Ngu turned her head ominously towards Xiongda. Realizing that this fool had assumed she had run out of energy. Why was she here? Ngu cast a sidelong glance, her expression darkening. Chapter 134. She is actually here. 5. Upon hearing this, Shionda realized he was in trouble and quickly explained, Ngu, this is merely an accident, truly. I lost too much blood and fainted. Fei Lu sold you to the Huangya to buy blood bags to save me, and then brought you here to die. I woke up and rushed here to find you, only to discover that this is the territory of the black bear, and I was dropped here, becoming prey. Ngu, please don't be angry. He seemed genuinely afraid that Ngu would hold a grudge against him, his face etched with anxiety. It was rare for him to interact with a biohuman, especially one who treated him well and even complimented him on his cuteness. He truly did not wish to ruin this hard-won connection. What? Ngu furrowed her brow, her eyes flickering. This fool had actually become prey in the arena just to find her. She would remember this debt and settle it after they escaped. Casting a glance at Shionda, she did not have time to inquire further about the details, narrowing her eyes as she scanned the surroundings. Amidst the incessant cheers from the stands, Ngu frowned. In such a noisy environment, it was utterly impossible to discern the location of the rodent wolf using her hearing, and with so much refuse obstructing her view. It was truly vexing. Rest assured, Ngu, as long as we kill the rodent wolves here, we will pass this level. According to the game rules, we as victors shall be allowed to live. Seeing that Ngu was still willing to converse with him, Xiongda's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain from his wounds. Finding Ngu before his demise felt like divine favor. Really? Are you certain? Ngu raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. She had reservations about the intelligence of this dim-witted bear. Of course, absolutely. Xiongda nodded vigorously in response. Then let us kill them all and get out quickly. She felt utterly uncomfortable in her muddy state, the grime on her face tightening uncomfortably as she attempted to smile. Xiongda, he too wished to eliminate them all and escape quickly, but didn't Ngu truly have such faith in his abilities? He was currently covered in blood. Yet, despite his inner thoughts, Xiongda could not display any sense of despair. He had finally found Ngu and needed to ensure Fei Lu would take her away. The rodent wolf atop the refuse pile emitted a whimper, its crimson eyes filled with extreme grievance, its ears drooping adorably, and its tail swaying gently from side to side. Especially when Ngu directed her gaze at it, its expression became even more pitiful. Its tail wagging vigorously, scattering debris around it with a cacophony of sounds. And Ngu, why did she feel as though this wolf was trying to please her, sensing that the rodent wolf bore her no ill will? She turned to Xiongda, setting this one aside. 2 have already been killed, leaving 2 remaining. 2 remaining, Xiongda exclaimed in astonishment. There had only been 3 rodent wolves following him from the start. And with the one atop the refuse pile, that made 4. Where did the 5th one come from? Ngu picked up a handy sharp stick from the ground. Without further ado, casually pointing in a direction. Go lure them out. What? Xiongda was stunned. Did he mishear? Ngu actually wanted him to lure the rodent wolves out. Ngu shot him a sidelong glance. You're covered in blood. If you don't go. Am I supposed to? Chapter 135. She's actually here. 6. In truth, Ng's words were merely a jest. It was highly improbable for this dim-witted bear, now drenched in blood, to engage in a fierce battle with the wolves again. As for being bait, Ngu silently shook her head that it was already unreliable for this dim-witted bear to act as bait while remaining unscathed. How could he possibly manage in his current limping state? That would be akin to presenting himself as a delectable feast to the wolves. However, she only mentioned it casually. A normal person would likely disregard her suggestion, as their own lives were paramount. No one owed anyone else anything. So why should they heed her? Thus, the subsequent events would rely on her own initiative. Just as she was about to step forward and use herself as bait, Xiongda suddenly turned around and approached her. Which direction should I go? Ngu halted abruptly, her eyes widening in surprise. Can I go in any direction? Xiongda asked earnestly. Ngu. Ngu was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Xiongda's foolish expression, unable to believe that he had taken her seriously. You. Ngu's lips twitched involuntarily, instinctively wanting to explain, but upon meeting Xiongda's earnest eyes, she realized she was wasting her breath on this dim-witted bear. Was she just idle? Was now the time to nitpick? After a brief pause, Ngo awkwardly raised her hand and pointed in a random direction. Get lost. Shionda was momentarily taken aback. Get lost? His gaze fell upon the litter-strewn ground, and he hesitated. Is it not possible for me to stay? The ground it's all debris, and my shins are still hurting badly. Now, she yelled hysterically, delivering a swift kick. In the stands, that biohuman actually kicked the beastman. How adorable. This biohuman may be a bit ugly, but they certainly have a unique personality. I've never seen a biohuman daring enough to kick a beastman. The chip must be malfunctioning. They seem unaware of the current situation. Otherwise, how could they dare to kick a beastman? Certainly, otherwise, how would they end up here? Among the fervent crowd, Xinglan remained seated, his gaze fixated on the muddy figure displayed on the electronic hologram. Unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. It seems the little one has quite the temper. I pity the venue is rather rudimentary. The electronic hologram only transmits images without sound. Otherwise, he would be quite curious to know what the little one said to that bear, which would make a bear listen so obediently. But what is the deal with the mud on the little one? Did they fall into a mud pit? It seems he must instruct the servants to prepare bathwater first. In the arena, Xiongde limped along, dragging his injured foot through the refuse, tightly gripping the steel rod in his hand. Glancing around nervously, although he had no idea what Ngu intended to do, his primary concern was to eliminate the remaining rodent wolves as quickly as possible. And he thought of Fei Lu hidden within the refuse. The mere thought of the wolf that Ngu mentioned, which had yet to appear, made him anxious about Fei Lu's safety. With that thought in mind, Xiongde quickened his pace, luring the rodent wolves out while hastening towards Fei Lu's hiding spot. Meanwhile, Ngu trailed behind at a leisurely pace, remaining vigilant of the peculiar rodent wolf atop the refuse pile, while also sensing the unusual atmosphere around her. Gradually, the distance between the two of them widened. Suddenly, a silver wolf tail flashed past from the refuse pile behind them. Chapter 136. She is actually here, 7. Ngu shot a sharp glance over her shoulder, a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. Trying to hide from her, are you? Regrettably, she truly lacked the time to accompany them. The mud clinging to her body was exceedingly uncomfortable, provoking an unbearable itch all over. Without needing to look, she knew her skin must have broken out in an allergic reaction. Moreover, after dispatching the rodent wolf here, she could not fathom how much additional time would be consumed before she could escape. She could no longer afford to squander her time on such trivial matters. Anger surged within her as she delivered a fierce kick to the refuse pile before her, causing the adjacent debris to tumble and scatter in a domino effect. In the blink of an eye, a rodent wolf, hidden among the refuse, was forced into view, baring its teeth and glaring menacingly at her. The tense standoff ensued, each locked in a gaze with the other. The inky depths of the wolf's eyes mirrored the blood-red glare of its gaze. An icy intent clashing with a lust for blood, that moment. A colossal rodent wolf stealthily emerged behind her, its eyes narrowing as it silently crept closer. Meanwhile, the mud-covered figure remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. The scene was magnified by the venue's electronic holographs, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Oh heavens, the fifth wolf has appeared. They are not pursuing the bear creature, but rather this bioengineered being. This is simply unbelievable. Indeed, the bear is drenched in blood, yet the rodent wolves seem oblivious to it. Did we not say these creatures are drawn to the scent of blood? This defies logic. I swear this is the most thrilling beast fight I have witnessed in ages. This venue is exceptional. I shall undoubtedly return. The audience's exclamations rose and fell in a cacophony of excitement. The man seated in the stands, who had maintained a faint smile, finally subdued his mirth, his gaze darkening. The massive rodent wolf's movements grew increasingly deliberate as it approached the mud figure, its murderous intent intensifying. This prey was far more suitable than the bear. The aroma emanating from the mud was infinitely more enticing than the bear's blood. It yearned to sink its teeth into the throat of this mud creature, as its keen sense of smell indicated that the blood within was incredibly sweet, undoubtedly the most delectable meal in existence. Saliva dripped uncontrollably onto the ground as the rodent wolf could no longer contain itself. Launching silently towards the unsuspecting figure, in midair, As the prey drew nearer, an expression of triumph flickered in the wolf's blood-red eyes, its entire being consumed by exhilaration. Yet, in a mere instant, panic replaced its excitement. The mud figure, previously facing away, suddenly turned to meet its gaze, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of its mouth, while a sharp pole was poised threateningly in its hands. The rodent wolf's eyes widened in horror. "Oh no, I've been tricked," thought, "fool," and Go muttered under her breath before pivoting and sprinting towards the oncoming wolf, thrusting the sharp pole with deadly precision. The force of the strike sent shockwaves through the air. The rodent wolf's eyes bulged, realizing it had no chance to evade as it was already airborne. In the next moment, amidst the gasps of the crowd, the pole pierced the wolf's abdomen, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl as it crashed heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Ngo lunged forward, seizing a metal object resembling an arm from the ground and bringing it down forcefully onto the wolf's head. The rodent wolf's skull took a brutal blow, and its mournful cries filled the arena. Chapter 137. I can't believe she's here. 8. The rodent wolf, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to rise and go. However, was relentless, bringing the metal object down upon the wolf's head once more. Seizing the moment of weakness, she swiftly grasped its forelimb and wrenched it backward, bending it in the opposite direction. A sharp crack reverberated alongside the wolf's anguished howl, echoing throughout the arena. The audience fell into stunned silence. A wolf, previously lurking among the refuse, whimpered softly, its bristled tail pressed tightly against the ground. Paralyzed with fear, that I knew this mud creature was no ordinary being. What a terrifying mud creature! Perceiving that the rodent wolf was left with nothing but futile resistance, Ngo smirked coldly and forcefully dragged the pole downwards, blood erupting from the wolf's wound. With resolute hands, she yanked its intestines from its body and carelessly tossed them before the rodent wolf that had previously confronted her. The rodent wolf, having been struck, recoiled in terror at the sight of the gruesome offering. In that moment, fear flooded its eyes, and it retreated, for bristling as if it were a startled wildcat. Observing the wolf's convulsions as it lay on the ground, gasping for breath, Ngo finally exhaled deeply, leaping away from the defeated creature and slowly approaching the other rodent wolf. The remaining wolf whimpered in fright, glancing at its fallen comrade, whose legs lay broken and entrails exposed, then back at the mud figure with its eyes brimming with a predatory delight. Its tail tucked tightly between its legs, it began to retreat deeper into the refuse pile. Thus, when Xiongda limped over with Fei Lu in tow, the sight that greeted them was that of the trembling rodent wolf cowering in the refuse, while Ngu stood beside it, her expression utterly indifferent. Behind her lay a gargantuan wolf, its abdomen impaled by the sharp pole, its legs grotesquely twisted upwards. "Xiongda, Fei Lu, Ngu, are you all right?" Xiongda exclaimed in shock that he had been instructed by Ngu to lure out the rodent wolf. But upon reaching Fei Li's hiding spot, he found no sign of the creature, just as he was about to inform Fei Lu that he had located Ngu. He heard the sound of refuse scattering and thought something was amiss, prompting him to rush over to assist. However, Xiongda stared in disbelief at the gruesome scene before him for a long moment, before silently turning away. "Why do I feel like I might have overreacted?" "Oh my goodness," Fei Lu exclaimed, nearly having his eyes pop out of their sockets. "Xiongda, is this really the Ngu you mentioned? The bioengineered being you were looking for? She's astonishingly powerful. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known, I wouldn't have sold her. I thought she was just a discarded piece from the refuse pile. Unwanted garbage." As the words left his lips, Ngu shot him a chilling glare. Xiongda froze, casting a guilty glance at Ngu, then at the bewildered Fei Lu, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Unaware of the scrutiny directed at him, Fei Lu was nearly overcome with joy, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. That, oh my goodness, this feeling of being alive is simply fantastic. Once I get out of here, I must buy an entire crate of white chili peppers to celebrate. "Did you sell me?" Unbeknownst to him, Ngu had already approached Fei Lu, her expression darkening ominously. Chapter 138. Where in life do we not meet? 1. Fei Lu was taken aback, meeting the gaze of the mud figure before him. Its black eyes gleaming ominously, a chill crept down his spine, and he forced a smile. "Well, You see, I was just short on cash, and Xiongda. Thud! And Ji's fist connected forcefully with Fei Li's face. Unprepared, he instinctively stumbled backward, teetering on the edge of falling onto the shards on the ground. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a powerful hand yanked him back, but before he could regain his bearings, another punch landed squarely on his face, followed by a warm trickle flowing from his nose. Why you actually dared to hit me? Fei Lu exclaimed, his eyes nearly closing from the pain, stars dancing above his head. You dare to strike a beastman? Though individuals like him could not afford bioengineered beings, he was aware that they were not permitted to harm beastmen. It was one thing for Ngu to deal ruthlessly with the rodent wolf, but how could she turn her aggression towards him? I am a defective product. You should know that better than anyone. Ngu replied coldly, Fei Lu. Xiongda. As the two fell silent, Ngu pointed towards the refuse pile, where two rodent wolves lay, one high and one low. We must eliminate them all to escape. Correct? Ngu furrowed her brows slightly. The two wolves posed no threat to them whatsoever. Were it not for the necessity of their elimination, she would sincerely wish to spare their life. Yes, soon as Nji's words fell. The two rodent wolves in the refuse heap began to whimper, one after the other. Particularly, the one atop the pile hastily leaped down, crawling towards Ngu like a turtle, its bristled tail swaying adorably from side to side. As if it comprehended Nji's words, Ngu. Fei Lu was taken aback by the scene before him. Was he under Nji's illusion? Did he truly perceive this rodent wolf as begging for mercy? And the manner of its pleading was rather endearing. Xiongda was equally stunned. He looked around, shaking his head. I don't know, I've never encountered such a situation. Typically, the prey is the one that perishes. Fei Lu interjected. This wolf clearly has surrendered. If possible, let us refrain from killing it. Fei Li's fear of wolves stemmed from the genetic legacy of the sheep beast within him. For him, the fact that the wolves were no longer actively attacking them was the best outcome. He was rather apprehensive that if they did not seize this opportunity, it might provoke the two wolves, resulting in neither side gaining an advantage. What are we to do now? Ngu frowned. Just wait like this? The victor has been determined. The host should be arriving shortly. Xiongda recalled the past beast-fighting procedures and was preparing to explain them one by one when he sensed the ground beneath his feet beginning to tremble. Fei Lu jumped up in shock. What's happening? Why is the ground moving? Xiongda looked down, momentarily dazed, before his face broke into a smile. They're sending us out. Out? Upon hearing this, Fei Lu was instantly filled with excitement. Are you certain? We are truly being sent out. Ha! I've finally saved my life. I'm so happy. Just the thought of being able to go out and drink his favorite white chili made Fei Lu want to jump up and down in sheer joy. But in an instant, Xiongda suddenly remembered something, and his joyful expression froze momentarily. Oh no. Fei Lu looked at him in alarm. What's wrong? Don't scare me. This isn't about not sending us out. Is it? Ngu cast a silent glance at Xiongda, her expression serious. It's Ngu. Xiongda's face paled as he looked at Ngu, shock washing over him. Chapter 139. Where in life do we not meet? To Ngu. Fei Lu glanced at Ngu. What is wrong with her? If she is fine, surely she'll come out with us. What is the problem? Although this biogenetic individual had just struck him, the fact that she had also saved his life meant that Fei Lu bore no ill will towards her for the two punches. After all, he was the one who had wronged her first by selling her out, which led to all this trouble. Xiongda's eyes flickered with alarm. After the beast fight concludes, the biogenetic individuals piled here will be entirely obliterated by the light wave separator. Ngu looked intently, her brows knitting together. Obliterated? Fei Li's face was a picture of confusion. What do you mean? The refuse here was supposed to have been destroyed long ago. No, that's not it. Fei Lu hurriedly explained. The biogenetic individuals sent here are merely intended to have their core chips extracted for secondary use. There's a specialized light wave separator in the arena that will dissolve all biogenetic individuals using high-band light waves targeted specifically at them. Extracting the chips. What? Fei Lu felt a chill run down his spine. You mean we will also be dissolved? The light wave only affects biogenetic individuals. Xiongda was in a panic. What do we do? What do we do? Ngu, what will you? Ngu blinked, her earlier concerns dissipating like smoke. She was a biogenetic individual. Why should she be afraid? However, according to Xiongda's assertion, wouldn't her identity as a human be exposed? And Gu frowned, her expression graved in the control room of the arena. Qi Guang observed the arena below through the glass, turned to the other beastmen in the room, and whispered a few words. The beastmen looked on in astonishment, and after a moment's contemplation, they ordered someone to press the terminate button on the control panel. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a casual t-shirt and a cap swiftly entered the room. The moment he removed his hat, the rogue air about him vanished, leaving the beastmen in the room instinctively sensing a hint of danger, causing them to step back. Boss, the individuals have been removed from the viewing platform and are now beneath the glass. Qi Guang pointed toward the heavy glass window on the control panel, and Xinglan peered over, noticing 3 small figures standing in the arena, occasionally glancing around. Xinglan's gaze fell on one of them, his expression softening. "I want to go down." The leading beastman was startled, fearing that the group intended to rescue Xiongda, and he quickly interjected, "No, that bear beast killed our boss, according to family law. We must." Xinglan cast a cold glance, as if a ferocious beast had emerged from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of chilling menace. The beastman jumped in shock, every hair on his body standing on end. Heavens, this person's gaze is terrifying. A mere glance, without a word spoken. Yet he felt a wave of coldness rising from his feet to his head, as if prey were being stalked by a ferocious beast. The leading beastman, equally astonished, hurriedly stepped forward to ease the tension. This glass below is the arena, filled with the remains of biogenetic individuals. Lord Xinglan, would you like us to accompany you? Having said that, the leading beastman shot a fierce glare at his subordinates and turned back with a face full of ingratiation. Damn it, this esteemed individual can do whatever he wants, even if the boss were alive. He would still be all smiles. Why is this oblivious subordinate causing trouble? Chapter 140. Where in life do we not meet? 3. The boss was suddenly killed by Xiongda, and the advisor Mankai was nowhere to be found. Once the news spread, they lost many venues in the Candia district, with only the impoverished district's venue remaining untouched. The leading beastman was acutely aware that many were still unaware that this was also the territory of the black bear. Once they did, it would be difficult for them to escape calamity. Just as he was fretting, this esteemed individual suddenly arrived. This was simply exhilarating. Now, they could only curry favor with this esteemed individual in hopes of salvaging their remaining venue. After all, this esteemed individual's reputation in the underworld was formidable, and no one dared to provoke him. Seemingly satisfied with the leading beastman's response, Xinglan retracted the coldness in his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance. No need. All right. Upon hearing the esteemed individual's acknowledgement, the leading beastman felt a wave of relief wash over him and hurriedly gestured to his subordinates. Quickly, the esteemed individual is heading to the arena. Prepare the lift. Inside the arena, as the anticipated light wave separator that Xiongda had mentioned failed to appear, Fei Lu finally retracted his head, which had been craned back for too long. His expression filled with skepticism. Xiongda, are you sure you aren't mistaken? It feels like nothing is happening at all now. Did they forget that we're still inside? Xiongda also looked puzzled. That shouldn't be. After the fight, there is usually a cleaning program alert within a minute. A minute? Fei Lu suddenly looked disdainful. Can you count how many minutes have passed now? Hey, I say Xiongda. Seeing you so honest, do you find it amusing to scare us? Is it fun to make us anxious? Xiongda was taken aback, glancing at Ngu, who wore a similarly disdainful expression, and he became flustered. No, I didn't mean it that way. Enough. Fei Lu looked understanding. Quickly tell us what we should do next. Should we wait for someone to come and take us out? Or do we need to find our own way out? Out? Xiongda was momentarily stunned, looking at Ngu with hopeful eyes, and suddenly jolted. If we want to get out, we need a lift at a lift. Upon hearing this, Fei Lu raised his head and glanced around, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where is there an elevator here?" Just as his words trailed off, a steady sound of machinery gliding toward them filled the air. The 3 of them brightened and turned in unison toward the source of the sound. In a brief moment, an elevator suddenly appeared at the wall, its metallic sheen contrasting sharply with the dull color of the arena's metallic walls. With a sharp ding, the elevator doors swung open, revealing a figure stepping out. Fei Li's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy as he exclaimed, "Hey, there really is an elevator? Someone is here to take us out." He quickly grasped Ji's hand and hurried forward, asking, "Hi, brother, are you here to take us out? We won the beast fights, and according to your rules, we should be allowed to live." His voice abruptly halted, and his steps froze in place as he confronted a chilling sight. A man, a terrifying man. Though he stood there silently, the fierce glint in his eyes was as menacing as that of a bloodthirsty rodent. The red eyes of a rodent exude an obvious intent to kill. But this man's gaze radiated a different kind of bone-chilling coldness, which left Fei Lu momentarily paralyzed by fear. Xinglan stood outside the elevator, his gaze ominously fixated on the hands that Fei Lu held within Go, a glimmer of cold light dancing in his eyes. Fei Lu stood dazed, glancing at the man who had suddenly appeared in the elevator, then slowly following the man's gaze to his own hand clasping Ji's. After a brief moment of mental blankness, realization hit him like a bolt, and his pupils constricted sharply. Almost instinctively, he released Ji's hand and lunged toward the robust embrace of Xiongda, as if fleeing for his life. Go. Xiongda, upon seeing Xinglan suddenly in front of her, Go was undoubtedly shocked, but her surprise faded quickly and a sweet smile bloomed on her lips. "Alan, what a coincidence to see you here." "Ha, truly. Where in life do we not meet again?" She had been thrown into a heap of refuse, yet here she was, encountering him nonetheless. Hearing the familiar soft voice, the chill in Xinglan's eyes dissipated significantly, only to be replaced by his usual roguish demeanor as he sauntered over to Ngu, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "Little Ngu, have you missed me?" "Of course I have." Ngu replied, her long lashes fluttering as she pouted adorably, her face radiating innocence. "Does little Ngu want to leave?" "Yes," she nodded obediently. "Who wouldn't want to be stuck in this rubbish heap?" "How about this? Little Ngu, first answer me a question." Ji's heart skipped a beat at his words, but her expression remained bright and harmless as she obediently nodded. "Sure, what does Alan want to know?" "Ngu," Xinglan murmured softly, his gaze swirling with clouds of uncertainty as he took a step closer. "Is it true? Are you primitive humanity? What is it?" Ngu pretended not to understand, her eyes clouded with confusion. Xinglan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Ngu for a prolonged moment before he glanced around. "This place is equipped with a wave separator specifically for bioengineered individuals. Ngu should be quite aware that even if you say nothing or do nothing, I will still uncover the truth." All it would take was a gesture from him, and Qiguang could press the button to activate the wave separator, which would completely dissolve the remnants of bioengineered beings within the arena. And the chips embedded deep within their bodies would float out under the wave's influence. Before long, Ji's identity would be laid bare. A flicker of chill passed through Ji's eyes. But the next moment, she resumed her previous expression of bewilderment, her soft voice filled with innocence. "What is Alan talking about? Why can't I understand anything?" Xinglan observed her quietly, his eyes narrowed, the playful smirk remaining on his lips. Ngu tilted her head in confusion, her beautiful brows knitting together, as if genuinely perplexed. Indeed, what was he saying? Why couldn't she comprehend it? Hearing their clouded exchange, Fei Lu quietly leaned into Xiongda's ear, mirroring Ji's bewildered expression, his confusion almost identical to hers. Xiongda lowered his gaze to the half-height Fei Lu, contemplating for a moment before turning his worried gaze toward Ngu. He recognized the man who had appeared so suddenly. He had caught a distant glimpse of him when the black bear was still alive. According to his companions, this man was a significant figure, one whom even the black bear treated with utmost respect. But why would such a prominent figure know Ngu, and why did it seem they were on familiar terms? "Don't you believe I would press the button?" At last, meeting Ji's bewildered expression, doubt flickered in Xinglan's eyes once more. Was he truly overthinking things? Why was the person before him showing no signs of fear? "What button? Do you need Ji's help?" Ngu blinked her eyes, stepping forward eagerly, her bright black eyes reflecting a desire to assist. In an instant, Xinglan's brows furrowed ever so slightly. In truth, Ngu was also sweating nervously. She was acutely aware of the underlying meaning in Xinglan's words. fully grasping that she was engaged in a psychological duel with him. Xinglan was wagering on her fear, for once her identity as a human was revealed, her fate was all but sealed. She, too, was betting on Xinglan's numerous concerns. She understood that he could not discern her true identity, whether she was a bioengineered being or a human, if she were indeed a bioengineered being. A press of that button would dissolve her entirely, wiping her from existence. Yet, recalling how Xinglan had cared for her on the plane, she felt a lingering sense that he was genuinely interested in her. She was gambling, betting on his reluctance to harm her. On the other hand, if her identity as a human were truly exposed, the power of the man before her might not be sufficient to secure her. Reflecting on the conversation between Guangxi and his companions on the plane, she could easily surmise that Xinglan's group had only recently separated, possessing some power but still requiring growth. At this juncture, they should comprehend the significance of discretion and strength accumulation, rather than becoming targets of public scrutiny. She was still within the arena, having left the stands, yet it remained an unsafe place. Therefore, she was equally gambling on Xinglan's reservations that, it must be said, Ngu emerged victorious in her gamble. After a moment of silence, Xinglan reined in his doubts, his face returning to the familiar roguish expression as he smirked. Since little Ngu dislikes this place, shall we leave? Ngu nodded, a sudden sigh of relief escaping her as she continued to nod obediently. All right. Yet, despite her words, Ngu remained rooted in place. A slight smirk played on Xinglan's lips, and without further ado, he turned and strode into the elevator. Seeing this, Ngu followed suit, moving slowly behind him. Fei Li's eyes lit up, and he pulled Xiongdo along to follow. Thus, when the four emerged from the elevator once more, the control room felt noticeably cramped. The leading beastman's gaze lingered on Xiongdo for a while, then shifted to Ngu before, after a moment of contemplation. He bowed respectfully before Xinglan. Lord Xinglan, shall we prepare a vehicle to escort you back? Though he did not comprehend the depths of Lord Xinglan's intentions, he dared not oppose the wishes of one who wished to take people away. No need, Xinglan replied coolly, casting a glance back at Ngu, who was maintaining her distance, before stepping out of the room. Ngu, Xiongda, and Fei Lu followed closely behind, departing in silence. The leading beastman, seeing this, hastily turned to Qi Guang, urgency written across his face. Lord Qi Guang, what about this place? Qi Guang shot him a glance. Who would dare disrupt Lord Xinglan's domain? The leading beastman was taken aback. Then his face broke into a grin, eagerly agreeing. Yes, from now on, this place belongs to Lord Xinglan. Who would dare to make trouble in Lord Xinglan's domain? In the meantime, Guangxi chimed in, shedding his usual boisterous demeanor, adopting a serious expression devoid of emotion. From now on, the rat shall remain here. If anyone dares to cause trouble, notify me immediately. The leading orc's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the words, gazing at Mouse Chong with a fervor that almost suggested a desire to prostrate before him in reverence. Very well, very well. I hope Brother Chong will take good care of us in the future. My brothers will surely show their utmost respect. Mouse Chong, utterly bewildered, thought to himself, the surprise came too swiftly. The pie fell from the sky. Beside him, the astonished Mouse Chong felt his heart surge with tumultuous waves. Had he, in a moment of distraction, just been promoted? Chapter 143. Where in life do we not encounter each other? 6. Mouse Chong struggled to contain his inner exhilaration. However, with the presence of a superior nearby, he mimicked the calm demeanor of the others, nodding slightly with an inscrutable expression. Heavens! He had indeed followed the right leader. He had never anticipated that a superior would be a core member of Lord Xinglan's entourage. Countless individuals sought to present their credentials, yet found no avenues to do so. Yet here was Mouse Chong, stumbling into such an opportunity. In an instant, admiration for his leader swelled within him anew. On their way, Guangxi observed the surrounding silence, and, in an instant, resumed his usual demeanor. Brother Qiguang, why did Lord Xinglan choose to bring those 3 individuals back? Fine, bringing them back is one thing, but their vehicles suddenly became overcrowded, forcing Brother Qiguang and me to walk back. Guess? Qiguang shot him a sidelong glance. Guangxi hesitated, his steps faltering as he replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. Of course, I know. It's because of that bear beast. He killed the black bear. At this point, a look of confusion crossed Guangxi's face. But why would the leader want to bring him back? Yulings has spread the news of the black bear's demise far and wide. Now, who on the streets doesn't know that Bearda killed the black bear? Bringing him back just invites trouble, doesn't it? Huh. Qiguang chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Guangxi asked, visibly irritated. Do you understand something? Qiguang's gaze drifted over the distant streetlights, a hint of contentment gracing his features. If even you think so, then I can rest easy. Hey, what do you mean by that? Guangxi exclaimed, like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. What do you mean by saying you can rest easy because I think so? You need to clarify it for me. Hey, wait. Don't walk away. Explain yourself. In Queens, as in Gu and her companions arrived at Xinglan's underground base. Fei Lu was utterly stunned into silence by the scenes before him. Bearda widened his round eyes, even forgetting the pain in his leg. The expansive underground base was well equipped with all manner of living necessities. Rooms divided by frosted glass revealed setups resembling weaponry rooms and combat arenas. Notably, a massive table in one room displayed various intricate devices of unknown names, while the walls were adorned with an assortment of daggers, handguns, and heavy weaponry. Ang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, you like it, little Ngu? Xinglan gently inquired as he turned. Nga nodded. I do. Xinglan's lips curled into a slight smile, acknowledging the compliment, but in the next moment, his gaze hardened, and with lightning speed, he drew a dagger from his waist. Lunging towards Ng's arm, that a cold glint flickered in Ng's eyes. Her reflexes were remarkably sharp, allowing her to evade the attack. Xinglan pursued relentlessly, his strikes unwavering, and his gleaming blade never faltering. Ngu retreated deftly, her lithe form nimbly dodging his onslaught. Upon recognizing Xinglan's movement pattern, she suddenly seized a similarly sharp dagger from the wall and counterattacked towards Xinglan's neck. Xinglan was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with overwhelming joy as he realized her skill. His movements and methods were already unexpected, seemingly defensive yet inherently offensive, appearing to attack while concealing a sneak attack. Even Qiguang, from a lineage of martial artists, had to concede. Yet Ng's combat prowess surpassed expectations. Not only did she evade each of his ambushes, but after a brief retreat, she began to replicate his techniques, countering every assault back at him. Xinglan could hardly contain his delight. How intriguing, how utterly fascinating. Chapter 144. Where in life do we not encounter each other? 7. Noticing a fleeting distraction in Xinglan, Ng's eyes brightened. She flipped and leaped towards the wall, deftly retrieving a handgun from a high shelf. As she turned, she pulled the trigger, her gun aimed squarely at Xinglan's head as she descended back to the ground. The atmosphere thick with tension. Thus, when Qiguang and Guangxi returned to the underground base, they were met with a bizarre scene. A mud-covered bioengineered individual standing a few steps away, brandishing a handgun aimed directly at their leader, who appeared utterly ecstatic, with a broad smile that betrayed no hint of concern. Guangxi gasped, nearly echoing Bearda's urgent call, "Boss!" "Anye!" Ngu. Guangxi's intention to rush forward faltered as he turned to Bearda. "Ngu, where's Ngu?" Ignoring Guangxi's inquiry, Bearda, limping forward with urgency, exclaimed, "Ngu, that's a handgun. It's dangerous. Quickly, put it down." Guangxi followed Bearda's gaze, and upon seeing the muddy figure, he was utterly thrown into disarray. "Ngu, is that really you?" Good heavens, this muddy creature was none other than the Ngu he had longed for. This was utterly nonsensical. How could the pristine Ngu be reduced to such a state? Guangxi suddenly understood the true meaning behind Qiguang's earlier cryptic remarks on their way back. Even he had assumed that Xinglan's decision to take the three individuals was due to concern for Bearda, and it seemed everyone would think the same. With Bearda's controversial presence, few would notice that Ngu had also been taken. Guangxi was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. "Ngu, is it truly you?" Guangxi was consumed with regret. He had not overlooked Ng's presence, but the mud on her was too conspicuous. From the stands, how could he discern her features clearly? Moreover, at that moment, he was preoccupied with the fear that Mouse Chong might have fed him false information, leading to a reprimand from Xinglan, leaving him little attention for the beast fights. Ngu glanced at him. Aji, It's been a while. Hearing her soft, familiar tone, Guangxi felt a surge of energy, his eyes sparkling with joy. Ah, it's truly you. It's really you and Go. How did you end up in the beast arena? And why are you covered in mud? Did you fall into a mud pit? Guangxi completely forgot his original purpose. Standing beside Ngu with uncontainable excitement, nearly bursting into blossoms of admiration for her, Ngu pouted, glancing at the smiling Xinglan nearby, before lowering the gun to her side, her gaze returning to Guangxi with a weary expression. Aji, Ngu is really tired. Ngu needs to recharge and sleep. Huh. Guangxi was taken aback. Recharge and sleep? He stared blankly at Ngu, caked in mud, his brow furrowing in confusion. How about I take Ngu to clean up first? Fortunately, the underground base was equipped with infrared cleaning devices, but given Ngi's muddy state, that machine would likely be rendered inoperative afterward. Ngu needs to recharge and sleep. She pouted, displaying her dissatisfaction. Recharge and sleep. Guangxi's lips twitched. How could someone covered in mud sleep? He had never cared for a bioengineered individual, leaving him utterly flustered. Recharging is fine, but sleeping, how does one sleep? And where? In Lord Xinglan's room. Her soft voice rang with an undeniable authority, and as she spoke, she cast a fierce glare at Xinglan. Xinglan, unable to contain his amusement, wore a broad smile. Guangxi's lips twitched even more, instinctively turning to look at his leader. Yet witnessing Xinglan's beaming expression, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Wait, was he blind? Was Xinglan's bizarre attitude an implicit approval? Chapter 145. Where in life do we not encounter each other? 8. I'll take you. Qiguang finally spoke up. Ngu turned towards the voice, her gaze shifting to Qiguang's face, her muddy visage breaking into a bright smile. Thank you, Uncle. Qiguang. Uncle. Is that what she just called him? Upon witnessing Ngu being drawn towards Qiguang, Guangxi immediately felt a surge of discontent. After all, it was due to Bai Tao's interference last time that he failed to embrace Ngu, a regret he'd been nursing ever since. With this thought in mind, Guangxi quickly positioned himself in front of Qiguang, obstructing their mutual scrutiny, while firmly grasping Ngi's hand and hastily leading her downstairs. Allow me to escort you. Ngu. The boss's room is below. Qiguang raised an eyebrow, perceiving that this little rascal Guangxi was becoming increasingly misguided. Not only had he grown forgetful, but he now seemed to lack respect for his elders. It would be a disservice to himself as a senior if he did not take action to discipline the boy. Downstairs, upon confirming that the room belonged to Xinglan, Ngu declared, I'm very tired, please do not disturb me, as she snatched the charging device from Guangxi's hand and unceremoniously kicked him out of the room. Swiftly, Ngu locked the door, wedged the charging device against the threshold, and precariously balanced a glass on top of it to deter any intrusions. Once she was certain that the outside was silent, Ngu hastily retrieved a garment from the wardrobe and rushed towards the washroom. She felt utterly miserable, covered in mud. The mere scent was enough to make her feel nauseous. She needed to cleanse herself immediately. Who knew if the mud harbored any pathogens? As for why she was occupying Xinglan's bedroom, there was no other choice. This place was likely the least monitored, given that it belonged to that fellow. Ngu turned on the bathtub and glanced at the smooth walls of the washroom, smirking slightly as if someone were indeed to install a camera in her washroom. How twisted must their mind be? At 4 in the morning, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared outside the villa, darting behind the lawn and then hiding behind a large tree. It appeared to carry an enormous backpack and was moving in an awkward, peculiar manner towards the villa. Whose rabbit was let loose? 17 observed the silhouette on the monitor, biting through the carrot in his hand with a grim expression. Rabbit? What rabbit? 16, eyeing the carrot, looked famished. Why was he a beast, eating such a ridiculous thing? 17 pointed at the shadow on the screen with the half-eaten carrot. Look at how it hops, if that isn't a rabbit. What is? 16, with hunger shining in his eyes, turned to look. Even if a rabbit were to come, it wouldn't matter. Given the commander's current mood, it would be best not to disturb him over anything less than a level 3 alert. Or we might not even have carrots to eat tomorrow. Just deal with that rabbit casually. It must be said that this rabbit had quite the audacity attempting to steal from here. Was it not courting disaster? Wait, Suddenly, both exchanged glances, a strong sense of unease creeping in. Did they not feel as though they had encountered this scenario before? They held their breath, gazing intently at the screen, just in time to see the so-called rabbit approach a camera. Its face grotesquely enlarged as it silently gestured towards them. "Quick! Let me in!" The figure on the screen was frantically pointing at its own face, as if fearing that those on the other side could not see him. 17 dropped the carrot and shocked point 16's eyes, previously glinting with hunger, widened in horror. "What the hell? Notify everyone. Level 1 alert. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Chapter 146. The Doubt That Wavers Again. 1. In a matter of moments. The entire villa was ablaze with light. In the living room on the ground floor, 17 stood to the side, observing Lu Haochu, who was slumped on the sofa, drenched in sweat, and the commander, who had just ascended the stairs after a phone call. His eyes filled with dread that if young Master Lu were to discover that Ngu was trapped beneath the collapsed underground parking lot with her life hanging in the balance, given his temperament, it would surely incite chaos. They could only hope the commander would fabricate some excuse to smooth things over until they could retrieve Ngu from the parking lot and hastily patch things up, perhaps allowing them to bury the incident altogether. Indeed, upon seeing Yulingza descend from upstairs, Lu Haochu, who had been panting heavily just a moment ago, straightened up abruptly that, "I believe my dear Ngu is in need of me. I am here to take her away." He had been confined by his grandfather to recuperate from his injuries, but he could not shake off his concern for Ngu. After all, he was the only one aware of her human identity. And with his sudden departure, he had left matters unresolved. He was genuinely worried that Ngu might struggle to handle herself with you, who was astute and perceptive. Thus, under the cover of darkness, he had stealthily slipped out, even foregoing shoes to avoid alerting his grandfather or the household staff on his way. He pondered how Ngu, being beside you, would surely be too afraid to eat anything, prompting him to stop by the supermarket to buy a large quantity of food before hurriedly making his way here. He had come to a resolution. He intended to take Ngu directly to his private villa, where there would be no surveillance, no danger, and no suspicions, just the two of them. The mere thought of living unreservedly with Ngu, sharing their days and nights, filled Lu Haochu's heart with sweetness akin to falling into a honeypot. Moreover, if he did not take Ngu away soon, his grandfather might genuinely believe he had given her to you. That was absurd. Everyone knew you had no interest in biogenetic individuals, and Ngu was not something to simply give away. Those two could never coexist in peace. 17 froze at his words, cautiously shifting her gaze towards their commander, hoping he would surely find the best excuse to deflect the matter. "She has gone missing," Yulingza stated succinctly, his gaze fixed on Lu Haochu's face as if seeking confirmation. He had just received the incident report from the parking lot, and aside from discovering the corpses of the black bear and 2 other beastmen beneath the collapsed debris, there were no traces of any biogenetic remains. 17, startled, looked at her commander, her expression momentarily blank before she silently raised her eyes to the ceiling. Lu Haochu momentarily struggled to comprehend. "What do you mean, missing? You mean Ngu?" He stammered, "But you said on the phone that Ngu was already resting." After the call, she went missing, Yulingza replied with an expression of calm. Lu Haochu sprang up from the sofa. "What?" Panic surged through him. Ngu must have thought he no longer wanted her, prompting her to leave. "Then where is she gone? Is there any news?" Lu Haochu believed in Yu's words, for in his mind, you had never shown any fondness for biogenetic individuals. Surely, if Ngu remained by his side, she would be neglected. Considering Yu's heavy workload, leaving a biogenetic individual unattended was entirely plausible. Ngu must have seized the opportunity to slip away in the slums. Yulingza's expression darkened. Ngu's sudden disappearance from the collapsed underground parking lot reminded him of the locator he had placed in Nge's clothing pocket before heading to the parking lot. Currently, the locator's signal was pinpointed to an underground beast-fighting arena in the slums. He had dispatched people to search for her and was preparing to leave when he unexpectedly encountered the fleeing Lu Haochu. Chapter 147. The Doubt That Wavers Again. 2. The slums? The very same slums, predominantly inhabited by mixed-blood beastmen? Lu Haochu's eyes widened in alarm, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Have you sent someone to find her? It's extremely dangerous for her to be out there alone." The thought of Ngu's delicate visage amidst the low-bred beastmen with nearly zero self-control sent chills down Lu Haochu's spine. Then why are you still standing there? Quickly, send 17 and the others to search for her. His words hung in the air, met with a profound silence in the hall. Yu Lingzi regarded Lu Haochu thoughtfully, his brow furrowing slightly. Even 17 looked at Lu Haochu with a puzzled expression. Lu Haochu felt a chill run down his back under their scrutiny. Why are you looking at me? Hurry and find my dear Ngu. Yu Lingzi narrowed his eyes, pausing before speaking. You are her creator. Should you not be the one most familiar with her whereabouts? Lu Haochu froze, a sense of dread coursing through him as his heartbeat faltered. What do you mean? You crafted Ngu with such precision. You cannot possibly tell me you neglected to install a locator on her. A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Yu Lingzi's eyes. Although he did not possess an affinity for adopting synthetic beings, he was aware that any high-quality synthetic individual would invariably have a GPS embedded by their owner for real-time tracking. This insight, however, was imparted to him by Lu Haochu. Lu Haochu was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, but quickly regained his composure, remarking, I simply hadn't gotten around to it, why? And, my dear, is unlike other synthetic beings. She possesses an exceptionally strong self-preservation instinct, and her intelligence core is vast and intricate. Installing a positioning system would only disrupt her core code. Hence, I am still conducting research. Implicitly, he had not embedded any tracking system within Ngu. Lu Haochu felt a tumult of confusion within. Ever since he had met Ngu, the number of lies he had told over the past 2 days had surpassed all the falsehoods he had uttered throughout his life. The crux of the matter was that he himself was oblivious to the sheer absurdity of his own fabrications, all while presenting them with an air of unwarranted confidence. Whose influence had instilled this knack for deceit in him? You rebellious rascal! Are you attempting to drive me, your elder, to the brink of despair? An outburst of invective echoed from outside. In the blink of an eye, Lu Haochu found himself startled, wishing to conceal himself within the room. Yet as he darted toward the stairs, a pair of hands seized him firmly. Are you attempting to flee? Do you think that if you escape, we shall not find you? I assure you, there is no individual in this world that Lu Shaoli, cannot locate. You are driving me to madness. Upon entering, Lu Shaoli spotted Lu Haochu attempting to escape and, in a fit of rage, lunged forward to grab him. Unleashing a torrent of reprimands, he had been tirelessly searching for Jun Xinglan's whereabouts. Having lost a night of sleep, and just as he had finally gleaned some leads, he was startled by the old man's abrupt intrusion into his room, nearly causing him to stumble. Goodness, you can even scale walls? You can act. You can feign sleep. Do you have any idea how much trouble you are causing me? You should have run much farther away. Why did you circle back here to you? Are you jesting with me? Seizing the opportunity while the elder was still outside, Lu Shaoli lowered his voice, seething as he dragged Lu Haochu down the stairs. Do you realize that the old man was nearly furious enough to break my legs? If I become incapacitated, the first order of business will be to have you chopped up. Lu Haochu was momentarily stunned by this remark. Hey, no, you can't just blame everything on me. Why should my escape lead to your legs being broken? Is there a flaw in this logic? Lu Shaoli was also taken aback for a moment, but soon leaned closer with a menacing glare. The old man said he would kill the chicken to warn the monkey. I am that chicken. Chapter 148. The doubt that wavers again. 3. Is it not a bit too miserable for him, as the eldest son of the Lu family? In public, he appears to be thriving. Yet the moment he returns home, he is subjected to the old man's relentless scorn that if Lu Haochu, this little ancestor, were to behave more serenely, he might have retained a modicum of status within the household. However, when this little deity stirs up trouble, his life becomes a veritable nightmare. Just recently, the old man had worried that Lu Haochu's wound might become inflamed due to his sleeping position, so he ventured out in the middle of the night to check, only to discover, goodness, the boy was not in his room. After searching the entire Lu estate without a trace, the old man was instantly incensed. And the first to feel his wrath was the unfortunate Lu Shaoli. The cacophony of his scolding was almost unbearable. Where is that little brat? Where is Ah Chu? The elder stormed in, his face flushed with anger. Still clad in the nightwear he had not yet changed out of. Here. Lu Shaoli hurriedly pulled Lu Haochu before the elder, wearing a pleasing expression. "Grandfather, that little rascal is right here," dragged by the collar and nearly thrust before the elder. Lu Haochu stammered, You reckless brat, out running around in the middle of the night with a shoulder injury, and without even wearing shoes. Are you trying to drive your grandfather to despair?" The elder, seeing that Lu Haochu's feet were caked in mud and that he had no shoes on, was instantly furious, his voice rising in pitch. He could not bear the thought of his youngest grandson suffering even the slightest grievance. With both parents deceased shortly after his birth, Lu Haochu had become the apple of his eye. If anything were to happen to this boy, he would have no face to meet his son and daughter-in-law in the afterlife. "Grandfather," Lu Haochu wore an expression of guilt. "I am fine, it is just a minor injury." "What minor injury?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone grave. "You can barely cope with a common cold. And now you have a penetrating gunshot wound to your shoulder. You must take care of yourself, do you understand?" "Grandfather, I truly am fine." Lu Haochu's voice grew increasingly laden with guilt. Had he known earlier how worried his grandfather was about him, he would not have feigned such severity during his previous ailments. Now, he found himself in a predicament of his own making. Well, as long as he is found, that is what matters. Come, let us return home. Quickly fetch the young master's shoes. Hurry. Upon hearing that he was to return home, Lu Haochu's expression shifted alarmingly. No, I shall not return until Ngu is found." The elder froze for a moment. His sharp gaze suddenly filled with icy fury as it bore into Lu Haochu. Lu Haochu was taken aback, his hair standing on end. Grandfather, please do not be angry. Ngu is missing. I cannot leave her alone. You must help me, please." You said that Ngu is in the slums. You must send someone to find her quickly. If we delay, I fear for her safety." The thought of Ngu being in the dismal conditions of the slums made Lu Haochu restless, and tears were nearly spilling from his eyes. He understood all too well the intentions of those beastly individuals towards Ngu. He could only imagine how perilous her situation was. Chapter 149. The doubt that wavers again, for so. You ventured out in the dead of night for a synthetic being. Are you not concerned that this frail old body of mine might not withstand the strain? The elder glared with fury. Turning to command those behind him, "Quickly, bring the young master's shoes so he can wear them home." "Yes, master." An attendant hastily retrieved a heavy backpack from the sofa. Lu Haochu, alarmed, stepped back, but found himself trapped between the elder and Lu Shaoli. "Grandfather, I refuse to return. I must find Ngu. I implore you. She cannot come to harm. Shaoli, get him those shoes on him quickly, or I shall break your legs." The elder bellowed. "What?" Again, his legs. Goodness, even if he were centipede. He could not endure the old man's daily threats of breaking his legs. What had he done to deserve this? Lu Shaoli's eyes widened in shock as the words "break legs" echoed in his mind. And he dared not linger, hastily gripping Lu Haochu by the nape while signaling to the attendant to fetch shoes and socks from the bag. The attendant, not daring to delay, quickly unzipped the bag, only for an avalanche of brightly colored snack bags to tumble out uncontrollably. The attendant stood there, stunned, his face reflecting a spectrum of emotions akin to the chaos of snacks strewn across the floor. The young master's bag is filled not with clothes or shoes. Lu Shaoli's eyes twitched involuntarily. Was this little brat planning a picnic in the dead of night? Otherwise, why would he pack a bag full of snacks? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as they swept across the scattered snacks, his gaze landing fiercely on one particular box of treats. Peanut brittle? The elder turned sharply, his wrath now palpable. What on earth compelled you to purchase peanut brittle? Are you not aware that you are allergic to anything related to peanuts? Do you not know this yourself? Lu Haochu, now thoroughly bewildered, found himself paralyzed with fear. Although his grandfather's anger was fearsome, at this moment, the old man appeared even more terrifying than usual. In that instant, Lu Haochu stammered, his words failing him. "I know this was not for me. It's..." Lu Haochu hesitated, a sudden pang of dread coursing through him. Oh no, he had nearly misspoken. I was in a rush while buying things and accidentally picked it up without noticing. Why is it always the peanut brittle? As he contemplated the fact that Ngu had not had the chance to taste this new product at the amusement park, he specifically purchased a box in hopes of making it up to her. Yet, how could things go awry once more? Observing Lu Haochu's anxious demeanor, one could almost see him pacing in distress, while Yulingza's gaze slowly swept across the scattered snacks on the ground, plunging him into silence once again. It must be noted that Lu Haochu's attitude towards Ngu was indeed peculiar. If there were anyone in this world who could compel Lu Haochu to comply, it would undoubtedly be Old Master Lu. However, despite having brought a Chu home for merely 7 or 8 hours, Lu Haochu audaciously defied Old Master Lu's wishes and had sneaked out under the cover of night. Was Ngu truly that significant? While Lu Haochu had always cherished his creations, his concern for Ngu seemed excessively intense. Not only had he made several phone calls, persistently inquiring about her well-being, but he had also climbed over walls in the dead of night, too fearful even to wear shoes, leaving his fair feet caked in mud and dust, with faint cuts visible as if scratched by the sharp stones beneath. Even in such a disheveled state, he still made a special trip to the store to buy snacks that he typically disliked or was even prohibited from consuming. For whom was he procuring these treats? The answer was glaringly apparent. Yulingza suddenly recalled seeing a stack of dinner dishes in Lu Haochu's room earlier that day. Ngu had mentioned that Lu Haochu was testing her digestive system, hence the consumption of soup.at that moment. Having just finished reading the report on Ng's hair analysis, he had not suspected anything amiss. But now, the certainty in his heart began to shatter into fragments. Ngu, there was definitely something wrong. Chapter 150. Doubts resurface. 5. The questions swirling in Yulingza's mind intensified, overwhelming him with an urge to venture out in search of her. Old Master Lu, I have matters to attend to outside. Feel free to continue. With that, he strode purposefully towards the door. Are you going to find Ngu? Taking advantage of Lu Shaoli's momentary distraction as he stared at the scattered snacks, Lu Haochu quickly lunged toward Yulingza, gripping his arm tightly. Take me with you. I must go. You rascal. Old Master Lu is going to explode. Grandfather, I must find Ngu. Please help me look for her. Will you? I promise. Once I find her, I will obediently return with you. I swear. In that moment, Lu Haochu clung to Yulingza like a koala, terrified that at a mere command from his grandfather, Yulingza would abandon him. Yulingza. Old Master Lu's face flushed red with fury. His most cherished grandson had never dared to defy him in such a manner. Was this insurrection for the sake of a synthetic human? Grandfather, I see that a Chu is in no state to listen to reason right now. How about allowing me to accompany him? Once we find her, I will bring him back. Lu Shaoli's voice rose softly behind Old Master Lu, momentarily clearing the fog of rage in his mind. Old Master Lu's gaze lingered on Lu Haochu for a while, considering, it is not impossible for me to grant your request. Really? Lu Haochu's face lit up with joy. You will attend the birthday banquet of Miss Su in 2 days. Lu Haochu was taken aback. The Su family. Do you mean Su Cha? It seemed that throughout his life, the only Su family he had known was this one. Yes, Cha-Cha. Old Master Lu confirmed with a nod. You two grew up together. Their family has just returned after finishing a project abroad, and it happens to be Cha-Cha's 20th birthday. Shouldn't you go see her? What is there to see? Lu Haochu replied disdainfully. She's as foolish as a pig. How could she compare to my Ngu, who excels at everything? Old Master Lu's eyes darkened at his words. Shaoli, take him back. Upon hearing his name, Lu Shaoli quickly straightened up, ready to respond, but Lu Haochu immediately changed his tune. I'll go. It's just a birthday party in 2 days, right? I will definitely attend. Old Master Lu shot him a sidelong glance. You truly will? Indeed, I swear I will go. Lu Haochu declared earnestly, his face suddenly turning anxious. Grandfather, what about Ngu? Isn't she just a synthetic human? Why are you in such a hurry? Ngu is Yulingza's possession. He isn't anxious, so why are you? 17, upon hearing this, lowered his eyes expressionlessly to his toes, unable to suppress the inner commentary. Who said their commander was not anxious? He was practically on the verge of personally dismembering them all. Grandfather, the pleading voice rose again. I understand. Old Master Lu waved his hand dismissively at Lu Shaoli, exuding impatience. You go with him to search. Be sure to take care of your brother. If anything happens to him, I will break your legs. Lu Shaoli. Excuse me? Shouldn't his legs even exist? Chapter 151. Doubts resurface again, 6, in the slums. As the group hurriedly arrived at the underground beast-fighting arena indicated by the locator, dawn was approaching. The area around the arena was eerily silent. Along the way, Lu Haochu's face turned pale as he noticed the drunken beastmen sprawled by the roadside. He nearly rushed over to check on them, only to be forcibly restrained by Lu Shaoli. What if it weren't Go? Lu Haochu's voice trembled, his lips devoid of color as he felt disoriented. He had always heard that the slums were a terrifying place, populated by beastmen of mixed bloodlines with extremely low self-control, where fights and robberies occurred incessantly. His grandfather had strictly forbidden him from stepping foot in this area. Thus, despite having heard tales of it, he had only ever imagined. But now, witnessing the grim realities up close, he felt as though the very air was tainted with filth, making his stomach churn. 17 instinctively glanced at his commander, whose expression was darkening, and quickly attempted to reassure him. Young Master Lu, the locator indicates that Ngu is in the arena ahead, several hundred meters from here. The slum was a complex and populous area, and compared to the gang-infested Candia district, it exuded a barefoot fearlessness atmosphere. Even the military treaded carefully here. Thus, the group disembarked from the vehicle 100 meters away from the slum, opting to walk in order to avoid disturbing the local powers. Yet, even so, 17 sensed many eyes observing them from the shadows. After all, their appearance, attire, and demeanor starkly contrasted with the environment of the slums. 17 glanced at the 3 individuals beside him, feeling somewhat speechless. The commander had rushed out without even changing his clothes upon hearing news of Ngu. Although he wore an utterly ordinary casual outfit, his striking demeanor and the icy aura of someone in a position of power made it impossible for such attire to go unnoticed. As for young Master Lu, he had arrived in luxurious silk pajamas, the fabric glimmering subtly under the streetlights, indicating a hefty price tag. His hastily procured leather shoes were equally exorbitant. It was clear he was not merely searching for someone, but rather parading as if on a runway. And as for young Master Lu, 17 dared not look directly, his lips twitching that if young Master Lu's attire could be deemed peculiar, then young Master Lu's outfit was excessively formal. Clad in a suit with a metallic sheen and polished black shoes, he could easily step onto the Oscar stage as a presenter, if one overlooked the faint traces of footprints visible behind him. With such an entourage, it was nearly impossible not to attract attention. 17 felt the weight on his shoulders lighten somewhat. In front, Lu Haochu felt a wave of relief wash over him, hastily drawing back his gaze and quickening his pace. Then let us hurry. Why are you in such a rush? Slow down. Lu Shaoli surveyed the surroundings, a subtle worry etched upon his face. It must be said that the appearance of their group here seemed rather incongruous. However, they maintained an air of composure, their strides leisurely, which would likely lead outsiders to presume they were merely wealthy young gentlemen out for a midnight adventure. Chapter 152. The Doubt That Wavers Again, 7. After all, the tales circulating in this impoverished district were abundant and varied, with many curious and daring souls eager to investigate further, snapping photographs to flaunt their exploits. They sought novelty while simultaneously enhancing their status among friends. Yet, observing Lu Haochu, who was as agitated as a monkey, Lu Shaoli couldn't help but wonder, what was it about Ngu that had him so anxious? You've already given him to a you. Why the heightened concern? His curiosity regarding Ngu intensified. That wasn't Ngu merely a bioengineered individual, just a tad more exquisite and attractive. Why was Lu Haochu so visibly anxious? And even Yulingza maintained a tense demeanor. Venturing out at such an hour to search for someone, he couldn't recall Yulingza ever being particularly intrigued by bioengineered beings. As the chief information officer to Yulingza, he was acutely aware of the multitude of tasks occupying Yulingza's time. Even so, he was out searching for someone, a bioengineered individual at that. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. However, even if he had tenfold courage, he wouldn't dare to question Yulingza. After much contemplation, he decided to probe his foolish younger brother for insights. Lu Haochu was being tugged along by Lu Shaoli, his pace slowing as he confessed, Ngu is my treasure. A you is merely helping me out. Helping you out? Lu Shaoli furrowed his brow, regarding his foolish sibling with an unprecedented seriousness. Pondering if something was amiss, don't entertain a hypothetical, even if Yu Lingze were genuinely inclined to assist Lu Haochu. What was the current predicament? With the old man absent, Yu Lingze had no reason to engage in theatrics, especially not with such a grim expression that suggested he might be inclined to violence. Moreover, from what Lu Shaoli knew of Yu Lingze, he was not one to intervene over trifles. This man's conscience was a scarce commodity. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Haochu's words, Yu Lingze abruptly halted, his gaze darkening as he slowly turned to regard the trio behind him. The three trailing behind, puzzled by the sudden stop, were caught off guard by Yu Lingze's chillingly penetrating stare. Ngu is mine. As the words fell, astonishment flickered in Lu Haochu's eyes. 17 held his breath, his pupils narrowing sharply. See. I told you Commander has a thing for Ngu. 17 shot a wary glance at Lu Haochu, ever vigilant against the possibility of Lu Haochu lunging at his commander. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoli stood agape, disbelief etched on his features as he looked at Yu Lingze, astonished that the man, who had never shown interest in bioengineered beings, would exhibit such fervor. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Lu Shaoli turned to glance at the pallid Lu Haochu, concern swelling within him. You. Lu Haochu, in disbelief, stammered, "You can't protect her." Yu Lingze cast a dismissive glance at Lu Haochu before resuming his forward march. Just as Lu Shaoli and 17 braced themselves for a potential altercation, Lu Haochu fell mysteriously silent. The man in his pajamas lowered his gaze, quietly observing the path beneath him, his shadow elongated and distorted by the dim light. Beneath his long eyelashes lay a sea of guilt and self-reproach, his rigid form eliciting sympathy. Lu Shaoli was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a profound reaction from his foolish brother. Alarmed, he hastened to offer comfort. "Oh, come now. It's just a bioengineered individual. You've given away others before. Can't you simply create an even better one? Besides, you did acknowledge before the old man that you were giving in good to a you. You know how a you is. While he may not be fond of certain things, if he is willing to accept something that changes the game entirely." Before Lu Shaoli could finish, Lu Haochu's eyes reddened as he remained silent, casting a glance at the figure ahead and wordlessly following. Chapter 153. The Doubt That Wavers Again. 8. Following this small interlude, the group fell into an eerie silence. Lu Shaoli occasionally stole glances at his foolish brother, his eyes betraying a mix of concern and vigilance, fearing that his brother might act rashly in a moment of despair, leading to dire consequences for himself. They halted before the entrance to the underground beast fighting arena, just in time to witness two beastmen seated on a stone pedestal, drinking and exhaling clouds of smoke. Tonight, my brothers have truly struck it rich. No one expected that the bioengineered individual would win. All the bets went to the house, and I reckon my brothers will celebrate until dawn. Indeed, the ferocity with which that bioengineered individual defended the bloodied bear was astounding. The way they dispatched that rodent wolf was ruthless. It's a shame. I bet on the rodent wolf and ended up with nothing to show for it. Speaking of that rodent wolf, it was quite a sizable creature, yet it fell to the hands of a bioengineered individual. No less a slender one that had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe the outcome. Yes, when that bioengineered individual suddenly stood up in the arena, I was left utterly speechless. The chilling breeze before dawn carried fragments of their conversation to Yu Lingze's group. Lu Haochu's complexion shifted dramatically, and he hurried forward. "What did you say that bioengineered individual looked like?" Lu Haochu inquired urgently. Having witnessed Nge's violent tendencies firsthand at the seaside, he immediately recognized the descriptions as likely referring to Ngu. The two beastmen jumped slightly, their gazes sweeping over Lu Haochu's attire, both nodding in unison. This young master is dressed quite lavishly. We merely heard that there was an exciting beast fight tonight, so we came to see for ourselves. Has it concluded?" Lu Shaoli stepped forward as well, contrasting Lu Haochu by brandishing a wad of cash. Upon seeing a well-dressed young gentleman approach, the two beastmen instinctively rose from the stone pedestal. Standing respectfully to the side, their expressions filled with deference. They immediately recognized that the four individuals before them were of noble dual-blood lineage, the advantage of human ancestry rendering their demeanor unmistakably superior. One beastman, somewhat flustered, wiped the beer residue from the corner of his mouth and took a cautious step back, fearful that his alcoholic scent might offend the distinguished guest. It has concluded. What did you say that bioengineered individual looked like? Lu Haochu pressed, urgency creeping into his tone. Appearance? The beastman shook his head. I couldn't make it out. That bioengineered individual emerged suddenly from a refuse pile in the arena, covered in mud, utterly unrecognizable. Another beastman nodded in agreement. Yes, far too dirty. Even their face was caked in muck. However, they seemed rather petite. It must have been a female bioengineered individual. The beastman couldn't help but retort, how could it possibly be a female version? You saw their prowess. There's no way a female bioengineered individual would possess such strength, but that bioengineered individual's figure clearly resembled a woman. The other beastman countered, now unconvinced that Lu Shaoli furrowed his brow. Interrupting their debate, where is that bioengineered individual now? Still in the arena. No, they've long been taken away, the slightly intoxicated beastman blurted out. Yuling's gaze flickered momentarily. The other beastman's expression shifted abruptly. Don't speak nonsense. Chapter 154. The Doubt That Wavers Again 9. The beastman suddenly snapped to attention, realizing he may have disclosed something he shouldn't have, standing frozen in place. Lu Shaoli's expression subtly altered. Then he chuckled. No need to panic. We were merely curious. Otherwise, we wouldn't be wandering about in our pajamas at this late hour. At this juncture, Lu Shaoli paused, retrieving several stacks of cash from his wallet. So what do you say? We wouldn't want to have come all this way for nothing. It would be quite embarrassing to return empty-handed. Two orcs were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at the stacks of cash in Lu Shaoli's hands. Goodness, 1,000 yuan was already a considerable sum for them. Yet this individual before them had produced several more notes. In an instant, both orcs were dazzled by the gleam of gold in their eyes. Observing their rapt attention on the money in her grasp, Lu Shaoli smirked and leaned closer, enticingly presenting the bills to the two, her voice dripping with allure. It's merely a piece of information. If you choose not to speak, rest assured others will. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to earn money. Are you sure you don't want to seize it? Yes. The orcs responded eagerly in unison. With this newfound wealth, they could finally escape the slums and never return. It was just a small piece of information. Even if they remained silent, others would undoubtedly spread the word, so why not take advantage of it? With a glance exchanged between them, the two orcs readily divided the money in Lu Shaoli's hands. The bioengineered individual was taken away by a significant figure, accompanied by a bear beast and a sheep beast. They have probably been gone for 3 to 4 hours. A bear beast? Yulingza paused, suddenly recalling the inexplicably missing bear beast from the corpse found in the underground parking lot. A significant figure? How do you know they are of high status? Lu Shaoli queried, puzzled. Even our boss had to respectfully defer to them. So who else could they be if not a person of importance? Do you know their name? No. The orc shook his head. It was too far away. Our boss spoke with them in a room. Lu Shaoli seized upon the crucial part of the orc's words. Indeed, the orc contemplated. There were 4 of them in total. 2 leopard beasts, a hybrid tiger beast, and a rat beast. I could see this revelation. Lu Shaoli's eyes sparkled as she recalled the intel she had previously gathered from the dark web. Immediately glancing towards Yulingza. Leopard beasts? Could it be Jun Xinglan? In an instant, a shadow of uncertainty flickered in Yulingza's eyes. Lu Haochu's thoughts were consumed by the question of where Ngu had been taken next. Which direction? I do not know. The orc shook his head. I only saw them get into a car and drive away from the slums. Following this, Lu Shaoli posed several more inquiries, to which the 2 orcs dutifully responded. After sending the orcs on their way, Lu Shaoli turned to Yulingza with a look of conviction. It's highly likely that it's Jun Xinglan. They had initially surmised that the figure behind the black bear was Jun Xinglan. And now that an unexpected turn of events had occurred, it was only natural for Jun Xinglan to take action. Yet Lu Shaoli was perplexed. Despite their speed, why had Jun Xinglan managed to abduct Ngu before them? Furthermore, what was it about Ngu that piqued Jun Xinglan's interest? Chapter 155. How adorable she is. 1. morning. When Ngo made her entrance in a hall, she found that someone was already seated at the dining table. Upon recognizing the figure beside the table as Xinglan, a wave of resignation washed over her, momentarily halting her steps before she approached. Lazily settling down at the table, she observed as he meticulously sliced the bread on his plate. And immediately, the alluring aroma of the freshly baked bread captivated her senses. She couldn't deny her hunger. After having shared a lunch with Liu Haochu yesterday, she had not eaten a single morsel since then. How could she not be famished, having just vanquished a colossal rodent wolf, and having spent considerable effort cleaning off the heavy mud that clung to her? It was no exaggeration to say that she had been awoken by her hunger pangs. Glancing at the spread before her, Ng's brows subtly furrowed. The IT was merely breakfast, yet the table was laden not only with bread but also cakes, rice porridge, and an array of fruits such as apples, bananas, and kiwis. Even roasted duck, Western cuisine, and various meats graced the table. Beverages ranged from milk to fruit juices and soy milk. The mouth-watering scents permeated every corner of the hall, explaining why she could faintly detect the aroma even from her room. Ng's lips curled in resignation. It seemed Xinglan had become clever, realizing that confronting her head-on would only lead to mutual destruction, thus opting for a different tactic to coax her into revealing her thoughts. Lost in thought about the feast, Ngo was suddenly startled as a large serving platter was slid toward her, filled with neatly cut pieces of bread, some smeared with peanut butter, others with cream or jam. An abundance of options. However, ugh. As her gaze fell upon one of the darker spreads, Ng's eye twitched. Why is there pepper sauce? Casting a nonchalant glance at Xinglan, who was observing her, she retrieved the handgun she had taken the previous night, placing it conspicuously on the table, before expressionlessly biting into a piece of bread smeared with jam. Seeing this, a smile broke across Xinglan's face, and Ngo subtly sniffed the bread pieces on the platter. Taking a small bite, then another, she had to admit, the taste was quite delightful. Beside her, Xinglan's lips curled into a grin as he began to savor a plate of beefsteak. Being a leopard beast, he ultimately favored meat. Yes, he relished the flavors of the meat dancing in his mouth. Xinglan was suddenly taken aback to see a delicate hand reaching over to claim one of his neatly cut beef pieces. Xinglan blinked in surprise, lifting his gaze to meet Ng's delightfully satisfied expression, and instinctively, he pushed his plate of steak closer to her. He then turned his attention to a sausage on the other side of his plate. Just as he sliced the sausage, a delicate hand once again reached over to snatch it away. Xinglan paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. After a brief hesitation, despite his suspicions, he instinctively pushed the sausage closer to Ngo once more. Soon, he realized that whatever he had touched, the moment he indulged, she would reach out to claim it afterward. Xinglan's surprise was fleeting, replaced by a growing delight in his eyes that, this little one is quite suspicious. I send Tishi. Thus, in the ensuing moments, anything he sampled was promptly offered to Ngo, who would inevitably find a plethora of scattered pieces where he had previously indulged. Chapter 156. How adorable she is, too. In no time, Ngo was devouring her meal like a hamster, her cheeks puffed out as she indulged in the various dishes before her, moving from one platter to another with abandon. Whenever her hand reached for something, a large hand would swiftly shift the dish closer to her. Even the drinks in her cup would seamlessly change from milk to juice, always ensuring she had a full serving. After a considerable time, once every dish on the table had been sampled, Ngo finally set down her fork in satisfaction. Full. Xinglan's lips curved into a charming smile, his beastly eyes gleaming with delight. Ngo nodded, her expression one of contentment. What shall we do next? She mused, her eyes darting around. Sleep. With that, Ngo leisurely returned the handgun to her waist, yawning as she made her way upstairs. She had woken up hungry, and now that she was suddenly full, the drowsiness began to envelop her once more. That a quick nap sounds perfect. Watching her petite figure gradually fade from his view, Xinglan could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He had indeed been correct. Ngo was, without a doubt, the long-extinct primitive human. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Xinglan felt his heart racing wildly. Through these two encounters, although he had already discerned Ng's true identity, The reality of witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished by the overwhelming joy. Suddenly, Xinglan sprang up from the table. He remembered that his grandfather had left him a wealth of books and materials, rich with information about primitive humans, human dietary habits, human sleep patterns, human preferences, and taboos. Though he had read them countless times and could recite them from memory, now he was more eager than ever to delve into them once more. A sudden commotion erupted as a figure hurriedly emerged from the elevator, arms laden with an array of packages, even adorned with various pockets around the neck. From a distance, it appeared as though the individual was entirely engulfed by a riot of colorful bags. Just as Xinglan was about to enter the study, he turned at the sound, a look of bewilderment flashing across his eyes. "Xinglan, I bought so many things for Ngu. Clothes, skirts, and toys. Come quickly and help me choose what would suit her best. She will surely love it." If it weren't for the leader's recent admonition to maintain a lower profile, he would have been inclined to procure an entire truckload of items. Upon hearing this, Xinglan recalled the ill-fitting, oversized t-shirt Ngu had been wearing earlier. His gaze flickered, and he abruptly withdrew his hand, which had been poised on the doorknob of the study, and turned to approach Guangxi. Guangxi had purchased an impressive quantity of items. It was hard for Xinglan to believe that this rugged man, who had never had a female companion, possessed the knowledge to buy gifts for women. A surge of comfort washed over Xinglan. Thankfully, Guangxi had not been led astray by their group of rough men and still understood what women appreciated. Such discernment was indeed a rarity, unbeknownst to Guangxi, who was lost in his own world. The atmosphere beside him grew increasingly cold. Gazing at the assortment of garments on the table and recalling the enthusiastic recommendations from the shop's owner, he could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of having Ngu try on every single piece. "Where is Ngu? Is she still in her room? I'll go find her." With that, Guangxi bundled the clothes together and prepared to dash downstairs. What about the two beastmen from yesterday? As his gaze swept over the colorful garments in Guangxi's arms, Xinglan felt an acute pang of frustration. Guangxi paused, his steps faltering. "You mean those bear beasts? Brother Qiguang took them away. What about Mouse Chong? Any news?" Ngu had vanished without a trace. Could it be that there was no movement from Yuling's side? "News? What news?" Guangxi looked utterly perplexed. "We have a situation under control. Who would dare to provoke us? Keep Mouse Chong on high alert. I fear someone may have set their sights on him." Guangxi was taken aback. Set their sights on him? For what purpose? Ngu had gone missing at the hands of Yulingza. Did he think Yulingza would remain unresponsive? The more silent Yulingza was, the more Xinglan felt that something was amiss. Upon hearing this, Guangxi quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll call Mouse Chong right away and ensure he stays cautious. Phone calls can be monitored. It would be best for you to go in person." "Huh?" Guangxi's face fell as he glanced at the clothes in his arms, his expression wavering with uncertainty. "What's wrong?" Xinglan feigned ignorance. "Do you have something else to attend to?" I'm fine. I'll head out immediately." Guangxi hastily shoved all the clothes into Xinglan's arms and turned to leave. Well, business comes first. It was imperative to address the matters concerning Mouse Chong before returning to assist Ngu with her wardrobe. Besides, he had spotted several exquisite pieces at the mall, which he regrettably couldn't purchase due to a lack of space to carry them back. He chuckled to himself. Now was the perfect opportunity to buy them. As he watched Guangxi joyfully wagging his tail and disappearing into the elevator, Xinglan finally exhaled in relief, glancing down at the haphazard collection of items in his arms, his eye twitching in exasperation. How fortunate he had been to think that Guangxi had not been led astray by their rough lifestyle. Yet, it became increasingly evident that this lad was not only misled, but utterly skewed in his perceptions. Just look at the ridiculous assortment of items he had purchased. Did he truly believe Ngu was an ordinary biogenetic being? Ngu sauntered lazily towards Xinglan, circling the garments strewn on the floor with a curious gait. Xinglan stood rigidly amidst the pile of clothes, paralyzed with apprehension, his beastly eyes fixed intently on Ngu as she circled him, ever watchful of her expressions. In the world of beastmen, status was determined by bloodline. The lower the lineage, the more pronounced the animalistic traits and behaviors. Such characteristics were deemed crude and despicable. Ngu, being an original human with a noble bloodline that transcended all, might very well exhibit disdain for someone of his trifling heritage. After all, Even his own family regarded him as a source of shame, let alone someone of pure human descent like Ngu. Just when Ngu happened to glance his way, Xinglan felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. To make matters worse, he had no means to explain himself. The only other occupant in the room was Ngu, casting a sidelong glance at the garments. Ngu slowly rose and made her way towards Xinglan's laboratory. "Alan, are you a weapons manufacturing expert?" Upon seeing the myriad of weapon components scattered throughout the room, some of which even she could not discern their purpose, a flicker of delight ignited in Nji's eyes. Perhaps Xinglan could assist her in overcoming the bottleneck she had encountered. Xinglan, noticing Nji's averted gaze, released a sigh of relief and promptly discarded the whip he had been holding, striding after her. "Yes, I am. Not only am I an expert, but I am among the elite in the field. Any weaponry I have encountered, I can replicate with remarkable accuracy, often surpassing the originals in quality. IT is precisely this talent that has provided a formidable support for the June family, allowing me to remain there for many years, even if old Master June views me as a thorn in his side." "Oh, you know about photonic ions?" Ngu inquired, her heart racing with excitement. Having spent 3 days in this beastly realm, she had not seen any signs of activation within her body as photonic ions. With no updates from the laboratory, she had no choice but to initiate her own rescue plan, self-activating her internal photonic ions to reverse transport herself back. However, she was unclear about the elements necessary to activate the photonic ions, only vaguely aware that a substantial ion apparatus was required. She thought, although the preparation might take longer, it was certainly preferable to being trapped here for eternity. Initially, she had intended to seek Lu Haochu as assistance, but now realized that Xinglan seemed quite knowledgeable about weaponry. He might even prove more adept than Lu Haochu in this matter. With this thought, her excitement surged, dispelling any lingering fatigue as she dashed upstairs in search of him. "Photonic ions?" Surprised that Ngu would mention them, Xinglan nodded. "Of course, I am familiar with them." Nji's eyes sparkled with interest. "But photonic ions have been obsolete for several centuries. Why wouldn't Ngu bring them up?" "Obsolete?" Ngu was taken aback. "They've been obsolete for centuries?" Goodness, photonic ion technology was the pinnacle of advancement in the 21st century. How could it now be considered outdated in this era, and for centuries at that? Oh heavens! Ngu suddenly felt a wave of inferiority wash over her, as though she were an antiquated relic. Seeing Ngu fall into silence, Xinglan was puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, he explained the situation regarding photonic ions. Photonic ions require certain rare elements for their manufacture. However, ever since the explosion at Oasis, those rare elements have been nearly depleted, leading to photonic ions being replaced by microphotonic ions, which are far easier to produce without the need for such scarce materials. Hence, photonic ions have long been rendered obsolete. Ngu, after a pause, Ngu rephrased her question. "If I provide you with a carrier containing photonic ions, would you be able to activate the ions within it?" Xinglan pondered for a moment. "What do you mean by activation? An explosion? If it involves an explosion, then I can certainly manage that. Ngu." Deliberating her choice of words, Ngu clarified, "Not an explosion, but rather activating it to initiate function. For instance, if I provide you with a small mouse that contains photonic ions, would you be able to activate the ions within its body?" Xinglan frowned, contemplating for a while before responding yes. "Yes?" Nji's heart leapt with joy. "So activating the photonic ions is feasible?" Xinglan nodded, and Ngu was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding swelling within her heart. "What about the white mouse?" It exploded. Ngu, is this big brother even capable of having a proper conversation anymore? Chapter 160. How Adorable She Is 6. What if we must ensure the safety of the white mouse? Not a single hair should be lost, and there should be no side effects whatsoever. Ngu still wore a look of unyielding hope. This time, Xinglan remained silent for quite a while. "It's somewhat complicated, but it can be attempted." "Attempted?" "Indeed." Xinglan solemnly nodded. "Every organism possesses distinct genetic data. The species, category, and even factors like height, weight, and health can influence the success or failure of the experiment. While the differences may seem minuscule in such high-risk experiments, every piece of data is crucial to success." Ngu listened with a complex expression. What exactly does attempted entail? First, we must procure several thousand white mice for experimentation. Several thousand? Ngo was astonished. I fear that even several thousand might not suffice. You mentioned that your white mouse contains light ions. So our experiment must start from the very beginning. We need to prepare white mice that inherently possess light ions. Oh, you think any random white mouse would carry light ions? The quantity of light ions within the white mice varies, which could also lead to experimental failure, that we must analyze big data to calculate the average value. And go. Once we have the appropriate white mouse samples prepared, we can delve into the main subject of the experiment. However, prior to that, we also need to resolve the issue of sourcing light ions, as this substance has been obsolete for quite some time. After a pause, Xinglan looked at Ngo with a peculiar expression. Where's your white mouse? May I take a look at it first? Ngo glared at him. Go to hell, with a face full of resentment. Ngo turned and walked away. Hey, where are you going? Xinglan was taken aback. Sleep. Ngo exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, she had only one avatar, and she was the only human in this world. Even disregarding morality and ethics, where could she possibly find another white mouse like herself for experimentation? And several thousand white mice at that. How infuriating. Watching Ngo, who had just been conversing amiably, walk away without a backward glance.